Chen Yiban acquired the combat template of Uchiha Madara during the establishment of Kenoha and arrived in the early days of Kenoha, transforming into the new Shura of the ninja. World, Uchiha, Black Zetsu, this time let me speak from the heart. Obito, remember, you are merely a pawn. In the end, I wish to say, Hashirama, I have reached the other side. Chapter 1. Kenoha's version of Uchiha Madara. Outside the gates of Kenoha. Tap, tap. The gentle sound of footsteps, step by step, approached from the distance. As the figure drew near the gates of Kenoha, it revealed a tall silhouette clad in red armor, black shinobi boots, black gloves, with long hair cascading down to the waist. If the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, were present, he would surely recognize the visage of his once dear friend. However, Senju Hashirama is deceased, and thus no one at this moment could identify the figure in red armor. Tap tap. The towering figure continued to approach the gates of Kenoha, while a gentle breeze caressed the flowing black hair, causing it to sway gracefully. It seemed to herald that the forthcoming events would shatter decades of tranquility. Wait, who are you? You're not from Kenoha, are you? Please register your personal information. As the figure in red armor fully arrived at the gates of Kenoha, it was met by the two gatekeepers of Kenoha, Gongzitai and Shingetsu Izumi. To which, the figure draped in red armor cast a shadowed glance downwards, and upon hearing their words, let out a disdainful snicker. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of Gongzitai and Shingetsu Izumi, clang, he slightly lifted his head, revealing a pair of crimson three-demo Sharingan. In that instant, upon meeting the gaze of those scarlet eyes, both Gongzitai and Shingetsu Izumi appeared as if entranced, their minds momentarily lost in a daze. Tap tap. The figure in red armor paid no heed to the two gatekeepers. With an air of confidence, he continued to saunter leisurely into the village of Kenoha. Only after he had fully entered Kenoha did the two men awaken, as if from a dream. Then, how do we end up outside? Gongzitai and Shingetsu Izumi exchanged puzzled glances, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. It was evident that they had completely forgotten everything that had just transpired. Thus, they remained oblivious to whether someone had entered Kenoha without registration. At this moment, it appeared to be midday, the hour when people indulge in their lunches. Inside Kenoha, various dining establishments, such as barbecue shops, were bustling with patrons seated within. Outside, civilians and shinobi mingled, bustling to and fro, symbolizing Kenoha's vibrant prosperity. However, amidst this flourishing scene, there existed a solitary figure, making his way slowly down the wide avenue. During this time, his deep black eyes deliberately observed the ebb and flow of people around him, as well as the overall thriving atmosphere of Kenoha. He was none other than the man clad in red armor who had just entered the gates of Kenoha. Now he had fully arrived within the village, surveying the scenes around him. What a place that feels both familiar and foreign. Chen Yiban, gazing upon the memories that had once graced his mind, now vividly manifested before him, could not help but smile and voice his reflections. Chen Yiban, originally hailing from another world. Born in an orphanage, he relied on the kindness of benevolent individuals in society. He managed to attend high school, yet he was not suited for academia, and thus dropped out before completing his studies, seeking to venture into the world. However, with an incomplete high school education, what respectable job could he secure? In the years that followed in that world, Chen Yiban proudly became a delivery worker, serving the people. The reason he found himself in this world, transformed into a powerful being, was due to a tragic accident while delivering food, where he was inattentive to oncoming traffic while looking at his phone, resulting in a severe car crash. Chen Yiban perished in the accident, but inadvertently bound himself to an inexplicable and mysterious entity known as the achievement sign-in system. Before the half-dead Chen Yiban could comprehend the situation, the sign-in system promptly conducted a complimentary first sign-in for him. To his surprise, he received combat template of Uchiha Madara during the establishment of Konoha. Chen Yiban was on the brink of death and unable to respond. The system directly applied the combat template of Uchiha Madara during the establishment of Kenoha to him. Moreover, it transformed his appearance to resemble that of Uchiha Madara. Ultimately, it transported the deceased Chen Yiban from his original world to this ninja realm. Thus, This is why Chen Yiban stands on the bustling streets of Kenoha, observing the throng of people. In the interim, his identity was of little concern to Chen Yiban. The power bestowed upon him was what truly exhilarated him upon awakening to the reality of his situation. Over the course of several days, Chen Yiban gradually assimilated the multitude of memories and combat experiences flooding his mind and became acquainted with his new body. He also discerned the nature of the so-called achievement sign-in system. It allowed him to sign in once each day. The items he could receive were boundless. There were no level restrictions. It could elevate Chen Yiban to great heights or bestow something trivial like a pack of tissues. Throughout these days, Chen Yiban had even signed in for a pack of tissues, a rather disheartening item. Nonetheless, beyond the daily basic sign-in, achieving certain accomplishments, for instance, defeating, slaying, or subduing formidable opponents. These feats could also grant Chen Yiban additional sign-in opportunities. Thus, he arrived in Kenoha to initiate his plans and stir things up. Moreover, Kenoha is merely the beginning. Now transformed into Uchiha Madara, possessing all the powers of Uchiha Madara during the establishment of Kenoha. Within his heart, a man's insatiable thirst for power was burgeoning uncontrollably. Chapter 2. A gathering of Kenoha's elite shinobi in the barbecue shop. As Chen Yiban, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Madara, donned the very red armor from the anime, he ambled through the bustling streets of Kenoha, surrounded by a throng of passers-by. Many of the Kenoha civilians were captivated by his antiquated armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. Moreover, Uchiha Madara's striking appearance was undeniably eye-catching. This resulted in Chen Yiban receiving countless glances from onlookers along his journey. The rate of people turning their heads was remarkable. In response, Chen Yiban, with his long hair flowing in the gentle breeze, paid no mind to the gazes of the crowd. Only, it's truly wonderful that the legendary Tsunade, one of the Sannin, has now become our 5th Hokage. I've heard that Lady Tsunade is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, renowned as the god of shinobi. Indeed, though the passing of the 3rd Hokage is indeed sorrowful, the timely succession of the new Hokage is truly a blessing amidst misfortune. However, it is said that the return of the 5th Hokage was thanks to that fox spirit. It is rumored that Naruto, Uzumaki, and Jiraiya together brought Tsunade back to the village to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. Amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, the common folk and ordinary ninjas appeared both joyous and somewhat melancholic. Chen Yiban, listening to their words, came to realize that the time had arrived when the 3rd Hokage fell victim to Orochimaru's assassination, and Tsunade was brought back to become the 5th Hokage by the protagonist, Naruto, and Jiraiya, Hashirama. At that moment, upon hearing the name of a certain individual from the passing crowd, Chen Yiban instinctively uttered the name of that man, Senja Hashirama. Chen Yiban's eternal Mangeki Sharingan nearly erupted uncontrollably, unleashing a terrifying chakra. It appeared that during the period when he had transformed into Uchiha Madara, acquiring all of his formidable powers, the memories of Uchiha Madara had subtly influenced Chen Yiban. Upon hearing that man's name, an overwhelming battle intent surged within him, almost beyond his control. However, Chen Yiban quickly recognized himself as Chen Yiban, not Uchiha Madara. Thus, his emotions gradually settled. I am Ban, not Madara. At that moment, Chen Yiban, with his profound black eyes, caught sight of an intriguing scene. Several familiar figures from the original story appeared before his gaze at that very moment. Based on the images he had seen in the anime, he roughly deduced the figures that now graced Chen Yiban's line of sight were likely Akito Dingza, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kunai, Mitarashi Anko, and Asuma Tobi, among several elite ninjas of Kenoha, particularly Hatake Kakashi, the most iconic elite ninja in the original storyline. The instant he saw them, Chen Yiban almost immediately recognized them. They were indeed strikingly similar to their portrayals in the original narrative. It was merely a transition from animated characters to the flesh-and-blood reality before Chen Yiban. They seemed oblivious to Chen Yiban's presence as they entered a nearby barbecue restaurant. It seemed that with the new Hokage having just assumed office, these several acquainted elite ninjas intended to gather for a meal. Little did he expect that Kakashi would also be present. How amusing. Seeing the group of elite ninjas entering the barbecue restaurant, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile faintly. Then, he shifted his steps and made his way toward the barbecue establishment. Meanwhile, hey, do you feel like that person looks somewhat familiar? Indeed, there's an inexplicable sense of familiarity, especially with the armor style he is wearing. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. That man is quite handsome, although his long hair gives him a somewhat brooding demeanor, making him seem unapproachable. It seems he is not one of our Kenoha ninjas. Is he a ninja? The common folk and passing ordinary ninjas observed Chen Yiban, adorned in red armor with flowing long hair, gradually moving away, unable to resist discussing amongst themselves. On the other side, well, finally, we can relax a bit. Thanks to that scoundrel Orochimaru, we elite ninjas have been incredibly busy lately. Now that Tsunade has returned to assume the position of the 5th Hokage, the village can finally return to normal operations. In a corner of the barbecue restaurant, Akito Dingza, Narashiku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Kakashi were already gathered together, like the tea that moment. Mitarashi Anko, after sitting down, was the first to break the silence. Hearing Orochimaru's name, Asuma Tobi couldn't help but clench his fist slightly. After all, if it weren't for the infamous Sannin, Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage would not have abruptly passed away. And the 3rd Hokage, of course, was Asuma's father. Nearby, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Nara Shikaku, and the others understood Asuma's feelings. They too expressed their regret over the 3rd Hokage's passing, but due to the series of events that arose from Orochimaru's invasion, they had little time to mourn. Today, they finally had a moment of respite to gather and enjoy a meal, thanks to Tsunade's difficult yet triumphant return as the 5th Hokage, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere of the village. Soon, the waiter at the barbecue restaurant promptly delivered the various meats Kakashi and the others had ordered. Well, let's set aside other matters for now and focus on the barbecue, Mitarashi Anko exclaimed, raising her chopsticks as the meat arrived. On the other hand, Akito Dingza had already begun grilling faster. You are quicker than I am, Anko remarked, glancing at Akito Dingza, then hurriedly placed meat onto the grill. With Anko's lively personality, the atmosphere became significantly lighter and more vibrant. Meanwhile, the mature and charming Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle at her boisterous friend Anko. The meat looks delightful. Do you mind if I join? Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly broke through the chatter among the elite ninjas of Kenoha in that corner. Chapter 3. Kakashi's Astonishment. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Narashika, Mitarashi Anko, and the other elite ninjas of Kenoha all turned in bewilderment towards the source of the sound. In the next moment, they beheld a man clad in black attire, adorned with a red armor reminiscent of the Sengoku era, wearing black gloves and boasting a striking mane of long hair. Cascading down to his waist, he had somehow appeared behind the gathered elite ninjas without them realizing it. When did he? Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and the other elite ninjas were taken aback. How had he approached them so closely without their notice? What if he were an enemy intending to attack one of them? They couldn't help but feel a wave of uncertainty. Simultaneously, their curiosity was piqued as they regarded the man before them. The figure who had suddenly materialized behind Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and the others was none other than Chen Yiban, who had acquired the full powers of Uchiha Madara in his quest to establish Kenoha. Then, do you mind if I join you? Draped in red armor, with long hair billowing, Chen Yiban gazed at Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and the others at the table, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke once more. It must be said, Madara's charm, especially when smiling, was truly unparalleled. Even Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but silently admire Chen Yiban's appearance. Hey, who are you? We don't want uninvited guests mooching off our food. I could tea that moment. Mitarashi Anko, resting her chin on her hand, scrutinized the man in red armor standing nearby. Speaking of which, I can't help but feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity when I look at you, as if I have seen you somewhere before. Suddenly, Yuhi Red Bean gazed at Chen Yiban, finding him increasingly familiar. I feel the same way, echoed the nearby Sunset Red. Likewise, Asuma, Narashiku, Akimichi Choza, Yamenka Inoichi, and a host of other elite shinobi from Kenoha also sensed an unidentifiable familiarity in Chen Yiban's presence. It truly felt as if they had encountered him before. It was indeed the striking resemblance of Chen Yiban to Uchiha Madara, with identical features, appearance, and attire that evoked such a sense of recognition. Yet within, he pondered, if I can take down these Kenoha shinobi, will that grant me an additional opportunity for a sign-in? His formidable strength instilled in Chen Yiban a profound confidence, making him appear as if he were playing with the world, disregarding all mundane conventions while looking down upon everyone. Oh, I remember now. At that moment, Yuhi Red Bean exclaimed suddenly, pointing at Chen Yiban. Your red armor resembles the old-fashioned armor from the Warring States period, doesn't it? No wonder it looks so familiar. Yuhi Red Bean felt she had finally pinpointed the aspect of Chen Yiban that tugged at her memory. However, Kakashi, who had been observing Chen Yiban intently, sensed that the familiarity emanating from him was not solely attributed to the antique armor. At that moment, it has seemed so. I believe the colossal stone statues of the first Hokage and the legendary Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End were adorned in such armor, weren't they? Sunset Red added, following Yuhi Red Bean's statement that it was these words that sparked a realization in Kakashi, prompting him to scrutinize Chen Yiban anew, drawing comparisons with the statue of the man he had seen in his memories. The more he compared, the greater his uncertainty grew, his right eye widening in disbelief. Could it be? Impossible, right? Kakashi began to doubt himself internally. During this time, I see you have a fondness for the old-fashioned armor from the Warring States period. Well, if you don't mind, please take a seat. Sunset Red felt it inappropriate for Chen Yiban to stand idly in the passageway, so after a few casual remarks, she made space for him. Ahem. Friend, please sit here. Seeing Sunset Red make room for Chen Yiban, Asuma unexpectedly also offered a seat, clearly not wishing for Chen Yiban to sit beside her. Thank you, Chen Yiban replied, maintaining a smile and nodding slightly that he then intended to take a seat, but suddenly. Wait, Kakashi stood up, his face a mixture of astonishment and intense suspicion, almost unable to believe what he was perceiving as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban's movement paused momentarily. Who exactly are you? Kakashi's expression had turned wary, his body poised as if ready to form hand seals. This moment, Kakashi appeared as if he were bracing for a formidable foe. Thus, the atmosphere in the room grew inexplicably tense. Hey, Kakashi, although I find it a bit annoying to have an unexpected guest sharing our barbecue, there's no need to be so tense, right? Yuhi Red Bean observed Kakashi's heightened tension, finding it somewhat amusing. Yet she remained unaware of the depth of Kakashi's astonishment, doubt, and disbelief. Nearby, Asuma, Shikaku, Inoichi, and other Kenoha shinobi also looked at Kakashi, puzzled by his sudden anxiety. Hey Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Might Guy inquired, unable to comprehend his dear friend's current demeanor. However, understanding Kakashi somewhat, Might Guy sensed that Kakashi's defensive behavior was undoubtedly warranted. This. So your name is Kakashi. Huh. What do you see in me? Chen Yiban replied with a playful smile, his dark eyes locking onto Kakashi's. Chapter 4. Do not mention that name in my presence. It's impossible. That person cannot still be alive, and certainly not so young. Hatake Kakashi, at this moment, was filled with shock and disbelief as he gazed at Chen Yiban before him. Beside him, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and others observed Kakashi's growing tension as he muttered incomprehensible words. The multitude of jonin present were utterly perplexed by Kakashi's strange behavior. Nara Shikaku felt that Kakashi would not suddenly act so oddly, prompting him to reassess the figure of Chen Yiban, clad in red armor, who had been interrupted mid-sitting. Suddenly, it struck Shikaku like a clap of thunder in his mind. He too transformed into a visage of astonishment and disbelief, mirroring Kakashi's expression as he looked upon Chen Yiban, whose long hair flowed gracefully. Shikaku, why are you reacting like this? Inazuka Kiba, bewildered and confused, glanced at Shikaku, who had adopted an expression akin to Kakashi's. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Asuma, Yamanaka, and Might Guy wore expressions of utter confusion. Then, unexpectedly, Chen Yiban, interrupted by Kakashi, let out a light laugh. Recognize me, do you? You too. With his piercing black eyes, he directed his gaze toward Kakashi and Shikaku. Kakashi turned to his fellow jonin, seemingly attempting to alert them to prepare for battle, at the very least to adopt a defensive stance. The person before them might be the legendary Uchiha Madara. What is wrong with you? And Shikaku, Why are you so wary of this unfamiliar gentleman? Might Guy scratched his head, yet he declared, I trust Kakashi. Therefore, reveal your identity, my friend. In the next moment, Might Guy smiled widely, his teeth glistening as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yiban. Having been Kakashi's rival for many years, Might Guy knew him well, which led him to unconditionally choose to trust Kakashi. Thus, at this moment, Might Guy grew vigilant towards Chen Yiban. The other jonin, including Asuma, Kurenai, Shikaku, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka, began to focus on Chen Yiban. Hey, what's with all of you? Mitarashi Anko felt that her companions were acting rather strangely. Until, oh, you wish to know my identity? Surprising, isn't it, that in just 70 or 80 years, Kenoha has completely forgotten those who existed during the Warring States period? Chen Yiban, adorned in red armor with flowing hair, wore a cold smile. Well, it matters not. If you wish to know my name, I permit you to call me. Just as Chen Yiban was about to finish his sentence, Kakashi interjected, Indeed, you are Uchiha Madara. Chen Yiban. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko, who had previously found Kakashi and the others somewhat perplexing, was instantly taken aback. The chopsticks she held fell from her grasp, clattering onto the table. Kurenai, Asuma, Shikaku, and Might Guy were all struck with expressions of shock and disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. Even Shikaku, who had suspected something, was now wide-eyed with uncertainty as he gazed at the red-armored Chen Yiban. Uchiha Madara, you are. Kurenai could scarcely believe the name that had escaped Kakashi's lips. Yet, in that instant, she recognized that the figure before her bore an uncanny resemblance to one of the colossal stone statues that had long stood at the Valley of the End. It hadn't crossed her mind before, but now, Chen Yiban seemed to embody the very essence of that statue, especially with his Warring States armor and voluminous hair. It was as if the statue had come to life. At this moment, it was clear that Kurenai was not the only one to make this connection. Kakashi and Shikaku had already realized it, and now Asuma, Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko, and all the others were coming to the same conclusion. Impossible. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara perished many years ago in battle against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Asuma exclaimed, rising to vehemently deny Chen Yiban's identity. The others, including Might Guy, Kurenai, and Anko, nodded in agreement. How could someone who had died return? However, upon hearing that name once more, Hashirama, Chen Yiban, who retained the memories of Uchiha Madara, suddenly trembled. At that moment, an uncontrollable surge of battle intent and murderous aura erupted from the depths of his memories. Not good. Retreat. Kakashi swiftly recognized Chen Yiban's state and urgently shouted to his comrades. The jonin, all of whom possessed at least competent reflexes, immediately obeyed the order to withdraw, regardless of what might occur next. Do not mention that name in my presence. Boom. A tremendous chakra erupted forth. In an instant, even though Kakashi and the others had retreated, they were still knocked back by the overwhelming force, crashing through the walls of the barbecue restaurant. Everyone was hurled out onto the street, landing one by one. What an astonishing display of chakra. I've never witnessed such power. Nara Shikaku exclaimed in astonishment as he regained his footing alongside the others on the street. Beside him, Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and the others were equally stunned and grave. This chakra, it's terrifying. Kakashi, he can't possibly be. Might Guy appeared utterly shocked. Kakashi, now gripping his kunai tightly, stared intently at the barbecue restaurant, which was now in ruins from the force of the chakra. Inside, countless patrons fled in panic, the owner and staff among them, likely believing there had been an earthquake. Just as the restaurant emptied, Chen Yiban, almost lost in Uchiha Madara's memories, exclaimed, Hashirama, I have already reached the other side. At that moment, he was unleashing chakra and an ominous ocular power. Roar! With a furious shout, a massive blue Susanoo, towering dozens of meters high, burst through the roof of the barbecue restaurant, ultimately trampling the establishment beneath its feet. Witnessing this, Kakashi cast a thoughtful glance at the kunai in his hand. Chapter 5. The astonished Tsunade slashes through Hokage rock with one stroke. This formidable weapon in my possession seems somewhat enigmatic when confronted with the towering blue energy giant before me, standing several dozen meters high at this very moment. Kakashi bore a bitter smile within, simultaneously pondering with a sense of astonishment and uncertainty. The legendary powerhouse, Uchiha Madara, has re-emerged in this world. In response to this, how could it be possible? Gazing at the towering blue Susanoo that had suddenly materialized before them, along with a multitude of elite shinobi such as Sunset Red, Mitarashi Anko, and Nara Shikaku. They were utterly astounded. Meanwhile, the streets had descended into chaos. In the vicinity, the villagers of Kenoha were in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. They were utterly frightened by the sudden appearance of the towering blue Susanoo, a magnificent embodiment of power, which loomed over the barbecue shop. The resounding thuds of its colossal footsteps echoed ominously as it advanced a few strides. Within the confines of this formidable Susanoo stood Chen Yiban, clad in crimson armor, gazing coldly down at the elite shinobi below, Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuan Fei, and Asuma, who were all ensnared by the overwhelming presence. His eyes, reminiscent of the Nara deer, gazed toward the heavens, where the colossal head of Susanoo loomed above, a manifestation of the Sharingan. The other Jonin, following Nara Shikaku's, gazed upwards at the Chunin class. Instantly, they were met with a pair of eyes radiating a brilliant crimson light. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and indeed, this pattern of the kaleidoscope reveals him to be the legendary figure of lore. Kakashi Hitaki, at this moment, furrowed his brows as he gazed at the eyes of Chen Yiban within the head of Susanoo above, and with a heavy heart, he spoke. Meanwhile, what transpired? In the Hokage building, Tsunade Senju was diligently attending to her paperwork. Suddenly, she was startled by a sound reminiscent of an explosion, accompanied by tremors akin to a minor earthquake. Curiosity piqued, she rose from her seat and gazed out the window of the Hokage building. In the next moment, what? What is happening? Gazing out of the window at Tsunade, she appeared utterly astonished at that moment. Could it be that what she was witnessing was the Susanoo spoken of by her grandfather and great-uncle? Why? Why did it suddenly appear in the village? Tsunade spoke with uncertainty, and at that moment, several Umbu ninjas swiftly appeared within the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, we have an intruder in Kenoha. Several shadowy ninjas knelt on one knee before Tsunade, who was seated at her desk. However, at that moment, Tsunade was already able to observe the situation outside for herself. Who could these individuals possibly be? Turning her gaze towards several Umbu ninjas, Tsunade questioned sternly. In response, they expressed uncertainty regarding the origins of the individuals, noting only that the armor worn by them appeared reminiscent of the ancient armor from the Warring States period. The Umbu ninja replied, "Armor from the Warring States period?" Tsunade was taken aback. Then, she cast her gaze outside once more, and in the next moment, wait a moment, this is the dual-faced, four-armed blue Susanoo. This cannot possibly be the legendary figure who fought alongside my granduncle in the Valley of the End. This is inconceivable. With a sudden surge of inexplicable excitement, Tsunade slammed her fist down, shattering the office desk beside her. A thought crossed her mind, one that filled her with disbelief at its very possibility. However, Tsunade was unwilling to acknowledge the truth of the matter. It must surely be mere coincidence. At that moment, Lady Tsunade reassured herself. But Hashirama. The thunderous roar of Chen Yiban resonated with a fierce intensity. Concurrently, the colossal blue Susanoo, endowed with legs, suddenly clenched its massive hand, conjuring a chakra blade in an instant. With a swift and powerful motion, it swung the blade. Boom! The terrifying flash of a blade instantaneously cleaved the visage of the first Hokage, etched upon the distant rock face, into two halves. Alongside, the visages of the second and third Hokage were shattered as well. The formidable power of this strike left Tsunade and a host of Umbu ninjas, who had emerged from the Hokage building, utterly astonished. The might of this blade was truly comparable to that of a high-level ninjutsu. He called out the name of his great-uncle. At this very moment, both Senju Tsunade were filled with an uncontrollable astonishment in their hearts. At this instant, what terrifying destructive power! Not far from the enormous blue Susanoo, Might Guy, with a solemn expression, exclaimed in astonishment. The likeness of the first Hokage carved into the Hokage rock, along with the other Hokage figures, including Tsunade, gazed in surprise at the cleaved visage of the Hokage rock within the distant mountain wall. Red Bean, immediately report the situation here to the fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, and inform her that an adversary, possibly the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, has appeared within the village. We shall hold the line for now. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki cast a glance at Rin Noara and Anko Mitarashi. Then he commanded, Kakuzu, Hachi, and Hong, disperse and safeguard the surrounding villagers. As for you, Gaiasuma, and Dingzu, we must stand firm against this formidable foe before us. Kakashi spoke swiftly and decisively to the surrounding elite shinobi, as if issuing commands. Immediately following, he exclaimed, "Earth release." With a swift motion, Kakashi formed a series of hand seals, then pressed his palms against the ground. Instantly, a resounding rumble echoed as a colossal earthen wall erupted from the earth, rising to envelop the immense blue Susanoo at its center. Oh, I pay no heed to the identity of the person before me. Let youth blossom. The sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjiao, open. Maikai has directly opened the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates. I merely wish to indulge in a delightful feast of barbecued meat. Why has the situation inexplicably escalated to such severity? Beside me, Akamichi Karui couldn't help but voice her complaints, yet in the next moment, she swiftly dashed towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Asuma Saratobi, Narashikaku, and Yamenka Ino, along with other elite jonin, immediately scattered, unleashing their jutsu against the colossal blue Susanoo or rushing to protect and evacuate the villagers scattered in all directions. In response to this, I watched as the massive earthen wall came crashing towards me. Within the colossal visage of the third stage Susanoo, Chen Yiban gazed through a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a scornful smile gracing his lips. In an instant, 3 immense chakra blades materialized within the grasp of Susanoo's other 3 mighty hands. Suddenly, he transformed into a formidable 4-armed figure, wielding these colossal chakra blades. Then came the resounding clash, followed by a thunderous explosion, for blades sliced simultaneously in all directions. Instantly, the colossal earthen wall was shattered into countless fragments. Kakashi's attack had faltered. How formidable! Kakashi could not help but exclaim, "Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet." At that moment, Asuma unleashed his own fire release ninjutsu. Upon witnessing this, one could only say, an act of folly in front of experts. Upon the colossal blue Susanoo, Chen Yiban, with a pair of crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan, exhibited an even greater disdain. Immediately thereafter, whoosh. Once again, a simple yet decisive strike cleaved through the surging fire dragon projectile. Meanwhile, on a distant street, what is that? At the age of 12, Uchiha Sasuke walked along the road, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed upwards at the towering blue Susanoo, which rose several dozen meters into the sky. Chapter 6. The Severing of Akimichi CHG's Arm. Sasuke Uchiha was astounded by the colossal, 2-faced, 4-armed blue Susanoo in the distance. At the same time, after a few swift movements, he agilely leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. It seemed as though there was someone within the head of that monstrous figure. Wait, those crimson eyes, are they the Sharingan? From a distance, Uchiha Sasuke could distinctly perceive the crimson, glowing eyes of Chen Yiban within the Susanoo. Moreover, this sensation, this very feeling, was eerily identical to that man's presence. No, this is an even more terrifying ocular power and chakra than that man. Especially, how could someone possess such an immense chakra? Who exactly is he? At merely 12 years of age, Uchiha Sasuke wore an expression of profound uncertainty. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he could perceive, even from a considerable distance, the formidable power emanating from the eyes of Chen Yiban, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. This overwhelming ocular strength was reminiscent of what Sasuke had once felt in the eyes of his brother, Itachi Uchiha, a chilling and terrifying force. Yet, to his astonishment, Sasuke discovered that he was witnessing the Sharingan in the gaze of a stranger, a power even more potent, cold, and fearsome than that which he had previously experienced with Itachi. An unexpected sense of exhilaration surged within Sasuke. Could it be that there were other Uchiha clan members aside from himself and the infamous Itachi? At that moment, a flicker of joy ignited in his heart. He had kin, and they were remarkably powerful. However, he remained puzzled as to why this individual was causing such turmoil in the village. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke's own Sharingan had activated without his awareness. Was this a resonance of ocular power intrinsic to the Uchiha? Sasuke became increasingly convinced that the individual before him was indeed one of his clan. Just then, drawn by a familiar ocular force, Chen Yiban, who had been momentarily consumed by the fervent battle intent from Uchiha Madara's memories, regained his composure. It must be said that Madara's zeal against Senju Hashirama was truly formidable. No wonder they were lifelong adversaries. The mere mention of Hashirama's name had nearly overwhelmed Chen Yiban with the intense battle fervor embedded in Madara's memories. Fortunately, a distant yet kindred ocular energy had captured his attention, allowing him to regain his composure just in time. Floating atop Susanoo, Chen Yiban, with the extraordinary vision of his Meijiki Sharingan, soon discerned a figure on a distant rooftop. Was that Uchiha Sasuke? He instantly recognized him. For the second son had a distinctly recognizable appearance, not only due to his unique attire and clan emblem, but also because his hairstyle was unmistakable. At this moment, Sasuke was also gazing towards Chen Yiban, and upon meeting the gaze of those penetrating Meijiki Sharingan, he felt as if he had been locked in the sights of a fearsome ancient beast. In that instant, an overwhelming shock rendered him momentarily immobile. Ninjutsu, multiplication technique. Just as Chen Yiban locked eyes with Sasuke, a Kimichi CHG unexpectedly enlarged. Simultaneously, Yamenka Ino, one of the trio known as the Inuzuka, was preparing to unleash a secret technique against Chen Yiban inside Susanoo. However, with a mere glance from Chen Yiban's Meijiki Sharingan, Ino was instantly ensnared in a Jinjutsu, rendered completely dazed. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku had manipulated the rapidly rolling Akimichi CHG using the shadow binding technique, sending him soaring towards the colossal blue Susanoo. Yet, with a commanding shout roll, Chen Yiban directed Susanoo's third stage with a powerful kick, launching the plump CHG high into the air. In the next moment, an 8-pointed star was swiftly coalesced and directed towards the airborne sphere. In an instant, a massive arm, stained with blood, swung through the air. CHG, now missing an arm, ceased his rapid rolling. CHG, gasped Kakashi, Asuma, Yamenka Ino, and Nara Shikaku in unison, astonished by Chen Yiban's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Sasuke, perched atop the tall building, was filled with shock and curiosity regarding the nature of this mighty Susanoo. How could it be so powerful? Despite the combined efforts of Kakashi and numerous elite shinobi, they found themselves utterly outmatched by this one individual. Who was this man? Defeated a Kimichi CHG and severed an arm, achieving a basic accomplishment. Congratulations on receiving one basic achievement lottery. Only Chen Yiban could perceive the system prompt that materialized in the void. With a nonchalant smile, he cast a crimson gaze down at Kakashi and the others surrounding him. Is this all you have? How do you intend to please me? Having absorbed nearly a lifetime of Madara's memories and battle experiences, Chen Yiban inevitably bore some influence from him, particularly in his manner of speech. Observing Chen Yiban, who stood so imperiously above, Kakashi pondered, what can we do? He is truly formidable. Beside him, Asuma remarked, the chakra of that scoundrel Orochimaru seems feeble in comparison to this man. He appeared almost monstrous in strength. As they raced towards the Hokage building, Mitarashi Anko glanced back in astonishment, exclaiming, the chakra emanating from Chen Yiban is simply astounding. Meanwhile, Kakashi, gazing up at the towering blue Susanoo and sensing the chakra within, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. This terrifying chakra resembled that of a tailed beast in human form. Do not forget, I am here too. The azure beast of Kenoha makes its entrance. Behold my morning peacock. Chapter 7, Kakashi's Raikiri Assault. Morning peacock. Suddenly, a voice resonated, embodying the essence of unbridled youthful exuberance. It was Might Guy, who had activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates, now surging with vibrant azure steam. He charged towards the colossal blue Susanoo, unleashing his ultimate technique following the opening of the 6th gate, Morning Peacock. The powerful fists generated flames as they tore through the air, combining with an explosive wave of energy, striking like a swarm of fiery peacocks at the immense blue Susanoo. Under the 3rd stage of Susanoo, Chen Yiban staggered back from the tremendous assault of the Morning Peacock. However, he quickly regained his footing as the 4 colossal arms of Susanoo wielded immense chakra blades, slicing through all of Might Guy's fiery air projectiles. In a blink, he conjured another 8-pointed star, hurling it towards Might Guy. Fortunately, with the 6th gate activated, Might Guy's speed and reflexes were heightened, enabling him to narrowly evade the attack. Unlike a Kimichi CHG, who had lost an arm, boom, the 8-pointed star missed Might Guy but struck the nearby buildings, leaving them in ruin. All was violently shattered by the terrifying might of the 8-pointed kunai. In that moment, numerous members of the Umbu, who had been nearby, rushed to the scene. What transpired here, Kakashi-senpai? Inquired a masked individual, seemingly the Umbu captain, who was initially taken aback by the sight of Susanoo. Upon regaining composure, he promptly directed his question to Kakashi. Simultaneously, several Umbu ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu had already moved to assist Akimichi Choza, who had suffered a severed arm, beginning his treatment. However, it was impossible to reattach the lost limb. Perhaps, if the medical prodigy, the fifth Hokage Tsunade, were to arrive, there might be a glimmer of hope. For now, these Umbu could only provide basic first aid and hasten the healing process for Choza. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi spoke with grave intensity. You may find it hard to believe, but the enemy before us is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Casting a serious glance at the Umbu captain, Kakashi's words bore a weight of truth. What? Exclaimed the Umbu captain, along with the rest of the Umbu, each face reflecting disbelief at Kakashi's assertion. Kakashi was indeed speaking the truth. The man before them possessed the fabled Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai added, the Manjiki Sharingan. A wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding Umbu ninjas. They instinctively looked up at the colossal head of Susanoo, where Chen Yiban resided. Don't look into his eyes, Kakashi shouted urgently, explaining the peril of the horrifying Jinjutsu emanating from the Manjiki Sharingan. At that instant, a nearby Umbu ninja attempted to dispel a certain illusion that had ensnared Yamashiro Aoi. However, despite the hand seals and the incantation of release, Aoi remained in a daze, eyes vacant and unmoving. The Umbu ninja was taken aback. The Jinjutsu from the Manjiki Sharingan was not something an ordinary ninja could dispel. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. The surrounding Umbu ninjas bowed their heads, unwilling to gaze upon the eyes of Chen Yiban atop Susanoo. Observing the Umbu tending to Choza and attempting to free Aoi from the Jinjutsu, Chen Yiban wore a cold smile as he looked down from Susanoo's head. During this time, the Manjiki Sharingan flickered with a chilling crimson glow. What use is a throng of rabble? Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of ninjutsu. Standing proudly atop the towering blue Susanoo, clad in red armor, Chen Yiban spoke to himself. In the next moment, he unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire style, great fire annihilation. With hands forming seals, Chen Yiban puffed up his cheeks. In an instant, a terrifying conflagration surged forth from his mouth, cascading down like a torrential sea of flames, sweeping towards the Umbu ninjas and Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Might Guy. The range of this technique is immense. Kurenai gasped in astonishment. Quickly regaining her composure, she, along with Kakashi and the other water-style ninjas, called out, "Water style, water barrier." They rapidly formed seals and unleashed a torrent of water. The combined effort of dozens of ninjas finally succeeded in creating a barrier to withstand Chen Yiban's devastating attack. Yet, the air was thick with white steam, obscuring the battlefield for many. In a critical moment, Might Guy appeared, unleashing a powerful taijutsu technique in the sixth gate state, generating a whirlwind that dispersed the steam. However, suddenly, a scythe-like weapon sliced towards his throat as the steam cleared. Chen Yiban had left Susanoo, wielding a scythe that appeared to have materialized from thin air, and launched a surprise attack on Guy. Guy? Kakashi's voice was laced with concern. Yet, in his sixth gate state, Guy reacted with remarkable speed, defending himself just in time. However, the scythe, resembling a weapon of death, inflicted a wound upon his abdomen. In turn, Guy managed to deliver a powerful kick that temporarily sent Chen Yiban reeling. With a thud, Chen Yiban landed atop a building, surveying the street below, particularly focusing on Might Guy. You are quite impressive, but if you wish to fight me, your azure steam is insufficient. Chen Yiban smirked down at Guy. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird cries erupted behind Chen Yiban. It turned out that Kakashi had been using a shadow clone all along, while his real self lay in wait for a chance to ambush Chen Yiban. This was the final opportunity. Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, surged toward Chen Yiban's heart with incredible speed from behind. "Ah, you truly share a dark disposition akin to Tobirama," he remarked. In the next instant, Kakashi's Raikiri successfully pierced the heart of the armored Chen Yiban. At that moment, Kakashi's left eye revealed the Sharingan. "Well done, Kakashi," Guy cheered from the sidelines. However, Chen Yiban, pierced through the heart, transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing before their eyes. "This is bad." Kakashi's heart raced in terror. He immediately attempted to retreat at full speed. But swish! A towering red figure appeared in front of him. With a swift motion, a gash opened, and red blood flowed forth as Chen Yiban swiftly extracted Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan. "Ah!" Kakashi involuntarily gasped in pain. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and the rest cried out in alarm, rushing forward to rescue him. In response, Chen Yiban remarked with a faint smile, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. His actions remained unceasing as he swung the scythe toward Kakashi's head. Kakashi was indeed formidable, an elite jonin renowned in the village of Kenoha. Yet, in this moment, he faced the full might of Chen Yiban, embodying Uchiha Madara's power. Kakashi appeared as a mere child taking its first steps before Chen Yiban. Weak. Utterly weak. In the presence of Chen Yiban, Kakashi had no means of resistance. In the next heartbeat, Chen Yiban's scythe was poised to sever Kakashi's head. Kakashi, Asuma, Nara Shikaku, Kurenai, and all his comrades were in a frantic rush, yet even Might Guy in his sixth gate state could not reach him in time. Boom. But in the next instant, Chen Yiban was sent flying. Kakashi, steady yourself. A graceful figure intervened, kicking Chen Yiban away, casting a glance at Kakashi. Clutching his bleeding left eye, Kakashi was stunned to behold the woman before him, Lady Fifth Hokage. At a critical moment, it was indeed Princess Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Kenoha, who timely arrived to kick Chen Yiban away. Subsequently, Tsunade stepped forward to cover Kakashi's bleeding left eye with her hand, initiating her medical ninjutsu to swiftly treat his eye. The Sharingan was taken. While treating him, Tsunade remained vigilant and inquired aloud. "Yes, I am deeply sorry," Kakashi replied apologetically. He gazed at the captivating Tsunade, saying, "Lady Hokage, the opponent is likely Uchiha Madara." Tsunade interjected suddenly and asked, "Is that correct?" "Yes," Kakashi nodded. At that moment, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, and a host of elite jonin finally arrived on the rooftop. Countless Umbu ninjas closely followed, appearing on the battlefield behind Tsunade. Additionally, Mitarashi Anko, who had just gone to notify Tsunade, also returned to the scene. "Kakashi, are you alright?" Might Guy asked worriedly as he approached. "Lady Hokage." The others greeted Tsunade first. "Everyone, be alert for enemies," Tsunade commanded directly. "Yes." The ninjas, including Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Nara Shikaku, and numerous Umbu, promptly stepped forward, vigilant against Chen Yiban's direction. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of a collapsed building, boom, a massive blue chakra skeletal hand, several meters in size, suddenly blasted away the rubble that buried him. Then, Chen Yiban was seen standing amidst the ruins, protected by the first stage of Susanoo. He held a weapon scythe in one hand and clutched a three-tomo Sharingan, which he had just extracted from Kakashi's left eye, in the other. This was Uchiha Obito's Kamui Sharingan. Whoosh. In the next moment, the Sharingan in Chen Yiban's hand vanished into thin air, appearing instead within the confines of the achievement system's internal space. Slot 1, Uchiha Fan. Slot 2, Three-tomo Sharingan. Slot 3, Flesh and Blood of Akatsuki Shura. Slot 4, Red Armor. Slot 5, Kamui Sharingan, left eye. It was evident that the scythe was also retrieved from the internal space of the system. Truly, it was Susanoo. At this moment, Tsunade's beautiful brows furrowed as she observed the incomplete blue skeleton on Chen Yiban's body. Meanwhile, she had quickly managed to temporarily heal Kakashi's eye injury. For now, Kakashi could only use his right eye. Suddenly, Chen Yiban withdrew the first stage of Susanoo. The posture resembled that of the statue of Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Countless Umbu ninjas could not help but exclaim as they gazed at Chen Yiban's figure. Tsunade's heart was in turmoil. "Who exactly are you?" Tsunade still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that Uchiha Madara had not truly resurrected. At that moment, Chen Yiban, with his Mangeki Sharingan, looked at the stunning Tsunade from afar. "When I entered the village, I heard that Hashirama's granddaughter had become the fifth Hokage. Is that you, my lady?" Chen Yiban spoke in a calm tone, as if engaging in casual conversation. "And if I am?" Tsunade waved her delicate hand and continued, "No matter who you are, I hope you leave Kenoha at once. Otherwise, you will face the onslaught of all the ninjas in Kenoha," Tsunade declared with fervor. However, whether her heart was as composed as she appeared was unknown. "I merely wish to know how much power you have inherited from that fellow," Chen Yiban said, lightly swinging the scythe in his hand, his crimson gaze laced with a hint of malice. And then, whoosh. In the next second, Chen Yiban, donned in red armor and wielding the scythe, dashed towards Tsunade and the other ninjas on the rooftop like lightning. His speed is astonishing. The surrounding ninjas gasped in disbelief. "Subdue the invading enemy," Tsunade commanded with a wave of her hand. The Umbu ninjas immediately surged forward to confront the oncoming Chen Yiban. Then bang. Bang, 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 bang. In a single encounter, several Umbu ninjas were sent flying backwards, spewing blood like kicked balls. The speed at which they were thrown back exceeded that of their charge. Clang. An Umbu ninja swung his blade at Chen Yiban, but Chen Yiban effortlessly blocked it with his scythe. With a swift counterswing of the scythe, the Umbu ninja was cleaved in half. Chapter 9, Asuma's Slaughter. At that moment, in a dim underground base, what is happening outside? What was that tremor just now? Shimura Danzo glanced at the two root guards beside him and inquired, seemingly ordering them to investigate the cause. Just as the guards were about to move, whoosh. 3 other root ninjas suddenly appeared beside them. Lord Danzo, it's bad. Outside. The 3 root ninjas appeared somewhat flustered and uncertain. What are you panicking about? Speak. What is going on? Danzo's cold gaze demanded. Lord Danzo, it is Uchiha Madara. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara is not dead. He is currently in our Kenoha village, slaughtering Umbu ninjas indiscriminately. He is far too powerful. Kakashi, Akimichi Choza, and the other elite jonin are no match for him. 5th Hokage Tsunade has arrived on the battlefield. Yet it seems impossible to stop the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. The 3 root ninjas reported anxiously. What did you say? Danzo could no longer maintain his composure. Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the once bustling streets of Kenoha had turned desolate, with countless civilians fleeing in panic. The ground was stained with the blood of fallen bodies. All were Umbu ninjas. Clang. At this moment, a towering figure clad in red armor stood amidst a sea of corpses, thrusting his scythe into the ground. How grotesque! Chen Yiban remarked with a cold smile as he surveyed the numerous Umbu ninjas he had slain with ease, perhaps due to having absorbed Uchiha Madara's memories. Chen Yiban had unwittingly become utterly indifferent to life. Having slaughtered dozens of Umbu ninjas, the ground was drenched in blood, the metallic scent overwhelming. Yet, Chen Yiban felt no discomfort whatsoever. It was as if he were the true embodiment of a reaper from hell. How could this be? At this moment, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, and the other ninjas besides Tsunade were all stunned, gazing at the formidable figure clad in red armor. They could hardly believe it. The dozens of Umbu ninjas that had rushed forward were all slaughtered in less than 10 seconds. It was too swift. Yuhi Kurenai and the others could barely comprehend Chen Yiban's movements. In the blink of an eye, they witnessed the Umbu ninjas being decimated, their heads severed from their bodies. It was a sight too horrific to behold. Bastard! Tsunade was taken aback by Chen Yiban's strength. Although she could similarly eliminate dozens of Umbu ninjas if she wished, achieving such a feat with such ease in under 10 seconds was something even she, Tsunade, would not dare claim. Yet, Chen Yiban accomplished it effortlessly. He appeared as if he had not even exerted himself. This level of power thoroughly intimidated every Kenoha ninja present. At this moment, what is happening? Dare you not even attempt to dance? Chen Yiban's eyes, resembling a kaleidoscope of crimson, gazed coolly at the multitude of Leaf Village ninjas before him, each face etched with terror. Madara, Tsunade exclaimed, her voice resolute. What is your true intention? Intention? Chen Yiban murmured to himself. To reclaim all that rightfully belongs to Uchiha Madara. His words hung in the air, ambiguous and laden with meaning. What? Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances. Once, the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans was forged for the sake of peace and stability. Hashirama had even proposed that he would become the first Hokage. Yet, due to Tobirama's existence, not only did I fail to become the first Hokage, but I also witnessed the tragic fate that awaited the Uchiha, an inevitable obliteration. However, when I revealed this to my kin, none would believe me. At that moment, Chen Yiban seemed to sink into the depths of Madara's memories, expressing the original Uchiha's resentment. On that fateful day, not a soul followed me. I was utterly alone. As if triggered by the memories flooding his mind, Chen Yiban felt a surge of sorrow and indignation. He clenched the hand gripping his scythe weapon tightly. In the end, everyone, leave the Leaf Village. I will spare your lives. This was his final decree. The Leaf Village ought to have been a sanctuary for Uchiha Madara, and now, Chen Yiban sought to reclaim all that once belonged to that man, even if it meant a mere fraction of gratitude for acquiring Madara's formidable powers. Impossible, Tsunade retorted vehemently, shaking her head in refusal. Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, and others stepped forward, their expressions resolute. Even Akimichi Choji, who had just been disarmed by Chen Yiban's shuriken, stood before him again after a brief recovery, now towering in size. Seeing this, Chen Yiban chose silence, gripping his scythe as he slowly advanced, step by step, toward the array of leaf ninjas, an aura of malice emanating from him, unmasked. Instantly, some of the more ordinary ninjas felt an involuntary fear, retreating, while others found themselves praying fervently. Everyone rally. We must bolster our morale for Tsunade. Yet, with a swift motion, Chen Yiban charged forward, allowing no time for further dialogue. Fire style. Asuma initiated a jutsu. You dare to challenge me? Chen Yiban leapt into the air, his voice cold and furious. He momentarily stored his scythe in the system's internal space. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Boom. An overwhelming inferno surged forth like a colossal arrow aimed at the leaf ninjas. It instantly overcame Asuma's fire technique and rapidly bore down upon Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others. Fortunately, they evaded the great fire annihilation. Yet, the flames still scorched some of the unsuspecting Umbu and civilian ninjas, turning them to ash. Chen Yiban retrieved his scythe anew, and with a swift motion, he appeared before Asuma, just as the latter regained his footing after dodging the flames. In that instant, Asuma felt an inexplicable pause in his heartbeat. Only when he saw Chen Yiban swing his scythe toward him did he snap back to reality, preparing to defend himself with a kunai. However, Chen Yiban laughed, his long hair flowing down to his waist. Every movement made by Asuma lay bare before the keen insight of his Sharingan. Swish! The scythe that had been aimed at Asuma's body suddenly altered its trajectory, slashing upward. A stream of crimson splattered through the air. Asuma clutched his throat, blood gushing forth. Asuma. Chapter 10. The only legacy is hatred. Asuma fell lifelessly to the ground, his vitality waning as blood continued to pour from his throat. The cry of despair came from Nara Shikamaru, who stood aghast at the sight of his fallen comrade. The remaining members of Team 10, Ino and Choji, were equally incredulous. Nearby, Yuhi Kurenai and the others stood frozen in shock. Damn it! Might Guy, engulfed in a blue steam of fury, charged at Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, Kakashi gathered his Raikiri, flanking Chen Yiban alongside Guy. You think your steam is sufficient to contend with me? Chen Yiban retorted haughtily, but he engaged in a flurry of strikes with Might Guy. It must be noted that despite Might Guy's sixth gate being open, he still fell short of matching Chen Yiban's prowess, though he managed to stall him momentarily. Just then, Kakashi rushed in with Raikiri. However, now without the assistance of his Sharingan, Kakashi pressed forward, his heart filled with rage at Asuma's death, intent on piercing through Chen Yiban's chest with his speed. Humph, a mere insect. Chen Yiban sneered, a hint of disdain on his face as he faced the entangled Might Guy. Roar. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of ocular power and chakra erupted forth. The second stage of Susanoo emerged from within Chen Yiban, a mighty roar echoing through the battlefield. Boom. The force of the explosion repelled both Might Guy and Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi? At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, the original protagonist of the tale, observed the scene in astonishment, especially at the sight of the scattered bodies. Nearby, Uchiha Sasuke also stood upon the battlefield, and as he recognized Chen Yiban's visage, he gasped. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, had seen Madara's likeness in many households within the clan's former territory. Madara, once the mightiest of the Uchiha, had garnered immense reverence from many clan members. Thus, Sasuke quickly recognized Chen Yiban. Impossible. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. He should have been. Sasuke was struck with disbelief at the return of the fallen superpower before him. Not to mention, a member of his own clan, an ancestor? As he contemplated seeking Orochimaru, why had such an unfathomable event unfolded? And yet, what power? The opponent was undeniably formidable. Sasuke watched as Chen Yiban toyed with Kakashi, Might Guy, and the surrounding Jonin, his heart rife with suspicion and uncertainty. Serpent Shadow. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko unleashed a unique jutsu, multiple venomous tongues shooting toward Chen Yiban. Foolish. Chen Yiban sneered, and with a mere flick of his Susanoo, he effortlessly dispelled Anko's attack. You have little time left. Depart from the Leaf Village swiftly. Chen Yiban seemed to issue a final ultimatum. During this period, Chen Yiban cast a sweeping glance at the positions of the two young ones, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. In this lifetime, Azura and Indra, their powers appear remarkably formidable. Though Chen Yiban had already made up his mind, he maintained an unperturbed exterior. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've become too complacent, you scoundrel. Tsunade suddenly soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch that struck the second stage of Susanoo with a resounding crash. Crack! The second stage of Susanoo proved insufficiently sturdy, revealing a fissure under Tsunade's furious blow. Oh! Chen Yiban feigned mild surprise and remarked, "Is this Hashirama's legendary strength? However, it seems you have yet to master it." Whoosh! In the next instant, Susanoo instantaneously restored itself. How infuriating! Tsunade felt a twinge of frustration, preparing to strike again. But bang! Susanoo's massive hand coalesced a colossal chakra blade, descending with a powerful slash. Tsunade had no choice but to retreat. "You think you can compare to Hashirama, even if you are his descendant?" Chen Yiban, enveloped in the azure Susanoo, crossed his arms with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at Tsunade outside. "What I have inherited from my great-granduncle is the most potent essence of Kenoha's will of fire," Tsunade declared emphatically. "The will of fire?" Chen Yiban raised an eyebrow and sneered. "What a tedious jest. The only thing truly inheritable is hatred," he continued with a profound tone. "Who is that guy? And what is that blue entity? So powerful, it can withstand Granny Tsunade's punches." Naruto marveled from the sidelines. "Shut up." Suddenly, Might Guy appeared behind Chen Yiban's blue Susanoo. Boom! A heavy kick struck the back of Susanoo, the force rivaling that of Tsunade's earlier attack, even exceeding it. As a result, 2 cracks appeared on Susanoo. What will happen now? Uchiha Sasuke felt an involuntary concern for Chen Yiban. At that moment, Earth-style Kakashi, unbeknownst to Wen, had assembled countless Leaf Village ninjas skilled in Earth-style. Together, they unleashed a barrage of Earth techniques upon Chen Yiban. Boom! A series of enormous earthen walls, balls, and blocks surged from all directions toward the Susanoo encasing Chen Yiban. In that instant, Kakashi and his comrades paid no heed to the surrounding Leaf Village inhabitants' homes, burying them all beneath the earthen walls. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban gazed indifferently with his crimson Sharingan at the unfolding chaos. Boom! Finally, as if a mountain had descended, the colossal Susanoo was besieged by even larger rows of earthen walls. Dust and debris exploded into the air. Now, Tsunade signaled with a swift hand. Immediately, fire style. A multitude of ninjas adept in fire style unleashed a torrent of fiery jutsu at the Susanoo and Chen Yiban, now ensnared by the earthen walls. Nearby, Nara Shikamaru, having approached the deceased Asuma, cast a vengeful gaze toward the site of the assault. Chapter 11. Nine Tails. What? Madara? Quickly summoned the Tathagata, slaying Yuan Fei Asuma. Achieved a medium accomplishment once. Congratulations on receiving a medium accomplishment lottery once. Slaying 32 Kenoha Umbu ninjas. Achieved a primary accomplishment 3 times. Congratulations on receiving a primary accomplishment lottery 3 times. In the void, the system notified, although the timing of the notifications was rather off. At this moment, the combined earth and fire techniques of innumerable ninjas from Kenoha transformed a large section of the village into a molten landscape. And Chen Yiban, along with his second stage Susanoo, was buried beneath the fiery rock. Do you see? This is the power of the will of fire that resides within us, Tsunade exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she beheld the scene of devastation. Kakashi, Shikaku, you two have done splendidly. Tsunade turned her attention to Kakashi and Nara Shikaku beside her. It was indeed Shikaku who conceived this joint assault plan, while Kakashi executed it. As Kenoha's strategist, Shikaku had momentarily devised such a method to effectively strike Chen Yiban. Uchiha Madara is too powerful. Among the spectators on the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke found it hard to believe or accept, although being besieged by so many ninjas. Death seemed a natural outcome, but this was their clan's legendary strongest leader, a figure renowned alongside the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. How could he simply succumb? What on earth happened? Why did that man in red armor kill Uncle Asuma? At this moment, Naruto appeared somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. That man seems to be the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Among the 12 young ninjas, Tintin beside Niji voiced her disbelief. The legendary powerhouse, Uchiha Madara, still alive? It was truly inconceivable. Yet, the resemblance to the statue of Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End was striking. Moreover, that one person's ability to contend against many ninjas, including the current 5th Hokage, Tsunade, seemed to affirm the authenticity of his identity. Uchiha Madara, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. The legendary ninja, didn't he die long ago? Naruto continued, bewildered. Unclear, he is seemingly not dead. But why does he still appear so youthful? Niji pondered, equally perplexed. Asuma's students, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, mournfully gazed at Asuma's lifeless form. Similarly troubled was Jonin Yuhi Kurunai, fifth Hokage. Has he already at this juncture? Kakashi approached Tsunade, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Kakashi, of course, hoped for the adversary's demise. Yet, it seemed far too simple. Indeed, it was simply too easy. How could the legendary ninja fall so readily? Furthermore, Kakashi had just observed Chen Yiban's seemingly indifferent demeanor as he gazed upon their relentless earth and fire techniques. For reasons unknown, Kakashi felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. In contrast, Tsunade, who had just proclaimed her bravado, now furrowed her brow. Kakashi was about to say something to Tsunade, but a gigantic blue Susanoo chakra blade suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Tsunade, piercing through her chest in an instant. Hokage-sama. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. The surrounding Umbu and civilian ninjas gasped in disbelief. Granny Tsunade. Naruto stood frozen in shock. In response, a crimson figure emerged alongside the blue second stage Susanoo, slowly rising from the earth. Though Uchiha Madara was not well versed in earth style, it did not imply he was incapable of it. With the powers acquired from Madara, Chen Yiban could effortlessly employ such techniques. The so-called will of fire you speak of is utterly worthless in my eyes, Chen Yiban coldly remarked, gazing at Tsunade, who was impaled by the blade of his second stage Susanoo. Damn it, he is still alive. Kakashi felt a surge of anger rising within him. Scoundrel! Release Granny Tsunade. On the other side, Naruto charged toward the center of the battlefield, quickly summoning his shadow clones to gather a Rasengan in his right hand. As he watched Naruto rush forward, Sasuke couldn't help but recall their recent battle on the rooftop. In the next instant, Sasuke clenched his fists in reluctant determination. During this period, Chen Yiban heard some noise and couldn't help but open his blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan to glance at Naruto Uzumaki. In that instant, a sense of foreboding washed over the nine tails within Naruto, awakening it abruptly. This power feels even colder than my chakra. How could Madara still be alive? The nine tails was drenched in sweat from fear. Simultaneously, sensing Naruto charging towards that man, the nine tails forcefully pulled Naruto into the ceiling space. Hey, Nine Tails, what are you doing bringing me here? I need to save Granny Tsunade. Upon suddenly arriving in the ceiling space, Naruto was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, pointing at the Nine Tails and shouting, "Shut up, you brat." The Nine Tails bellowed angrily. Do you know who that man is? Approaching him so easily, do you want to die? The Nine Tails admonished fiercely. Hearing this, Naruto stroked his chin. Neji and Tenten said that the one who killed Uncle Asuma might be the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails grew increasingly agitated. Is it really that man? At this moment, Naruto noticed that the Nine Tails was behaving differently than usual. Hey, Nine Tails, you seem a bit scared, Naruto remarked, scratching his head. Stop talking nonsense. In any case, brat, stay as far away from that man as possible. The farther, the better. The Nine Tails barked. Why? Naruto continued to inquire. There's no why. The Nine Tails shouted furiously. In the next moment, he sent Naruto back to the outside world. Get away. Back in the outside world, Naruto still heard a warning from the Nine Tails in his mental space. No, Granny Tsunade is in danger now. I can't just abandon her. Naruto shook his head. Baka, who do you think you are? Hashirama Senju? The Nine Tails was exasperated, scolding. If you dare to make me a pet under that man's gaze again, I will tear you apart. You arrogant brat. Chapter 12. Humans favor the light. Yet their methods are forever dark. The legendary first wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha, truly is formidable. Watching Chen Yiban's blue Susanoo chakra blade pierce through Tsunade at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but silently marvel. After enduring so many ninjas' fire and earth techniques, Chen Yiban actually emerged unscathed. This astonished Uchiha Sasuke. However, it seemed this was the true strength of their Uchiha clan's most powerful patriarch. At this moment, despite being a lowly ninja of Kenoha and the opponent being an invader, Sasuke found himself inwardly wishing for this Uchiha senior to achieve a resounding victory. They always smile. They should let the others in Kenoha experience what it feels like to lose everything. At this moment, Sasuke's thoughts took a darker turn. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban glanced at Tsunade, feigning unconsciousness on the tip of his Susanoo chakra blade. He then noticed Naruto Uzumaki's actions, which briefly captured his attention. Don't worry, Nine Tails, just wait a moment. I'll come to put a collar on you. Looking at Naruto, Chen Yiban's blood-red pupils appeared to smile, as if he could see the nine tails within him. Damn it, Madara. The nine tails roared in fury. But more than that, there was a feeling of disgust and unease. Just then, hearing Chen Yiban converse with the nine tails, Tsunade suddenly erupted, severing the Susanu's chakra blade with a single strike. Don't you dare touch Naruto! Tsunade shouted fiercely. Simultaneously, she delivered a heavy kick to Chen Yiban's Susanu, causing several cracks to appear on the not-so-sturdy form. Such powerful strength, truly worthy of the Hokage. Might Guy couldn't help but exclaim. Tsunade aimed to completely shatter the Susanu before her, continuing to unleash her fists with force. Die? However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Yiban voluntarily released his Susanu and met Tsunade's furious fists with his own. In that instant, the collision of their immense strength unleashed a wave of chakra that swept in all directions. Yet, Tsunade's fist was blocked. How could this be? All the Kenoha ninjas were in shock. Even Tsunade herself wore a face of disbelief as she stared at Chen Yiban. She couldn't believe it. How could someone dare to match her strength head-on? It was a notion she struggled to accept. If it were Hashirama, I wouldn't dare to engage him like this. But you, mere sand, are not even a fraction of my power. Chen Yiban gazed disdainfully at the astonished Tsunade with his blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan. Then, a terrifying chakra surged through his fist, instantly overpowering Tsunade, who had always prided herself on her strength. Nanny? Tsunade was forced back, retreating repeatedly, utterly incredulous. Had she lost in something she had always boasted about? How could this be? At that moment, Chen Yiban swiftly dodged in a seemingly unoccupied area. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he grasped an unseen object. But soon, as a certain ninjutsu failed, a rather sickly-looking Kenoha ninja found himself caught by Chen Yiban's gloved hand around his throat. Wasn't this the character from the original story, Moonlight Gale? In the narrative, didn't he just perish at the hands of the Sand Village ninjas? How could he still be alive? Has the plot deviated slightly? Well, it doesn't matter. It's better that he is not dead. It gives me another chance for a reward draw. Humans always claim to favor the light, yet they perpetually resort to underhanded methods. Looking at the Moonlight Gale he was grasping by the throat, Chen Yiban spoke softly, almost as if to himself. At this moment, a striking figure with purple hair among the Kenoha ninjas, visibly anxious, stared intently at Chen Yiban, holding Moonlight Gale. Let him go? In the next moment, she charged at Chen Yiban, wielding a katana. Perhaps in her haste to save her beloved, she disregarded all notions of technique or ninjutsu, rushing forward recklessly. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale struggled desperately, attempting to stab Chen Yiban with the weapon in his hand. But with a swift motion, Chen Yiban easily captured the opponent's hand. Then, with a piercing sound, he maneuvered Moonlight Gale's own weapon to pierce his throat. In an instant, the blade penetrated from the front to the back of his neck. Ugh! Moonlight Gale coughed up blood uncontrollably and quickly collapsed to the ground. In response, Uzumaki Naruto, half approaching, stared in shock as Moonlight Gale slowly fell. Damn it! He shouted in anger. In a moment of reckless impulse, he nearly charged at Chen Yiban. Fortunately, Niji, Tintin, Shikamaru, and Choji quickly restrained the impulsive Naruto. Calm down, Naruto. We cannot hope to match such a powerful foe. In this battle, we can only watch. Shikamaru urged, gripping Naruto's shoulder. If possible, Shikamaru would also wish to avenge Asuma himself. However, that is impossible. The disparity in strength is far too great. Such an enemy, even Lady Tsunade, the Hokage, and Kakashi, would not dare to claim they could defeat. Naruto, do not interfere with Lady Tsunade and Kakashi-sensei. Haruno Sakura approached and lightly punched Naruto in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai cast a glance at Uzumaki Yuya, who stood frozen not far away, and then glanced down at Asuma, her crimson eyes betraying the glimmer of tears. In contrast, Chen Yiban was indifferent to whom he had slain. All he knew was that the system notification in the void informed him that he had gained another opportunity for his beginner achievement sign-in. The 8 gates, the 7th gate, the shock gate, is now open. Observing Chen Yiban as he ruthlessly slaughtered 2 of his acquaintances, along with dozens of Konoha's Umbu ninjas, Might Guy was driven to fury and opened the 7th gate. You shall not be forgiven. Day Tiger. Chapter 13. The Akimichi clan and the Hyuga clan in the mountains. Thousands of ninjas. Guy? Gazing at Might Guy, who had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, Kakashi was visibly moved. At this moment, the azure steam emanating from Guy was dazzling, and his chakra response was astonishing. The surrounding ninjas were left in shock. Gai-sensei. In the distance, Lee-'s eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. That power compelled Niji to activate his Byakugan, allowing him to perceive the overwhelming strength and magnitude of Gai's chakra at this very moment. Oh, at this time, Chen Yiban took note of Might Gai's condition. Just the seventh gate? Still not the red steam. It seems I have underestimated you. Or is it that you can only reach the seventh gate at most? Chen Yiban maintained a calm smile, seemingly unconcerned with the magnitude of Gai's chakra. However, Chen Yiban advanced his Susanoo further, unleashing the third stage of Susanoo. This stage, towering and colossal, with 2 legs and 4 arms, was the one that had erupted earlier at the barbecue shop. This is sufficient, Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Then, prepare to face the power of Kenoha's Azure Beast. Day Tiger. Under the gaze of all, Might Gai leapt forward, confronting Susanoo. He threw a punch. Roar. In an instant, the punch unleashed a violent air cannon, astonishingly taking the form of a white tiger. It roared toward the massive Susanoo, standing dozens of meters tall. During this time, Chen Yiban's Susanoo, with its 4 arms, simultaneously condensed 8 shuriken. Instantly, 4 were launched. Following that, observing the oncoming Day Tiger air cannon, Chen Yiban commanded, and Susanoo immediately hurled the 4 shuriken. Clang! Suddenly, the 4 shuriken collided with the Day Tiger's air cannon, producing a shockwave that blew everything in the vicinity far away. Wow! Naruto couldn't help but exclaim as he was swept away. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? Ino anxiously rushed to Lady Tsunade's side. Ino, I'm fine, Tsunade replied. Have you activated the creation rebirth seal on your forehead? Ino exclaimed, astonished as she noticed the diamond crystal at Tsunade's brow had vanished. Her body was now covered in a dark chakra rune. It was evident that Tsunade had undone the long-standing storage seal and utilized creation rebirth to heal the wound inflicted by Chen Yiban's Susanoo. At this moment, Tsunade no longer responded to Ino's gaze, fixated instead on the tumultuous clash between the 4 shuriken and the Day Tiger. During this time, when 1 shuriken struck the Day Tiger, its effect was minimal. The Day Tiger continued its fierce assault. However, when 2 shuriken struck, the Day Tiger's speed noticeably slowed. By the time 3 or 4 shuriken hit, the Day Tiger had nearly come to a standstill. Remarkably, it was halted. At this moment, Might Gai, glowing red, with blue steam continuously evaporating, wore a look of astonishment. His understanding of the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara's strength deepened. Truly, the legendary ninja Azura, Uchiha Madara. But my youth has yet to fade. Morning Peacock. Having opened all 7 gates, Might Gai unleashed the Taijutsu Morning Peacock, sending forth countless red air cannons, resembling peacocks. Surging forward, they joined forces with the Day Tiger, crashing into the 4 shuriken. Interesting. Chen Yiban coldly smiled. He then commanded Susanoo's 4 arms to conjure 4 chakra blades, continuously unleashing a barrage of sharp blade lights. Bang! 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 Both sides continued their relentless assault. The powerful shockwaves shattered all Kenoha buildings within hundreds of meters. Not good. Everyone retreat. Tsunade, perceiving that the 2 central forces were on the verge of complete collapse and explosion, urgently called out to all Kenoha ninjas to flee. Simultaneously, Tsunade swiftly withdrew. Indeed, it wasn't long before, boom, a violent explosion reverberated. The resulting shockwave instantly obliterated all Kenoha buildings within a kilometer. Despite the efforts of Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Naruto, and Niji, who had exerted all their strength to flee a considerable distance, they were still tossed about by the violent shockwave. Gai? Kakashi finally grasped Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, sheltering them beneath a wall from the impact, while inwardly worrying about Might Gai. At this moment, thud, with all 7 gates activated, the glowing Might Gai braced himself against the intense shockwave, which struck the ground not far from Kakashi. Haha. Might Gai panted heavily, clearly fatigued. Gai? Kakashi exclaimed. Sensei. Naruto chimed in. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke gazed in astonishment at Might Gai, clearly surprised by his incredible prowess. Kakashi, the Day Tiger, and Morning Peacock could not contend with the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Might Gai cast a glance at Kakashi not far away, then turned his gaze toward Chen Yiban, resolutely declaring, once more, I say, leave Kenoha, and I shall spare you. At this moment, floating above the head of the 3rd stage of Susanoo, Chen Yiban gazed coldly at Lady Tsunade and Might Gai with his crimson Sharingan. Damn it, how did my great-uncle manage to engage in one-on-one combat with such a being? Tsunade felt a surge of helplessness. My guy had opened all 7 gates. Yet he could not overcome his opponent. At this moment, Chen Yiban remained unscathed within Susanoo, which had not even been breached. Uchiha Madara was truly formidable enough to instill despair. Just then, more Kenoha ninjas became aware of the battle and rushed to the scene. Among them were the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, accompanied by numerous Byakugan wielders who had arrived on the battlefield. In an instant, the number of ninjas surrounding the battlefield surged to no less than 1,000. Chapter 14, The Question, To Use or Not to Use Susanoo. Naruto, having just arrived on the battlefield with his clan leader Father Hayashi Hyuga, couldn't help but glance at Naruto Uzumaki, who was standing not far away beside Kakashi. The towering blue Susanoo, standing several dozen meters high, caused Hayashi to furrow his brow. Lord Hokage, is it true that our opponent is the legendary ninja? Hayashi turned to Tsunade, his voice hesitant. Indeed, the only rival my grandfather ever faced was Uchiha Madara, Tsunade declared, her gaze fixed on the immense blue Susanoo. She then addressed the assembled elite ninjas from various clans. My friends, I regret to inform you that the man beneath that blue Susanoo may very well be the strongest enemy we have encountered in the past 50 years. His name is Uchiha Madara. Whether we can protect Kenoha this time hinges upon the strength of us all. Tsunade's words were meant to bolster morale, while simultaneously conveying the dire situation to the recently arrived ninjas from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and other clans. Uchiha Madara? How is that possible? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Whispered the ninjas, their expressions filled with disbelief. Such a formidable being is still alive. That blue monster feels so chilling and powerful. Can we truly defeat such an enemy? He is said to be on par with the legendary first Hokage, the god of shinobi. The crowd of ninjas appeared increasingly bewildered at Tsunade's declaration. An overwhelming number of adversaries has arrived. My situation seems exceedingly precarious, mused Chen Yiban, arms crossed defiantly within the Susanoo. Yet, his expression betrayed no hint of concern, only an arrogant smirk. He regarded the ninjas of Kenoha with utter disdain. Damn it! Tsunade noticed the contempt etched across Chen Yiban's face, clenching her fists in frustration and indignation. Even if he is the legendary Uchiha Madara, we have many allies at our side, while you stand alone. Kakashi emerged from behind a wall, his tone slightly elevated. Oh, Chen Yiban's smile widened, and he taunted. Is that so? With that, he began forming hand seals within his Susanoo. In the next moment, numerous identical figures began to materialize around him, leaping down from the Susanoo to confront the Kenoha ninjas. It was a full 30 shadow clones of Chen Yiban. Didn't you say I was all alone? What about now? Exclaimed Naruto, his eyes wide in shock. Beside him, Sasuke's emotions were a tumultuous mix, while Sakura gazed at the towering Susanoo in sheer terror. Question: should these shadow clones use or refrain from using Susanoo? Chen Yiban's voice, laced with a faint smile, echoed from within the Susanoo, addressing all the Kenoha ninjas. Tsunade was struck with a profound shock as she pieced together the implications of his words. As if to confirm her suspicions, the 30 shadow clones unleashed their blue power, coalescing into additional towering Susanoo figures, nearly identical to the one behind Chen Yiban. These 30 Susanoos blocked the view entirely, leaving only an expanse of blue in sight. How is this possible? Tsunade, Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Kurenai, Anko, Ino, and every other Kenoha ninja stared in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. This is simply too outrageous. At that moment, Kakashi felt the urge to slap himself for all the bravado he had just displayed. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the chaos, the Kenoha ninjas, overwhelmed by shock, faltered as 30 shadow clones of Chen Yiban launched their assault. The swift strikes of the Susanoo's chakra blades proved devastatingly lethal. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. Slayed 10 Kenoha ninjas, achieving a basic accomplishment. Congratulations on receiving 1 basic achievement lottery. Slayed Akimichi Choza, achieving a medium accomplishment. Congratulations on receiving 1 medium achievement lottery. Choza, who had already lost an arm to Chen Yiban's original form, succumbed under the assault of 2 Susanoo figures, pierced through the heart by massive blue chakra blades, collapsing to the ground. Father, cried Akimichi CHG from a distance, his voice filled with anguish. Damn it. In the next moment, he swallowed a pill and charged into the fray. CHG, don't be reckless, Shikamaru shouted. fully aware that they stood no chance against a legendary powerhouse like Uchiha Madara. But CHG had lost control, unable to be restrained. Bang! In the next instant, a Susanoo effortlessly sent the transformed CHG flying with a powerful punch. Though formidable, transformation had its limits against such overwhelming might. Whoosh! The Susanoo raised its blade, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to CHG. CHG, bloodied and unable to evade, faced impending doom beneath the Susanoo's blade. Whoosh! Boom! A green figure appeared just in time, kicking aside the Susanoo's chakra blade. It was Might Guy, Daytime Tiger. With that, Might Guy unleashed his super taijutsu, forcing the Susanoo back and saving CHG. However, Susanoo, third stage, now had 30 figures in play, relentlessly wreaking havoc upon the Kenoha ninjas. 8 trigrams, air palm. Hayashi and his clan members struggled against the overwhelming number of Susanoos, but it was a Herculean task. Damn it, you will die. Tsunade fought fiercely, yet the third stage Susanoo was beyond her capacity to challenge. Ugh! In the next moment, a chakra blade struck Tsunade in the abdomen. Had it not been for her regenerative abilities, she would have perished long ago. Truly a rabble. Chen Yiban, watching coldly, observed the chaos unfold. At that moment, Might Guy seemed to resolve himself, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chen Yiban's true form. Chapter 15. Might Guy opens all 8 gates. Chen Yiban unleashes complete Susanoo. HM. Chen Yiban, arms crossed within his Susanoo, noted Might Guy's transformation. It seems you have finally made your decision. I must admit, I am quite eager to see this unfold. With his blood-red Sharingan gleaming, a smile crept across Chen Yiban's face. The power of Uchiha Madara is overwhelmingly formidable, and at this moment, Chen Yiban inexplicably yearns for a true opponent who can compel him to confront his own capabilities. In response, Kakashi. Suddenly, Might Guy's voice rings out from a distance, directing his gaze towards Kakashi, who is valiantly battling against Chen Yiban's shadow clones of Susanoo. In the meantime, Kakashi is significantly injured, with blood streaming from his arms and abdomen. Yet he persists in channeling chakra alongside his fellow leaf ninjas to unleash ninjutsu against the third stage of Susanoo. Then, he suddenly hears the voice of his dear friend, Guy. Kakashi retreats a short distance, distancing himself from the Susanoo, and looks toward Might Guy. Kakashi this time. Consider it my victory, Might Guy declares, locking eyes with Kakashi. They are lifelong rivals, engaged in a myriad of contests throughout their lives. Although Might Guy has often found himself on the losing end, he feels that this time, he should be deemed the victor. What do you intend to do, Guy? A sense of foreboding washes over Kakashi. At that moment, clang! All of Chen Yiban's shadow clones of Susanoo cease their attacks. Even, whoosh, 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 they all vanish. The chakra returns entirely to Chen Yiban's body. He realizes what Might Guy is intending. Hence, he gathers all his strength. For what lies ahead could very well be a confrontation with the martial prowess of the Sage of 6 Paths level, even with the power to rival Madara. Chen Yiban dares not take this lightly. At this moment, the only individual in Kenoha who instills in Chen Yiban a sense of respect is none other than Might Guy. Consequently, Chen Yiban withdraws the shadow clones that have been toying with the numerous leaf ninjas, consolidating his power into his true form. This act serves as a tribute to the formidable foe he is about to face. Guy, have you truly reached that level? Witnessing the disappearance of Chen Yiban's shadow clones, Tsunade leaps gracefully to Might Guy's side, her expression a mixture of astonishment and hope as she gazes at him. Lord Hokage, please keep everyone at a safe distance. For the Azure Beast of Kenoha is ready to unleash his full youth for the village. Might Guy, however, is already lowering his stance, gathering energy. In this moment, Chen Yiban could strike to disrupt Might Guy, yet he refrains. Instead, Chen Yiban does not remain idle. Suddenly, blood begins to flow from his right eye within Susanoo. Astonishingly, he extracts his original right Manjiki Sharingan. Unbeknownst to others, he discreetly stores it within his internal space. Simultaneously, he performs a simple medical ninjutsu, applying pressure to his bleeding right eye. The next moment, as he withdraws his hand from the healing technique, a 3-tomo Sharingan appears in the socket of his right eye. Thus, while Chen Yiban's left eye retains its Manjiki Sharingan state, his right eye adopts the ordinary 3-tomo state. Despite concentrating the power of his shadow clones to fortify his true form, why does he then choose to diminish his battle prowess by resorting to a mere 3-tomo Sharingan? Master Guy? Young Lee, filled with understanding of Might Guy's resolve, gazes at his mentor with tears of admiration. Lee, courageously embrace your youth. Might Guy glances at his disciple from afar. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless leaf ninjas, the 8th gate of the 8 gates released. With an earth-shattering roar, Might Guy unleashes his full potential. In an instant, crimson steam erupts violently. Might Guy transforms into a figure enveloped in blood-red vapor, resembling a grotesque being. As if he has been thoroughly cooked. Master Guy? Young Lee weeps profusely. As this powerful chakra surges, the air trembles, generating fierce winds that sweep in all directions. Shielding himself from the strong winds, Kakashi gazes in shock at the blood-red figure. Memories of his childhood flood back, recalling the moment he first met Might Guy alongside his father. At that time, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, had remarked, Might Guy will surely become a formidable ninja. Young Kakashi had dismissed it then, but now, father, you were right. Kakashi's eyes now brim with admiration and astonishment. Meanwhile, the members of the Hyuga clan, including Hinata, Niji, and Hisashi, activate their Byakugan, their faces filled with awe as they behold the blood-red steam emanating from Might Guy. Tsunade gazes with respect, yet a deep sense of regret fills her, for she knows the consequences of opening the 8th gate. Nevertheless, this chakra is undeniably potent. Even the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara could not withstand the overwhelming power of Might Guy, who is now unleashing his absolute strength at the cost of his life. This chakra, this blood-red steam, I acknowledge you. Chen Yiban, within his Susanoo, inexplicably feels exhilarated. In the next instant, his left eye, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, suddenly activates. I too shall fight with all my might. Suddenly, Chen Yiban's Susanoo swells dramatically, reaching an imposing size of over 80 meters. The leaf ninjas stand agape in astonishment. Yet, this is not the end. Steady. Chen Yiban reveals a smile, his right hand forming a fist. In a flash, the bloated Susanoo expands further, donning a blue armor form. Eventually, the complete body of Susanoo, as seen in the original series, stands tall before the ninjas of Kenoha. In this moment, Chen Yiban's Susanoo, now only around 130 meters due to the single eternal Mangeki Sharingan, is not the 200 meters of Uchiha Madara's form. However, compared to the earlier 40 meters Susanoo, this complete form has indeed increased in size by more than threefold. What a colossal being! Tsunade stares in disbelief at the complete Susanoo before her. Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai, and countless elite ninjas of Kenoha are left speechless. The disparity in power is staggering. Is Uchiha Madara truly still human? Kurenai murmurs to herself in astonishment. Is this the strongest of our clan? If I possess such power. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widen in longing for that overwhelming strength. He yearns to avenge himself against that man. It's as terrifying as a tailed beast. Hyuga Hisashi cannot help but exclaim. In the face of absolute power, strategy seems utterly futile. Nara Shikaku clenches his fists, filled with frustration and helplessness. Compared to such a being, Orochimaru pales in insignificance. Yuhi Kurenai, once a disciple of Orochimaru, cannot help but express her astonishment at the sheer magnitude of strength on display. Especially not long ago, Orochimaru devised an invasion plan for Kenoha, even leading to the demise of the legendary third Hokage, the strongest of all time. Such a figure as Orochimaru exudes an intimidating aura. Yet, gazing at the colossal Susanoo standing over 130 meters tall before her, Akamichi was left pondering. Who is Orochimaru? Meanwhile, atop a distant building within Kenoha, Shimura Danzo, accompanied by a multitude of root ninjas, observed the battlefield. The sight of the fearsome Susanoo filled even the cynical Danzo with disbelief. The legendary four-armed Susanoo was indeed real. At that moment, Danzo could no longer deny the resurrection of the fabled ninja, Uchiha Madara. As a former disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Danzo was well versed in the lore surrounding Uchiha Madara, having seen illustrations of his Susanoo. On the battlefield, Might Guy, fully unleashed with all 8 gates opened, was intensely focused on Chen Yiban. In a flash, he charged forward with a fierce shout, targeting Chen Yiban within the Susanoo. Everyone, retreat and clear the battlefield. Tsunade commanded loudly to her fellow Kenoha ninjas, recalling Might Guy's earlier warning. Kakashi glanced at his friend's blood-red silhouette, ultimately choosing to trust his longtime rival and dear companion, Might Guy. Swiftly, countless Kenoha ninjas began to withdraw from the battlefield. Come on. Amuse me. Chen Yiban exclaimed with a wicked grin, his left eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan radiating a powerful crimson energy. With a mere thought, the massive Susanoo confronted Might Guy. Simultaneously, within the Susanoo, Chen Yiban rapidly formed three-hand seals. With a resounding clang, a technique was activated. Almost simultaneously, the gigantic fist of Susanoo clashed with Might Guy. However, the impact of the evening elephant was overwhelming. The colossal fist of Susanoo shattered, and the resulting shockwave ripped apart the ground beneath it for over 100 meters. The power beneath that crimson steam is indeed remarkable. Chen Yiban maintained a calm smile, unfazed by the chaos. In the next moment, he channeled his chakra and ocular power, restoring the Susanoo's fist. But Might Guy did not pause. He relentlessly unleashed a barrage of devastating kicks upon the Susanoo. Crack! Even the Susanoo began to show signs of damage, numerous cracks appearing on its surface. You, my friend, are truly amazing. Chen Yiban exclaimed with glee. The strength of Might Guy's evening elephant was astonishing. What if Night Guy were to join the fray? The anticipation was both thrilling and bewildering. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing Might Guy's ability to overpower the colossal Susanoo, could not contain his astonishment. I can't even see his movements. Sasuke Uchiha, with his crimson Sharingan, struggled to track Might Guy's form. Guy, show us the power of youth you speak of. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with trust and admiration for his friend. Guy, shatter that bastard's shell. Tsunade shouted, her fists clenched in fervor. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed as Might Guy felt his bones creaking under the immense strain. The burden of opening all 8 gates was indeed severe. Consequently, the pain caused a slight delay in Might Guy's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yiban taunted. You can still dance, can't you? Don't disappoint me. With a surge of chakra and ocular power, the Susanoo swiftly repaired its damaged form. Then, with a fierce roar, the blade of the complete Susanoo was unsheathed. Like a streak of light, it flashed through the air, aimed directly at Might Guy. Without flinching, Might Guy launched another evening elephant to shield Kenoha. The collision of their immense forces resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to a nuclear detonation, creating a mushroom cloud. The Susanoo was pushed back by the overwhelming shockwave. Ah, what a thrill! You ignite in me the same fervor I felt when battling Hashirama. Keep it coming. Chen Yiban declared, his face alight with battle fervor. On the other hand, Might Guy's expression was one of agony. He was reaching his limits. Even the evening elephant was taking its toll. Chapter 17. I shall call you the strongest. Indeed, the crimson steam signifies the strength within. You can still dance. Can't you? Come, continue to amuse me. After stabilizing the Susanoo, Chen Yiban's face was filled with unrestrained battle intent. The areas previously shattered by the evening elephant swiftly restored under the powerful chakra and will of Chen Yiban. Cursed be this inability to vanquish him. Tsunade gasped, overwhelmed with dread. Might Guy had unleashed all 8 gates, yet he could still not overcome the formidable Uchiha Madara. The legendary ninja, once the scourge of the ninja world, was truly terrifying in his might. What methods did my grandfather employ to subdue such a fearsome opponent? Tsunade felt a profound sense of helplessness, facing the legendary Uchiha Madara. Even Tsunade, who was once hailed as one of the legendary 3 and now the 5th Hokage, felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Uchiha Madara was indeed too strong. This battle was extraordinary. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno were all filled with astonishment. The clash between Chen Yiban and Might Guy was nothing short of breathtaking. Whether it was the complete Susanoo or Might Guy's evening elephant, the visual spectacle was unparalleled. Before this, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, mere genin of Kenoha, could scarcely imagine the existence of a ninja with such overwhelming power. Was this strength beyond that of a Hokage? It was astonishing. Yet, the legendary Uchiha Madara stood unscathed before the titanic Susanoo, instilling a sense of despair in all present. Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, gazed in awe at Chen Yiban, who had restored the Susanoo in an instant. It was said that opening all 8 gates could grant one power surpassing that of a Hokage. Yet, facing Might Guy, who had unleashed all 8 gates, Madara remained utterly unperturbed. Incredible. Such an enemy was beyond their capacity to combat. Even the Hyuga clan, known for their disdainful gazes, appeared utterly insignificant in this moment. Kaze, I am sorry. I cannot even avenge you. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao could no longer contain her tears as she knelt down. Chen Yiban was far too powerful. Yugao realized that no matter how hard she tried, she could never possess the strength to confront him. The sight of the complete Susanoo was nothing short of divine. Such power was beyond that of mere mortals. The grudge against Moonlight Kaze was one she knew she could never avenge. Nearby, Yuhi Kurinai, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji, who were gazing at Asuma's lifeless body, shared her sentiments. Chen Yiban had first slain Yuan Fei Asuma and then struck down Akimichi Chuza, completely turning against the entire Leaf Village. With the effects of the evening sun rendered ineffective, the time had come to unleash the final move. Might Guy, fully opening the 8 gates, stood resolute before Chen Yiban after a brief moment of respite. Ha ha! Chen Yiban laughed maniacally within the complete Susanoo. Good. Very good. In that instant, he felt as if he had finally encountered a worthy opponent in his life, radiating an overwhelming fighting spirit. In the distance, Kakashi watched with concern as his dear friend Might Guy, enveloped in blood-red steam, prepared for a desperate gamble. Kakashi understood that his friend was on the verge of a life-or-death struggle, and the opening of all 8 gates had already sealed Guy's fate. In the next moment, Guy's form slightly bent as a surge of crimson energy erupted behind him, rapidly coalescing into a colossal blood-red dragon head. His students, Lee and others, could only gaze in shock at their teacher. The 8 gates formation, Night Guy? Guy's final roar echoed through the air. The blood-red dragon behind him followed suit, unleashing a fearsome roar that shook the surroundings. Is there an attack even more potent than the evening sun? Tsunade could hardly believe it. This power, Guy? I concede defeat this time, Kakashi lamented, knowing that his friend would surely fall. Yet, witnessing such terrifying strength, he believed that even the legendary Uchiha Madara could not survive. For this night, Guy felt 100 times stronger than the evening sun, which had already nearly shattered Madara's complete Susanoo. This time, victory was assured. Guy possessed such fearsome power. Mitarashi Anko wore a look of awe and admiration. Guy, please, vanquish that demon. Yuzuki Yugao shouted fervently. Today, everyone in the Leaf Village witnesses your ultimate strength. I implore you, defeat our enemy. Tsunade stepped forward, urging him with a commanding voice. Upon hearing this, Guy consolidated all his bloodlust. The already massive dragon head swelled to an even greater size. Roar! The blood dragon's menacing roar filled the air. At that moment, Chen Yiban felt the slightest hint of death's presence within his complete Susanoo. Yet, instead of fear, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, for he knew he would not perish. In the next instant, Guy merged with the blood-red dragon head, surging forward with a wave of lethal energy towards Chen Yiban within the Susanoo. Chen Yiban would not remain idle. He attempted to swing his enormous Susanoo blade, only to find it hindered, as if the entire space around him had warped. As he glanced around, he noticed that the very space surrounding the complete Susanoo had become distorted. No wonder he could not move. In a flash, Night Guy had appeared before the complete Susanoo. With a thunderous crash, Night Guy struck the complete Susanoo, shattering it into pieces. Simultaneously, Chen Yiban, trapped within the collapsing Susanoo, could no longer evade the impact. Blood erupted from his mouth, as every bone in his body seemed to shatter. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, the might of Night Guy was far from over. He continued his onslaught against Chen Yiban, causing a cataclysmic shockwave that left everyone in awe. The once mighty statues of the Hokage were obliterated, vanishing entirely. Previously, Chen Yiban had merely damaged a few of the Hokage statues, but now they were gone without a trace. In their place, a massive chasm appeared, measuring 80 meters in width, over 100 meters deep, and extending over 1,000 meters long. It was indeed the superlative ravine created by Night Guy's ferocious strike. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their minds unable to comprehend the magnitude of this event. The entire Leaf Village, be they shinobi or civilians, gazed in disbelief at the towering rift. The power of the 8 gates, fully unleashed, was beyond imagination. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo and the Root Ninjas were equally astonished. The back mountains of the Leaf Village had been cleaved in two. Guy? Kakashi's heart raced with shock, but he quickly regained his composure and leaped into action, intending to save Might Guy, although he knew it was likely too late. Everyone, Tsunade shouted, rallying her comrades. If Uchiha Madara still draws breath, eliminate him, and find our hero, Might Guy, and do everything in your power to save him. Yes, Lady Hokage, came the enthusiastic response from the Leaf Ninjas. In the next moment, Countless shinobi surged towards the back mountains, including Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikako, Narashikamaru, and many others. Even some daring civilians could not resist the urge to witness the final battlefield. In this moment, many felt a profound admiration and began to revere Might Guy, who had displayed unparalleled might in opening all 8 gates. Everyone wished to welcome back their hero. However, as the ninjas quickly leaped into the vast chasm that had divided the mountains, they soon beheld an unimaginable scene at the chasm's end. "You almost killed me." Chen Yiban, clad in crimson armor with long hair billowing in the wind, wielded his scythe with a wicked grin. The blade of the scythe was completely embedded in Might Guy's heart. Guy's body was charred black, drained of life force after the full opening of the 8 gates. With the scythe piercing his heart, Might Guy extinguished his final breath. Kakashi was the first to arrive at the scene, his expression filled with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. How could this be Tsunade? He took a step back, overwhelmed by astonishment and incredulity, his balance faltering slightly. A flicker of despair ignited within him. Why? Why could such a terrifying technique from Might Guy fail to vanquish Uchiha Madara? Just how formidable was this man? Might Guy had unleashed the 8th gate, a power that surpassed the Hokage by dozens of times in an instant. Yet, it was insufficient to defeat the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Even now, Madara stood unharmed, adorned in his crimson armor, his long hair flowing unscathed. This was inconceivable. He was no longer human. He was a demon. Yuyuki's katana slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground, mirroring the sentiments of countless others. After the recent shattering of hope, they all plummeted into despair. How could the once mighty teacher Might, along with Naruto Uzumaki, now be engulfed in self-doubt? Was this truly the essence of Uchiha's power? Sasuke Uchiha gazed longingly at the scythe embedded in Might Guy's heart. This was a time when he fervently craved strength. Witnessing Chen Yiban, he yearned to attain such formidable power himself. Such might could surely obliterate that man. At that moment, observing the lifeless body of Might Guy, Chen Yiban slowly withdrew the scythe from his heart. With a soft sound, the heart was pierced. Yet only a few drops of blood trickled from Gaia's body. Might Guy had evidently drained an immense amount of his life force and blood. Congratulations. You have slain 8 gates Guy, achieving an extraordinary accomplishment. You are rewarded with an extraordinary achievement lottery. Chen Yiban glanced at the system notification visible only to him. An extraordinary lottery, indeed a delightful surprise. He smiled faintly. You are a commendable adversary. I must concede, your strength was sufficient to kill me. The words flowed lightly from Chen Yiban's lips as he regarded the fallen Might Guy, one eye bearing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and the other a 3-tomo Sharingan. Just then, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye abruptly faded to a dull gray, losing its light. Did you think I would come to Kenoha without any preparation? After this self-reflective statement, he nonchalantly extracted the now dimmed 3-tomo Sharingan from his right eye and discarded it. Guy-sensei, in a moment of impulsiveness, Lee activated the 8 gates and charged at Chen Yiban, clad in red armor. Chen Yiban, having just retrieved his original eternal Manjiki Sharingan from the system space, had not yet reinserted it when he saw Lee charging forward with fervor. Huh? Chen Yiban scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 19. The Eternal Manjiki Sharingan That Cannot Be Closed. Boom. A powerful blue Susanoo emerged, swinging its colossal arm and sending Lee flying. Lee, Naruto Uzumaki, Tinten, and Niji rushed forward to catch their comrade. Meanwhile, encased in the skeletal protection of the Susanoo, Chen Yiban leisurely reinserted the eternal Manjiki Sharingan into its rightful socket using crude medical techniques. With a clang, the 2 eternal Manjiki Sharingan were united, unleashing an overwhelming surge of ocular power and chakra around Chen Yiban. Ninetales, it is time for you to wear your collar. With eyes radiating malevolence, Chen Yiban seemed to peer into Naruto, seeing the Ninetales sealed within him. This power had reclaimed its former strength, inciting fury in the Ninetales. Get out of here, you brat. The Ninetales urged Naruto. I cannot leave now. I must become Hokage and cannot run away. Naruto's resolve was unwavering. You foolish, arrogant little brat. The Ninetales lamented. The ninja of Kenoha evidently lacked the ability to contend with Chen Yiban. If they did not flee, he would surely treat them as pets, just as he had in the past. My medical ninjutsu is evidently insufficient. Chen Yiban realized he could not deactivate the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his right eye. The connections in his right eye were imperfect, compelling it to remain in an activated state. Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja, perhaps you might prove useful after all. Chen Yiban glanced towards Tsunade, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I remember there is some Ashura's flesh in the system space, which undoubtedly contains Ashura's chakra. Acquiring it might make Tsunade invaluable. However, she will not comply easily. No, on the contrary, she will comply. If I leverage that ability, it should be feasible. I merely need to strategize a bit more. But time is of the essence. I have it all under control. With that thought, Chen Yiban dismissed the second stage of Susanoo and began to stride towards Tsunade and the other Kenoha ninjas at the exit of the immense chasm, weapon in hand. His primary objective, to subdue Tsunade. Everyone, be cautious. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade stood resolutely before her comrades. Hokage Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Mitarashi Anko, Waihai Kurenai, and countless other Kenoha ninjas turned their gaze towards Tsunade. If it comes to it, I will die fighting, you bastard. Anko stepped forth to stand beside Tsunade. Though I may lack strength, I will fight with all I have for the sake of the village. Next was Yuyuki. For our village, Kenoha. Finally, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi. Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, Waihai Kurenai, Akimichi CHG, and Nara Shikamaru all stepped forward to stand beside Tsunade. Chen Yiban paused, seemingly taken aback that the ninjas of Kenoha had not succumbed to despair and still possessed the courage to resist him. Do you see? This is the strongest power we inherited from our grandfather, the will of fire. Tsunade proclaimed proudly, her fists clenched. Is that so? Chen Yiban's expression returned to calmness. Yet he mused, it seems the first to be dealt with should indeed be you, the so-called fifth Hokage. With that, Chen Yiban dashed forward, his speed like lightning. Some Umbu ninjas courageously attempted to halt his advance. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yiban resembled a red rose on the battlefield, effortlessly weaving through the ranks of Kenoha's Umbu ninjas. His scythe claiming numerous lives with each strike. Even a casual kick or punch could fell many of the Umbu. Raikiri. Kakashi struck with a blinding flash of lightning from the side. Chen Yiban sidestepped effortlessly, evading Kakashi's attack. Suddenly, with a loud bang, several ninja dogs emerged from the ground. Kakashi's summoning beasts, including Parker, lunging toward Chen Yiban. A mere trick. Chen Yiban swiftly kicked Kakashi away and swung his scythe, causing the ninja dogs to dissipate into white mist. Blood from the fallen dogs dripped onto the ground. Kakashi, having been kicked aside, struggled to rise. Damn it. At that moment, Tsunade descended from above, aiming a powerful kick directly at Chen Yiban. Bang! Chen Yiban blocked with the handle of his scythe, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. However, as Tsunade landed, Chen Yiban gathered his chakra in his leg, retaliating with a kick. Though Tsunade managed to block with both hands, the force of Chen Yiban's incredible strength sent her flying. At that instant, a glint of cold light shot toward the back of Chen Yiban's head, a lethal strike. He barely tilted his head to evade it. In a swift motion, he turned around. With a swift snap, a large hand clad in brown gloves seized the assailant's throat. To his surprise, it was a woman with purple hair, Yueshien. Do you wish to dance as well? Chen Yiban spoke coolly. The demon Yueshien, resembling a dying swan, desperately swung her katana at Chen Yiban, but he effortlessly caught the blade, twisting it and driving it into her abdomen. Blood gushed forth. Pain etched across Yueshien's face. Yet, Chen Yiban callously tossed the beautiful, now lifeless form aside. Nearby, Kakashi and numerous other ninjas could only watch in stunned silence, unable to intervene in time. Your desperate struggles are truly grotesque. Chapter 20. You are but a mere woman. Fire style, dragon fire technique. At that moment, a group of over a dozen leaf ninjas unleashed fire techniques toward Chen Yiban. The one who had just ruthlessly wounded Yueshien cast a cold glance, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan gleaming ominously. Yet another futile tactic. He couldn't be bothered to activate Susanoo for defense. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved another weapon from the system's internal space, Uchiha's fan. With a swift motion, he absorbed the barrage of dragon fire techniques. Then, flipping the Uchiha fan, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, Uchiha Milkshake. Boom. The intensified flames rebounded, annihilating several leaf ninjas. Now, Chen Yiban wielded a scythe in one hand and the Uchiha fan in the other, two iconic weapons in hand. An invincible aura emanated from him. The ensuing carnage was one-sided. Slayed 10 leaf ninjas, achieving a beginner achievement once, Congratulations on receiving 1 beginner achievement draw. Slayed 20 leaf ninjas, achieving a beginner achievement twice. Congratulations on receiving 2 beginner achievement draws. Slayed, Chen Yiban transformed into a demon amidst the battlefield, a harbinger of death. The lives around him reduced to mere data and tools for achievement draws. Reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period, perhaps even more fearsome than the original narrative's portrayal of him. Madara, you scoundrel! Watching Chen Yiban's relentless slaughter of leaf ninjas, Tsunade, filled with rage, unleashed a full-powered kick toward him. In that moment, Chen Yiban had just decapitated another Anbu ninja, fluidly pivoting to counter with his fist. Boom! The combined force of their strikes was astonishing. How could this be? Tsunade was taken aback to find that her powerful kick was met with equal force from Chen Yiban. Surprised and enraged, she felt an insatiable desire to prevail. But before she could act further, boom! Chen Yiban seized her delicate ankle, mercilessly slamming her into the ground, creating a massive crater that sent shockwaves through the surrounding ninjas. Even in the midst of her healing technique, Tsunade couldn't suppress a pained groan. At that moment, a ninja from the Akimichi clan, having grown in size, approached to rescue Tsunade. Yet, Chen Yiban, without a glance, calmly formed a hand seal. Instantly, several shadow clones of Chen Yiban appeared, each radiating powerful blue chakra, manifesting second stage Tsu, blocking any approach from the leaf ninjas, including the Akimichi clan. Suddenly, bang! Tsunade launched a surprise punch at Chen Yiban, but he sidestepped, catching her pale wrist, preventing her from retreating. Tsunade, channeling chakra to break free, realized to her dismay that Chen Yiban's strength surpassed hers, rendering her unable to pull back her fist. I said, the only one capable of slightly overpowering me is Hashirama, and you are but a mere woman. Chen Yiban's gaze bore down on Tsunade with contempt. Meanwhile, he momentarily placed his weapon back into the system's internal space, which surprised Tsunade. However, now was not the time for such distractions. Silence! Tsunade, incensed by Chen Yiban's words, swung her other fist to attack him. But boom! Just as she raised her fist, Chen Yiban's iron fist, clad in brown gloves, struck heavily into her abdomen. Puff! Tsunade doubled over, spitting blood. Although the healing from her technique was rapid, it could not match the ferocity of Chen Yiban's blow. Lord Hokage. Around them, Kakashi, Hinata Hizashi, Narashikaku, and many other leaf ninjas voiced their concerns. Yet, all of Chen Yiban's shadow clones, empowered by Susanoo, stood guard, preventing anyone from breaking through to save Tsunade. So weak. Is this the so-called fifth Hokage? Chen Yiban had grasped Tsunade by the throat, lifting her pained form. Mockery etched across his face. The intense pain in her abdomen left Tsunade at a loss for words. Gazing into Chen Yiban's crimson, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a chill ran down her spine. Next, I might have need of you. Thus, submit like the Nine Tails. Chen Yiban slowly raised 2 fingers, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan glinting ominously, preparing to cast an illusion to control Tsunade. At that moment, even Tsunade felt an inexplicable fear. Rasengan. Suddenly, with a powerful shout, a swift figure launched an explosive attack at Chen Yiban. Despite his anticipation for Tsunade's control, he had not expected someone to bypass his shadow clones. Nevertheless, as the attack landed, Chen Yiban, in an instant, summoned the blue skeletal frame of Susanoo for defense. Certainly, Chen Yiban was forcefully propelled a considerable distance by the unexpected assault within the Susanoo. Chapter 21. The Wandering Dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me. So I am here. Is it him? Inside the skeletal frame of Susanoo, Chen Yiban gazed with his crimson, eternal Mangeki Sharingan at the figure that had just struck him down. The sight of that familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette caused a flicker of surprise in Chen Yiban's heart, but he swiftly composed himself, wearing a mask of icy indifference. At that moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, too, looked astonished at the figure standing before her. Toad Sage, I have arrived. The individual struck a classic pose, revealing himself to all present. Indeed, it was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, just like Tsunade. It was unexpected that he had remained in the village after retrieving Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage, or perhaps he had returned after hearing some commotion. Chen Yiban thought to himself, it matters not. A mere Jiraiya cannot alter the course of events. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan glinted coldly as it fixated on the white-haired Jiraiya who had just unleashed a massive Rasengan against him. his crimson gaze filled solely with murderous intent. Lord Jiraiya. At that moment, Kakashi, having spotted Jiraiya's sudden appearance, could not suppress his surprise. After all, Jiraiya, renowned as the sage, possessed undeniable strength. His arrival should alleviate much of the pressure on Kakashi and his comrades. It truly is Lord Jiraiya. Subsequently, numerous Kenoha ninjas surrounding them also exhibited expressions of joy upon seeing Jiraiya. Even prominent figures such as Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai, and Mitarashi Anko could not help but exhale in relief. Tsunade, keep your spirits up, Jiraiya advised, glancing back at Tsunade. Humph, you need not say, Tsunade replied, a proud smile gracing her face as she straightened and moved to stand beside Jiraiya. The injuries Chen Yiban had inflicted on Tsunade were now completely healed thanks to her Baika no Jutsu. Be cautious, Jiraiya. The enemy before us is likely the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Tsunade cautioned Jiraiya. It was indeed hard to believe. Yet the overwhelming chakra emanating from their opponent forced belief upon them. Jiraiya wore a wry smile. At that moment, is that Guy? Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Might Guy, lying at the edge of a vast chasm. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Guy had opened all 8 gates, yet still could not vanquish the accursed adversary before them. Tsunade clenched her fists in rage, exclaiming, "What? Guy opened the 8th gate." Jiraiya was increasingly astonished, and yet he could not defeat the enemy. Even Jiraiya found it hard to believe as he cast a glance at Chen Yiban. How could anyone survive the 8th gate? The legendary Uchiha Madara. What kind of power did he truly possess? Jiraiya was no longer calm. Perverted sage. Not far away, Naruto Uzumaki, shielded by several shadow clones of Chen Yiban's Susanoo, called out loudly upon seeing Jiraiya. Perverted sage. Quickly defeat that scoundrel and avenge teacher Kurama and Uncle Asuma. Naruto continued to shout across the battlefield. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, then turned to Tsunade beside him. Asuma too? Yes. Tsunade confirmed with a nod. The 3rd Hokage had just been slain by Orochimaru not long ago, and now the old man's descendants faced the legendary Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued regarding the strength that Madara wielded. Anger flashed across Jiraiya's face as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yiban within the blue Susanoo. At this moment, swish, 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 numerous root ninjas from Kenoha appeared around them. Additionally, a frail figure, with a power surpassing that of other Kenoha ninjas, stealthily maneuvered past the blockade of Chen Yiban's shadow clones and landed beside Tsunade and Jiraiya. It was Shimura Danzo. This old schemer had taken the initiative to reveal himself. Had he come to the battlefield out of concern for Tsunade's performance, intending to lend Kenoha a final boost? How laughable. Even now, this decrepit man was still fixated on the position of Hokage. Danzo. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback by Danzo's appearance. With foes encroaching upon Kenoha, how could I remain indifferent? Danzo proclaimed with an air of righteousness before all the Kenoha ninjas. Humph. Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but roll their eyes at his pretentiousness. Nevertheless, in the current predicament, every bit of assistance was invaluable. After all, their opponents were no ordinary foes. Is that the little brat from the Shimura clan? Chen Yiban's voice resonated from within the Susanoo, his arms crossed. I remember during the era of Hashirama, you were still weaning, weren't you? You dare to spout such nonsense before me now? Chen Yiban's crimson, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan fixed a cold gaze upon the distant Danzo. Humph, though I know not how you have managed to survive and maintain such youth. Your era has long passed. I am no longer just a mere child of the Shimura clan. Danzo retorted defiantly in response to Chen Yiban's disdain. Is that so? A sinister smile crept across Chen Yiban's face. In the next moment, he exchanged a glance with his shadow clones. Instantly, the numerous shadow clones that had previously obstructed the approach of the Kenoha ninjas retracted the second stage of Susanoo. Then, swish, swish, swish. They all leapt and gathered beside Chen Yiban. Leave Kenoha, or perish. The real Chen Yiban declared coldly, his crimson eternal Mangeki Sharingan unwavering. This could be considered his final shred of mercy. That is impossible. Tsunade maintained her stance. In response, Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, then smiled. Regardless, I am a member of Kenoha, and at this moment, I, the Toad Sage, shall heed the directives of the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya naturally chose to support Tsunade. Root ninjas. Danzo calmly commanded, and immediately, a multitude of root ninjas gathered behind him. It was evident. With the absence of Chen Yiban's shadow clones blocking the way, Kakashi, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hizashi, and countless other Konoha Jonin and Umbu ninjas swiftly positioned themselves behind Tsunade and Jiraiya, thus including Danzo. Everyone seemed united against a common enemy. Do you know? When a person's attention is overly focused on one individual, blind spots in other areas inevitably arise. Chen Yiban smirked, revealing an air of conspiracy. Chapter 22. Before me, you are unworthy to dance. Blind spots. What do you mean? Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo, and the others wore puzzled expressions upon hearing Chen Yiban's words. Chen Yiban, however, merely smiled sinisterly, offering no explanations or answers. Humph, cease your empty bluster. In the face of all Konoha ninjas, even if you are the legendary Uchiha Madara, you shall not find victory. Danzo seemed to revel in his smugness. Uchiha Madara. The power he exhibited moments ago was indeed overwhelmingly formidable. Even Might Guy, who had opened all 8 gates, could not vanquish Uchiha Madara and was effortlessly countered. However, at this moment, Shimura Danzo gently caressed his bandaged right arm and similarly bound right eye. A surge of confidence began to swell within him. Remarkably, he contemplated that the eyes of this man before him might possess the finest ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan. If he could acquire them, Danzo found himself pondering. Was it truly so? Chen Yiban maintained his cold, indifferent smile. Sensing this, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The adversary before them was none other than the legendary ninja, the former Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya believed it was time to summon those two formidable beings. Everyone, do not let your guard down. The enemy Mei, Tsunade began to alert the numerous Konoha ninjas surrounding her. Yet, as Chen Yiban had indicated, all attention was excessively focused on him alone. In that fleeting moment, no one considered that. Puff, puff. 2 root ninjas, wielding their blades, struck from behind Shimura Danzo. One swiftly severing his right arm, while the other simultaneously decapitated him. What? Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurenai were all taken aback in horror. It was only moments ago that Danzo had been filled with pride, and now, his headless corpse lay sprawled on the ground. What are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed in furious disbelief, glaring at the 2 root ninjas who now held Danzo's severed arm and head. The surrounding root ninjas also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Swish! One of the root ninjas, clutching Danzo's head and arm, suddenly erupted with powerful blue chakra. Instantly, a colossal Susanoo, 3rd stage, took form, enveloping them in its immense azure frame. This was Susanoo. Among the astonished crowd, Tsunade was struck with shock and sudden realization. Damn it, they were imposters. Indeed, swish swish. The 2 root ninjas transformed into Chen Yiban, adorned in resplendent red armor, their long hair flowing elegantly. They were, in fact, 2 of Chen Yiban's shadow clones. Damn it, since when did Jiraiya? He exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Danzo, too, was unable to fathom that the esteemed elder of Kenoha had been so swiftly vanquished. At that moment, Chen Yiban's true form, witnessing the success of his shadow clones, crossed his arms and let out a chilling laugh. Did you truly believe I arrived in Kenoha without any plans or preparations? As a traveler from another world, Chen Yiban was well aware of Kenoha's intricacies. He understood the secrets surrounding Shimura Danzo. He knew of his possession of Uchiha Shursei's Mangeki Sharingan and his underhanded acquisition of 10 3-tomo Sharingan to activate his Anaji. Yes, Chen Yiban was fully informed. Thus, even before entering Kenoha, he had already conceived a preliminary strategy in his mind. He had accounted for both Danzo and Might Guy. These 2 shadow clones had been dispatched to blend into the crowd long before the battle commenced. They had only recently transformed into root ninjas and infiltrated the ranks behind Danzo. And now, the plan had come to fruition. Danzo was slain. It must be said that Chen Yiban was indeed a cunning strategist. As he had stated, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others were too engrossed in the situation concerning Chen Yiban himself. They failed to consider that their own comrades might be enemies. This realization struck Danzo in his final moments as he faced death. Yet, it was regrettably too late. How could the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara engage in such shameless acts? At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai glared furiously at Chen Yiban and his shadow clones. However, as a ninja, Kurenai's sentiments now appeared somewhat hypocritical. Do you truly believe you can dance before me, you insignificant creatures? One of Chen Yiban's shadow clones sneered, contemptuously regarding the severed head of Danzo, whose eyes remained wide open in death. He had been unable to activate Izanagi in time. Konoha Tsukumi was equally futile. Perhaps Danzo never anticipated that Chen Yiban, like him, possessed such cunning. Indeed, Chen Yiban surpassed even Danzo in guile. Returned Danzo's corpse. Jiraiya suddenly intervened, launching a Rasengan at the shadow clone Susanoo, third stage. Boom. Unfortunately, even the first stage of Susanoo was far beyond the capability of a mere Rasengan to breach, let alone the third stage. The attack merely produced a sound, failing to inflict any damage. Instead, Susanoo, third stage, retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Jiraiya sprawling backward, followed by another colossal blue hand that swiftly coalesced into an 8-pointed shuriken, hurtling toward Jiraiya. Swish. The speed and force of the shuriken were incredibly formidable. Even Jiraiya felt his spirit shaken by the force of the attack. Boom. Fortunately, he managed to evade at the last moment. However, due to the proximity and suddenness of the attack, a gash was inflicted upon his arm as he turned to dodge, blood gushing forth. Jiraiya, are you alright? Tsunade rushed forward in concern upon seeing Jiraiya retreat. Without hesitation, she swiftly used her medical ninjutsu to heal his arm. It is worth noting that had Tsunade not recently overcome her fear of blood, she would have likely trembled at the sight of it, rendering her incapable of assisting Jiraiya. It's just a minor injury. Jiraiya managed to smile at Tsunade. Meanwhile, Earth style, Fire style, Lightning style, Multiplication technique, 8 trigrams palm, Kakashi, Wai Kurenai, and other elite Kenoha ninjas, alongside several Umbu operatives, unleashed a barrage of various ninjutsu at the towering Susanoo, third stage. The two shadow clones of Chen Yiban, situated within the Susanoo, regarded their assault with disdain. Boom. The shadow clones commanded the colossal Susanoo to advance toward Chen Yiban's true form, while the relentless barrage of ninjutsu rained down upon it, proving utterly ineffective. Eventually, growing weary of the incessant attacks, the shadow clone willed the Susanoo to unleash an 8-pointed shuriken, its chakra-infused force slicing through the air. Numerous Kenoha ninjas suffered grievous casualties. Chapter 23, Manjiki Sharingan, Konoha Tsukumi. Witnessing the overwhelming strength of Chen Yiban's shadow clones, which had already slain countless Kenoha ninjas, Jiraiya promptly activated his unique ninjutsu. Instantly, sizzle. The ground beneath the two shadow clones enveloped in Susanoo, third stage, suddenly sank, transforming into a quagmire, dragging the Susanoo down into the depths, even as if it were to swallow the entire Susanoo. This technique, originally employed by Jiraiya against Orochimaru's summoned beast, the Serpent of 1,000, unexpectedly proves effective against the Susanoo. Everyone, now is the time, Tsunade exclaimed, rallying the numerous leaf ninjas around her as they witnessed the Susanoo's third stage being hindered. In an instant, an array of ninjutsu surged forth from the leaf ninjas, targeting the Susanoo ensnared within the Yellow Springs swamp. Techniques like wind release, fire release, and water release were unleashed. Boom. Although the Susanoo's third stage remained intact, it was indeed thrown off balance and toppled over. Thus, the Yellow Springs swamp rapidly sought to engulf the entire Susanoo. This behemoth was indeed colossal. Jiraiya continuously channeled chakra, amplifying the swamp's potency, intent on consuming the entire Susanoo. Die. Ultimately, Tsunade leapt high into the air and descended with a powerful punch, driving the Susanoo deep into the Yellow Springs swamp. In the final moment, she soared back to her comrades. Grandma Tsunade, you did it! Exclaimed Naruto, unable to contain his joy as he clenched his fists. Tsunade responded with a captivating smile. At that moment, many leaf ninjas were smiling as well. Truly, it was hard-earned. They had finally triumphed. Tsunade, the battle is not over. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice broke the revelry. Hearing this, the jubilant crowd was jolted back to reality. They gazed across the vast chasm, and indeed, the true body of Chen Yiban stood alive and unharmed. Their grand display had merely vanquished a mere shadow clone. Furthermore, at this very moment, over a dozen shadow clones remained beside the true Chen Yiban. How could this be? A ninja could not help but express a desperate, bitter laugh. They were utterly outmatched. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara was simply too formidable, an entity from an entirely different dimension, beyond the capability of these leaf ninjas to contend with. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped them. Did you notice? I was too shy to interrupt your ecstatic celebration. Chen Yiban, nestled within his second stage Susanoo, crossed his arms, mockingly observing the hundreds of leaf ninjas. He found their elation over defeating a mere shadow clone amusing and entertaining. Bastard, don't get too cocky, Naruto retorted angrily. Humph. The true Chen Yiban coldly dismissed him. How long will you two continue this charade? Chen Yiban suddenly uttered inexplicably. Huh. The leaf ninjas were momentarily perplexed. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Nara Shikaku began to connect the dots. But before they could act, boom. The Yellow Spring Swamp, having just swallowed the entire Susanoo and reinforced by Jiraiya, erupted in an explosion of yellow smoke. Clang, clang. Two massive blue figures, each spanning dozens of meters, emerged simultaneously from the Yellow Spring Swamp. The crowd was left in a state of disbelief. They had initially sealed one, yet now two had emerged. Indeed, there were two shadow clones within the Susanoo. But must it be played this way? As the two shadow clones leapt from the Yellow Spring Swamp, the colossal Susanoo, as if seeking revenge, unleashed a massacre upon the leaf ninjas in all directions. The Magatama of the Uchiha family and colossal chakra blades struck out relentlessly. Immediately, countless leaf ninjas fell, casualties mounting. Stop! Jiraiya, filled with rage, formed hand seals and bellowed. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Swish. 3 gigantic fire dragons appeared, attacking the two Susanoo from the left, right, and front. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The two shadow clones within the Susanoo slowly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of fiery arrows that surged forth, breaking through Jiraiya's fire dragon flames in an instant. They incinerated countless leaf ninjas, even harnessing the strength of Jiraiya's fire dragons to burn their own comrades. Damn it! Water release. Jiraiya's face filled with astonishment and fury as he hastily performed a large-scale water release technique to counter the terrifying fire arrows. Leaf ninjas skilled in water release quickly followed suit, and together they barely managed to withstand the overwhelming heat. A thick steam enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision of the massive Susanoo. It was only when a member of the Hyuga clan unleashed their secret technique that the steam dissipated, revealing the scene. The powerful secret technique of the Hyuga clan had faltered in the face of the legendary Uchiha Madara. They could not afford to hold back or lose sight of their target. In the meantime, boom, boom. At this moment, the two shadow clones of Chen Yiban had already leaped to his side. The objective is secured. Then, they dispelled the Susanoo, each handing over their respective items to the true Chen Yiban. What they presented to him were Shimura Danzo's entire right arm and his severed head. Too slow, Chen Yiban remarked nonchalantly. He swiftly took Danzo's right arm, which bore 10 Sharingan, all 3 tomo. Without hesitation, Chen Yiban stored it within the achievement sign-in system's internal space. Additionally, is this Uchiha Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami. As he peeled back the bandage from Danzo's right eye, he beheld the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the very eye that had once belonged to Uchiha Shursue. The power of the eye indeed seemed extraordinary. Chapter 24, Summoning Technique, Slug. Wontai? That was Danzo's severed head and arm, but why? Why did it contain Uchiha clan Sharingan? That was Shursue, the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursue. Countless leaf ninjas were left astounded, gazing at Chen Yiban, who held Danzo's head and the arm adorned with numerous crimson eyes. Many leaf ninjas were left in shock. Even those with keen eyesight from the Hyuga clan could see that the Sharingan on Danzo's right eye was indeed the Manjiki Sharingan of Shursue, known as Shunshin. How could it be? The elder of the Leaf Village possessed a Uchiha Sharingan, even the Manjiki of Uchiha Shursue. It truly was Uchiha Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi opened his Byakugan and saw that the right eye of Danzo's head, now held by Chen Yiban, was indeed the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursue. That bastard Danzo. Tsunade and Jiraiya simultaneously realized something, and couldn't help but exclaim in anger. Beside him, how could this be? How could our Uchiha eyes? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the severed head of Shimura Danzo in Chen Yiban's hand, as well as the multitude of Sharingan on the mysteriously vanished right arm. Initially, there was shock on his face, disbelief, which soon transformed into profound anger. The numerous Sharingan on Danzo's right arm left no room for doubt about their origin. It was the night of the Uchiha massacre. Bastard. Uchiha Sasuke's fists clenched tightly in fury. To this, Chen Yiban, having activated Uchiha Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami, threw Danzo's head aside and turned to face the astonished crowd of Kenoha ninjas, particularly Uchiha Sasuke. Then he proclaimed, "Don't be shocked. Don't be surprised. Because since the founding of Kenoha, it has always owed a debt to the Uchiha. Now, it has merely shifted from indebtedness to persecution." Amidst the collective gaze, after placing Kodo Amatsukami into the internal system, Chen Yiban spoke coldly. "Stop the nonsense," and inciting the crowd. Tsunade retorted sharply. Chen Yiban, with his crimson eternal Mangeki Sharingan, did not pay her any mind. Instead, he turned his attention to the enraged and shocked Uchiha Sasuke. "You must be one of the few remaining Uchihas, right? What do you think, young Uchiha? Would you like to join me?" With a faint smile, Chen Yiban addressed Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to someone in Chen Yiban's memories. "Sasuke would never associate with someone like you." Naruto Uzumaki interjected, visibly upset. "Is that so?" Chen Yiban's eternal Mangeki gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, clearly wavering, felt a tug at his heart by Chen Yiban's words. This was only natural. Sasuke now craved power, and Chen Yiban had consistently displayed overwhelming strength. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone present, Chen Yiban was Uchiha Madara. Sasuke felt the same. Thus, it was a sense of kinship stemming from their shared lineage. In contrast, Shimura Danzo, as a Kenoha elder, had stolen the eyes of the Uchiha clan members who had been slaughtered. Sasuke had already contemplated leaving Kenoha to seek Orochimaru, but upon hearing Chen Yiban's words, how could he remain unmoved? Chen Yiban noticed Sasuke's inner turmoil and couldn't help but smile. Then whoosh. All the shadow clones vanished in an instant, their power concentrating solely on Chen Yiban. "I will ask you one last time. Will you leave Kenoha, or choose death?" Within the formidable Susanoo, Chen Yiban's expression was frigid. "What do you intend to do, Madara?" Jiraiya shouted angrily. "Jiraiya, conversing with such a person is futile. Let us fight together." Tsunade chimed in, simultaneously, summoning technique. With a bite to her thumb and a slap to the ground, a massive white mist enveloped the area. Subsequently, everyone present witnessed Tsunade standing atop the head of a gigantic slug that had appeared, nearly 100 meters long. That was Tsunade's summoning beast, the slug. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the enormous creature. This reminded Naruto of the earlier battle between Tsunade and Jiraiya against Orochimaru. It was Naruto's second encounter with the summoning beast slug. Seeing Tsunade summon the slug, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Then, summoning technique. Jiraiya similarly bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground. Boom. The gigantic toad Gamabunta made his entrance. Wow, that is huge. No wonder they are among the legendary Sannin. So powerful. This is fantastic. There is still hope. The surrounding Kenoha ninjas clung to this glimmer of hope, like drowning men grasping at straws. This scene was indeed somewhat nostalgic. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade atop the massive slug and couldn't help but reflect. However, the Sannin was still missing one member. "Jiraiya, why did you summon me here again?" At that moment, Gamabunta shot an annoyed glance at Jiraiya, almost tossing him off. "Tsunade, it's good to see you again." The slug seemed far more gentle. You even summoned the slug? And this is Kenoha, right? Jiraiya, what kind of enemy are you facing?" Upon seeing the slug, Gamabunta was taken aback. Simultaneously, he surveyed the surroundings. Then, holy cow, when did this 1,000-meter-long, nearly 100-meter-wide trench appear? Is this really Kenoha? Gamabunta was bewildered. In response, Gamabunta, "Can you and the slug see the person opposite? Do you recognize who he is?" Jiraiya, standing atop Gamabunta's head, spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, both Gamabunta and the slug were momentarily stunned. Then, they turned to look. He seems somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere." Gamabunta muttered. "The aura from the other side feels quite strong." The slug remarked in agreement. "Wait a moment, this suddenly." Gamabunta seemed to have recalled something. Holy cow. Chapter 25, Uchiha Madara's Emergence. It appeared that Gamabunta finally realized something. Then, the pipe he had been holding fell to the ground. He looked utterly shocked and incredulous as he stared at Chen Yiban across from him. How is this possible? He shouldn't still be alive. The enormous toad Gamabunta voiced his doubts. You recognized who that man is. The slug had yet to process this. Until Uchiha Madara. He is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Among the crowd, someone could no longer contain their excitement and shouted. What? The slug trembled at the revelation. It was truly Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya, what is happening? Could he really be the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Gamabunta no longer exhibited the bravado he had displayed upon his arrival. It was clear that he was now somewhat anxious. He must indeed be the legendary figure. As for why he is still alive, I can only say I'm not quite sure. Jiraiya shook his head. Then he sighed, smiling wryly. This is truly troublesome. Damn. If it really is the legendary Uchiha Madara, that is not merely a headache. Jiraiya. To be honest, Gamabunta felt like retreating. Although Mount Myaboku has maintained good relations with Jiraiya and Kenoha, and he is Jiraiya's summoning beast, could he really fight against the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara? Madara, do you have any idea how fierce the battles between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were? Fight him. Are you kidding me? Tsunade, is that man truly? The slug asked in a strangely soft and hesitant tone, addressing Tsunade above him. The living slug, the ninjas of Kenoha, implore you to heal them. Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yiban across from her. Gulp. The slug glanced nervously at Chen Yiban, unable to suppress a swallow of apprehension, and said, "All right, Lady Tsunade." In the next moment, it immediately divided itself, transforming its massive 100-meter form into numerous smaller slugs. They began to crawl in all directions towards the many injured ninjas of Kenoha. Just moments ago, countless Kenoha ninjas had been lost in their confrontation with Chen Yiban, some dead, some severely injured, and others lightly wounded. At this moment, the slug was indeed proving invaluable. However, after splitting into numerous smaller forms, the slug beneath Tsunade shrank to under 30 meters. Witnessing this scene, it was indeed a stubborn resistance against the harsh reality. Opposite them, adorned in crimson armor with flowing long hair, Chen Yiban stood with his arms crossed, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan gazing coolly at Jiraiya and Tsunade, along with their summoning beast. Those eyes were indeed as legendary as rumored. Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, caught sight of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan patterns in Chen Yiban's eyes, and instantly, the last glimmer of hope in his heart vanished. He looked up at Jiraiya above him. Jiraiya, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't you call the boss and the lady over and enter Sage mode already? That person across from us is likely the legendary one. There's no way we can contend with the infamous Uchiha Madara with just us here. Only by summoning the two great Toad Sages of Myaboku Mountain, his superiors, and having Jiraiya enter Sage mode, could there perhaps be a glimmer of survival. Hey, Toad Boss. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki, seeing Fukasaku, called out while waving at him. Shut it, brat. Fukasaku shot a glare at Naruto, his patience waning. At this moment, he was hardly in the mood to engage with Naruto. Simultaneously, Jiraiya remarked, I understand, Fukasaku. I summoned you to hold off that guy while I call forth the two great Toad Sages. Jiraiya, you idiot. Should I be thanking you for such high regard? Fukasaku grumbled through clenched teeth. Haha, Jiraiya replied, feeling a bit awkward. You fool, hurry up. If he truly is Uchiha Madara, do you think I, Fukasaku, can withstand him for long? Fukasaku shouted in anger. Slug, let us buy Jiraiya some time. Tsunade instructed, glancing at the slug beneath her that had shrunk to 30 meters. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug nodded. Meanwhile, the massive forms of the slug and Fukasaku, both formidable summoning beasts, appeared undaunted by any life form. Yet at this very moment, both the slug and Fukasaku felt a deep-seated fear as they stared at Chen Yiban across from them, terrified that he might make a move they had not noticed. Fear, perhaps, in the face of this legendary figure, who among the ninjas of the entire ninja world, aside from the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju, could remain unafraid? It was best to avoid this confrontation. This game should have come to an end. Just as Jiraiya and Fukasaku were deliberating, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke coldly. Then, before the eyes of the multitude, he slowly released his arms from their crossed position. Next, I shall show you the power of Uchiha Madara, the power of a god, the true complete Susanoo. With his blood-red, eerie, eternal Manjiki Sharingan wide open, Chen Yiban's expression was one of chilling coldness. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from him, and the blue energy surged forth. Instantly, a complete Susanoo, towering over 230 meters, manifested before all the people of Kenoha. The sheer size of the complete Susanoo could be seen even from the outermost edges of the village. With both eternal Manjiki Sharingan combined, the Susanoo's height surpassed 230 meters, nearly an increase of 100 meters from its previous 140 meters size. The ninjas of Kenoha, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Narashikaku, and Hyuga Hayashi stared in disbelief. What a gigantic summoning beast, the slug! Fukasaku exclaimed, momentarily dazed. Jiraiya, I truly thank your ancestors, he continued, as the pipe he had just picked up fell from his grasp. Chapter 26. Just a sword. Damn it. Does it really need to be this exaggerated? Fukasaku, whose size exceeded 50 meters, was now astonished by the over 230-meter-tall Susanoo. As a summoning beast, he was slightly smaller than the slug, but he believed he was large enough. However, witnessing the complete Susanoo before him, Fukasaku thought, all right, I concede. Meanwhile, Tsunade was equally in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that Chen Yiban's power had reached such terrifying heights. The previous 140-meter single-eyed complete Susanoo had been astonishing enough. Now, it was over 230 meters. It was utterly ridiculous. The earlier Susanoo seemed like it could be dealt with by the combined efforts of the slug and Fukasaku. If Jiraiya entered Sage mode, they would have a fighting chance. But now, it felt as though a single step could crush them all, alongside their summoning beasts. It was absurd. Only Hashirama can stop me. Alas, he is no longer in this realm. Chen Yiban's voice resonated from within the diamond-shaped crystal of the gigantic Susanoo. As he spoke, one of the colossal Susanoo's hands gripped the Susanoo sword at its waist. Then, with a thunderous swing, he unleashed a strike. The blue-white blade flashed like a terrifying bolt of lightning, aimed directly at all the Kenoha ninjas across from him. Get down! Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted in horror simultaneously. But there was no time to utter more words before they witnessed. Clang! Boom! Ah! The screams echoed, yet many were turned to ashes under the blade's light. Unable to even utter a cry, Pooh! Jiraiya, hurled backward from the impact, spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling excruciating pain in his right side. Looking down, he saw his entire right hand had been severed and obliterated. In that final moment, he had pushed Tsunade away. Though he had narrowly avoided that earth-shattering strike, he had lost his entire right hand. Boom. On the other side, Fukasaku had also managed to evade the fatal blow by leaping. Yet he was still sent crashing into many buildings of Kenoha by the residual force of the terrifying blade. Coughing, Fukasaku also spat blood, struggling to maintain his grip on the now slippery pipe. Damn it, that nearly killed me. Fukasaku gasped, weak and irritated. Meanwhile, Tsunade, pushed away by Jiraiya just in time, appeared unscathed due to her Byakugan technique. Rising from the rubble of Kenoha, her eyes wide in shock as she stared at the devastation around her. A chasm approximately 70 meters wide and stretching for several thousand meters, unfathomably deep, now bisects the entire Hidden Leaf village. This abyss unmistakably cleaves the village in two. Along its edges lie countless severed limbs and dismembered arms of leaf ninjas, perpetually plummeting into the void. This harrowing sight fills Tsunade's eyes with crimson veins of fury. Lady Tsunade, at her side, the summoning beast, the slug, approached her. Being capable of splitting, the slug sustained minimal damage. However, it was not entirely unscathed. Many of its own progeny, having split off, were vaporized in the wake of that astonishing strike. Now beside Tsunade, the slug gazed into the unfathomable abyss before it, overwhelmed by the sight of numerous dismembered remains. In shock, it found itself speechless. Shikamaru. Nearby, Ino and Choji wept for their fallen comrades, whose lives had been extinguished. I'm sorry, the slug lamented, for its progeny could not resurrect the deceased. Soon, Narashikaku, clutching his wounded abdomen, approached slowly and knelt, staring silently at the lifeless body of his son. On another side, Hinata and Lee stood in disbelief before the fallen Niji Hyuga. It seemed that Niji had exerted every ounce of his strength to use Heavenly Spin to protect Lee and Hinata at a critical moment, sacrificing himself in the process. Beside them, a slug-split body was equally powerless. However, one area suffered the least destruction. Crack. Kakashi Hitaki withdrew his massive earthen wall, standing alongside his disciples, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, as they stared in shock at the scene around them, particularly the abyss that cleaved the Hidden Leaf. Could his earthen wall truly withstand such power? Noticing the lesser damage on their side, Kakashi speculated if Sasuke had intervened. Only a consideration of sparing a fellow Uchiha could explain this. At this moment, Sasuke gazed in disbelief at the power that had cleaved the village. Could such strength truly belong to a human? The legendary ninja, once the strongest leader of his clan, had reached such astonishing heights. It was simply unfathomable. How could the village have come to this? Sakura stared blankly at the divided hidden leaf. Nearby, Naruto had lost control and bolted forward. Soon after, Shikamaru. Naruto spotted the lifeless body of Nara Shikamaru, as well as Niji Hyuga, Naruto-kun, in the distance. Hinata approached with her father, Hayashi Hyuga, and gasped upon seeing Niji's bloodied form sprawled on the ground. Perverted sage. Turning around, an enraged Naruto beheld Jiraiya, who had lost his entire right arm. Perverted sage. Naruto rushed to support Jiraiya, fear gripping his heart at the thought of losing him too, especially in light of the gruesome sight of Jiraiya's bloodied body. Haha, don't worry, I'm the Toad Sage Jiraiya. I won't just die like this. Jiraiya managed a weak smile, ruffling Naruto's hair. At that moment, tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks. Subsequently, the surviving Kakashi, Enko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Hayashi Hyuga, and Shikaku Nara huddled together. Just then, clang clang, the complete Susanoo, with its immense weight, approached the remaining leaf ninjas. Damn it! Naruto's eyes began to redden. Chapter 27. Naruto Uzumaki's Descent into Madness. Seven Tails. Clang clang. The complete Susanoo continued its relentless advance toward the remaining leaf ninjas. Its colossal form emanated an overwhelming aura, causing many ninjas to retreat in despair, some collapsing to the ground. We cannot possibly win. Leaf ninjas began to feel hopeless, watching the gargantuan Susanoo leisurely approach them. Countless ninjas succumbed to despair. At that moment, Kurenai could no longer withstand the weight of her emotions and sank to her knees, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Damn it! Tsunade glared at the horrifying sight of the village severed in two, gritting her teeth in a mix of rage and despair. Kakashi remained silent, equally gripped by a profound sense of helplessness. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, was far too powerful. They were simply no match for him. Finally, the complete Susanoo stood before the remaining leaf ninjas. Its terrifying presence overwhelmed them, stripping away any remaining courage to resist. Have you finally ceased your futile resistance? From the enormous Susanoo, the red-armored Chen Yiban stood with crossed arms, coldly remarking. But just as Chen Yiban finished speaking, roar. A beastly roar echoed throughout the ravaged hidden leaf. Oh, Chen Yiban, looking down, noticed a wild figure spiraling out of control, a smirk creeping across his face. Indeed, for Tails of the Nine Tails had manifested behind Naruto Uzumaki. He had entered a beastly state. Kid, to avoid becoming a puppet under that bastard Madara's control. I'll help you this once, Kurama declared within Naruto. It's Naruto. Kakashi turned to see the red, beastly figure of Naruto. The closest to Naruto at that moment was the disarmed Jiraiya, who felt powerless to stop Naruto's descent into madness. Furthermore, if Naruto were to perceive the Susanoo as an enemy, perhaps a temporary loss of control might be beneficial. Just then, as Jiraiya pondered, whoosh. The four-tailed Naruto charged directly at the imposing Susanoo. Interesting, Chen Yiban observed with a faint smile from within the crystal atop the Susanoo's head. Roar. The four-tailed Naruto, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, sprinted forward, unleashing an overwhelming speed and power toward the massive Susanoo. Bang! A massive claw of tailed beast chakra struck the Susanoo's colossal leg, producing merely a light sound. That tickles. Chen Yiban, with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, regarded the scene with a sneer. The four-tailed Naruto, growing increasingly furious, howled once more, summoning a fifth tail. An even more formidable cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped Naruto at that moment, his entire being radiated primal ferocity. Simultaneously, Naruto's skin began to exhibit signs of shedding. Is that Naruto? Sasuke, astonished, beheld the powerful chakra surrounding Naruto, unable to believe that he possessed such terrifying power. Naruto? Sakura Haruno was equally astonished. With five tails manifested, there was no further progression possible for Naruto. Kakashi wore an expression of both uncertainty and concern. Naruto coughed. As Jiraiya was gravely injured, even coughing up blood, Tsunade gazed at Naruto, now possessing five tails, with a complex expression. She understood that if all nine tails were to emerge, Naruto would be beyond salvation. Yet, confronted with the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, such an overwhelmingly fearsome adversary, perhaps it was indeed a moment where one must embrace death to find rebirth? Contemplating this, Tsunade's gaze at Naruto, now with five tails, became profoundly intricate. Casting another glance at the severely injured Jiraiya, Tsunade felt that Naruto's strength might truly be the last hope for Kenoha. Jiraiya, hold on. Quickly, Tsunade rallied from despair and rushed to Jiraiya's side. She then employed her exceptional medical ninjutsu to heal him. "Tsunade, help me," Jiraiya implored, looking at the woman he cherished. Upon hearing his plea, Tsunade, already in the process of treating Jiraiya, paused momentarily, her heart filled with uncertainty as she gazed at his severed arm. Realizing his unspoken thoughts, Tsunade gently wiped the blood from Jiraiya's arm, prompting a pained yet grateful smile to break through Jiraiya's anguish. Suddenly, the beastly form of Naruto, now with 5 tails, surged with escalating power. Before long, the 6th tail emerged. A terrifying, beast-like roar erupted from Naruto, resonating throughout Konoha, leaving many in shock. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all taken aback. With the 6th tail manifested, Kakashi's heart raced with concern for his student, yet he felt utterly powerless at that moment. Then, with a hiss, the 6-tailed Naruto opened his mouth and began to rapidly condense a tailed beast bomb aimed directly at the complete Susanoo before him. Boom! The tailed beast bomb struck the colossal blue leg of the complete Susanoo, causing it to shift slightly. But that was all. Chen Yiban, arms crossed, merely observed quietly, awaiting Naruto's complete loss of control upon unleashing all 9 tails. At that moment, it would be time to place a collar on the 9-tails fox. Suddenly, energy strands emerged from a crystal necklace around Naruto's neck, attempting to bind him or suppress his impending chaos. However, with a decisive snap, the 6-tailed Naruto shattered the necklace, causing the sealing power to dissipate instantaneously. With a roar, the 7th tail slowly emerged from Naruto's back. In Chapter 28, 9 Tails, the collar was about to be placed. As the 7th tail manifested, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. With the appearance of the 7th tail, Naruto's form began to envelop in a layer of skeletal armor, enhancing his defenses further. With a furious roar, he charged toward the gigantic Susanoo's feet, rapidly clawing and attacking. The tailed beast bombs continued to rain down upon the Susanoo, yet failed to inflict any significant damage on the massive creature. In contrast, as the 7-tailed Naruto climbed the Susanoo's colossal frame, Chen Yiban's thoughts triggered the Susanoo's hand to firmly grasp the out-of-control Naruto. Roar! The 7-tailed Naruto growled defiantly at Chen Yiban. "You dance well, but my patience has run thin," Chen Yiban coldly declared, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan fixed upon Naruto. "Now, let us place the collar on you." With a swift hand sign, he prepared to unleash the power of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to extract the 9-tails fox from within Naruto. Suddenly, a colossal Raisin Shuriken struck the Susanoo's wrist, causing it to release its grip and allowing the 7-tailed Naruto to escape. Chen Yiban's gaze sharpened as he recognized the figure. It was Jiraiya. However, he appeared drastically different, resembling a toad, with 2 small figures perched upon his shoulders. Has he entered Sage Mode? Chen Yiban thought, feeling displeased at this unexpected interference. At that moment, 3 enormous figures, each wielding massive weapons, launched a surprise attack on the legs of the complete Susanoo. Under Chen Yiban's momentary lapse in focus, the Susanoo took a slight step back. Upon looking down with his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he spotted 3 enormous toads, Fukasaku, Shima, and the 3 brothers, Wanta, Hiro, and Ken. Fukasaku had been summoned by Jiraiya moments before, while the other 2, along with the small toads on Jiraiya's shoulders, were clearly newly summoned members of the Mount Myaboku Toad clan. "Annoying," Chen Yiban coldly remarked, swiftly delivering a powerful kick that sent the 3 toads flying. Our combined might barely made this massive creature retreat a step, yet its casual strike sent us sprawling. The fallen toads exchanged bewildered glances, gazing up at the towering Susanoo. Senjutsu, Frog Song. At that moment, the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders unleashed the sage art of Mount Myaboku. The sound waves surged toward Chen Yiban atop the Susanoo. However, the sheer size of the Susanoo greatly diminished the effect of the frog song. Moreover, with his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and formidable mental prowess, Chen Yiban remained unfazed by the toads croaking. Enough of this noise. Chen Yiban snapped, preparing to draw the Susanoo's blade to eliminate Jiraiya. But suddenly, an even larger tailed beast bomb hurtled toward the Susanoo from the side, forcing Chen Yiban to redirect his blade to intercept the incoming attack. Clash! The tailed beast bomb was cleaved in 2, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent a mushroom cloud spiraling upward. As the dust settled, Chen Yiban, unscathed, commanded the Susanu's hand to clear the smoke, revealing the eight-tailed Naruto. Nine Tails, do you think you can escape? Come forth and submit to my ocular power. Chen Yiban sneered. Despite the multitude of strong adversaries surrounding him, he remained composed and at ease. Yet, a few pesky flies were proving troublesome. Calmly, Chen Yiban began forming hand seals, summoning 5 shadow clones. Eliminate those nuisances. I must place the collar on the Nine Tails. With a fleeting glance at his clones, Chen Yiban spoke with a sense of indifference. The 5 clones nodded in unison, ready to act. In the next moment, 5 shadow clones descended from the towering Susanoo. Leaping down with precision, 3 clones confronted Fukasaku, Shima, and Jiraiya, while one faced the Sage Mode Jiraiya directly. The final clone approached all the Leaf Village ninjas, including Tsunade and Kakashi, with a chilling command. Do not interfere. The 5 shadow clones of Chen Yiban spoke in unison, their voices cold and unwavering. The onlookers, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the 3 toads, could hardly contain their frustration and helplessness as they glared at the shadow clones before them. Meanwhile, within the crystalline head of the Susanoo, the original Chen Yiban observed the beastified Naruto, now sporting 8 tails. Damn it, Madara. The 9 tails, Kurama, bellowed in anger from the ceiling space. Outside, the beastified Naruto roared defiantly at the Susanoo. Moments earlier, the colossal-tailed beast bomb had been cleaved by the blade of the Susanoo, elevating Kurama's awareness of its formidable power to a new level. Suddenly, the rampaging 8 tails Naruto unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs at the Susanoo, reminiscent of a princely strategy. Yet, the Susanoo advanced toward him, effortlessly swatting away the smaller tailed beast bombs as if brushing aside mere insects. Concern filled the hearts of Naruto's allies, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and others, at the sight of Naruto, who now had 8 tails. If he were to manifest a 9th, it would be irreversible. Just as they contemplated intervening, the 5 shadow clones of Chen Yiban simultaneously unleashed their chakra, activating the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Instantly, 5 towering blue figures stood before them, blocking their path. We said, do not interfere. Chapter 29, the 4th Hokage. Damn it. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the 3 toads glared in fury at the shadow clones, Susanoo. The Susanoo of Uchiha Madara differed slightly from others, possessing a lower body in its 3rd stage. Standing over 30 meters tall, a sight that instilled a profound sense of pressure among the onlookers. While it paled in comparison to the original's complete form, towering over 230 meters, it was still sufficient to impede Jiraiya and Tsunade, along with Kakashi and the toads. Let us utilize that technique, Jiraiya exclaimed, gazing at the Susanoo clone blocking their way. Upon hearing this, the 2 elder toads perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima, seemed to understand the technique he referred to. In swift succession, they chanted, Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. Fukasaku unleashed Wind-style Jutsu, while Shima employed Fire-style, and Jiraiya expelled Oil. The combination erupted into a conflagration of fierce flames, as if to consume everything in its path. In response, the shadow clone of Chen Yiban merely willed the Susanoo to hurl a powerful 8-pointed shuriken, effortlessly cleaving through the raging assault of the 5 Right Gate. Simultaneously, the 4-armed Susanoo's other limbs were far from idle, as 3 chakra-infused blades materialized in its hands. With a simultaneous strike, the 3 blades unleashed a torrent of slicing light, utterly dismantling the 5 Right Gate. One final blade surged forth, piercing through the remnants and hurtling directly toward Jiraiya, forcing him to evade hastily. Now reduced to a single arm, even in Sage Mode, Jiraiya found his strength diminished. After dodging the powerful shuriken, he glanced at his comrades and noted that Tsunade and Kakashi were also thwarted by 2 of Chen Yiban's Susanoo clones. It appeared that only 2 clones were holding back the 3 brothers, Fukasaku, while they faced a dire situation. Jiraiya cast a worried glance toward Naruto's direction, witnessing the original Chen Yiban's Susanoo gripping the beastified Naruto by the throat. The 9 tails was perilously close to complete transformation. Yet before Jiraiya could ponder further, a shadow clone of Chen Yiban once again commanded the Susanoo to leap forward, delivering a powerful kick. Jiraiya narrowly dodged, and the 2 elder toads initiated Sage Art, Frog Song. Previously, their attempt against the towering Susanoo had yielded little effect, but now, the proximity of the 3rd stage Susanoo allowed for a greater potential impact. However, the moment the chorus of the Frog Song began, the Susanoo unleashed a barrage of 8-pointed shurikens, leaving Jiraiya scrambling to defend himself without the capacity to retaliate. The others were equally overwhelmed, besieged by the onslaught of shurikens and chakra blades, unable to breach the defenses of the 5 shadow clones of Chen Yiban. They felt as though they were being relentlessly pursued and attacked. Damn it! Are we truly incapable of overcoming even Madara's shadow clones? Jiraiya shouted, frustration boiling over. In the next instant, he gathered his remaining strength and formed an enormous Rasengan in his left hand. Supergiant Rasengan. On another front, Tsunade, fueled by anger, prepared to retaliate. Let us teach you what righteousness is. Fukasaku, alongside his 2 brothers, made their own counterattack. Yet, the 5 Susanoo clones easily deflected their assault with a mere gesture, effortlessly blocking Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Fukasaku's attacks, even sending them flying with a single punch. Witnessing this, despair began to seep into the hearts of the Leaf Village ninjas. Should we not abandon the village? Someone suggested, highlighting the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that Chen Yiban had instilled within them. The legendary ninja, the harbinger of destruction, Uchiha Madara, was indeed far too powerful. Meanwhile, the original Chen Yiban gazed with his blood-red eternal Mangeki Sharingan at the beastified Naruto, whose throat was gripped tightly by his Susanoo. As the frantic Naruto attempted to gather a tailed beast bomb, Chen Yiban commanded the Susanoo to tighten its grip on his neck, while the other hand effortlessly crushed the nascent bomb. It is over, he declared. Activate eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In the dim confines of the ceiling space, Chen Yiban beckoned, come here, little one. Quickly, tear off and unravel the seal. Within the confines of the ceiling space, the Ninetales was incessantly enticing the now uncontrollable Naruto Uzumaki, urging him to tear apart the sealing talisman and liberate himself. However, while Naruto could indeed rend the talisman, the seal itself appeared far more resilient. Just as Naruto, with his crimson eyes, approached the talisman to tear it asunder, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist, pulling him back. In that moment, a clarifying force awakened Naruto's consciousness. He looked up, astonished, at the warm figure clad in a ceremonial robe before him. Boom! At that instant, the Ninetales within the ceiling space slammed its paw against the colossal ceiling door in agitation. Yondaime. Chapter 30. The man sitting atop the Ninetales. With a roar, upon seeing the figure in the ceremonial robe, the Ninetales surged forward in rage, as if it yearned to rend apart the unexpected intruder. Naruto, now fully aware, stared in disbelief at the man before him. The 4th Hokage. How could you be here? Staring at the man dressed in the ceremonial robe, with hair the same hue as his own, Minato Namikaze, Naruto struggled to comprehend the situation. Naruto, this is not the time for conversation. Let me reinforce the seal of the Ninetales first, and then we can talk elsewhere. Minato gazed at his son, now 12 or 13, with a gentle smile. Naruto, however, remained in a daze. Boom. Yondaime. The Ninetales, unable to contain its fury, struck the ceiling door once more, baring its fangs at Minato outside. The sight of the Ninetales evoked a complex expression on Minato's face, stirring memories of Kushina. Regaining his focus, Minato prepared to summon the last remnants of his strength to reinforce the seal on the Ninetales. Boom. However, just as he was about to act, a sudden burst of blue energy knocked him away. The unexpected nature of the attack left him no time to react, for he was not truly alive, but merely a manifestation of chakra consciousness. After being sent flying, Minato steadied himself, only to find a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan glaring back at him. Not good, he thought instinctively. Clang. Indeed, in the next moment, the overwhelming power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan unleashed its might. My guy was the first, Shimura Danzo the second, and you, Minato Namikaze, are the third. Now, release the seal. Before Minato stood a figure clad in red armor, with waist-length hair, Chen Yiban, who bore down upon Minato with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Upon seeing Chen Yiban, the Ninetales no longer approached in fury but involuntarily took a step back. Yet, even as this transpired, Minato had already begun to unseal the Ninetales. Damn it, Matter! The Ninetales roared in frustration. It nearly shed tears. If only the seal had been removed earlier, now this rascal Matter had intervened. If the seal were to be undone now, the Ninetales would surely become a pet under this man's terrifying ocular power once more. During this time Matter, as Minato began to undo the seal, Naruto, upon recognizing Chen Yiban, reacted with furious impulsivity, swinging his fists in anger. Don't interfere. Chen Yiban unleashed his ocular power. Boom. In an instant, Naruto was brought to his knees, rendered immobile. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. Roar. The Nine Tails also directed its roar at Chen Yiban. Be patient, Nine Tails. A sinister smile flickered across Chen Yiban's austere visage as he glanced at the Nine Tails through the ceiling door. As the seal gradually loosened, the Nine Tails found itself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, just as the seal was on the verge of being completely undone, an array of chakra chains surged forth, aiming to bind Chen Yiban. Clang. Yet, with a calm demeanor, Chen Yiban unleashed the formidable power of his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, shattering the chakra chains with ease. Simultaneously, the superlative insight of the eternal Mangekyou pinpointed the assailant. A colossal blue skeletal hand emerged, swiftly grasping the figure of Uzumaki Kushina. You don't even qualify as the fourth. Chen Yiban's gaze was frigid as he regarded the woman ensnared by the skeletal hand. Minato, Naruto. Kushina's tear-filled eyes met those of her husband and son. In response, boom. With a flick of his thought, Chen Yiban obliterated Kushina's chakra consciousness. After all, she was not truly alive. Had it been the living Minato or Kushina, Chen Yiban might have entertained the notion of a confrontation. However, as it was merely a fragment of chakra consciousness, he felt no interest. He crushed it without hesitation. At that moment, crack, the seal on the Nine Tails was completely undone. In an instant, Naruto felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. Outside, whoosh, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Hinata Hayashi, and everyone else, including the three frogs, Frog Elder, were all panting before 5 of Chen Yiban's shadow clones, utterly exhausted. Lord Hokage, our chakra is nearly depleted, Kakashi exclaimed, glancing at Tsunade, who felt that everyone's chakra reserves were nearly exhausted. Damn it. Tsunade felt her Byakugan seal faltering. Jiraiya, are you alright? Sage Fukasaku noticed Jiraiya's weakening presence. Huh, I'm fine, Jiraiya forced a smile. Truly, the opponent lived up to their legendary status. They were formidable beyond belief. Jiraiya, don't push yourself too hard, Sage Shima cautioned. In response, Sage Mo Jiraiya shook his head. I cannot abandon the village. Seeing this, Fukasaku and Shima sighed. Ceasing their urging, they merely looked on with concern, fearing this might truly be Jiraiya's final trial. Damn, this is completely unreasonable. How can shadow clones be this ridiculously powerful? Nearby, Mitarashi Enko whimpered in frustration, rolling on the ground. Kakashi, Hinata Hayashi, and the others echoed her sentiments, dumbfounded. Are these 5 truly just shadow clones? This is absurdly powerful, especially after such a prolonged battle. How could these 5 clones maintain the state of Susanoo 3rd stage? Matt, you're just shadow clones. Understand your place, will you? Don't act as if you've been granted some sort of cheat. Roar. Just then, a chilling roar resonated from afar. Simultaneously, boom. A colossal figure crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Everyone looked up, their expressions frozen in disbelief. There, the Nine Tails had fully re-emerged into the world. With Chen Yiban, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan blazing, perched atop the Nine Tails, he appeared before all the ninjas of Kenoha. This scene left every onlooker utterly astounded. We're finished. Chapter 31. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Before them stood the formidable Nine Tails, its eyes emblazoned with the pattern of the Sharingan, unleashing a fierce roar directed at the multitude of Kenoha ninjas and the distant villagers. The chilling and violent aura emanating from the beast sent countless ordinary ninjas retreating in terror, devoid of any fighting spirit. The morale of the Kenoha forces had completely dissipated. Some civilians were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. It must be said that in terms of sheer intimidation, the Nine Tails far surpassed even the complete Susanoo. Despite the Susanoo's larger appearance, the inherent ferocity and malevolence of the Nine Tails instilled a primal fear that could make one soil themselves at a mere glance. Amidst this chaos, renowned figures such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Kakashi, along with many others, gazed in trepidation at the colossal form of the Nine Tails. Yet, seated atop the beast's head, clad in crimson armor with long hair cascading down to the waist, was Chen Yiban, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan glowing a fierce red. He smiled lazily at each Kenoha ninja and the few toads from Mount Myaboku. With a hand propping up his chin, He exuded an air of nonchalance that seemed to plunge the already desperate ninjas into an even deeper abyss of despair. Enough, enough, we cannot win. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to live. I want to leave Kenoha, echoed the thoughts of many as they succumbed to their fears. In a moment of utter hopelessness, several fragile-minded ninjas and surrounding civilians knelt down, pleading, Lord Madara, please, do not kill me. At that moment, Tsunade's face contorted with anger. However, as she opened her mouth to chastise them, she hesitated, realizing they had done nothing wrong. Who wouldn't wish to survive? If there were even the faintest hope of defeating the enemy, she believed that the people of Kenoha would not so humbly seek mercy from their foe. Was it not a situation born of desperation? Indeed, the legendary Uchiha Madara was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling despair in every soul present, including Tsunade herself, who understood that the current Chen Yiban was even more invincible than before. Having forcibly released Naruto's seal, he now commanded the Nine Tails. Tsunade felt utterly lost regarding how to resist such an enemy against the backdrop of her demoralized forces. Madara, are you truly intent on wiping us out? Tsunade exclaimed, gathering her last ounce of strength. Jiraiya, weakened and at his limit, approached her side, his voice strained. Tsunade, I'm barely holding on. The sage Fukasaku, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, looked at Tsunade with concern. Jiraiya, Tsunade rushed to support him, only to realize he could no longer maintain sage mode. And his previously staunched wound was bleeding again from his battle against Chen Yiban's shadow clone and the third stage of Susanoo. Jiraiya had sustained severe injuries from a single blow from the complete Susanoo and was now merely enduring. It was not that Jiraiya was weak, rather, the enemy was unfathomably strong. Tsunade, take everyone and leave Kenoha. I will hold off the enemy, Jiraiya declared, his face pale but resolute. He was prepared to sacrifice himself to save the others. Tsunade remained silent, channeling her dwindling chakra to heal Jiraiya's wounds. Lady Tsunade, allow me. A nearby toad, having shifted closer, began to use its abilities to assist in Jiraiya's healing, prompting Tsunade to seize her medical ninjutsu. Madara, if you seek vengeance against someone, then as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, I am willing to face your wrath alone. However, the others of Kenoha are innocent. I implore you, do not annihilate them all. Tsunade boldly approached the Nine Tails, locking her gaze with Chen Yiban atop its head. Tsunade's allies, Jiraiya and others, attempted to intervene, but Chen Yiban interjected, in an avalanche. Do you think any single snowflake is innocent? Tsunade was momentarily speechless, but her spirit remained unyielding. What do you truly desire? Do you intend to slaughter the entire population of Kenoha, thousands of lives? She pressed. Chen Yiban did not respond immediately. In the silence that followed, figures like Kakashi, Jiraiya, Hinata, and Narashikaku remained quiet, recognizing that apart from Tsunade, none had the standing to engage Chen Yiban in dialogue. The fates of all in Kenoha hung precariously on his words. Chen Yiban, seated atop the fearsome Nine Tails, surveyed the multitude of Kenoha ninjas and civilians, whose expressions were filled with despair. Those who kneel may remain. Those unwilling to submit may leave. Of course, you may attempt to resist. Perhaps you might succeed in killing me? He taunted, rising slowly from the Nine Tails' head, a sneer of contempt on his face. Faced with such overwhelming power, how many among the Kenoha ninjas and civilians dared to defy him? Lord Madara, I am willing to serve you, proclaimed some, as they knelt before Chen Yiban atop the Nine Tails. As the ninjas surrendered, so too did the civilians, kneeling in droves. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade lowered her head, not blaming the villagers and ninjas for their choices. They were simply seeking survival. Yet her animosity towards Chen Yiban simmered fiercely. In the ensuing moments, more and more Kenoha ninjas and civilians knelt before Chen Yiban, signaling their submission. Amidst the throng, SHBU, the daughter of Ichiraka's owner, stood defiantly, unwilling to bow. She remained upright, a stark contrast to the kneeling crowd, until her father forcibly pulled her down. Even then, she knelt in indignation. Finally, Tsunade, her heart heavy, supported the gravely injured Jiraiya, preparing to leave the village of Kenoha. Just moments ago, she had returned in glory as the fifth Hokage, only to find her fate twisted by cruel circumstances. Tsunade understood that Chen Yiban would not allow her, the so-called fifth Hokage, to remain. Thus, she chose to depart. Not everyone, however, chose to submit to Chen Yiban. Figures such as Kakashi, Narashikaku, and others remained steadfastly at Tsunade's side. However, Did I ever state that you could leave? At this moment, Chen Yiban, with his hands crossed before him, gazed with crimson eyes and a faint smile at Tsunade Haim, who was turning to assist Jiraiya in his departure. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade Haim, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others were taken aback. What do you intend to do? Tsunade Haim immediately turned, her beautiful eyes glaring at Chen Yiban atop the Ninetail's head. Could he truly be intent on annihilation? Tsunade Haim pondered anxiously. You are of value to me. So, you are Hashirama's granddaughter, are you? You cannot leave. Chen Yiban continued with a calm smile, arms still crossed. Tsunade Haim glared fiercely at him from afar, yet felt utterly helpless. She simply could not overpower him. It was as if he dictated the terms entirely. Why? Why must it be Tsunade? Jiraiya, pale-faced, could not help but step forward to inquire. A wise man may err, yet a fool may stumble upon fortune. I must concede, this woman's medical ninjutsu is indeed remarkable. Chen Yiban replied with a faint smile. Currently, his right eye, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, was malfunctioning due to his lack of skill after the recent eye swap. He could no longer freely open or close it. Such a predicament, for a medical sage like Tsunade Haim, was trivial. However, he could not afford to overlook the Azura flesh stored within a compartment of the system space, which contained Azura chakra. Thus, he required Tsunade Haim once more. It could be said that he did not mind if the rest of Kenoha vanished, but Tsunade Haim must remain. As for her potential disobedience or attempts at deceit, one might wonder why Chen Yiban sought to eliminate Shimura Danzo and acquire his head. Was it not due to Uchiha Shursui as Kodo Amatsukami? As stated previously, Chen Yiban had meticulously planned nearly everything before arriving in Kenoha today. Might Guy was the first target. Shimura Danzo was the second. Minato Namikaze was the third. The fourth was Tsunade Haim. Chen Yiban's desires were unmistakable, and those who obstructed him would perish. Chapter 32, Tsunade's Misery. Kenoha Nightfall. After the cessation of battle, villagers and ninjas began to repair the damaged houses. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Elementary Achievement Lottery, 113 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 5 times. Advanced Achievement Lottery, 2 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 1 time. Observing the information displayed in the void, visible only to him, Chen Yiban found himself in an unusually serene Hokage building. Following his conquest of Kenoha, he had come alone to rest in the Hokage's office. During this time, none dared to disturb him. Thus, Chen Yiban began to review the outcomes of the day. They were relatively fruitful. Yet, there remained a sense of insufficiency. Although he had not slain many experts, they ought to have fallen before him. By rights, it should not have concluded in such a manner. However, Chen Yiban felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In response to his concerns, the achievement sign-in system provided an explanation. The elite ninjas of Kenoha, though unable to defeat you, did not concede. They neither knelt in surrender nor collapsed from battle fatigue. To qualify for the Elementary Achievement Lottery, individuals must at least be elite CH9 level, with a minimum of 10 participants. So that is the case, Chen Yiban murmured softly. In other words, although Kakashi and the others could not defeat him, they neither surrendered nor begged for mercy at the end. Thus, Chen Yiban did not receive the achievement lottery from the numerous elite ninjas of Kenoha. Understood. He then proceeded to take his seat at the Hokage's position. Looking once more at the over 100 lotteries of varying levels in the void, there were too many useless low-level lotteries. Could these be exchanged? Resting his chin on his hand, Chen Yiban, seated in the chair that rightfully belonged to Tsunade Haim, spoke lazily. Indeed, 10 elementary lotteries can be exchanged for 1 intermediate lottery, and 10 intermediate lotteries can be exchanged for 1 advanced lottery, and so forth. The system replied again. Therefore, let us convert 113 elementary lotteries into 1 advanced lottery and 1 intermediate lottery, Chen Yiban decisively stated. He then proceeded with the advanced and super lotteries. After the low-level lotteries were exchanged for advanced ones, Elementary Achievement Lottery, 3 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 6 times. Advanced Achievement Lottery, 3 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 1 time. Lottery Commencement. Congratulations, you have obtained a portion of Senju Hashirama's flesh from the Advanced Lottery pool. Congratulations. You have acquired the Space-Time Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Mastered, from the Advanced Lottery pool. Congratulations, you have gained the 8 Gates Technique, Mastered, from the Advanced Lottery pool. Congratulations, you have drawn the Rinnegan Eye Technique, Heavenly Hand Power, from the Super Lottery pool. Oh, with his chin still resting lazily in one hand. Chen Yiban looked at the lottery prompts in the void and could not help but smirk. Cells of Hashirama, you say? Unfortunately, I already possess a Shura S. As for the 8 gates technique, paired with Izanagi, it could yield surprises. Quite commendable. Flying Thunder God is also a boon. Lastly, the Super Lottery surprisingly yielded the Rinnegan's Heavenly Hand power. Excellent. Yet, it remains a pity that I have yet to awaken the Rinnegan. At this moment, Chen Yiban lowered his hand from his chin, his face reflecting a sense of regret. It seems imperative to fuse with Ashura's strength or the power I just received from Hashirama without delay. I must awaken the Rinnegan. This requires Tsunade Heim. As he spoke, Chen Yiban touched his right eye. At this moment, his right eye remained in the state of the eternal Meingeki Sharingan and could not be freely opened or closed. Regrettably, his medical skills were lacking. During the day, to counter Might Guy's Night Guy, Chen Yiban had removed his original right eye and replaced it with a 3-Tomo Sharingan from the system space to utilize Izanagi. Although he ultimately succeeded in slaying Might Guy, his eternal Meingeki Sharingan could not be freely closed after being reinserted due to his insufficient skill. This matter must be entrusted to her. Chen Yiban murmured to himself, then declared, "You may enter now." Suddenly, he looked towards the closed door, his eternal Meingeki Sharingan in his right eye and a normal black pupil in his left. Speaking as if conversing with the air. However, with a creak, a voluptuous figure had seemingly been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon hearing Chen Yiban's words, she promptly pushed open the door. "Here I am. Speak. What exactly do you require of me?" Tsunade Heim, filled with a fierce demeanor, strode into the room, glaring intensely at Chen Yiban, who occupied her rightful Hokage seat. During this time, she observed Chen Yiban's right eye, the Meingeki Sharingan, and noted the normal pupil in his left eye, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, she did not dwell on it. At that moment, regarding this matter, a cold, sinister smile appeared on Chen Yiban's face, and he calmly stated, "With your current attitude, I cannot allow you to commence your work on me." Thus, with a crack, Chen Yiban's right hand emanated a rough green chakra of medical ninjutsu as he proceeded to remove his own right eye. In an instant, blood streamed from the eye socket. A sudden sense of horror inexplicably surged forth. "What are you doing?" Tsunade gazed at Chen Yiban's self-destructive behavior with a mixture of shock and confusion. However, she quickly regained her composure, recalling something. That bastard Danzo somehow acquired Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. "And you mean to say?" As Tsunade spoke, she abruptly shut her eyes, turning her head aside to avoid Chen Yiban's gaze. "Indeed, you possess a modicum of cleverness, and you have guessed correctly. It is indeed the Kodo Amatsukami of that Uchiha Jr. But do you truly believe you can defy me?" Chen Yiban boldly affirmed, even threateningly articulating his words. Despite the blood flowing from his right eye socket, a sinister smile lingered on his lips. "You scoundrel! You are even more despicable and shameless than Shimura Danzo." Tsunade's heart seethed with rage. Yet, can I really resist? Ultimately, with a helpless sigh, Tsunade slowly opened her beautiful eyes again. Those who recognize the times are the true elites. Chen Yiban's smile deepened. Then, the eternal Meingeki Sharingan in his right hand vanished into thin air. After he pressed down on his right eye socket and swiftly withdrew his hand, he declared, "Kodo Amatsukami." 3 days later, within the confines of Kenoha's hospital, Jiraiya, who had previously suffered severe injuries and lost an arm, lay unconscious in a hospital room. It was not until this moment, 3 days later, that Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he beheld the one person he longed to see, Tsunade. "Tsunade." Jiraiya momentarily dazed, then suddenly snapped back to reality, eager to rise. However, the moment he moved his right arm, pain shot through him. "Don't move. Your injuries have only just stabilized," Tsunade, seated beside him, warned. Hearing this, Jiraiya calmed somewhat, yet gazing at his severed arm. He could not suppress the bitterness in his heart. "Tsunade," Jiraiya began, concerned for Tsunade. "Rest assured, he has not harmed me," Tsunade replied calmly, shaking her head slightly. However, he claimed that due to your exceptional medical skills, Jiraiya, just awakened, was filled with concern. Tsunade maintained her composure. Yet a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. "That was 3 days ago." 3 days ago? Jiraiya exclaimed, then processed this revelation. "I have been unconscious for 3 days? Had it not been for my treatment, you might have slept for 7 days and nights." Tsunade smiled faintly. "Tsunade, how can you still smile? What does he want from you?" Jiraiya pressed anxiously. Tsunade sighed softly before responding. I know he wants me to correct the erroneous meridians linked to his Sharingan, and... Tsunade hesitated. And what? Jiraiya asked. To transplant the cells of 2 individuals into him. Tsunade continued. Transplant the cells of 2 individuals? Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. 1. I'm not entirely sure about. But if my instincts are correct, one should belong to my grandfather. Tsunade suddenly revealed. Nanny? The cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Jiraiya was astonished. Yes, I believe it is indeed my grandfather's cells. Tsunade's expression grew grave. That scoundrel. Does he intend to acquire the legendary wood-release powers of the first Hokage? Jiraiya speculated. And the other person, whose cells could possibly catch the interest of such a person, must be extraordinary. The chakra contained in that unknown individual's cells is at least comparable to my grandfather's, if not stronger. Tsunade lowered her head. What? Jiraiya was repeatedly shocked. Simultaneously, he could not help but scold. Tsunade, how could you? Koto Amitsukami. Tsunade's voice was tinged with sadness as she uttered those 3 words. Hearing this, Jiraiya was struck dumb, instantly understanding why Tsunade would agree to transplant someone else's cells for that scoundrel. That bastard. Jiraiya slammed his remaining left hand onto the hospital bed in frustration. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Chen Yiban had occupied the space for 3 days, which forced Tsunade to manage affairs from a temporary office. Today, within the dimly lit Hokage building, a pair of captivating lavender eyes, radiating with circular waves of light, finally opened. My Rinnegan has awakened, Chen Yiban exclaimed, grinning maniacally, unable to contain his excitement. At that moment, his eyes were indeed the lavender Rinnegan. Ha ha ha. As one of the 4 legendary Uchiha, I am thrilled to possess such power. Chen Yiban reveled in his newfound abilities. This eye is truly remarkable. He could not resist the urge to touch his eyes, his exhilaration unmistakable. I never expected that the powers of Akatsuki Shura combined with Hashirama would allow me to awaken the Rinnegan in just 3 days. Far quicker than Uchiha Madara, who was on the brink of death in the original tale. Excellent. Truly excellent. This ocular power. No, my chakra has also surged immensely. Chen Yiban felt his ocular and chakra abilities escalating, his excitement intensifying. He laughed uncontrollably. Suddenly, Shinra Tensei. Chen Yiban's Rinnegan flared open, activating his unique Rinnegan technique. However, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Yet, within the depths of Chen Yiban's Rinnegan gaze, 4 shadowy figures appeared beside him. Indeed, it is Shinra Tensei. It seems my strength template is linked to Uchiha Madara. Nevertheless, this is wonderful. Chen Yiban chuckled to himself. By the way, system, please fuse the Tensigen power for me. It should be possible, right? Upon this thought, Chen Yiban appeared to converse with the air in the dim Hokage building room. Affirmative. I will initiate a perfect fusion. A voice resonated in the void, audible only to Chen Yiban. Fusion commencing now. In an instant, Chen Yiban felt the power of his Rinnegan surging uncontrollably. Soon, he sensed that he had gained the Tensigen ocular technique. This sensation is delightful. Hee hee ha ha. Chen Yiban was ecstatic. An hour later, just before noon, the door to the Hokage office finally creaked open. Chen Yiban stepped out, concealing his Rinnegan, his eyes reverting to their usual black. As I opened the door to the Hokage office, which I had occupied for several days, I was greeted by the sight of a somewhat petite figure waiting outside, clearly anticipating my arrival. Senpai. Upon seeing that I had finally emerged, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't contain his joy and stepped forward with a bow of respect. Chapter 34. Does the second pillar seek a master? You are that Uchiha Jr., the only member of the Uchiha clan in Kenoha before. As I gazed at Uchiha Sasuke before me, I remarked softly, my eyes maintaining their usual dark hue. Yes, senpai, my name is Uchiha Sasuke, he replied, his expression brimming with reverence. I thought to myself, so, you are the second pillar. At that moment, I couldn't help but notice how strikingly similar he looked to Izuna. The memories of Uchiha Madara flooded my mind, rendering my gaze towards Sasuke somewhat complex. However, I quickly regained my composure. So, you have been waiting for me out here? I inquired, observing the young man before me. Former clan leader, I wish to become your disciple. Suddenly, the second pillar knelt before me in a gesture of submission. At this, I was momentarily taken aback. Seeking a master? You truly know how to make things interesting. And you call me clan leader? I teased, my gaze playful as I looked at Sasuke, who was still kneeling. You are quite the clever young Uchiha. Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed. realizing that calling me clan leader was indeed a means of flattery. Yet, observing my demeanor, he sensed he might have been a bit too clever for his own good. Senpai, I genuinely wish to become your disciple. I seek power. I desire to avenge someone, Sasuke stated, pressing his forehead to the ground in a deeper display of respect. I could easily surmise that the individual he referred to was Uchiha Itachi. Let us eat first. I am famished. I chose not to directly accept or decline his request for mentorship, instead bypassing him as I made my way outside the Hokage building. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes shone with determination as he quickly got up and followed my footsteps. Soon, we exited the Hokage building and reached the main gate. Lord Madara. 2 Kenoha ninja were stationed at the gate, and upon seeing my arrival, their expressions turned noticeably tense, immediately kneeling before me. I acknowledged them with a faint response, my steps unwavering as I continued onward until I completely left the Hokage building. Sasuke paused for a moment, glancing at the 2 kneeling guards. He sensed that their strength was likely on par with CH Nin or even elite CH Nin. They could be considered formidable. Yet, in the presence of the man ahead, what were CH Nin or even J Nin? They could only kneel in submission or perish. Such was the essence of an absolute powerhouse. As I walked away, clad in red armor with long hair flowing down my back, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration and aspiration. He wondered if he too could someday possess such strength. A smile, rarely seen on his face, crept onto his lips as he quickened his pace to catch up with me, resembling a little shadow closely following behind. Kenoha was in the midst of repairs, and the streets bore some semblance to their former vibrancy. Business resumed as usual, with vendors selling their goods and customers buying them, as if nothing had ever transpired. Of course, it would have been even better if the bottomless chasm created by the complete Susanoo had vanished, along with the kilometer-wide trench left by Night Kai. Furthermore, one might wonder about the source of my numerous initial lotteries. These were the spoils of battle, the result of vanquishing foes and rendering them incapable of fighting. In the recent conflict, Kenoha had suffered the loss of at least 300 shinobi, not counting civilians. Among them were esteemed ninja such as Might Guy, Asuma Saratobi, Shikamaru Nara, Niji Hyuga, and even the elder Shimura Danzo. The whereabouts of the other 2 elders from the council remained unknown in the days since. I contemplated how I might swiftly send them to their final resting place with a single blow from my Susanoo. At this moment, as we walked along the streets that had begun to regain their former glory, I noticed that most Kenoha shinobi and civilians would bow deeply upon seeing me. Yet I could perceive the fear, resentment, and hatred concealed in their eyes. Reflecting on Sasuke's words about revenge, I realized that only hatred could be inherited. I smiled faintly, indifferent to their emotions, and continued forward. Sasuke, closely trailing behind me, also noticed the peculiar gazes directed towards him from various Kenoha civilians and shinobi. Due to our shared surname, his Sharingan, and his presence alongside me, some individuals could not help but extend their animosity towards him as well. Sasuke scoffed coldly, unfazed by the scrutiny of others. He remained undeterred, resolutely following in my wake. Observing his demeanor, I noted his disdain for those gazes and couldn't help but smile inwardly, acknowledging his commendable mindset. Ultimately, amidst the bowing and the watchful eyes filled with hatred and fear, I arrived at a noodle shop. It's Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing my arrival, the owner, affectionately referred to in another world as Akatsuki Ichiraku, displayed an expression of palpable tension. What brings you here? At that moment, his daughter Ayam stepped forward, scolding me from behind the counter. Ayam, do not be rude. The owner quickly covered his daughter's mouth, turning to me with an apologetic demeanor. Lord Madara, please forgive her. No worries. I replied with a nonchalant smile. May I ask if you have anything to eat? I glanced at the ramen shop owner, casually inquiring. Yes, we serve ramen here. Lord Madara, what flavor do you prefer? He pushed his daughter aside, eager to attend to my request, clearly anxious that I might unleash my Susanoo and flatten his establishment in displeasure. Chapter 35, Kill Those Who Block the Path. The flavor is quite delightful. Moments later, after finishing a hearty bowl of Ichiraku ramen, I set down my chopsticks with a satisfied smile. Beside me, Sasuke quickly devoured the remnants of his own bowl, eager to join me in the experience. It is the root cause of Naruto's unconscious state in the hospital and the death of so many in Kenoha. At this moment, SHBU glared at Chen Yiban with palpable indignation. In response, Chen Yiban inexplicably offered SHBU a compliment. You are quite brave. Humph. Are you mocking me? SHBU retorted, curling her lip. SHBU, be quiet. Uncle Irika picked up a wooden stick nearby, ready to teach his unaware daughter a lesson. Naruto is that yellow-haired brat who was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, right? Chen Yiban suddenly inquired. Hearing this, Uncle Irika paused his intimidation of his daughter. Yes, Senpai Madara. That guy was my teammate. Uchiha Sasuke chimed in, explaining to Chen Yiban. In truth, Chen Yiban was already well aware of Uzumaki Naruto's identity. However, he was curious and surprised. That brat is still alive? He pondered. I forcibly extracted the Nine Tails from Naruto. How can he still be alive? Is it possible that at this moment, Naruto has encountered the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths and received his power? With that thought, Chen Yiban's gaze sharpened slightly. Sasuke, take me to see that brat, and settle the bill for the meal. In the hospital, a certain patient room. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a moment before approaching to knock on the door. Soon, the door to the patient room swung open. Sasuke. The one who opened the door was Haruno Sakura, and upon seeing the Uchiha, her face lit up with surprise. But then, you Uchiha Madara. In the next moment, Haruno Sakura's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, as if she had seen something exceedingly dreadful. Sakura, what's wrong? A voice from inside the room inquired. It was Tsunade. Hokage-sama, it's you Uchiha Madara, Haruno Sakura stammered, taking several steps back while pointing toward the door. What? Three incredulous voices echoed within the room. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade. Subsequently, with hurried footsteps, Chen Yiban, clad in red armor and with long hair cascading to his waist, entered the room. Madara. Instantly, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi felt a wave of intimidation wash over them. Haruno Sakura was too frightened to utter a word. Madara, what brings you here? Jiraiya, clutching his bandaged side, regarded Chen Yiban with utmost vigilance, while Tsunade and Kakashi remained poised for an attack. To this, Chen Yiban disdainfully glanced at the three and said, Don't waste your efforts. If I truly wished to do something, do you really think you three could stop me? Their hearts brimmed with frustration and helplessness because what Chen Yiban spoke was undeniably the truth. Among the three, two were renowned sannin of the ninja world, and Kakashi was famously known as the copy ninja. They were all formidable figures. Yet, in the presence of this man in red armor, they felt utterly powerless. Their resolve to resist tinged with absurdity. Damn it, Jiraiya exclaimed, his face contorted with unwillingness. Tsunade wanted to say something, but Chen Yiban interjected. Don't worry. I merely wish to see how the Jinchuriki can survive without the tailed beast within him. With that, he stepped forward toward the bed, which was guarded by the three. Boom. Without a word, Chen Yiban unleashed a terrifying surge of chakra, pressing down heavily upon the three. Haruno Sakura was all but ignored by him. In an instant, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon them, rendering them immobile. Within those few seconds, Chen Yiban reached the bedside and beheld Uzumaki Naruto lying there. With a flick of his Sharingan, he activated the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, employing its formidable insight to assess Naruto's condition. Remarkably, there was indeed a flicker of life. After a brief moment, Chen Yiban closed his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Naruto truly did not face a life-threatening crisis. Could it be the protagonist's halo? During this period, Chen Yiban also lifted the chakra suppression he had placed on Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, instantly alleviating their burdens. As they regained their composure, the three exchanged bewildered glances at Chen Yiban. His power seemed to have grown even stronger. Senpai Madara, Uchiha Sasuke finally spoke up as Chen Yiban approached Naruto, unable to contain himself any longer. Are you worried about him? Chen Yiban glanced at the unconscious Naruto before turning to Sasuke. The two pillars. Find it hard to admit. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yiban withdrew his gaze and inwardly contacted the achievement system. What would happen if I were to kill the protagonist? Uzumaki Naruto? If you do not intend to leave this world immediately, it is advisable to spare his life for the time being. The consequences of killing the world's protagonist are unpredictable. Is that so? Chen Yiban cast one last glance at Naruto. I hope you do not obstruct my path moving forward. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with whether you are the world's protagonist. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and Sasuke, Chen Yiban turned and slowly exited the patient room. Instantly, the group exhaled heavily, relief washing over them. That man's presence had made even breathing feel laborious. Especially for Haruno Sakura, the the weakest among them. Her fear of Chen Yiban was beyond articulation. Chapter 36. Uchiha Madara's Resurrection? Shocking the entire ninja world. Chen Yiban had been sequestered in the Hokage building for 3 days and nights. During this time, the entire ninja world was already in an uproar. Lord Tsuchikage. Urgent report. A rock ninja knelt before Inoki in the stone village. Beside him, Kuratsuchi was conversing with her grandfather, the Tsuchikage, in his office when the urgent report caught her attention, prompting curiosity. Urgent reports were not casually declared. What urgent report? Is it about the ninja world or our own rock village? Inoki, too, felt a flicker of curiosity and surprise. The urgent report is regarding the ninja world. The kneeling rock ninja continued. The message from outside states that the legendary ninja, the once fearsome Uchiha Madara, has returned. Upon hearing this, Inoki was momentarily stunned. Frozen in his seat. The legendary ninja, the fearsome Uchiha Madara? Kuratsuchi's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Wasn't he said to be dead? What does his return mean? Kuratsuchi looked at the rock ninja, curiosity mingling with skepticism. Yet, the presence of the old man Noki beside the shadow on the ground went unnoticed. The moment he heard the words Uchiha Madara has returned, Noki was instantly struck dumb. In his mind, he thought, there is no such thing as an alliance. Yield to the power of Kenoha. The image of the former Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, vividly flashed in his memory. At that moment, Noki was lost in thought until a voice called out, "Old man." "Hey, old man." It was Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, who roused him from his stupor. Upon regaining his composure, Noki noticed Kuratsuchi handing him a confidential report. "This is urgent intelligence from our external sources regarding the so-called Uchiha Madara," she said. "People say that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were incredibly powerful. Could it really be so?" After handing the report to Noki, Kuratsuchi appeared somewhat defiant. Convinced that she was not inferior to anyone, one could not help but remark on her youthful arrogance. You cannot comprehend how formidable those two were back in the day. Noki mused, his eyes still lost in troubling memories as he examined the report. As he opened it, he caught sight of the blue Susanoo. Indeed, it is that fellow. His expression changed dramatically, shock etched across his face. "Old man, is it really necessary to react this way?" Kuratsuchi asked, somewhat dismissively. However, her demeanor changed when she peered at the contents of the report. Uchiha Madara faced alone the entirety of Kenoha's thousands of shinobi led by Princess Tsunade. He unleashed a colossal complete Susanoo, a blue-armored giant towering over 230 meters. The complete Susanoo cleaved Kenoha in two with a single strike, creating a massive chasm approximately 100 meters wide and several kilometers long, with unfathomable depths. Countless casualties were inflicted upon Kenoha. Ultimately, Kenoha succumbed to Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, the Nine Tails was extracted from its Jinchuriki by Uchiha Madara. Kuratsuchi was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this a novel? This is the intelligence from our external operatives? No novelist would dare be this extravagant. Her disbelief was palpable, and nearby, Naka's complexion had turned a shade of deep crimson. The Nine Tails, the Nine Tails. He has obtained the Nine Tails. It was said that the former Uchiha Madara combined the Susanoo with the Nine Tails. But how could this be possible? He should have perished long ago in his battle with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Why was he appearing now? Noki stood there, unable to accept the reality. How can this be? That man, who was older than me, has returned youthful and alive? This is sheer nonsense. At the same time, the other great nations, lightning, wind, and water, had also received the news. Even smaller countries caught wind of the rumors. Wondering, stateless shinobi had heard tales of the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara's resurrection and his conquest of Kenoha. In the span of just 3 days and nights, the entire shinobi world was in an uproar due to the implications of Madara's return. At that moment, in a shadowy place, White Zetsu pondered, is that event truly real? A man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, wearing a brown whirlpool mask, glanced at an apparently empty space, as if posing a question to the air. Moments later, a figure of pure white Zetsu, slowly emerged from the ground. I do not know. That individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Lord Madara, albeit younger. Moreover, his eyes are indeed Lord Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even the various forms of his Susanoo are identical to those of the former Lord Madara. It seems as if Lord Madara has truly resurrected and regained his youth. It is simply unfathomable. As White Zetsu emerged from the image, he looked towards Uchiha Obito, who wore the whirlpool mask and continued speaking animatedly. Resurrected? Obito's right eye, the Kamui Sharingan, narrowed slightly. He did not genuinely wish for Uchiha Madara to return. The Eye of the Moon plan was something he intended to pursue by his own means. Obito did not trust Madara. White Zetsu, do you believe that is truly him? Obito suddenly inquired. In response, a black figure emerged from the ground. Black Zetsu, that guy is definitely not Lord Madara. At least, he is not the Madara we know. Upon appearing, Black Zetsu immediately refuted. Oh, Obito's Sharingan glimmered with curiosity as he turned to Black Zetsu, signaling him to elaborate. As we all know, Lord Madara's eyes have transformed into Rinnegan and are now within that person's eyes. I just visited the Akatsuki organization, and the Rinnegan is still there. Thus, based solely on this point, we can conclude that the person currently appearing is certainly not Lord Madara. Furthermore, we are also aware that Lord Madara had transplanted Hashirama's cells, granting him the ability to utilize wood release. However, that individual did not employ wood release during the battle in Kenoha 4 days ago. You might argue that merely not using it does not mean he cannot. However, I happened to be in Kenoha 4 days ago and saw that individual from a distance. Although I did not dare to approach closely, I could still sense that he lacked the presence of Hashirama's cells. Thus, based on these 2 points, we can definitively ascertain that this individual is an imposter. I am merely curious about the means he employed to possess powers and abilities akin to those of the former Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu spoke at length, ultimately expressing curiosity about how this imposter could wield powers similar to those of the former Uchiha Madara. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito felt considerably reassured. However, it seems necessary for me to pay a visit to Kenoha, he resolved, wishing to confirm with his own eyes that this individual was indeed not Uchiha Madara. Moreover, even if he were not the genuine Madara, the power possessed by this imposter still warranted Obito's caution. Ideally, it would be best to eliminate him to prevent any disruption to the Eye of the Moon plan. Another peculiar phenomenon occurred. Figures resembling phantoms appeared. Their consciousnesses summoned from thousands of miles away to convene in the same location through a special ninjutsu. At that moment, numerous figures, some ethereal, others corporeal, stood atop the finger of a colossal, humanoid, dead tree-like creature. Have you heard, everyone? The biggest news circulating in the shinobi world lately, exclaimed Deidara, unable to contain himself as he arrived at the meeting. Having just departed from Kenoha, he was hastily making his way back to the organization, with no time to spare for news. Beside Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki revealed a toothy grin. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi remained impassive, observing the gathering with an air of detachment. It concerns Itachi. Suddenly, Pain, in the main seat, spoke up, directing his gaze towards the indifferent Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Kisame, Sasori, Haiden, Kaku, Deidara, Konan, and others turned their attention to Uchiha Itachi. During this exchange, Itachi, hearing Pain's words, cast a puzzled glance in his direction. I have also heard of this matter. It is indeed somewhat related to Itachi. Moreover, it is indeed hard to believe. Among the crowd, Kaidi suddenly interjected. At this, both Kisame and Itachi felt a flicker of curiosity. Until, is it not the legendary resurrection of Uchiha Madara? How can it compare to Lord Evil God? Haiden immediately revealed the answer. What? Upon hearing this, Kisame was momentarily taken aback. Even Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. The image of a man wearing a vortex mask inexplicably surfaced in their minds. Uchiha Madara, Chapter 37, The Summoning Beast, 9 Tails. In the Land of Fire, Kenoha. Exiting the Kenoha hospital, Chen Yiban headed directly towards the back mountain of Kenoha. During this time, Uchiha Sasuke followed closely behind him like a devoted shadow. What level is your Sharingan at now? As they walked, Chen Yiban suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Sasuke froze momentarily before quickly responding. I am currently merely at the level of Double Tomo, Senior Madara. The second pillar spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Double Tomo, huh? Chen Yiban murmured. Come find me once you reach the level of Triple Tomo. With that, Chen Yiban cast a glance back at the second pillar. Senior Madara, I, Uchiha Sasuke, feel a sense of reluctance. Severing ties with my former comrades should enable your Sharingan to evolve. Chen Yiban had already begun to walk away, leaving behind only these words, signaling Sasuke to sever ties with Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. Well, after all, in the original story, Did not the second pillar achieve his triple tomo during the fierce battle with Naruto when leaving Kenoha? It could simply be recreated in this alternative scenario. Ultimately, the conditions had already been laid out by Chen Yiban. Whether to act upon them was entirely the second pillar's choice. After all, Chen Yiban was not coercing him. Everything is a matter of personal choice. In response, Sasuke touched his eyes. Naruto. The second pillar's gaze flickered slightly. Yet, in the end, it was filled solely with hatred. What I need now is not bonds, but power. The power to take revenge on that man. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke had resolutely made his decision at that moment. Meanwhile, a pair of double tomo Sharingan had appeared in the second pillar's eyes, rapidly spinning the tomo. It seemed as though he was on the verge of attaining a new level. However, it appeared that the time was not yet right. Ultimately, the tomo ceased to spin, remaining merely as double tomo. But he was close. Subsequently, the second pillar chose to depart, opting not to follow Chen Yiban any longer. Once the triple tomo awakens, he would seek him out again. Thus, Chen Yiban walked alone once more towards the back mountain of Kenoha. Soon, he arrived at a mountain hollow beside the enormous chasm created by Might Guy's Night Guy. Lord Madara. At the side of the hollow, 5 Umbu ninjas from Kenoha stood guard. Upon seeing Chen Yiban's arrival, the 5 Umbu ninjas were filled with reverence and immediately bowed in respect. If one were to ask why they were here, it was because, in the center of the hollow, a massive creature with 9 tails lay in repose. It was none other than the 9-tails fox, Kurama. Atop the head of the 9 tails, a figure identical to Chen Yiban sat, clearly a shadow clone of him. A few days prior, after the battle had ceased, Chen Yiban had instructed one of his shadow clones to take Kurama to the back mountain. Little did he expect that several days would pass in the blink of an eye. Roar! Suddenly, the 9 tails, under the control of the shadow clone, rose and let out a roar at the tardy Chen Yiban. You are too slow. The shadow clone of Chen Yiban seemed a bit irritated. After all, he had been waiting on top of Kurama's head for at least 3 days and nights. The shadow clone was indeed feeling emotional. Enough of this noise. The original Chen Yiban replied calmly. Humph. The shadow clone displayed a proud demeanor. Now that the original has arrived, then, poof. The shadow clone eagerly chose to disperse. Much like those office workers who, after a long night of overtime, could not wait to leave once the clock struck the hour. Chen Yiban smiled faintly at this. Then, did Tsunade send you here? With bright black eyes, Chen Yiban glanced indifferently at the 5 Umbu ninjas beside him. To this, they responded, Yes, Lord Madara. The 5th Hokage instructed this for precautionary measures. Instantly, the 5 Umbu ninjas looked at the original Chen Yiban with a hint of uncertainty in their voices, fearing that he might be displeased and annihilate them. Very well, you may leave. Chen Yiban, however, was not so petty. He waved his hand lightly, signaling them to depart. Yes, Lord Madara. The 5 Umbu ninjas immediately felt as if they had received a great reprieve, bowing deeply once more to Chen Yiban. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. They, like the shadow clone from earlier, fled in an instant, unwilling to linger for even a second longer. Goodness, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara and the 9-tails fox are both here in this hollow. What could possibly be more terrifying than this? 9-tails. Finally, alone once more, Chen Yiban gazed at the colossal 9-tails before him. Observing the creature's pupils, still under his ocular power's control, Chen Yiban thought, clang. The kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested in his eyes. He withdrew the ocular control from the 9-tails from a distance, restoring its consciousness to clarity. Roar! Kurama, now regaining its wits, let out an enraged roar at Chen Yiban. Simultaneously, it lunged towards him with a claw, its sharp claws seemingly intent on piercing Chen Yiban's body. However, whoosh! Bang! The 2-armed Susanu's second stage emerged instantly, effortlessly swatting away the 9-tail strike. 9-tails, do you wish to continue being lost under the influence of my ocular power, becoming a mindless tool, or would you prefer to submit willingly? Gazing coldly at Kurama with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Chen Yiban spoke. Submit to you? Kurama roared back. Don't entertain such delusions. Roar. The 9-tails vowed never to yield. Huh, truly a foolish beast. The kaleidoscope Sharingan glimmered with arrogance and disdain. Kurama's furious gaze bore down on Chen Yiban. In the next moment, it prepared to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Clang. Yet, the mere flicker of Chen Yiban's kaleidoscope Sharingan caused the 3-tomo pattern to reappear within Kurama's pupils, rendering it completely immobile. How infuriating. Kurama gritted its teeth. How could the strongest tailed beast with 9 tails continuously be toyed with by this scoundrel? Damn it. Damn it all. At this moment, Chen Yiban mused, System. Though I have obtained the battle template of Uchiha Madara, I do not possess a summoning contract with the 9 tails. Therefore, is there any way for me to summon the 9 tails at any time and place? Furthermore, is there a superior form of summoning and control? As he gazed at the immobile 9 tails, Chen Yiban silently contacted the achievement sign-in system. Soon, consuming 1 medium achievement draw can establish a soul contract with the 9 tails fox, forcibly making it your summoning beast. After consuming 3 medium achievement lottery draws, a unique space for imprisoning beasts was created for you. Chapter 38 would release. 2 days passed. During this time, Chen Yiban had already returned the Hokage building to Tsunade, allowing her to resume her duties as Hokage. However, he remained on the rooftop of the building for those 2 days and nights, sitting cross-legged day and night. He was engaged in the final stabilization of the immense power surging within him after merging the strengths of Tsutsuki Ajura and Senju Hashirama. Additionally, his Rinnegan's ocular prowess was continuously elevating, along with a significant enhancement of his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, Chen Yiban remained on the rooftop alone for 2 days and nights, completing the final stabilization of his powers. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office below, every time Tsunade finished her work and glanced at the rooftop, her beautiful eyes could not help but flash with intense displeasure. She suspected that Chen Yiban intentionally chose to position himself above her as the Hokage. The mere thought that he was perched directly above her head felt as if someone was looming over her. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. The main issue was that no one in Kenoha could defeat him, so the frustration only grew. Tsunade even considered relocating the Hokage office. However, there was a piece of good news during these 2 days. Naruto, that lucky boy, had awakened yesterday. Moreover, Jiraiya's injuries had stabilized, though he had indeed lost his right arm. At that moment, in the hospital room, Pervy Sage, is the village all right? Naruto lay on the hospital bed, looking at Jiraiya with concern. Rest assured, that guy did not annihilate everything. Although the losses were severe, thankfully, the village was not completely devastated. Jiraiya replied with a wry smile in response to Naruto's worries. As he glanced at his severed right arm, a hint of sorrow crossed his face. Pervy Sage, your hand. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with concern. Well, facing an opponent like Madara, surviving is already a stroke of luck. It's quite difficult to emerge unscathed. Don't you think? Jiraiya chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. That despicable guy is still lingering in the village, refusing to leave? Naruto said indignantly. Don't dwell on that too much. If it weren't for his last shred of compassion, the entire Kenoha populace would likely be displaced. I wonder what transpired during the Warring States period that led Madara to claim Kenoha owes a debt to the Uchiha, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin with his remaining hand. Humph, that detestable fellow is likely just speaking for his own sake, Naruto scoffed, harboring disdain for Chen Yiban, and thus disbelieving every word he had said at that time. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Kakashi, who entered with a basket of fruit, accompanied by Sakura. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Naruto beamed. Well, it seems you're recovering quite well, Kakashi remarked with a comforting smile. Kakashi-sensei, your Sharingan. Naruto noted that Kakashi's left eye appeared to have been replaced with an ordinary brown one. Is the legendary Sharingan of Kakashi no longer in existence? Yes. The Sharingan was taken by Madara. The Hokage helped me acquire a decent replacement, Kakashi explained after setting down the fruit. I see, Naruto nodded slightly. This attack by Madara seemed to have caused everyone to lose something significant. Was it possible that Kenoha truly owed a debt to the Uchiha, hence Madara's arrival to collect? By the way, where's Sasuke? Naruto asked as he attempted to sit up in bed. Kakashi helped him sit up, but was at a loss for how to respond to Naruto's question. Feeling the tension in the air, Naruto turned to Sakura. Sakura, how is Sasuke doing? Sakura appeared visibly downcast as she replied. Sasuke has been secluded in the territory of the Uchiha clan for these past few days, avoiding everyone. Why? Naruto questioned, puzzled. Regarding this, the elder Shimura Danzo displayed an entire arm full of Sharingan, including the Mangekyou Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. All of these were Uchiha eyes. Coupled with Madara's extreme rhetoric that day, Sasuke must have been influenced. He may even be doubting Kenoha and losing faith in it. Kakashi sighed, feeling helpless. The situation was undeniably complex. As a teacher, Kakashi was uncertain how to address it. Perhaps it was best to let Sasuke cool off for a few days. Naruto had an ominous feeling in his heart. Just then, a soft footstep echoed in the corridor, clad in clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan crest. Sasuke entered the hospital room. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Sasuke, you rascal. I've been hospitalized, and you only just decided to visit. Naruto complained, though he was genuinely happy. Kakashi and Jiraiya shared a smile at the sight of the trio. However, Sasuke declared, I am here to sever our bonds. What did you say? Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke. Sakura and the others looked on in astonishment. Kakashi and Jiraiya sensed the gravity of the situation. The boy had indeed begun to lose faith in Kenoha and question the village. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Sasuke, am no longer a member of Team 7. In fact, I am no longer a member of Kenoha. I am Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. I will only be Uchiha, Sasuke proclaimed, his face resolute with determination. He had made up his mind. In pursuit of power, he would sever his ties with Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura. Everything was for the sake of acquiring the strength necessary to take revenge on that man. Moreover, Kenoha was indeed untrustworthy. Recalling the sight of Danzo's eye and his arm full of Sharingan a few days prior, Sasuke longed to have been the one to strike Danzo down. After all, Danzo was a member of Konoha's Elder Council. Could the third Hokage truly have been ignorant of Danzo's actions? Is that even possible? Hypocritical Kenoha. Hypocritical will of fire. A horde of wolves and tigers coveting the power of the Uchiha. So be it. When we meet again, we may not be enemies, but we shall no longer be allies. Sasuke concluded, turning to leave. Stop. Sasuke, are you serious? Naruto exclaimed, trying to rise from his bed to stop him. However, he was still too weak to stand. Sasuke, are you really going to seek out that Madara guy? Kakashi stepped forward to inquire. At this, Sasuke paused momentarily before responding. Shouldn't I? I am Uchiha Sasuke. He is Uchiha Madara. We are both Uchiha. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha bore a countenance of indifference as he turned to face Kakashi. During this interval, a pair of double Tomo Sharingan had mysteriously manifested within Sasuke's eyes, the Tomo spinning at an astonishing speed. Eventually, a pair of triple Tomo Sharingan settled firmly within his gaze. Kakashi was taken aback. Had the Sharingan evolved? Observing the dark and sinister energy within Sasuke's eyes, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Naruto and Sakura gazed in astonishment at Sasuke in that moment. I have completely severed the bonds between us, declared Uchiha Sasuke, his triple Tomo Sharingan wide open as he cast a final glance at his companions before turning away entirely. Sasuke, Sakura called out, rushing after him, only to discover that he had vanished from the hospital. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade had just wrapped up her duties as Hokage and glanced at the time, preparing to grab a bite to eat. As she departed, she cast a disapproving glare at the man clad in red armor, his long hair billowing in the wind. Chen Yiban remained with his eyes closed, sensing, condensing, and stabilizing the increasingly potent power within him. For 2 days and nights, he maintained this state. Not long after Tsunade's exit, a figure suddenly leaped from the wall of the Hokage building, landing on the rooftop not far from the meditative Chen Yiban. Madara-senpai, I have succeeded, came the voice of Uchiha Sasuke. Urgency and anticipation etched upon his features as he looked at Chen Yiban. Madara-senpai, my Sharingan has reached the level of 3 Tomo. Sasuke continued, excitement palpable in his words as he showcased his triple Tomo Sharingan before Chen Yiban. Upon sensing the evolved ocular power, Chen Yiban remained motionless, his eyes still closed, as he casually formed a hand sign with one hand. In the next moment, a wooden figure rapidly coalesced from within Chen Yiban's body. Upon landing, a wood clone that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Yiban stood before Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stared in disbelief at the wood clone, unable to comprehend that Chen Yiban had acquired the powers of wood release, a bloodline technique once attributed to the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. How could the man before him possess such abilities? It was all so sudden. Chapter 39, Uchiha Obito almost becomes the 5th. It appears that Black Zetsu's information was erroneous. Suddenly, as Sasuke remained astonished by the appearance of the wood clone, a strange male voice echoed nearby. Who? Sasuke's triple Tomo Sharingan immediately focused on the source. He beheld a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing a brown spiral mask, standing at the edge of the rooftop railing. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. However, Sasuke did not yet recognize him. Black Zetsu claimed you lack Hashirama cells and cannot use would release. Clearly, he was mistaken. Obito's voice, muffled by the mask, was directed at the two Chen Yibans before him. Have you been observing me for 2 days, only to finally reveal yourself? Chen Yiban's true self opened his eyes, gazing with a faintly disdainful expression at Uchiha Obito. Oh, you were aware of my existence all along. Obito feigned surprise. Heh. Chen Yiban smirked coldly, choosing not to respond. Madara-senpai? At this moment, Sasuke glanced inquiringly at Chen Yiban. Sasuke, this does not concern you. Depart with the wood clone. It will guide your training for the time being, Chen Yiban stated flatly. Sasuke glanced at the wood clone beside Chen Yiban, astonished that a mere clone would instruct his training. Yes, teacher. Sasuke nodded, attempting to flatteringly address Chen Yiban as teacher. This prompted a bemused glance from Chen Yiban at the young boy. Enough, follow me. The wood clone, slightly impatient, leapt ahead. How fast? Sasuke marveled at the clone's incredible speed. Realizing this, he hurriedly leaped after it. Thus, the rooftop of the Hokage building was left with only Chen Yiban and Uchiha Obito, facing one another. To think you wish to instruct that little brat. Do you truly consider yourself Madara Uchiha? Obito mused, circling around, probing Chen Yiban's identity. Unbeknownst to Obito, Chen Yiban was fully aware of his background. In the next moment, Chen Yiban declared, I am not. Could you possibly be? Oh, Obito. Chen Yiban directly revealed Uchiha Obito's name, showing little interest in further banter. What did you call me? Obito's composure faltered. Heh. Chen Yiban chuckled. What? Have you worn that mask for so long that you truly believe you are someone else? Uchiha Obito. This time, Chen Yiban addressed Obito by both name and surname. At this, Obito's right eye, visible through the mask, displayed a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Could you truly be that person? No, it's impossible. I saw him die with my own eyes, and no one has resurrected him. Hence, you cannot be him. Obito's composure slipped, his voice shifting from a fabricated rasp to that of a normal adult man, albeit tinged with mania due to his excitement. I have never claimed to be him. Chen Yiban replied with a wicked smile. Yet, with a sudden glint, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan of Madara Uchiha manifested within Chen Yiban's eyes. How could it possibly be his eyes? Obito gasped in disbelief, overwhelmed by the pressure of the powerful eternal Manjiki ocular power. Are you surprised? Let me show you something even more astonishing. Chen Yiban's mischievous grin remained. In an instant, a flash of purple light erupted as he activated the Rinnegan. Nanny, this is impossible. Obito stumbled back, instinctively activating Kimui. In the shadows, the Rinnegan. How could he possess the Rinnegan? This is impossible. Madara's Rinnegan has always been with Nagato. Who is he? Even Black Zetsu, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. Yet, it appeared to be the genuine Rinnegan, the familiar oppressive force of its ocular power. Suddenly, without warning, Obito found himself missing an arm. Did you actually evade the certain fatal strike meant for your decapitation? What a pity. You were almost the fifth. Chen Yiban, with his pale purple Rinnegan, wore a cold smile, his gaze lofty and condescending. What is happening? Both Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu were momentarily bewildered. You actually placed a clone in the Kamui space? At that moment, Uchiha Obito, clutching his painful severed arm, wore an expression of uncertainty. Earlier, a clone of Chen Yiban had ambushed Uchiha Obito within the Kamui space. Had it not been for Obito's timely reflexes, he would surely have been decapitated. There was indeed a problem within the Kamui space, but why? Shirazetsu was astonished and curious, perplexed, until Kurizetsu, who was merged with him, solemnly remarked, It's Kakashi's left Sharingan. Ah yes, Kakashi's eye, which Obito had lost to this impersonator of Madara. Shirazetsu gasped in realization. Huh. Chen Yiban coldly regarded the pained Uchiha Obito, his Rinnegan radiating disdain and contempt. How do you know that Kakashi's eye is connected to mine? Moreover, Kakashi's eye should not be a Manjiki. At this moment, Uchiha Obito felt a genuine thrill of danger, filled with suspicion and uncertainty, as he could not help but speculate incessantly. Simultaneously, Obito was reluctant to recklessly enter the intangible state. Damn, a clone of Chen Yiban almost cost him his life. You have too many questions. Chen Yiban activated the Rinnegan technique, Rinne Rebirth, Hell of Souls. In the next instant, the nearly invisible Rinne Rebirth shadow severed Uchiha Obito's head. Yet whoosh, the decapitated Uchiha Obito did not perish. His head and body vanished in an instant and then restored completely. Immediately, Uchiha Obito gazed at Chen Yiban. whose pale purple Rinnegan was filled with profound astonishment. The next second, he turned and fled. Izanagi, huh? This is troublesome. Chen Yiban smiled wickedly at the fleeing Uchiha Obito. Although he spoke of trouble, there was no hint of genuine concern on his face. Rather, it bore an expression of a cat playing with its prey. Shirazetsu. Uchiha Obito exclaimed as he leapt from the Hokage building to the ground. Almost instantly, the vortex Shirazetsu took control of his body and swiftly merged into the earth, fleeing underground with his unique abilities. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Chen Yiban approached the edge, his Rinnegan gazing below at where Obito had departed. Huh, Obito, you cannot escape your fate. A cold, death-like smile spread across Chen Yiban's face. Izanagi, for each individual has different conditions for use. The duration of invincibility after activating Izanagi varies. For instance, in the original story, during the onslaught of Conan's 600 billion exploding tags, even after his Kamui had reached its limit, Obito used Izanagi to escape. Thus, Obito's Izanagi should last at least 3 minutes, if not 5. 3 minutes. Chen Yiban allowed him to flee, waiting for that time to pass. Soon, the second backup he had discreetly prepared could be unleashed. Obito, you are destined to become the fifth. On another front, with the assistance of Vortex Shirazetsu, Uchiha Obito quickly escaped from Kenoha, reaching the outskirts of the village. During this time, one might wonder why he did not use Kamui to leave. Obito thought, damn, there's an enemy clone in the Kamui space. Until I find a way to deal with it, I dare not enter. Having Shirazetsu assist him was a last resort. As for confronting Chen Yiban directly, Obito dared not entertain such thoughts. Just moments ago, he had nearly been decapitated in the Kamui space. Later, he was truly beheaded by some unseen force. A technique he suspected to be the unique ocular jutsu of his opponent's Rinnegan. Had it not been for his covert activation of Izanagi, his life would have ended there. Damn it, it felt as though all his information had been laid bare before his adversary. That guy is truly sinister. More sinister than even Obito himself. By this time, nearly 2 minutes had passed. Shirazetsu, continue onward. Upon reaching the walls of Kenoha, Uchiha Obito felt it was still not safe enough. He ordered Shirazetsu to keep diving deeper underground. Yes, yes. Shirazetsu nodded repeatedly, continuing to distance themselves from Kenoha. Finally, after moving more than 10 kilometers away from the Hidden Leaf Village, feeling entirely free from danger, Obito dared to let Shirazetsu return to the surface. At the same time, Izanagi had long expired, losing its effectiveness. Returning to the surface, Uchiha Obito grimaced in pain, clutching his severed left arm. Obito truly suffered a significant loss this time. Who on earth is that doppelganger who looks exactly like Madara? He possesses genuine Rinnegan. Vortex Shirazetsu, unable to contain himself, spoke up. I don't know. Uchiha Obito coldly replied. He then removed his brown vortex mask, revealing his somewhat ghastly right face. It was evident that apart from his right eye, which was the Kamui Sharingan, his left eye had lost its light. Previously, it had been an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Because he had just activated his Izanagi, his left eye had now gone dim. With a snap, Obito extracted the lifeless left eye. Then, he retrieved a vial from his pocket. Inside the vial was a new 3-tomo Sharingan, soaking in liquid, ready to replace his left eye. Suddenly, a figure clad in red armor appeared out of nowhere. Obito. Chen Yiban, with his Rinnegan, looked at Obito with a cold smile. The Flying Thunder God technique. Impossible. Obito thought in disbelief. At that instant, he realized the imminent danger and prepared to desperately enter the intangible state once more. But an unseen presence instantaneously decapitated Uchiha Obito. It was, indeed, the Rinne Rebirth Shadow. Consequently, with a bloody arc, Uchiha Obito's head fell to the ground. Snap. The invisible Rinne Rebirth Shadow then extracted Obito's Kamui Sharingan from his right eye. Subsequently, it was handed to Chen Yiban, who accepted the Sharingan with his Rinnegan and placed it within the system's internal space. Meanwhile, Vortex Shirazetsu was still alive and seemed to be attempting to flee. The Rinne Rebirth Shadow swiftly dealt with him. A fire jutsu reduced him to ashes. Congratulations, you have slain Uchiha Obito, achieving a high-level accomplishment, and have received 1 high-level achievement lottery chance. Congratulations, you have slain Shirazetsu, achieving a medium-level accomplishment, and have received 1 medium-level achievement lottery chance. Current lottery chances. Beginner Achievement Lottery, 3 times. Medium Achievement Lottery, 3 times. High Achievement Lottery, 1 time. In the void. Only Chen Yiban could hear and see the timely system prompts. He glanced briefly and then chose to ignore it for the moment. Turning his gaze towards the severed remains of Uchiha Obito, he remarked, "Do you know? In the Kamui space, although my clone failed to behead you, it left a mark of Flying Thunder God upon you. Therefore, Obito, you are destined to become the fifth." As he looked at Obito's lifeless body, Chen Yiban revealed a certain answer. It turned out that his clone, which had failed in its ambush within the Kamui space, had indeed left the Flying Thunder God mark on Obito. Truly, the main body was cunning, and so was the clone. Chen Yiban utilized the information gap to meticulously orchestrate the demise of 8 gates, Shimura Danzo, and at this very moment, Uchiha Obito, among others. Fire style. At last, Chen Yiban unleashed a fire-style ninjutsu upon Obito's corpse, a simple cremation to prevent the body from polluting the wilderness. Afterward, he retracted the will grave and, with a swift motion, executed the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Thus, only 2 flames remained, flickering gently in the aftermath. However, shortly after Chen Yiban's departure, the true body of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu began to emerge slowly from underground. Madara Uchiha's eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Rinnegan seemed to be capable of performing the Flying Thunder God technique, a feat even Madara himself could not achieve. Who exactly was this individual? The true body of White Zetsu could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. I do not know, but this person has severely impacted the progression of the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu, with a sullen expression, pondered the implications of Obito's death. Can the Eye of the Moon plan continue without him? White Zetsu mused softly. In response, Black Zetsu clenched his fists in frustration. There is still Nagato. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban had traversed 10 kilometers after repeatedly activating the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the rooftop of the Hokage building in Kenoha. At the same time, he noticed Tsunade, appearing to have just finished a meal, preparing to return to the Hokage building to continue with her duties. Due to the destruction Chen Yiban had caused in Kenoha days prior, the already busy responsibilities of the Hokage had multiplied. With a plethora of documents to process concerning the reconstruction of the streets and buildings damaged during the incident, even the order of repairs required Tsunade to contemplate and approve with her signature. Thus, Tsunade had been exceedingly occupied these past few days. During this time, she incessantly cursed and berated Madara, Hashirama's granddaughter. Suddenly, just as she was about to step into the Hokage building, Tsunade heard the voice of the one person she detested most in this life. Madara, Tsunade thought bitterly. She lifted her gaze and indeed saw Chen Yiban standing on the railing above. His eyes returned to their usual dark hue, gazing down at her. "How is it that you haven't fallen to your death?" Tsunade silently cursed as she looked up at him. "What do you want, you scoundrel?" she retorted, her annoyance palpable. Yet, Chen Yiban appeared indifferent to her verbal assault. Coldly commanding, "Come up. What do you want?" Tsunade replied, clearly reluctant. "I said come up. Do not make me repeat myself." Chen Yiban's tone grew more threatening with each word. Tsunade glared at the man above her, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. "Fine, you jerk," she muttered under her breath before leaping lightly onto the rooftop of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, 2 Umbu ninjas stationed at the entrance of the Hokage building observed their leader being so easily commanded by another. They dared not utter a word, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement. Fortunately, their 5th Hokage soon arrived. The 2 Umbu ninjas felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "What do you want from me? Do you know that, thanks to you, my Hokage duties have increased at least 3-fold? I am so busy that I hardly have time for a good night's sleep." Tsunade began to complain as soon as she reached the rooftop, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yiban. "You're making too much noise," Chen Yiban replied nonchalantly. "You." Tsunade's expression resembled that of someone wishing to bite his head off. Chen Yiban, however, got straight to the point. With a swift motion, he summoned the Kamui Sharingan from the system space, a bloodied, Mangeki Sharingan, appearing in his hand. This took Tsunade by surprise. Having previously noted Chen Yiban's ability to conjure various items and weapons from thin air, her curiosity had long been piqued. Now, witnessing him produce a Mangeki Sharingan, she was even more astonished. "With your medical ninjutsu, is there any way to integrate the ocular technique of this Mangeki Sharingan into my own eyes?" Chen Yiban finally revealed his purpose for seeking Tsunade. He wished to merge the ocular technique Kamui. In truth, Chen Yiban had consulted the system, only to find that it required 3 medium achievement draws. What a ripoff. Just days ago, He had created an independent space for the Nine Tails, costing him merely 3 medium draws. Why was merging an ocular technique so exorbitantly priced? What a cunning system. At that moment, Chen Yiban thought of Tsunade, the medical sage, wondering if she might have a solution. Perhaps she could help him save those 3 medium draws. However, Tsunade retorted, "Do you think I am a god? No matter how powerful I am, I cannot accomplish such a feat." She gazed at Chen Yiban with exasperation while simultaneously questioning, "Where did you even obtain this Mangeki Sharingan? As far as I know, there are very few Uchiha left in this world. Aside from that brat Sasuke and Kenoha and you. There's only the deranged Itachi Uchiha out there. Is this Itachi's eye? But when did you leave Kenoha to meet Itachi?" Tsunade suddenly bombarded him with curious inquiries. "Can't you do it either?" Chen Yiban barely registered her question, fixating instead on her assertion that she could not merge the Kimui Sharingan's technique with his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Yiban activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Tsunade instinctively took a step back. "I do not believe you. I need to confirm." Chen Yiban spoke, his eternal Mangeki eyes fixed on her. You really are a scoundrel." Tsunade gritted her teeth, feeling both helpless and humiliated. But there was little she could do. Ultimately, Chen Yiban unleashed the formidable power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, taking control of Tsunade. Yet, the final answer remained. It was impossible. It seemed he could only seek the system's assistance. 3 medium draws it would be. Chen Yiban resigned himself to this fate. Just then, Tsunade suddenly swung a powerful fist towards Chen Yiban's cheek. However, without even glancing, he effortlessly blocked it with one hand. "Oh, there was a mosquito on your face just now," Tsunade replied with a playful smile. In response, Chen Yiban gazed at her with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 41. The second target, Akatsuki. In Kenoha, near a great river not far from the Uchiha clan's land, clang, bang, before them, the wooden clone of Chen Yiban engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Sasuke on the surface of a great river. It appeared that the wooden clone was effortlessly defending against Sasuke, who struggled to land effective blows with his kunai. As fire techniques surged, Sasuke readied to unleash his ninjutsu against the wooden clone. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the wooden clone accelerated and delivered a powerful kick that sent Sasuke flying. A force that he could not withstand. How astonishing! Even with my newly evolved 3-tomo Sharingan, I could barely perceive his movements. Struck in the abdomen, Sasuke was propelled backward, landing roughly 7 to 8 meters away before splashing into the water. His planned fire technique was abruptly interrupted. Soon after, Sasuke emerged from the water, utilizing chakra to stand atop the surface. "Come again." The drenched Sasuke glared at the wooden clone, who gestured for him to attack once more. Damn it! Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yiban's strength. A mere clone could easily overpower him. Yet, reflecting on the recent battle in Kenoha, it was no surprise. Chen Yiban had single-handedly held off numerous Kenoha ninjas, including Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, with just a shadow clone. Although Chen Yiban's use of a clone to mentor him felt somewhat dismissive, Sasuke recognized the immense power behind it. "Senior's wooden clone. I am about to unleash my strongest technique. Please be careful," Sasuke declared, gripping his wrist with his left hand while his right hand, fingers splayed like claws, began to rapidly gather chakra. Crackling with energy, it was indeed the lightning release. Chidori. The plot had just transitioned into the Chunin exams, coinciding perfectly with Sasuke's mastery of this technique. "Oh," a slight smile graced Chen Yiban's lips, betraying a hint of interest. In the next moment, he raised his right hand, pure chakra gathering swiftly in his palm, forming a sphere. What emerged was the signature technique of Naruto Uzumaki, the Rasengan. Upon recognizing it, Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. For a fleeting moment, he saw the wooden clone as Naruto himself. "This time, I will not lose as I did on the rooftop," Sasuke thought, his 3-tomo Sharingan glowing fiercely. In an instant, he charged at the wooden clone with his Chidori, shouting, "Lightning release. Chidori." Chen Yiban smiled, maintaining a similar chakra level as he prepared the Rasengan. The clash was monumental. Chidori met Rasengan with a resounding explosion. Sasuke was sent reeling backward. Just then, a figure identical to the wooden clone appeared, catching the flying Sasuke. It was the real Chen Yiban, arriving just in time. "Did I lose again?" Sasuke mumbled, blood trickling from his lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness in Chen Yiban's arms. Is he unconscious? Perhaps not. Observing the faintly bleeding Sasuke, Chen Yiban's gaze shifted to the wooden clone, which had managed to match Sasuke's chakra. Now, however, the clone's right hand showed signs of damage. Rasengan and Chidori each had their merits, but differed in lethality. With a thought, Chen Yiban commanded the clone to disperse, and it transformed into wood, sinking into the river below. Approximately 3 hours later, by the riverbank, Sasuke gradually regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw a figure clad in red armor beside him. Roasting fish. It's the wooden clone of Senior Chun. Awakened, have you? Chen Yiban, while cooking the fish, cast a glance at the now conscious Sasuke. I have released the wooden clone. Huh. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Are you the real Senior Chen? Indeed. Chen Yiban smiled faintly as he handed Sasuke a perfectly cooked fish. Have a bite. Thank you, Senior Chun. Sasuke responded, astonished as he eagerly accepted the fish. Yet, as he sat up, he felt a dull pain in his chest, recalling the moment he clashed with Chen Yiban's wooden clone and ultimately lost. A shadow of despair crossed Sasuke's face. Noticing this, Chen Yiban, having devoured nearly half the fish, understood the boy's thoughts. Did the one who taught you Chidori not inform you of its characteristics? While chewing his meal, Chen Yiban spoke with deliberate calm. Sasuke turned to him, intrigued. Observe. Chen Yiban rose and approached a nearby cliff. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Rasengan that struck the cliff face, creating a sizable crater, roughly 4 to 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep. I controlled my chakra to match yours and executed this so-called Rasengan. Now, you should use your Chidori on this cliff and observe the results. Chen Yiban instructed, turning back to Sasuke while taking another bite of fish. Yes, Senior Chun. Sasuke seemed to grasp the lesson. In a moment, he unleashed his lightning release, Chidori upon a different spot on the cliff. Instantly, a narrow but deep hole, over 5 meters deep, was carved into the rock, with Sasuke nearly embedding himself within it. Senior Chun, I understand your point now. Thank you, Sasuke exclaimed, beaming as he leaped from the pit to rejoin Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban merely smiled, resuming his meal without a word. Naruto, that day on the rooftop. I did not lose to you. As Senior Chen said, it was merely a difference in the destructive capabilities of Chidori and Rasengan. Sasuke thought, feeling his confidence return as the pain in his chest faded. This was precisely what Chen Yiban had hoped for. A growing ninja could not afford to lose faith. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, at Kenoha's cemetery, before a gravestone, Wai Kurenai placed a bouquet of flowers, her eyes misting with memories. Shin. A voice called from behind. Turning, she found Nara Shikaku placing flowers at Asuma's grave. Shikaku, I heard that Shikamaru has considered seeking vengeance against that man, Kurenai inquired. I have thought about it, Shikaku replied promptly. Then, Kurenai began, but was interrupted. But I will not do so, Shikaku added emphatically. Why? Do you not wish to avenge Asuma? Kurenai asked, puzzled. Upon hearing the name Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. However, he remarked, we cannot possibly be a match for that individual. Any attempt to confront him would only serve to provoke his wrath. Surely, you do not wish to witness the complete annihilation of the people of Kenoha? As he spoke, Nara Shikaku fixed his gaze upon Wai Kurenai. If revenge were truly attainable, he would eagerly pursue it. Yet, the adversary in question was the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Was there any genuine possibility of success? And if they were to fail, what would be the consequences? Would the innocent civilians and shinobi of Kenoha truly pay the price for his failed vendetta? Under the weight of Nara Shikaku's unwavering gaze, Wai Kurenai ultimately turned away, her expression one of despondency. Sighing, he cast his eyes upon Asuma's gravestone, contemplating Shikamaru. Will you understand my plight? Meanwhile, not far from the Uchiha clan's territory, the sounds of clashing steel echoed across the river. It was indeed Sasuke relentlessly battling against the wood clones of Chen Yiban. Though he remained outmatched by the clones, Sasuke had made significant progress over the past few days. At the very least, his recently awakened three-tomo Sharingan was becoming increasingly adept in its application. Moreover, his control over chakra had improved as well, having fought upon the water's surface. Previously, under the overwhelming assault of the wood clones, he often lost control and fell into the water. Such occurrences had become rare. During the skirmish between the wood clones and Sasuke on the river's surface, the real Chen Yiban sat cross-legged on the riverbank. Having recently awakened the Rinnegan, the powers of Ashura and Senju Hashirama were still surging within him. Each passing day, the strength within him grew ever more formidable. By today, He felt that the Rinnegan and the powers of Ashura and Hashirama had reached a level of stability, allowing him to consider other plans. Kenoha had been tentatively secured, yet it was merely a stepping stone. Chen Yiban aspired to emulate the Qin Emperor from another world and unify the nations. He recalled a comment he had encountered while browsing videos from that realm. Originally, Uchiha Madara could have been the Hokage version of the Qin Emperor. Why not? Just imagine, unifying the entire shinobi world. What a monumental achievement that would be. What level of rewards would the system provide for such an accomplishment? Chen Yiban eagerly anticipated it. As he exhaled slowly, a pair of bright, ambitious black eyes opened wide, revealing a determined glint. Kenoha first. Then, the Akatsuki. A subtle smile graced Chen Yiban's lips, embodying his ambitious aspirations. At that moment, Sasuke and the wood clone of Chen Yiban simultaneously unleashed their Chidori upon the river. The clash resulted in the wood clone sustaining some damage, while Sasuke returned with a bloodied hand. Chen Yiban could not help but smile faintly at the sight. Sasuke, it seemed, was training with reckless abandon. Was he in such a hurry to grow stronger and avenge Itachi? Indeed, the power of hatred in this world was formidable. Although Chen Yiban was aware of the truth regarding Itachi, he believed it would be better for Sasuke to remain unaware for a while longer, using this hatred as motivation for his training. Sasuke, I may need to leave for a few days, Chen Yiban suddenly announced, observing Sasuke tending to his wounds. Teacher, you are leaving Kenoha? Sasuke inquired, surprise evident in his voice. Yes, for I seek more than just Kenoha, Chen Yiban replied with a smile. Sasuke stared at Chen Yiban, momentarily perplexed by his words. May I accompany you? He asked, his eyes filled with hope. Accompany me? Chen Yiban pondered briefly. The Akatsuki has Itachi in their ranks. Oh, a farewell to a brother. How intriguing. Given Itachi's nature, he would undoubtedly obstruct my path. Perhaps his demise could awaken your Manjiki Sharingan. With that thought, Chen Yiban nodded at Sasuke, who then revealed a rare smile. Days swiftly passed, and at last, Tsunade had completed her morning duties at the Hokage's office. As she stepped outside, she instinctively glanced back at the Hokage building's rooftop. She noticed that the red figure she had seen there days prior had seemingly vanished. Where has that person gone? I hope he does not stir up any trouble again, she muttered, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara had returned to the shinobi world, and his every move would bring about some transformation. There was no denying the vastness of his power. Furthermore, Naruto's sealed nine tails had been seized by him. The combination of his already overwhelming strength with the power of the nine tails was unfathomable. Shaking her head, Tsunade dared not dwell on it further. If only grandfather were still alive. He was perhaps the only one capable of restraining the legendary shinobi Uchiha Madara. After murmuring to herself a few more times, she turned away and departed. Meanwhile, far beyond the land of fire, at the confluence of the wind, earth, and fire nations, lay the Rain Village. This village was rather unique, perpetually shrouded in rainy seasons. Its architecture, characterized by steel buildings, resembled a veritable urban jungle. The streets were bustling with ninjas and villagers, all adorned with red umbrellas. The atmosphere and economy of the village appeared vibrant, indicative of a capable leadership. Amidst the rain-soaked streets, two figures, a young boy and a grown man, emerged. The adult, with waist-length hair, donned ancient war attire, while the boy wore a sleek black outfit emblazoned with a bright clan emblem. Both wore conical hats, shielding them from the rain while obscuring their striking features. The duo was none other than Chen Yiban and Uchiha Sasuke. They had arrived at the Rain Village, the stronghold of the Akatsuki leader. Chen Yiban's objective was to confront Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki. Teacher, why have we come to this village? Sasuke inquired, his curiosity piqued by the village's distinctive architecture. The leader of this village is the head of the Akatsuki, Chen Yiban replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing the mention of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in an instant. Teacher, is it the Akatsuki that Uchiha Itachi is currently part of? Sasuke's excitement was palpable, inadvertently interrupting Chen Yiban's discourse. In response, Chen Yiban, his face shrouded by a conical hat, revealed a faint smile. Indeed. Teacher, shall we eliminate this organization? Sasuke couldn't restrain his curiosity. Images of his sworn enemy, Uchiha Itachi, flashed in his mind. Teacher, could you refrain from confronting Uchiha Itachi? Suddenly, the shorter Sasuke, also donning a hat, implored Chen Yiban. Oh, You wish to take his life with your own hands, do you? Chen Yiban glanced at the 12 or 13-year-old boy beside him. Yes, teacher. Sasuke nodded vigorously. With your current strength, it is nearly impossible. Chen Yiban replied with a gentle shake of his head. I understand. However, I believe that with your guidance, I will soon possess the power to slay that man. Sasuke declared with unwavering determination. Chen Yiban couldn't help but take a closer look at Sasuke, recognizing his resolve and courage, qualities befitting a formidable ninja. Moreover, in this world, Uchiha Sasuke was the reincarnation of the legendary Akatsuki Indra. If Sasuke could harness Indra's powers, then defeating Uchiha Itachi would not be an impossible feat. However, I am not necessarily inclined to kill. If we can resolve matters through dialogue, I may not need to lift a finger, Chen Yiban remarked, unhurriedly advancing. At that moment, 6 figures descended from the heavens, landing in the street before Chen Yiban and Sasuke, obstructing their path. The once bustling street had inexplicably fallen silent, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Chen Yiban had already noticed the change in the atmosphere, but he was unconcerned. The only sounds that remained were the raindrops pattering against the ground and the faint whisper of the wind. In contrast, the 6 individuals across from them radiated an inexplicable sense of oppression and an air of mystery. Sasuke felt a twinge of apprehension, yet with Chen Yiban by his side, he felt emboldened. Teacher, their eyes appear to be. Sasuke noted the purple orbs of the 6 figures. Indeed, it is the 6 paths of pain. Chen Yiban's lips curled into a subtle smile beneath his hat. These were the very figures from the original story that invaded Kenoha, the ones responsible for Jiraiya's demise. Chen Yiban mused that he might have inadvertently altered the course of events, perhaps even saving Jiraiya's life, though Jiraiya had now lost an entire arm due to his interference. Can you protect yourself, Sasuke? Chen Yiban suddenly inquired. Rest assured, teacher. Although I lack the strength to defeat that man, I have grown stronger under your tutelage, Sasuke proclaimed, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. At that moment, a figure resembling an angel, adorned with wings, descended beside the 6 pain figures. It was Konan. Sharingan. Konan murmured as she beheld the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. That is good, Chen Yiban replied, gently removing his hat, revealing his flowing, beautiful hair and his own captivating blood-red Manjiki Sharingan. Is that a Manjiki Sharingan of the same caliber as Uchiha Itachi's? Konan remarked, her voice tinged with awe. Uchiha Madara, the Deva Path of Pain spoke, seemingly completing Konan's train of thought with an undeniable name. Who was the man behind the brown vortex mask? Konan recalled Uchiha Obito, who had previously presented himself as Madara before Nagato and Konan. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yiban was the true Uchiha Madara. Shall we dance? Chen Yiban's Manjiki Sharingan gleamed as he gazed at the 6 paths of pain and Konan. The Deva Path of Pain's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. Intruder, you have entered the realm of gods. Hearing this, Chen Yiban chuckled. God, you dare to invoke that term before me? The rain soaked his long hair, but the intensity of his Manjiki Sharingan only grew more formidable, causing Konan to feel a chill in the air. Surrender to me for the unification of the ninja world. In return, I may agree to spare your lives. Chen Yiban's gaze was cold as he fixed it upon the 7 figures before him. His Manjiki Sharingan met the Rinnegan, and his presence exuded undeniable dominance. Who do you think you are? Even if you are the legendary ninja Uchiha Obito, what of it? Konan replied with a haughty demeanor, glancing at the 6 paths of pain beside her. The Rinnegan represents true divine power. While that assertion held merit, it ultimately depended on who wielded it. Chen Yiban smirked mischievously. Suddenly, a towering blue Susanoo erupted from the ground, letting out a primal roar. Is this the Susanoo said to possess the power to reshape existence? Nagato, the mastermind behind the 6 paths of pain, murmured from behind the scenes. Konan's expression turned grave as she gazed at the massive Susanoo, feeling the chilling chakra emanating from it. Such overwhelming chakra. Uchiha Itachi had always concealed his true strength, making this perhaps the first time she had witnessed such a phenomenon. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path of Pain's eyes focused sharply as he unleashed one of the Rinnegan's fundamental abilities against the towering Susanoo. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force surged towards the Susanoo. Chen Yiban, with a mere thought, commanded the Susanoo to bring its hands together, effectively countering the force of Shinra Tensei. Remarkable. It managed to withstand Shinra Tensei. One of the animal path figures murmured in astonishment. Yet, the Susanoo not only resisted the attack, but roared defiantly. unleashing a barrage of blue blades toward the 6 paths of pain. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path of Pain reacted swiftly, activating Shinra Tensei just in time to deflect the incoming blades. Impressive power. The Deva Path expressed surprise at the might of the Susanoo. Watch out, Conan suddenly exclaimed. The Susanoo unleashed a flurry of astonishing blue blade strikes, forcing the 6 paths of pain to scatter in all directions. Conan took flight, spreading her paper wings and ascending into the sky. However, the steel structures in the vicinity suffered catastrophic damage as the Susanoo's blades sliced through them, leaving devastation in their wake. Witnessing this scene, Conan's face flushed with anger. In the next moment, she unleashed a rather unique paper technique. Countless origami cranes soared towards the towering Susanoo, a 3rd stage. Then, boom, boom, boom. It was a series of explosive tags. At that moment, the Susanoo, unable to evade, was subjected to continuous detonations. However, after the smoke cleared, the blue, towering Susanoo stood unscathed before everyone. Was it utterly ineffective? Conan was slightly astonished. Universal pull. Suddenly, Pain's Deva Path drew together the debris of countless steel structures, as if assembling a colossal iron mass, and hurled it towards the Susanoo. Bang! The 3rd stage Susanoo merely swung a fist, shattering the massive iron block effortlessly. The summoning technique of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, the beast path among Pain's 6 paths began to summon a beast. A colossal bull emerged, surging forward to crash into the Susanoo. Thud! The 4-armed Susanoo blocked the charge with 2 of its hands. Immediately after, clang! It cleaved the beast in 2. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, countless cannon fire rained down. It was the Azura path. The Susanoo's massive arms swung in succession, swiftly dismantling the incoming artillery. Clang! Suddenly, laser cannons joined the fray. The Susanoo instinctively brought its hands together to shield itself. Yet, under the onslaught of the powerful laser cannons, the ground beneath the Susanoo plowed backward several meters before the tremendous impact of the lasers finally subsided. Although the laser cannons were formidable, they could not breach the Susanoo's formidable defenses. Turtle shell, Conan remarked coldly. The enemy was indeed powerful, but the teacher is even stronger. Behind the 3rd stage Susanoo, Naruto watched intently, filled with admiration and reverence for Chen Yiban. Chapter 43, Rinnegan. You aspire to unify the entire ninja world? At this moment, Pain's Deva Path, with eyes marked by the Rinnegan, gazed at the massive Susanoo containing Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban was speechless. In response, Pain's Deva Path continued. What will happen after unification? People cannot truly understand one another. Only by making everyone experience the same pain can there be unity. With the power of my Rinnegan. Before their eyes, Pain's Deva Path slowly coalesced a black core object in his hand. Beside him, Conan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Nagato, you cannot use that technique in the village. Yet, the opponent may indeed be the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. His power is immense. It must be done to make him feel pain. Pain's Deva Path remained cold and unyielding. What does the man with the legendary eyes intend to do? Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke observed Pain's actions with mounting curiosity. The planetary devastation? The head of the Susanoo, Chen Yiban, merely crossed his arms, seemingly unperturbed. You actually know about the planetary devastation? At once, Conan looked at Chen Yiban in astonishment. Nagato's planetary devastation was rarely used, and it could be said that he had never demonstrated it in front of others before. Why would the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara know of this technique's existence and be able to name it accurately? Feel the pain. Just then, Pain's Deva Path hurled the black core object high into the sky. Nagato! Conan exclaimed in shock. How could Nagato truly use the planetary devastation in the village, where countless Rain Village ninjas and civilians reside? Could it be that the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara is so powerful that he can force Nagato to this extent? Swish! Amidst Conan's bewilderment, the core of the planetary devastation above began to unleash an overwhelming gravitational force. On the ground, numerous steel structures began to tremble. Especially the massive fragments of steel from earlier that the Susanoo had shattered were directly drawn upward. What is happening? Uchiha Sasuke felt his body being pulled upward and quickly retreated, grounding himself with chakra. Meanwhile, Conan took the opportunity to spread her paper wings and soar away before the planetary devastation fully activated its gravitational pull. What has the god done? The Rain ninjas and civilians in the village gazed up at the core of the planetary devastation with curiosity and awe. unaware that their doom was imminent. Of course, this was if Chen Yiban remained unaffected. Yet, it was said that although the Rinnegan is a divine power, its effectiveness depends on the wielder. Chen Yiban, with his crimson, Mangeki Sharingan, gazed with arrogance. Nagato, you claim you want me to feel pain? Huh. I also wish for you to experience despair. Murmuring, Chen Yiban slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, clang. The ordinary Mangeki Sharingan transcended to eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Simultaneously, the complete Susanoo. Clang. A terrifying surge of chakra and immense ocular power erupted instantaneously. Soon, a colossal blue armored giant, towering over 200 meters, appeared before everyone's eyes. Was that the invading enemy? The Rain Village ninjas and civilians gazed at the complete Susanoo in astonishment, much like the earlier onlookers from Kenoha. In the distant sky, Conan, suspended in midair, wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Chen Yiban, within the diamond-shaped crystal of the complete Susanoo, found himself facing the black core of the planetary devastation right before him. An impulse surged within him. Instantly, the complete Susanoo extended its massive hands and seized the floating black core. Then, boom, it crushed it. The fragments, along with some of the steel debris that had just been drawn up, plummeted back to the ground. The planetary devastation, Conan murmured in astonishment. Nagato, the mastermind controlling the 6 paths of pain from afar, also wore a look of surprise. He did not expect the power of Susanoo to be this formidable. The teacher, Naruto, once again beheld Chen Yiban's complete Susanoo, his heart racing with admiration, longing for such supreme Uchiha power. Could it be subdued? Standing atop the head of the colossal complete Susanoo, Chen Yiban coldly stated, summoning technique of the Rinnegan. In response, the beast path among Pain's 6 paths summoned hellish 3-headed dogs. Foolish resistance. Chen Yiban scoffed coldly. Then, swish, as the hellhounds charged forward. Chen Yiban commanded the complete Susanoo to reach out, almost instantaneously absorbing all the hellhounds into darkness. Indeed, it was the Kamui. Following this, the movements of the complete Susanoo did not cease. Clang. Boom. A terrifying sword slash, characteristic of the complete Susanoo, cleaved through the air, reminiscent of when it had split the Hidden Leaf Village. Boom. Wherever the blade passed, everything was reduced to fragments, until a chasm, several thousand meters long, emerged, cleaving the entire Rain Village in two. The scene mirrored that of the earlier division of Kenoha now unfolding before the Rain Village. Ugh. Conan, bloodied, staggered to her feet from the ruins, having been thrown back by the residual force of that strike, crashing into a steel structure. Even the residual force alone caused her to spit blood and sustain injuries. In a scene reminiscent of the past in Kenoha, Uchiha Sasuke stood behind the Susanoo, his eyes wide with astonishment at the overwhelming power before him. The might of this Susanoo was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Conan was curious to know whether Pain's Deva path, or rather Yahiko's body, had sustained any irreparable damage. Just then, with a sudden flash, Chen Yiban appeared before her, as if he had instantaneously teleported from the towering body of the complete Susanoo. Indeed, Chen Yiban had traversed a distance within the Susanoo, and then, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed his technique. At that instant, Conan could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed at the suddenly arrived Chen Yiban. Moreover, his eyes, those were the Rinnegan. She beheld a pair of pale purple, circular, ripple-patterned eyes identical to Nagato's, and her expression transformed into one of utter disbelief and shock. By the time she registered the situation and attempted to flee, it was already too late. With a crack, she screamed in pain as 4 black rods firmly pinned her to the ground. The beautiful angel had fallen, with his pale purple Rinnegan fixed upon her. Chen Yiban slowly advanced. Then, with a thud, one of his black-clad feet pressed down directly onto Conan's head. In her state of humiliation and pain, Conan glared fiercely at Chen Yiban, who was standing over her. Suddenly, the beleaguered Deva path of pain, having emerged from the depths of the Susanoo, unleashed a powerful Rinnegan technique at Chen Yiban. Yet, Chen Yiban merely raised his hand and countered with the same ability. The result was inevitable. Pain was sent flying, crashing into numerous iron structures within the Rain Village. With Pain immobilized, Conan's concern for either Pain or Yahiko's remains intensified. Chen Yiban, with one hand pointed downwards at the pinned Conan, slowly extended a black rod from his palm. What will you choose, Nagato? Will you watch this beautiful paper angel perish before your very eyes? He threatened, aiming the rod at her. As the legendary Uchiha Madara. How could you? Konan began to mock Chen Yiban, but her words were abruptly silenced as he pressed down harder on her head. You scoundrel! At that moment, Konan burned with a desire to eliminate Chen Yiban immediately. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the Rain Village, the skeletal figure of Nagato murmured to himself. I failed to protect you, Yahiko. I cannot let anything happen to Konan now. I must not. As pain returned to confront Chen Yiban, he no longer bore the intent to attack. Excellent. It appears you have come to understand reality. Chen Yiban remarked coldly, satisfaction gleaming in his pale purple Rinnegan. Suddenly, the system notifications resonated in the air as the battle concluded. Congratulations. You have achieved a medium achievement by defeating the 5 paths of pain, excluding the Deva path. You have earned 10 medium achievement draws. Congratulations. You have defeated the Akatsuki's Konan, achieving a medium achievement. You have earned 2 medium achievement draws. Chen Yiban glanced at the notifications, pondering the unexpected outcome. Oh, so everyone receives 2 medium achievement draws? How intriguing. His gaze fell upon the fallen Deva path of pain. Why do you possess the Rinnegan? This question bewildered both Konan and Nagato. Nagato, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired through the Deva path. How could anyone else possess the eyes of a god? To this, Chen Yiban smirked disdainfully. Nagato, did you truly believe that your Rinnegan was a product of your own nature? He refrained from elaborating further. You mean to say? Nagato was taken aback. While Chen Yiban continued, I shall not divulge too much. You have 2 choices, watch her die, or surrender your Rinnegan. He pointed the black rod threateningly at Konan. Don't do it, Nagato. You must not grant the eyes of a god to such a wretch. Konan urged desperately. Am I allowing you to speak? Chen Yiban replied, pressing his foot firmly onto her face, eliciting a look of murderous rage from her. Nagato, look at Konan beneath Chen Yiban's foot. Eventually, Nagato relented. Let her go. I promise. Before he could finish, the Deva path suddenly writhed in agony, letting out a horrific wail. What is happening? Nagato, are you all right? Konan turned to him. Concern etched on her face. What? Chen Yiban echoed, puzzled. Then, suddenly, the Deva path collapsed. Oh, Konan, do you know what is happening? Chen Yiban observed the fallen figure of the Deva path, his brow furrowing slightly. Nagato. Konan, still pinned, longed to check on him. Where is Nagato now? Chen Yiban demanded, shifting his foot slightly. Yet, Konan merely shot him a defiant glare, remaining silent. Woman, you are testing my patience, Chen Yiban said, elongating the black rod in his hand as a threat. Yet, even as it neared her, Konan stood resolute, unafraid of death. Chen Yiban found himself somewhat impressed by her courage. Were it not for the Rinnegan, he would have simply cast a genjutsu on her. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the tallest steel building in the Rain Village. Both Chen Yiban and Konan turned their astonished gazes toward the source. Nagato, what have you done? Konan exclaimed, a mixture of disbelief and shock on her face. Who is he reviving? Chen Yiban pondered, equally astonished. The situation spiraled beyond his expectations. How could Nagato activate the Rinne rebirth? Inside the highest steel building, the already gaunt figure of Nagato appeared to have lost significant vitality. His hair turned gray and his face ashen. Slowly, he lowered his hands, which had just performed the technique. Nagato, this is your final value. A dark figure beside him manipulated the weakened Nagato. Simultaneously, a coffin in the center of the room seemed to be kicked open from within. A powerful figure emerged from the coffin. Nagato, you seem to have matured quite a bit. With a pair of Sharingan that reflected an infinite cold power. It was none other than Madara Uchiha. Black Zetsu, having ceased to concern himself with Nagato's fate, approached with a visage of delight, bowing before the true Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, to what extent has that plan progressed? Uchiha Madara, with his transplanted trio of Tomo Sharingan, gazed intently at Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, we have encountered unforeseen and exceptional obstacles during the plan's execution, Black Zetsu replied, his expression grave and troubled. Unforeseen obstacles? How exceptional? Uchiha Madara's countenance grew cold as he scrutinized Black Zetsu. And what of that Bradabito? Lord Madara, the situation is as follows. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban sensed something amiss. Huh, who would have thought the situation would turn so suddenly? Black Zetsu, if I am not mistaken, it is you, that rascal. Who is stirring up trouble? Chen Yiban smiled wryly. In that instant, the 4 black rods pinning Konan to the ground returned to him with a swift motion. Konan, however, was oblivious to his intentions. At that moment, her primary concern was for Nagato. With her severely injured body, she strained to unfurl her paper wings, preparing to soar towards the towering steel structure, eager to ascertain Nagato's condition. I advise you not to approach that location, Chen Yiban suddenly interjected. Yet, Conan did not even glance in his direction and was determined to take flight. Atop the highest steel building, a figure clad in crimson armor approached the edge, his crimson eyes piercing the distance. As Conan ascended, she caught sight of this scene from afar. Madara, she gasped in shock. What have you done to Nagato? She glared at Chen Yiban below. At that moment, the two almost identical figures met, both possessing pale purple eyes, gazing at each other from a considerable distance. Huh. It is indeed real. An utterly unpredictable existence, the true Uchiha Madara mused, arms crossed before him, his Rinnegan trained on the figure nearly identical to his own. Chen Yiban, with his Rinnegan wide open, noted the other's identical eyes as they faced off atop the highest steel building. This encounter, under such circumstances, was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, Conan, oblivious to the situation, launched a barrage of explosive tags at Chen Yiban, who, with a resigned heart, unleashed a gentle Shinra Tensei, dispersing all the explosive tags and sending Conan crashing to the ground nearby. Foolish woman, that person is not me, he said softly as he lowered his hand from the Shinra Tensei. Is that a clone of my master? Uchiha Sasuke, lurking nearby, observed the two identical figures with surprise, realizing that they were indeed distinct individuals. Shinra Tensei? Uchiha Madara's gaze flickered as he witnessed Chen Yiban repel Conan. Clearly, the adversary's Rinnegan was genuine. This is intriguing. Black Zetsu, is that fellow capable of wielding Rinne Rebirth? Indeed, Lord Madara. I cannot fathom his true origins, Black Zetsu reported, stepping forward. This was truly remarkable. Uchiha Madara continued to observe Chen Yiban, who also possessed Rinnegan, from a distance. No matter, once we capture him, we should be able to inquire further. Moreover, I shall claim his Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara declared with a sinister smile, forming hand seals. Would release, birth of the world tree. In the next moment, the jutsu was unleashed. Countless massive roots erupted from the ground, surging through the rain village like colossal serpents, racing towards Chen Yiban. What's happening? Conan and Uchiha Sasuke both stared in shock, particularly the still youthful Sasuke, who, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and speed of the wood release, instinctively stepped back in fear. The impact of the enormous wood release was devastating, leaving the steel structures of the rain village in ruins, claiming countless ninja and civilians alike. Run, quickly, cried out the villagers and shinobi, scrambling in a frenzy away from Uchiha Madara's wood release, inadvertently heading towards Chen Yiban. However, they were unaware that Chen Yiban had also executed the same jutsu, wood release, birth of the world tree. With a thunderous crash, another multitude of colossal wooden forms erupted from the earth surrounding Chen Yiban, surging forward to meet Uchiha Madara's assault. The villagers were engulfed in despair. Yet, as they braced for their demise, they found that Chen Yiban's wood release bypassed them, colliding head-on with Uchiha Madara's own. The two forces clashed fiercely, neither yielding ground. Despite the durability of the wood, it shattered in the relentless conflict, with Madara's wood release crumbling more rapidly under the strain. On the rooftop, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. Finally, it was Chen Yiban's wood release that overwhelmed Madara's, surging forth towards him. Huh. Uchiha Madara chuckled, his Rinnegan glinting as he leaped into action, using Chen Yiban's wood release as a springboard to propel himself toward his opponent. During this exchange, Uchiha Madara moved with remarkable speed, agilely evading the massive wooden limbs surrounding him. At that moment, Black Zetsu tossed two items to Uchiha Madara as he charged forward, caught effortlessly. They were the legendary weapons of the Uchiha fan and the Shura scythe. Madara's smile widened as he brandished the iconic weapons, now face to face with the advancing Chen Yiban. With a swift motion, Uchiha Madara swung both the Uchiha fan and Shura scythe forward, producing a resonant clash against Chen Yiban's own identical weapons. In the next instant, Madara's Rinnegan registered the sight of Chen Yiban wielding the same Uchiha fan and Shura scythe, almost indistinguishable from his own. How is this possible? Even Uchiha Madara found himself momentarily stunned. However, regaining his composure, the two engaged in a dizzying flurry of attacks, their identical weapons clashing in a furious duel. Shameful impostor. Gradually, Uchiha Madara furiously realized that the imposter before him seemed to possess even greater power than himself. Limbo Border Jail. At that moment, in a fit of rage, Uchiha Madara unleashed the shadows of his limbo to assist him. In response, Chen Yiban also declared, Limbo Border Jail. Instantly, the area became a cacophony amidst the towering wooden structures created by wood release. Limbo, Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban. Without the Rinnegan, the onlookers from Rain Ninja Village could only witness two identical figures clashing fiercely. However, both Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, in the midst of battle, could perceive through their Rinnegan, their own limbo and that of the opponent, engaged in an extraordinarily intense confrontation. Complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara transformed his Rinnegan into Sharingan and unleashed his complete Susanoo. Chen Yiban responded with the same technique. With a resounding boom, the two colossal complete Susanoo figures exchanged powerful blows. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo staggered back 5 steps, while Chen Yiban's retreated 2 steps. You scoundrel! Uchiha Madara appeared somewhat flustered. Why is it that whatever I unleash, you simply mirror, yet your power surpasses mine? Konan, Uchiha Sasuke, and the others from Rain Ninja Village were bewildered, questioning the peculiar situation unfolding before them. Chapter 46. The Crimson Flash. Observing Uchiha Madara's apparent embarrassment, Chen Yiban maintained a stoic expression. However, within his mind, a multitude of thoughts began to coalesce into a plan. Zetsu, you scheming puppet master, this time, I shall ensure you dig your own grave. A strategy had already begun to form in Chen Yiban's mind. Who exactly are you? Across from him, within the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's eyes, filled with wrath, bore down on Chen Yiban with his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In this tense standoff, Chen Yiban, equally enveloped in the complete Susanoo, contemplated various possibilities, yet his exterior remained inscrutable, further aggravating Uchiha Madara. After all, Chen Yiban bore an uncanny resemblance to Madara himself. Fool! In the next instant, Uchiha Madara, consumed by fury, commanded his complete Susanoo, drawing the sword of Susanoo. In retaliation, Chen Yiban executed a similar attack, slashing with his own sword. The clash of the two formidable complete Susanoo swords unleashed a terrifying shockwave, reminiscent of a catastrophic explosion, obliterating steel structures for hundreds of meters around Rain Ninja Village. The violent shockwave radiated outward. Under the onslaught, countless ninjas and civilians from Rain Ninja Village were thrown into disarray. Amidst the chaos, Konan and Uchiha Sasuke concentrated their chakra beneath their feet to anchor themselves against the tempest. Meanwhile, they were both astounded and perplexed by the ferocity of the battle between Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara. The scale of this conflict was nothing short of terrifying. Even Konan, who had witnessed the power of Nagato's Rinnegan, could not help but feel a sense of dread. The battle between the two Uchiha Madaras seemed even more formidable than the capabilities of Nagato's Rinnegan. Everyone, evacuate the village. Konan, struggling to rise, urged the villagers to flee. As she spoke, blood trickled from her lips due to her injuries. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Chen Yiban, utilizing his eternal Manjiki, anticipated Uchiha Madara's movements, simultaneously unleashing the same ninjutsu. In an instant, 2 wood dragons spiraled forth from the complete Susanoo of both Uchiha Madaras, surging toward each other. Roaring, the 2 wood dragons clashed violently. However, Chen Yiban's dragon quickly overpowered and obliterated Uchiha Madara's. With a ferocious roar, it charged toward Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. In response, Uchiha Madara, from the center of the diamond-shaped crystal atop his complete Susanoo, commanded it to cleave the wood dragon into fragments. Just an impostor. How can your strength surpass mine? Uchiha Madara seemed unable to accept this reality. Indeed, in his eyes, Chen Yiban was merely a counterfeit. Yet the power he displayed exceeded that of the genuine Uchiha Madara. Who could possibly reconcile such an affront? In the next moment, Uchiha Madara bellowed in rage and urged his complete Susanoo forward. Chen Yiban, undeterred, advanced as well, driving his complete Susanoo into confrontation. Soon after, the 2 Susanoo swords met in a fierce clash, sending terrifying shockwaves cascading in all directions. Fortunately, the ninjas and civilians of Rain Ninja Village had already begun their escape. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost once more. The 2 colossal Susanoo figures, due to their immense size, remained impervious amidst the turmoil. Their swords, locked in a deadly embrace, bore witness to the face-off between the 2 Uchiha Madaras, both gazing at each other with their eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In that charged moment, Chen Yiban's eyes erupted with a vivid crimson brilliance. It flashed momentarily, as if nothing had transpired. Humph. Seeing that his complete Susanoo could not gain the upper hand against Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort. He then reverted his eternal Manjiki Sharingan to a pair of pale purple Rinnegan. Observing this, Chen Yiban mirrored the action, transforming his eyes into the Rinnegan as well. As such, the Susanoo dissipated, and the two Uchiha Madaras now hovered face to face in the air. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's right hand wielded the scythe of the Ashura, flinging it towards Chen Yiban. With both hands, Chen Yiban brandished his Uchiha fan and intercepted the incoming scythe, effortlessly deflecting it. Yet, at that moment, a dark object shot forth, one of the Rinnegan's black rods. Clearly, the scythe was a feint, the black rod being Uchiha Madara's true attack. However, the black rod pierced through Chen Yiban's body without inflicting any harm. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yiban's eyes had transformed into a pale purple Rinnegan, while the other remained a vivid red Sharingan. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Madara frowned. Obito's Manjiki ability. How is it that you possess it? Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan bore a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Yiban. After obtaining Obito's eyes, how had he managed to integrate another's ocular techniques into his own? On the ground, Kurizetsu gazed up at the battlefield, equally astonished. Chen Yiban's eyes possessed the capability of Uchiha Obito's Kamui, a technique derived from another's Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yiban was clearly using his own eyes, capable of wielding the Rinnegan. Why then could he employ another's Manjiki techniques? The prospect of ocular technique transplantation was unprecedented. Furthermore, it appeared that Madara was not entirely in control of the situation. Who on earth are you? As the enigmatic figure of Kurizetsu observed. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara seemed to struggle against Chen Yiban, his fists clenched in fury. At that moment, Madara soared back to the rooftop of the steel edifice. Kurizetsu, what is the meaning of this? Madara inquired, casting a questioning glance at Kurizetsu. My lord Madara, I was unaware of this development until now. The opponent is truly peculiar. Kurizetsu slowly emerged from the shadows, attempting to elucidate the situation to Madara. In response, Madara regarded Kurizetsu with a penetrating gaze before averting his eyes. Relinquishing the Uchiha fan and the Shura scythe he had previously wielded, as if acknowledging their ineffectiveness against the adversary. A tinge of unease washed over Kurizetsu as Madara's scrutiny weighed upon him. Upon receiving the two weapons he had once entrusted to Madara, Kurizetsu instinctively caught them without further thought. Yet, in that very instant, a flash of crimson light abruptly appeared before him. Chapter 47. For the unification of the ninja world. The two Uchiha Madaras unite. As Kurizetsu grasped the weapons, the moment the red flash manifested, he was seized by an unseen, intangible force. Countless black rods pierced him without restraint, manifesting the power of the Rinnegan black rods. In that moment, Kurizetsu struggled to comprehend the unfolding events until the Rinnegan's grip lifted him from the ground. He beheld Chen Yiban, one eye bearing the Rinnegan and the other the Sharingan, having traversed several hundred meters in an instant. Flying Thunder God? Have you secretly inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto Lord Madara's weapons? Kurizetsu exclaimed in astonishment, inwardly wishing for the true Uchiha Madara to arrive and rescue him. Secretly? Who said I added it clandestinely? Madara, do you not know? Chen Yiban grinned wickedly as he gazed at the bound Kurizetsu, his last question laced with a hint of confusion. Just then, another black rod pierced through Kurizetsu's back, plunging into his heart. Ugh! The weight of Kurizetsu's restraints intensified. Behind him, Madara taunted, Are you still calling me Lord Madara? Kurizetsu, while you refer to me as Lord Madara, in your heart, you view me merely as the first pawn in your resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, do you not? At that moment, Madara thrust a black rod deep into Kurizetsu's heart, declaring, Now it's my turn to offer you a heartfelt piece of advice. With his pale purple Rinnegan fixed coldly upon Kurizetsu, Madara continued, Madara, you. Kurizetsu, at this moment, was taken aback. How could I have known? Is that so? Madara smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yiban, then adding, Perhaps I should thank him for this. During this exchange, Chen Yiban observed the scene with a knowing smile. Enough. This entity is ultimately a menace. Let me confine it completely. Chen Yiban prepared to extend his hand to consign Kurizetsu to a realm of despair. Wait. I have one last question for it, Madara interjected suddenly. Hearing this, Chen Yiban paused momentarily. With a faint smile, he replied, "Who said we are not the best of partners now?" Chen Yiban tacitly agreed. Madara could not suppress a subtle smile at this acknowledgement. My lord Madara, do not be swayed by his deceptions. Do you not wish to awaken the moon eye and bring true peace to the world? Kurizetsu, in despair, could not help but struggle for survival. Yet, the Rinnegan's black rods held him firmly in place. Peace. Madara's anger flared. With a swift motion, another black rod pierced Kurizetsu's heart. Kurizetsu felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Is this your vision of peace, turning all of humanity into white Zetsu? Madara's Rinnegan shimmered with murderous intent as he declared, I initially intended to inquire about the original content inscribed on the stone tablet, but my interest has waned. With that, Madara glanced at Chen Yiban, commanding, you may proceed. Wait, the divine tree can alter its programming. It doesn't have to transform humanity into white Zetsu. Kurizetsu exclaimed in desperation. So, you were indeed deceiving me all along. Madara, at this moment, had no choice but to acknowledge the secrets Chen Yiban had revealed through the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In a tempest of fury and despair, Madara confronted Kurizetsu. Yet, Chen Yiban, recognizing Kurizetsu's lack of resistance, swiftly transported him to the beast pet subspace for eternal confinement. What are you doing? Madara glared at Chen Yiban in discontent. Chen Yiban found amusement in the situation, responding, Come now, don't act like a petulant child. We've gone through great lengths to capture this one. Let us not risk letting it escape. Upon hearing this, Madara forced his anger down. Humph, I do not require your guidance in this matter, he retorted, somewhat haughtily turning away. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile softly as he watched Madara depart. He understood that Madara, having learned the truth, must be enveloped in profound disappointment. Hashirama, have I truly erred? Chen Yiban heard Madara lamenting atop the towering structure, gazing down at the entirety of the Rain Village, lost in self-reproach. What's this? Are you planning to jump? Chen Yiban chimed in, offering comfort. It would be futile. We both possess Hashirama's power. Such an act would not lead to our demise. Let us consider another approach. At this, Madara coldly turned his Rinnegan to glare at Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban adopted a serious demeanor, stating, This failure does not signify the end of all endeavors. Do you recall the foundation of Kenoha? Was there anything inherently wrong with that vision? We sought to bring the world to its knees beneath our strength, to unify the entire ninja realm. This, indeed, is the most pragmatic path to achieving peace. The conflicts birthed from Hashirama's ideals indirectly led to the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars, resulting in countless casualties. Must we truly wait for the Fourth or Fifth Shinobi World War to take action? Unity is the most realistic and enduring form of peace, and together, we possess the capacity to achieve it, do we not? Chen Yiban extended his right hand towards Madara, who, after contemplating Chen Yiban's words, allowed his Rinnegan to revert to their ordinary black state. With a decisive motion, Madara clasped Chen Yiban's hand. At that moment, the two Uchiha Madaras exchanged a knowing smile, marking the beginning of their alliance in the quest for unification of the entire ninja realm. Thus, tremble, O world of ninjas. Chapter 48, The Latest Forbidden Technique? In that instant, the two Uchiha Madaras leaped from the towering steel structure. In a swift motion, they traversed several hundred meters. Boom. Almost simultaneously, they landed. Dust and smoke erupted. As the haze began to dissipate, Xiaonan and Uchiha Sasuke, standing nearby, beheld two nearly identical Uchiha Madaras standing side by side before them. Teacher, Uchiha Sasuke, stepping forward with a hint of confusion, exclaimed. Xiaonan was equally perplexed, questioning how two Uchiha Madaras had suddenly engaged in battle with one another. Could it truly be that there were two Uchiha Madaras? At that moment, the Uchiha Madara alongside Chen Yiban noticed the resemblance of the second pillar. He couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. Izuna? Indeed. He saw the shadow of Uchiha Izuna in the second pillar. He noted that Uchiha Sasuke merely bore a resemblance to Izuna and was not Izuna himself. Chen Yiban glanced at the Uchiha Madara beside him, offering a faint smile. Isn't it Izuna? Uchiha Madara seemed to fall into a reverie. Once we unify the entire shinobi world, perhaps with the power of the Rinnegan, we can resurrect Izuna. Chen Yiban remarked, observing the nostalgic expression on Uchiha Madara's face. Resurrect Izuna. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, absolutely. I will resurrect Azuna. In the shinobi world we unify, I must ensure that Azuna sees it, even if it costs me my life," he declared fiercely, clenching his fists. "Ah." Chen Yiban nodded in agreement. "Let us bring order to this chaotic world." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara solemnly nodded in response to Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, in the illusionary space, Uchiha Madara questioned, "You mentioned that the first step isn't to capture the tailed beasts or conquer the 5 great ninja villages, but rather to deal with the Akatsuki organization first? The Akatsuki that Nagato established? It's quite special." At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke approached the 2 Uchiha Madaras. However, once he arrived, he found himself unsure of which one to address. "Teacher, did you use a wood clone again?" That battle was truly formidable. He assumed one of them was merely a wood clone and thought Chen Yiban had engaged in a friendly spar with his own clone. A wood clone. Uchiha Madara smirked at Sasuke's words. "Little brat, which one do you think is the real one?" He seemed to be teasing Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, at that moment, genuinely struggled to discern which was his true teacher. This was largely because, upon his resurrection, Uchiha Madara's body had miraculously returned to a youthful state, appearing almost identical to Chen Yiban's age. Thus, at this moment, Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban seemed nearly indistinguishable. Consequently, even with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Sasuke could not determine which was the real one, for both were indeed real. "Haha, stop teasing the little brat," Chen Yiban chuckled lightly. "Sasuke, we are both real, and neither of us is a clone," he casually remarked to the bewildered Uchiha Sasuke, who was clearly perplexed. Just then, a flurry of explosive tags, akin to a swarm of birds, surged towards them, triggering a series of violent explosions. This was Xiaonan, who had just learned of Nagato's demise and, in her fury, returned to confront the 2 Uchiha Madaras with all her might. In the aftermath of the explosions, as the dust settled, a colossal blue Susanoo, second stage, emerged. It was the Susanoo released by Uchiha Madara, shielding himself, Chen Yiban, and the second pillar within its protective embrace, unharmed. Seeking death? Uchiha Madara cast a cold glance at Xiaonan, who hovered in midair with paper wings. "Cough cough, you killed Nagato." Xiaonan coughed blood midair, soon appearing to have exhausted her last ounce of strength as her paper wings disintegrated, causing her to plummet to the ground. Cough cough, although she landed safely. Xiaonan clutched her mouth, visibly wounded, coughing up blood. "You have the courage to strike at me, yet that is all I can commend you for." Uchiha Madara disdainfully observed Xiaonan. With a mere thought, Susanoo extended a massive hand, forming an 8-spoke shuriken in its palm. At that crucial moment, however, Chen Yiban unexpectedly placed a hand on Uchiha Madara's shoulder, halting him. Uchiha Madara turned to look at Chen Yiban with a questioning gaze. Uchiha Sasuke also glanced between Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban, still uncertain which of the 2 was the true teacher he had once known. "I recently acquired a rather intriguing technique, a forbidden jutsu, and I wish to test its effectiveness," Chen Yiban spoke slowly, meeting Uchiha Madara's inquisitive gaze. "Oh." Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Let us see." He relinquished the 8-spoke shuriken and even withdrew Susanoo. Since Kagaya's black Zetsu appeared earlier, there should be white Zetsu nearby. Summon a few. They will be useful later. Chen Yiban's deep black eyes met Uchiha Madara's as he instructed. Then, he stepped forward toward Xiaonan, who was half-crouched on the ground in weakness. During this, Uchiha Sasuke looked back at Uchiha Madara and then at Chen Yiban, ultimately deciding to follow them. "Can you gather all the members of the current Akatsuki organization?" Chen Yiban asked coldly as he approached the weakened Xiaonan, now crouching on the ground. In response, Xiaonan remained silent, drawing several kunai and shurikens embedded with explosive tags, preparing to throw them at Chen Yiban. In her weakened state, she struggled to utilize her paper jutsu. "I can resurrect the one named Nagato," Chen Yiban suddenly declared just as Xiaonan raised her weapons. In an instant, Xiaonan froze in shock. Chapter 49, Henceforth. We are your new leaders. At this moment, atop the highest point of the steel building, through the rebirth technique, 5 white Zetsu simultaneously initiated the forbidden technique of reincarnation on Nagato's lifeless body below. Beside them, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with hope as she watched. In the next moment, a faint glow of life emanated from the 5 white Zetsu, flowing into the deceased Nagato. Gradually, Nagato began to regain vitality. His white hair slowly shifted back to its original red. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban formed seals to control the 5 white Zetsu, urging them to enact the rebirth technique. sacrificing themselves to save another. Previously, it had been mentioned, the achievement of a sign-in system, granting a free lottery chance each day with no level restrictions. Anything could be drawn. Yet, Chen Yiban had predominantly drawn a pack of napkins. In recent days, he had mostly drawn napkins until yesterday, when he obtained Rebirth Technique. In the original play, the elder Chiyo from Sunagakure utilized a forbidden technique to save Gaara, who had just been stripped of the One Tail. It was quite an intriguing move. If this technique could save Nagato in this very moment, Chen Yiban felt that it could potentially be employed repeatedly without death after the use of the Rinne Rebirth. Thus, at this moment, Uzumaki Nagato became Chen Yiban's experimental subject. Oh, at this juncture, Uchiha Madara, with his arms crossed, was controlling several white Zetsu nearby. Upon witnessing the transformation of Uzumaki Nagato, Madara couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If this was possible, could Izuna also be revived? The thought brought a wicked smile to Madara's face, as he began to share the same anticipation for the success of this forbidden technique as Konan did. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke stood at the entrance, appearing somewhat bored as he observed the unfolding scene. At this moment, he remained naive, unaware that if Rebirth could successfully revive Uzumaki Nagato, it might also lead to the resurrection of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku in the future. Suddenly, Chen Yiban's voice broke through the atmosphere, indicating that the life force of the 5 white Zetsu was waning. Uzumaki Nagato was on the verge of revival. Here it comes. Madara smiled with excitement, his crimson Sharingan sharpening in focus. In the next moment, another 5 white Zetsu approached Chen Yiban. With a flick of his Sharingan, Chen Yiban seized control of the new 5 white Zetsu. Utilizing the Rebirth technique, he discarded the nearly depleted 5 and continued the forbidden technique with the new replacements. Konan and Nagato watched in amazement as the latter's vitality was being restored. 3 days later, the leader of the Akatsuki issued an urgent command. All members were to assemble. Furthermore, they were to bring their real selves, not mere shadow clones. Thus, 3 days later, within a dim underground base, during this time, a significant amount of money could have been made. As all the Akatsuki members gathered, Kakuzu expressed his displeasure, feeling that he had been summoned unexpectedly, which hindered his profit-making endeavors. My latest artwork was nearly complete, Deidara added, somewhat dissatisfied. Explosions are the highest form of art, he remarked with a grin. It seems that Itachi and I have only just returned to the organization. Is the leader assigning us a new task? Kisame glanced at Itachi, uncertainty clouding his expression. Meanwhile, Itachi remained silent, his mind filled with worry for the current state of Kenoha, especially having heard that Sasuke was mingling with Madara. Geez. Haiden appeared lethargic. Thus, within this underground base, the members of the Akatsuki each assumed their own postures as they gathered. Soon after, Konan, clad in a long robe adorned with black and red clouds and sporting a pair of paper wings, swiftly entered the center of the base. Hey, White Tiger. Where's the leader? Why summon us only for him to be absent? Upon seeing Konan, Haiden and Deidara were the first to question her. Although Kakuzu, Kakashi, Deidara, and Itachi did not speak, they cast inquiring glances at Konan. After all, she used to arrive alongside the leader, Pain. Why was she here alone this time? In response, Konan remained silent, her gaze fixated on the entrance, as if anticipating someone's arrival. Indeed, the sound of steady, deliberate footsteps echoed from the tunnel, drawing closer. Is the leader coming? Haiden remarked, his scythe-like weapon in hand. Not quite. Kisame interjected abruptly. Huh. Haiden paused, slightly taken aback. Kakuzu suddenly felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. At the entrance, 2 figures cloaked in black robes and black gloves slowly emerged before the Akatsuki members. A bead of sweat appeared on Uchiha Kakuzu's forehead. What's going on? Itachi could not suppress his astonishment. Who are you? Deidara demanded, hands on his hips. If you've wandered into the wrong place, allow me to send you to the Lord of Evil. Haiden grinned excitedly. Hearing the name mentioned by Itachi, Kisame felt his heart race slightly upon seeing the 2 nearly identical figures. Rumors spoke of a man who had cleaved Kenoha in 2 with a single strike. Was it true? Leader. Just then, Konan suddenly knelt before the 2 figures. The Akatsuki members gasped in shock. Hey, woman, what are you doing? Haiden pointed his scythe-like weapon at the kneeling Konan. In response, a swift strike from the Rinnegan sent Haiden flying against the wall with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire underground base. What the hell? Deidara shouted, preparing to retaliate. Don't move. Scorpion suddenly called out to Deidara. What do you mean, Scorpion? Deidara glanced at Scorpion, perplexed. Scorpion and the others were now staring gravely at the two figures. Remember, from now on, we too shall be your new leaders. In front of the assembled Akatsuki members, Chen Yiban stepped forward, declaring, the leadership has changed. Upon hearing this, the members, including Itachi, Kaku, and Kisame, could not help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. Putting aside the bewildering appearance of two Uchiha Madara figures, perhaps one was a clone, the notion of a new leader, Madara, sparked confusion. As Chen Yiban finished speaking, the members had yet to react, while Conan remained kneeling. Uchiha Madara stepped forward, arms crossed, and asked coldly, who has any objections? Madara's commanding presence filled the room. In an instant, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a pair of pale purple Rinnegan glimmered with power. What? The Rinnegan of the former leader? Deidara, Scorpion, and the other members gasped in disbelief, staring at the Uchiha Madara with his arms crossed. And those familiar pale purple Rinnegan, Itachi and the others could not help but ponder if the previous leader had been slain by these two Uchiha Madara figures. With the Rinnegan now seized, the power of the Rinnegan was well known among the Akatsuki members. Otherwise, how could Pain have claimed the position of leader? Now, this legendary ninja, the infamous Uchiha Madara, possessed the Rinnegan. What the hell? Who dares to oppose our leader? Wait, you two who look identical, who are you? Where did your Rinnegan come from? What happened to our previous leader? Deidara, still oblivious, failed to recognize the two men clad in black robes before him until he realized, Uchiha Madara. He is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Kaku, standing not far from Deidara, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. What? Deidara exclaimed in surprise. In the next instant, he looked back at the two figures and could not help but notice the uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of Uchiha Madara, who had recently defeated the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, save for the absence of a crimson armor. As the realization dawned upon Deidara, his expression grew somber. The leader. Just then, Kakuzu bowed his head in deference to the two Uchiha Madara. Observing this, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori, and Deidara exchanged glances. Kakuzu, are you really going to forsake my vengeance and pledge allegiance to him as the new leader? Haiden, impervious to death, found it rather amusing that after being pierced by the massive Sharingan, he managed to pry the weapon from his body and began to complain to the already bowing Kaku. Suddenly, 5 black rods flew through the air, unrelentingly pinning Haiden to the wall of the underground base. The unique power of the black rods directly restrained Haiden's chakra and strength, rendering him utterly immobile, nailed to the wall like a mere ornament. The one who had acted was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had activated his Rinnegan. How swift! Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori marveled inwardly at Madara's speed. I ask, does anyone have any objections? Uchiha Madara said, his right fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying chakra erupted, instantly suppressing all members of the Akatsuki. Except for Conan and Kakuzu, everyone else, including Itachi Uchiha, was nearly brought to their knees by the sheer force of Madara's chakra, their faces contorted in agony. Resistance was futile. In that moment, if someone were to strike them down, they would possess almost no capacity to fight back. Was this the terrifying power of the legendary ninja? Kisame, enduring the pressure, managed a bitter smile. Itachi Uchiha, his expression a mixture of suspicion and confusion, pondered why the chakra emanating from the two Uchiha Madara felt stronger than the one he had encountered previously. Unbeknownst to him, the Madara he had met before was actually Obito Uchiha, not the true Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban stood quietly behind Uchiha Madara, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. Once Madara felt it was enough, he withdrew the oppressive chakra. Instantly, the members of the Akatsuki felt a wave of relief wash over them. With such chakra and the Rinnegan, I have no qualms about you being the leader, thought Sasori respectfully. Brother Sasori, seeing you so respectful, I suppose I should follow suit. Deidara smirked. Yes, leader. Itachi spoke with his usual brevity, acknowledging Madara's qualifications. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara is indeed worthy of our leadership, Kisame added in his own unique manner. Hey, you all traitors. Haiden, still pinned to the wall, protested, but no one paid him any mind. Kakuzu, after a brief pause, glanced at the two Uchiha Madara and cautiously inquired, The previous leader had primarily aimed to capture the nine-tailed beasts to fulfill a certain plan. May I ask what your intentions are? At this, Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, and even Haiden, who remained stuck to the wall, could not help but turn their attention to the two Uchiha Madara. Particularly, Itachi was eager to understand Madara's intentions now that he had conquered the Hidden Leaf and sought to subjugate the Akatsuki. In response, Uchiha Madara exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Yiban, and after a brief smile and nod, proclaimed, "Our goal is the unification of the ninja world." The revelation left Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, and Haiden in stunned silence. They were taken aback by the audacity of such an ambition. Are they insane? How could that possibly be done? Just then, Chen Yiban, with his piercing black eyes, interjected, "Allow me to introduce a new member of the Akatsuki, Nagato Uzumaki." Following this, they discussed preparations for the unification of the ninja world and outlined a rough plan. Among their shared goals was the capture of the tailed beasts, which could be pursued simultaneously while conquering the 5 great nations. After all, the tailed beasts were predominantly under the control of these nations, except for the Land of Fire, as half of the 9 tails had already fallen into Chen Yiban's hands. As for the other half, it seemed he would need to pay a visit to the infamous Orochimaru from the original Naruto series. Let us proceed with this for now. The plan remains largely unchanged from your previous endeavors, Chen Yiban stated, addressing the Akatsuki members. Kakuzu will still oversee financial matters, be it income or expenditure. Seated at the head of the base, Chen Yiban addressed the gathered members of the Akatsuki. "Yes, leader," Kakuzu affirmed, eager to serve. "You may return to your duties. But do keep an eye on the happenings of the ninja world, particularly regarding the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. If you learn of any Jinchuriki leaving their village, inform us. We can seize the tailed beasts before dealing with the major nations." Chen Yiban remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Understood. The Akatsuki members nodded in unison. During this time, Haiden, Nagato, and Konan were also present, with Haiden appearing somewhat disgruntled yet lacking the courage to voice his dissent. Despite his devotion to the religion of the Jashin, Haiden found his so-called immortality utterly trivial in the face of the legendary Uchiha Madara's might. At that moment, Uchiha Madara remained silent, observing Chen Yiban as he issued commands and arranged various matters. Madara found no fault in Chen Yiban's words, allowing him to take the lead. "All right, you may disperse," Chen Yiban concluded, waving his hand. "Oh, Itachi, please stay." With that, he signaled for the others to leave while gesturing for Itachi to remain. The rest of the members exchanged curious glances at the two Uchiha Madara and Itachi before departing. Nagato and Konan, who were paired together, also left in tandem. Thus, only Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Itachi Uchiha remained in the discussion chamber. "Leader?" Uchiha Itachi cast a questioning glance at Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, particularly at Chen Yiban. Itachi pondered what inquiries Chen might have for him. His role had always been that of a spy, and he felt a twinge of sensitivity in this moment, especially when facing the revered ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Though he did not comprehend why Madara maintained a shadow clone, creating the illusion of 2 Madaras, Itachi had resolved that should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would flee without hesitation. Engaging in a direct confrontation was not an option he entertained, for what folly would it be for him, with his mere ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan? To challenge someone wielding the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Recent rumors had made it abundantly clear that Madara's Susanoo stood over 200 meters tall in its complete form, while Itachi's was merely at the level of a half-formed Yatagarasu, barely reaching 30 to 40 meters at most. The disparity was glaring. "Is it you?" Madara sneered, addressing Itachi, who, as a junior member of the Uchiha clan, had resorted to slaughtering his own kin for the sake of Konoha. At that moment, Madara, who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned his gaze upon Itachi. Upon hearing Madara's words, particularly the phrase for Kenoha, Itachi's heart jolted. Did the Madara before him know the truth of the night of the massacre? Was he the same Madara who had existed before, the one known as Obito? Itachi was caught in a tempest of thoughts, recalling how his own kin had once betrayed him. Thus, a desire to eliminate traitors stirred within him. Madara wore a disdainful smile, his gaze fixed on Itachi, uttering words that intensified Itachi's anxiety. Almost instantaneously, Itachi prepared to activate his Mangekyou Sharingan, ready to make his escape when Chen Yiban interjected, "You have Shursue's left eye, don't you?" At that moment, Itachi was taken aback. astonished that they were aware of such a secret. Was it deduced from past events? Regardless of the reason, hand it over, and I shall spare your life, Chen Yiban declared, activating his Rinnegan. His pale purple, eerie gaze emanated an inexplicable pressure as it bore down on Itachi. Another Rinnegan? Itachi was momentarily stunned. Both Madara and Chen Yiban possessed Rinnegan. He had previously noted the positions of the two Madaras, and now, the Chen Yiban who had not engaged in combat before was also capable of wielding the Rinnegan. This was utterly perplexing. However, he could not fathom why they insisted on maintaining the illusion of a clone. Furthermore, was he truly expected to surrender Shursui Si? Seeing Itachi's hesitation, Chen Yiban smirked coldly before adding, Sasuke is now in my hands. Upon hearing this, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan flared into full visibility, but he dared not strike at Chen Yiban. The thought of the two Madara's formidable strength, coupled with the threat to Sasuke, left Itachi wary. With a resigned sigh, he summoned a familiar raven. In the original tale, this raven bore a Manjiki Sharingan, but as it appeared, it was abruptly decapitated. The head of the raven, now possessing Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, was drawn towards Chen Yiban by an unseen force. What was happening? Itachi was perplexed, while Madara understood that Chen Yiban had merely released a Rinnegan shadow. Satisfied, Chen Yiban smiled as he stored Shursui's left eye within his system. Is this Manjiki particularly special? Madara inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, Chen Yiban replied with a grin. Itachi, however, couldn't suppress the frustration that urged him to clench his fists tightly. Chapter 52. The Fourth Great Ninja War begins. The following day, at the Akatsuki's underground base, within a certain chamber, Uchiha Sasuke awakened from a deep slumber, only to find himself in an unfamiliar room. Where's my teacher? His thoughts instinctively turned to Chen Yiban. Just then, a voice he recognized all too well, one he often heard in nightmares, echoed behind him. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. As he turned slowly, he was met with the very image he had seen in his nightmares, the same figure he had encountered in Kenoha, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's shock transformed into a burning fury and hatred in an instant. In the next moment, a Raijin Chidori coalesced in his hand. Die Itachi. In a surge of rage, he leapt from the bed, thrusting the lightning-infused attack directly at Itachi's heart. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Itachi effortlessly subdued the youthful Sasuke's Chidori and pinned him against the wall by his throat. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to their previous encounter in Kenoha. Sasuke, you are truly weak. Your hatred for me is still insufficient. Itachi's cold voice pierced through the air as he tightened his grip on Sasuke's neck, his crimson Sharingan glaring fiercely. Shut up, Sasuke roared, activating his own three-tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, he managed to gather Chidori in his other hand, a testament to his training with Chen Yiban's wooden clone. Though he had yet to master any new techniques, his proficiency with Chidori had markedly improved, allowing him to wield it with both hands interchangeably. In a flash, he launched the Chidori from his free hand towards Itachi. Yet, Itachi maintained a facade of calm indifference, though inwardly, he felt a flicker of surprise. Had Sasuke truly grown this proficient with Chidori? Moreover, his Sharingan had evolved to the three-tomo level. A sense of quiet pride welled up within Itachi. However, it was time to reveal his Manjiki Sharingan. With a chilling glare, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, its overwhelming power shattered the defenses of Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan, and in the blink of an eye, Sasuke collapsed. Forgive me, Sasuke. Meanwhile, at Kenoha's Hokage building, on the rooftop, with a series of swift movements, numerous figures materialized atop the Hokage's towering platform. Uchiha Madara, his profound black eyes surveying the vast expanse of Kenoha, murmured in apparent contemplation. Hashirama stepped forward among the group, approaching the edge of the rooftop railing, while Madara spoke softly to himself. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yiban, standing with the others, couldn't help but smile. However, there was no intention to disturb Uchiha Madara at this moment. Is this truly Kenoha? At this time, Konan, who had come along with the Akatsuki members, whispered as she took in the scenery of the village from all directions. Not long ago, she had visited with Itachi, and she did not expect to return to Kenoha so soon. Hee. Kisame chuckled coldly. This is the village where Master Jiraiya resides, Nagato, also known as Uzumaki Nagato, reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Konan glanced at Nagato, feeling joy at his restored health, as he could now walk freely on his own two legs. Yet, the two Uchiha Madara had taken Yahiko's body, seemingly claiming his very soul. Under the pretext of assisting them in achieving complete unification of the ninja world and ensuring stability thereafter, they promised that once their goals were realized, they could resurrect Yahiko, allowing the three former comrades to reunite in the shinobi world. This condition was one that neither Konan nor Nagato could refuse, especially since Yahiko's body and soul were in the possession of one of the two Uchiha Madara. Thus, Konan and Nagato had no choice but to comply with their orders. How troublesome. Leader, if the goal is to unify the entire ninja world, our strength is more than sufficient. Why even come to Kenoha? Deidara complained. At this moment, apart from Uchiha Itachi, nearly all the members of the Akatsuki had accompanied the two Uchiha Madara to Kenoha. Itachi's identity in Kenoha was indeed sensitive. He had expressed his wish not to accompany them, and Chen Yiban did not refuse. After all, they could join the subsequent operations whenever they wished. Hearing Deidara's complaint, because I want them to submit completely. During the upcoming conquest, we will demonstrate our true power, making every ninja in the shinobi world witness, until each one of them is genuinely convinced. This is what we call military unification, Chen Yiban declared, his dark pupils fixed on the Akatsuki members before him. Upon hearing this, Konan, Nagato, and Scorpion exchanged solemn glances with the Uchiha Madara standing before them. Suddenly, a graceful figure accompanied by a squad of Umbu shinobi appeared in an instant. It was none other than Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Kenoha. Clearly, the chakra of each individual present, especially the two Uchiha Madara, was extraordinarily formidable. The sudden emergence of such powerful beings atop the Hokage building could not go unnoticed by Tsunade, who was working in her office below. Madara, what are you and your band of outlaws doing in my Kenoha? Tsunade exclaimed, initially taken aback before her expression turned to one of extreme displeasure. Although the Akatsuki had not yet reached the notoriety of capturing tailed beasts as in the original storyline, they had already gained significant renown within the mercenary ninja world. Tsunade had certainly heard of them. That black and red cloud-patterned cloak was a hallmark of the formidable Akatsuki, was it not? Damn it, Madara. What are you bringing these renegades to Kenoha for? At that moment, the Uchiha Madara glanced coldly at Tsunade, his black eyes narrowing. Listen, there will be no Hokage in Kenoha from now on. There may not even be a Kenoha. We aim to establish a new, supernation. We will unify the entire ninja world. Chapter 53, Madara's direct heavenly shock star. Moments ago, Jiraiya and Kakashi had also arrived at the Hokage building's rooftop alongside Tsunade. Given the current situation in Kenoha, Jiraiya had chosen not to leave the village. He had sensed the sudden influx of numerous beings with incredibly potent chakra entering Kenoha, particularly two individuals whose chakra signatures were powerful, terrifying, and familiar. Uchiha Madara. At that moment, upon hearing Chen Yiban's declaration, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and even the Umbu shinobi behind them were all stunned, gazing incredulously at Chen Yiban. What did you just say? Tsunade asked, her face a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Did he just say there would be no Hokage in Kenoha any longer? This man was claiming he wanted to unify the entire ninja world? Madara, have you lost your mind? Tsunade thought, dismissing the possibility outright and concluding that Chen Yiban must be insane. Jiraiya and Kakashi shared her sentiments, feeling the madness emanating from the Uchiha Madara before them. Moreover, why were there two Uchiha Madara? Was it a mere shadow clone? I heard you once had a beloved younger brother who perished in war, Chen Yiban suddenly remarked, directing his gaze towards Tsunade, her face flushed with anger, feeling as though he was deliberately mocking her past affections. So, you wish to create further death and war. Is that it? Damn it. Tsunade retorted angrily. War is also for the sake of peace, as long as one possesses the strength to achieve it. You may lack the ability, but do not conflate us with the likes of you. Uchiha Madara responded coldly and arrogantly. Tsunade found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had no rebuttal. His power was indeed formidable. What if I told you I could resurrect your brother? Chen Yiban interjected suddenly. Nanny? Tsunade was instantly taken aback. Not in the lowly manner of the impure world reincarnation, but true resurrection, Chen Yiban added. Tsunade's pupils constricted at his words. The image and smile of her grandfather, Hashirama, flooded her mind uncontrollably, and tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Tsunade, do not believe such words. The dead cannot return, Jiraiya warned timely from the side. Huh. Then why am I, Uchiha Madara, still existing in this world? He replied, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade's expression brightened as she looked at Chen Yiban and the two identical Uchiha Madara. Indeed, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara was supposed to be dead. He stood here as a living example of resurrection. Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei. At that moment, Nagato and Konan called out to Jiraiya. Huh. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, failing to immediately recognize Nagato and Konan. But upon hearing them call him Jiraiya-sensei, he soon realized, his eyes shining with surprise. You're alive. This is wonderful. You've joined the Akatsuki? After a brief moment of joy, Jiraiya was struck with shock. Join the Akatsuki? One could say that. But the Akatsuki was originally founded by Yahiko, Nagato, and me, Nagato revealed, shocking Jiraiya even further. Nani? Jiraiya's face was filled with disbelief. Tsunade, regaining her composure, cast a surprised glance at Nagato and Konan. Unexpectedly, the seemingly inconspicuous children that Jiraiya once rescued have become the founders of a notorious assassin organization. Truly, the whims of fate are unfathomable. However, the Akatsuki organization is not one of benevolence. Nagato, Konan, what has transpired with you? Jiraiya finds it hard to accept. Have you also consented to this individual's notion of unifying the ninja world? Jiraiya continued, astonished. Why not, Jiraiya-sensei? Konan replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya gazed at his former disciples, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Until suddenly, enough of this nonsense. It is obedience or the destruction of Kenoha. You must choose. At that moment, Madara displayed his impatience, revealing his pale, purple Rinnegan. He coldly regarded Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and a multitude of Anbu shinobi. Was that the Rinnegan? Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were all astonished by Madara's eyes, unable to believe that the legendary sage of Six Paths' eyes could manifest in Uchiha Madara. Moreover, it was even more astonishing that they had just transformed from ordinary eyes. This indicated that these might actually be his original eyes rather than having been seized from another. Yet how could that be? Isn't the Uchiha clan known for their Sharingan? How could they possess the power to transform into Rinnegan? Contemplating this, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were left in a daze. Jiraiya had previously suspected that Madara had stolen Nagato's Rinnegan, as the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes had vanished, replaced by ordinary eyes. However, considering the transformation, Jiraiya began to reconsider. But why? Why does Madara possess the Rinnegan? Suddenly, Madara wasted no time. With a mere thought, his half-formed Susanoo of the second stage emerged. The four enormous hands of the two-faced Susanoo began to weave hand signs alongside Madara. What are you planning to do? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi displayed expressions of anxiety. The power of Uchiha Madara was terrifying. Even the slightest of his actions commanded everyone's attention, particularly with such grand gestures. As the trio and the Anbu remained in a state of uncertainty, unsure of Madara's intentions and hesitant to act, a massive meteorite, several hundred meters in size, gradually broke through the clouds, looming over Kenoha. In an instant, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were left with their mouths agape, expressions of sheer disbelief. A nearby Anbu shinobi lost his grip on his weapon, dropping it to the ground in shock. Not only the inhabitants of Kenoha, but also the members of the Akatsuki were momentarily stunned. What the hell? Chapter 54, The Second Meteorite? At this moment, within the village hidden in the leaves. In the central street of the village, many Kenoha ninjas and villagers suddenly felt a shadow cast over them, as if a vast cloud had enveloped the sky. What is happening? Is it going to rain? Many Kenoha citizens, filled with confusion, instinctively looked up towards the sky. Each person who lifted their gaze was met with a sight that widened their eyes in shock. Just moments ago, Yuhi Kurenai, who was savoring a dango, stared upward with an expression of disbelief. Similarly, Haruno Sakura, strolling down the same street, wore an equally incredulous look as she beheld the spectacle above Kenoha. In the Hyuga clan, "Father, look up!" Hinata rushed to find Hayashi, only to see him standing outside, shock etched on his face as he gazed upward. At this moment, it could be said that nearly every inhabitant of Kenoha, as long as they were not blind, witnessed the breathtaking scene above. A colossal meteorite was slowly descending upon Kenoha. No one dared to imagine what would happen when it finally fell. And could their ninjutsu possibly withstand such an object? Why had a meteorite suddenly appeared over Kenoha, atop the Hokage building? Is this the true power of our leader? Watching the enormous meteorite slowly descend from high above Kenoha, Deidara, among the Akatsuki members, could not contain his astonishment. Is this the power of the legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, an art in its own right? The eternal seeker of art. Sasori gazed at the gigantic meteorite descending from the heavens, unable to suppress his astonishment as he remarked, "Art." Simultaneously, a sense of dread washed over him. Who among them would survive if such a thing were to crash down? The Rinnegan can achieve this level? At this moment, Nagato was equally astonished. Although he had previously utilized the Rinnegan to perform a similar technique, the Earth Explosion Star, this was entirely different. Uchiha Madara's technique. The Heavenly Obstruction Star summoned a meteorite from the heavens in almost an instant, without the need to gradually gather and shape it like the Earth Explosion Star. Could it be that the Rinnegan truly belonged to Uchiha Madara, as they had speculated? Beside him, Konan also looked up, astonished, contemplating how the impending impact of the meteorite would compare to her original plan of using a massive explosive tag. However, she knew all too well that with this technique, she would have no chance of survival. At that moment, Tsunade rushed towards Madara's Susanoo, her eyes wide with fear. "Madara, what have you done? Stop this immediately. If this technique lands, Kenoha may not know how many lives will be lost." Summoning technique. Jiraiya, regaining composure amidst the shock, quickly called forth the two great toads of Mount Myaboku. Soon, amidst a swirl of white mist, Fukasaku and Shima, the two toad sages, appeared. How could it be him again? Upon their arrival, both toad sages were met with the sight of two Uchiha Madara figures, their expressions laden with confusion. After the Battle of Kenoha, the might of the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara had left the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku with a profound understanding of his terrifying power. They had not anticipated being summoned so soon after returning to Mount Myaboku. And why was it Uchiha Madara again? Chen Yiban, observing from the side, crossed his arms and wore a theatrical expression, smirking at the newly arrived toads, causing them to swallow nervously. Indeed, the sensation was akin to being ensnared by a serpent. Chen Yiban, with his dark eyes, merely smiled, knowing that with Uchiha Madara at work, he need not exert himself. He could simply observe quietly. Amidst the tension surrounding Uchiha Madara, the two newly arrived toads failed to notice the unfolding chaos in the sky above Kenoha. "You two, I need you to help me quickly enter Sage Mode," Jiraiya implored the two great toads. Understood. The two toads nodded and swiftly leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. Simultaneously, the smaller toad exclaimed, "Jiraiya, why has Kenoha engaged that living demon again? This is truly dire. And why is the sky so dark? Isn't at daytime?" Upon the arrival of Sage Jiraiya on his shoulder, the immortal Shima could not help but voice his discontent. However, he failed to notice that his old companion wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at the sky above Kenoha. It was only when Shima himself glanced upward at the current state of the Hidden Leaf Village that he was rendered speechless. "Little Jiraiya, please do not tell me you intend to confront such a phenomenon," Sage Fukasaku remarked, feeling utterly perplexed. "A meteor shower from the heavens. How can this be?" Even Sage Shima is at a loss for words. "Listen, I must enter Sage Mode and unleash a colossal Rasengan to see if I can destroy it. We cannot allow it to descend unopposed," Jiraiya exclaimed urgently. In response, the two great toad sages suppressed their astonishment and replied, "Understood." They then began to assist Jiraiya in entering Sage Mode. Meanwhile, within the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara cast a disdainful glance towards Jiraiya's predicament, showing no concern whatsoever. "Hey boss, we are still here, you know?" Kakuzu could not help but voice his unease as he observed the terrifying meteor slowly descending from the sky, drawing ever closer. This power is simply outrageous. Not just Kakuzu, but Deidara, Sasori, and Kisame all wore expressions of sheer terror, contemplating a hasty retreat from Kenoha. "Ha! With the power of the Dark God, I am invincible." Haiden, on the other hand, displayed a rather irritating bravado. Yet, upon witnessing the dramatic scene of the meteor's descent, Haiden was momentarily stunned into silence. At that moment, Uchiha Madara disregarded the opinions of those around him, stating, "You may all attempt to break the stalemate. If you possess the capability to shatter it, then do so without fear, for I can summon a second one." Within the second stage of Susanoo, Madara wore a cold, arrogant smile as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, nearly everyone present, aside from Chen Yiban, cast astonished glances towards Madara within Susanoo. "Jiraiya, In the midst of entering Sage mode, could hardly believe what he had just heard. A second one. Chapter 55, the second Super Achievement Lottery. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's declaration, the two-toed sages on Jiraiya's shoulder, Fukasaku and Shima, momentarily paused in their efforts to assist Jiraiya into Sage mode. A second one. At this moment, Tsunade gazed at the identical figures of Uchiha Madara and the ever-aloof Chen Yiban, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, leaving her nearly speechless. "Do you wish to see?" Madara remarked, a hint of malicious humor lacing his tone as he observed the shocked expressions of those around him. At that, Madara slowly raised his hands once more, preparing to form the necessary seals. "Enough," Tsunade interjected, her voice firm as she forbade Madara from summoning the second meteor. "What do you truly intend to do?" Madara halted his movements to summon the second colossal meteor, and the first meteor, which had been steadily descending, gradually ceased its descent, hovering approximately 300 meters above Kenoha. 300 meters, too close. At this moment, the inhabitants of Kenoha, witnessing the imposing meteor looming overhead, rushed out of their homes. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed skyward. The fear was palpable. The meteor seemed poised to crash down at any moment, threatening countless lives. Could they survive? As the colossal meteor hovered 300 meters above, the ninjas of Kenoha found their attempts to resist futile, their range insufficient to mount any effective defense. Thus, despair and dread enveloped the Hidden Leaf village. At the Hokage building, on the rooftop, Jiraiya had swiftly entered Sage mode, the immense Rasengan forming in his hands, radiating a brilliant light. However, upon seeing the massive meteor halt its descent, he refrained from attacking, wary of making matters worse. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki, witnessing the meteor's suspension in the air, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, including Haiden. Though he possessed an immortal body, he understood that being obliterated would still lead to his demise if he lacked sustenance afterward. Why risk such a fate? As the meteor remained suspended, Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban exchanged glances upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry. Madara slowly lowered his hands, his Sharingan locking onto Chen Yiban, who turned to Tsunade with a slight smirk. "In a few days, all ninjas of Kenoha will join us to conquer the remaining 4 great nations. Do you truly intend to unify the entire ninja world?" Tsunade gasped in shock. Was our intent not clear enough? Madara responded coldly as he lowered the Susanoo. Tsunade, unable to articulate her thoughts, felt a surge of frustration. "Jiraiya, do you have any means to counter the second meteor?" She interrupted, silencing him. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, there could be a third one. Such entities exist beyond our world, and the Rinnegan can continuously summon them," Madara stated, glancing at the suspended meteor overhead. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Tsunade clenched her fists in anger and resignation before ultimately releasing them. "I concede." "Excellent." Chen Yiban smiled in response. The two Uchiha exchanged knowing glances and nodded. This marked the second step following the subjugation of the Akatsuki. Kenoha must fall. Following that, they would turn their attention to the remaining 4 nations and villages. "When we come knocking, I hope you will be as compliant as Tsunade is now. Otherwise, it will be a case of one general's triumph leads to the fall of countless bones. Congratulations, you have subdued the Land of Fire's Kenoha Ninja Village, achieving a super achievement. You are rewarded with 1 super achievement lottery draw. Your current lottery counts: Beginner Achievement Lottery, 3 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 12 times. Advanced Achievement Lottery, 2 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 1 time." As Tsunade conceded, a system notification, visible only to Chen Yiban, materialized in the void. It appeared that as long as the village's leader bowed down, the system would deem the entire village as subjugated. Additionally, although Chen Yiban was engrossed in the performance while Madara was exerting his power, due to the presence of the 2 Uchiha Madaras, Tsunade was compelled to concede to Madara, which indirectly implied her submission to Chen Yiban. Thus, an extraordinary achievement in the lottery was attained. Furthermore, it was an exceptional accomplishment. A fleeting glance at the void system notification caused the corners of Chen Yiban's mouth to rise slightly. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight, feeling a sense of satisfaction blossom within him. Moreover, during the prior confinement of Kurizetsu, he had also been granted a higher achievement lottery, which he had forgotten to check. Now, upon a cursory glance, he discovered that he had accumulated 2 of these higher achievement lotteries. Suddenly, he noticed Madara's, Rinnegan, slightly narrowing as he concentrated, causing the enormous meteor in the sky to swiftly retreat from the ground, eventually soaring back into outer space. Since Tsunade had conceded, Madara retracted the celestial calamity. Witnessing this scene, countless ninjas and civilians of Kenoha collectively exhaled in relief, some unable to suppress their joy, collapsing onto the streets. At the Hokage building, Kakashi also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Tsunade couldn't help but display a radiant smile. However, at that moment, Madara coldly proclaimed, "Though you are a descendant of Hashirama, you are ultimately just a mere woman. As we previously discussed, from this moment forth, there will be no land of fire, no Kenoha, and certainly no Hokage. This world will be governed by the two Uchiha Madaras." His Rinnegan eyes gazed down at Tsunade with a sense of superiority. Tsunade clenched her pale fists, wishing to strike him. Simultaneously, she felt an inexplicable difference in the two Uchiha Madaras before her. Yet she could not articulate what that difference was. Chapter 56. Let Black Zetsu Search. Subsequently, under the immense pressure exerted by the two Uchiha Madaras, Tsunade was reluctantly compelled to begin gathering the ninjas of Kenoha. She had no alternative. The two Uchiha Madaras were on the brink of instigating the Fourth Great Ninja War. The entirety of Kenoha could not withstand even one Uchiha Madara, let alone the perplexing appearance of two. Initially, Tsunade contemplated whether one of them was merely a shadow clone. However, as a highly skilled medical ninja, she discovered over the next 2 days that it seemed neither of them was a shadow clone. Both were undeniably Uchiha Madara. For the past 2 days, both Uchiha Madaras had been present in Kenoha, partaking in food, and rest a shadow clone could not possibly be so convincingly real. Moreover, would he even have the need to engage in such elaborate deception? Nevertheless, how could there be two Uchiha Madaras? Or was it a unique technique of the Rinnegan? Tsunade's curiosity persisted throughout these 2 days. In truth, Tsunade was not the only one intrigued. The members of the Akatsuki organization who remained in Kenoha alongside the two Uchiha Madaras were equally fascinated. They had even realized the existence of two Uchiha Madaras before Tsunade. Initially, they all assumed one was a shadow clone, yet both Uchiha Madaras remained, never vanishing like a shadow clone would. They couldn't help but entertain thoughts that Uchiha Madara had employed a technique more mysterious than a shadow clone to manifest a second self. Additionally, though she had begrudgingly acquiesced to the two Uchiha Madaras, Tsunade felt that this war would conclude swiftly. The reason was simple. Uchiha Madara was overwhelmingly powerful. The massive meteorite, hundreds of meters in size, summoned into existence. What ninja village could withstand it? Or rather, how many could withstand even a single one? Uchiha Madara had declared that if they could endure one, he would summon a second, or even a third. He could continuously summon them from beyond the heavens with the power of his Rinnegan. Which ninja village could withstand such onslaught? Could they truly avoid submission as Tsunade had done 2 days prior? Was it conceivable to allow an entire ninja village to bear the impact of falling meteorites? Madness. How many lives would be lost? Moreover, even disregarding the meteoric descent, what about the Susanoo? That colossal Susanoo, exceeding 200 meters, which could cleave Kenoha in half. What ninja village could endure that? And then there were the dozens of shadow clone Susanoos. The mere thought was utterly despairing, devoid of any means of resistance. Thus, Tsunade realized that this so-called Fourth Great Ninja War would undoubtedly conclude swiftly. Although she had compromised, she believed her choice was correct. No ninja in the entire ninja world could contend with the current Uchiha Madara. Even her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, if resurrected, would likely not be his match. After all, he possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Could the ninja world be unified? If it were indeed possible, perhaps it might not be such a bad thing. At that moment, while attending to her duties in the office, Tsunade rested her delicate hand upon her chin, musing aloud. "Do you truly believe so, Lady Tsunade?" Inquisitively, her assistant, Shizune, glanced at her with surprise. "Regardless, war is never a good thing," Tsunade replied, pursing her lips. Elsewhere, in a barbecue restaurant in Kenoha, Deidara of the Akatsuki organization sat with others, attempting to serve some delicious grilled meat to Madara. Yet, as he glanced at the two Uchiha Madaras in the main seat, he suddenly felt perplexed. Which one should he serve? The sheer strength of Madara had left Deidara utterly convinced. He might have wanted to express some respect for Madara's formidable power, but the presence of two Uchiha Madaras was indeed a headache. Nearby, Kisame, Konan, and Nagato exchanged knowing smiles at Deidara's bewildered expression. All right, we'll handle it ourselves. In the end, Chen Yiban smiled lightly in response. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Deidara placed the grilled meat into his own bowl. Leader, Kenoha's movements have been rather slow, Kisame remarked, casting a glance at the two Uchiha Madaras. Indeed, Kenoha had been gathering its ninjas for 2 days, yet no progress had been made. I haven't made a sacrifice to Lord Jashin in several days. I truly wish to slay a few Kenoha individuals to offer to Lord Jashin. Haiden gazed dreamily at the restaurant staff. Tomorrow is the deadline, Chen Yiban coldly stated, arms crossed before him. The actions of Black Zetsu have also been sluggish, Chen Yiban remarked, slightly perplexed. Black Zetsu, Konan, Nagato, and Sasori exchanged curious glances. Does Black Zetsu have another mission? They pondered, realizing they hadn't seen Black Zetsu or Kurizetsu for several days. At this moment, the barbecue restaurant felt unusually quiet, aside from Chen Yiban and his table of guests. The place was nearly deserted, with only the owner and a few staff remaining. The arrival of the two Uchiha Madaras and the Akatsuki members had made the atmosphere so intimidating that no other patrons dared enter. In fact, had they not genuinely feared angering the legendary super ninja Uchiha Madara, the staff and owner might have considered fleeing. Reflecting on the previous barbecue restaurant that was reduced to ruins by Susanoo, the proprietor is now outside the private room, fervently praying, "Safe and sound, safe and sound, safe and sound." Inside the room, the barbecue is nearly cooked, and Chen Yiban and the others have already begun to eat. In fact, even Lord Madara has consumed quite a bit of the barbecue. After several days spent in Kenoha, the members of the Akatsuki organization have come to feel that although the legendary Uchiha Madara is immensely powerful and possesses a proud demeanor, as their current leader, he is not particularly difficult to interact with. Of course, it would be even better if Chen Yiban could return Yahiko's body and soul to Nagato and Konan. However, over these past few days, Nagato and Konan have unintentionally begun to trust the two Uchiha Madara a bit more. For instance, they were promised assistance in unifying the entire ninja world, with the possibility of resurrecting Yahiko afterward. This thought has ignited a flicker of hope within them, even if it is just for Yahiko. At that moment, a white figure emerged from the ground in the private room. White Zetsu, the Akatsuki members exclaimed in surprise. Lord Madara, we have found what you requested. White Zetsu approached the two Uchiha Madara. Chapter 57, 6 Tomo Sage Mode, Tsukuyami. During the 2 days that Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki members returned to Kenoha, Chen Yiban had actually utilized 1 Super Achievement Lottery and 2 High Achievement Lotteries. The results were Super Achievement Lottery, Eye Power Sublimation. High Achievement Lottery, Tsukuyami. Mastery of Sage Mode. The special sublimation of Eye Power seems to have facilitated a further evolution of the Rinnegan. Chen Yiban's 6th Tomo Rinnegan has awakened, resembling the 6th Tomo of Uchiha Sasuke from the original story. Furthermore, Chen Yiban can now activate the 6th Tomo in both eyes. As for the 2 High Achievement Lotteries, Tsukuyami requires no further elaboration. However, the Mastery of Sage Mode allows Chen Yiban to enter the Sage state, much like Naruto Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, and Jiraiya, gaining extraordinary Sage Chakra. Even if Chen Yiban were to obtain 10 Tails Chakra, now, the 6-Path Sage Mode and 6-Path Sage techniques would blossom forth. In these past 2 days, Chen Yiban also learned Yin-Yang Release and other techniques that were originally lacking in Madara's combat template. For instance, Yin Release Lightning Style, Storm Release Light Fong, etc. Additionally, Chen Yiban taught Uchiha Madara the Flying Thunder God technique and the methods to master Sage Mode that he had just acquired. During this period, he even entered Sage Mode to transfer Natural Chakra into Uchiha Madara, aiding him in quickly mastering Sage Mode. One cannot help but marvel at Madara's extraordinary talent. Whether it be Flying Thunder God or Sage Mode, Uchiha Madara grasped them with remarkable speed. It can be said that as long as they possess 10 Tails Chakra, even just a portion, both Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara can unleash 6-Path Sage Mode and 6-Path techniques. Moreover, previously, with 3 medium achievement lotteries, Chen Yiban had only been able to fuse 1 Manjiki Sharingan Kamui into his arsenal, the other Manjiki Sharingan, and the 2 Manjiki Sharingan Kotoemet Tsukumi from Uchiha Shursui had been out of reach until now. Fortunately, in the past 2 days, having acquired 12 medium achievement lotteries, Chen Yiban quickly allocated 3/4 of them to fuse 3 Manjiki Sharingan into his 6th Tomo Rinnegan. The 6th Tomo Rinnegan can almost perfectly integrate all the abilities of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. Following the fusion, Chen Yiban's current eye techniques include Rinne Rebirth, Heavenly Hand Power, Kodo Amatsukami, Kimyui, Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, and Izanagi. At this moment, in the back mountains of Kenoha, Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban, and the members of the Akatsuki, along with a multitude of white Zetsu, gathered together. Before them lay several coffins. Upon seeing the multiple coffins, Uchiha Madara, who had always maintained a cold demeanor, could not help but reveal an expression of excitement. Observing this, Chen Yiban stepped forward and placed a hand on Madara's shoulder. Uchiha Madara suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Yiban, and nodded. Let us resurrect Izuna first. His strength may help us bring the 4th Great Ninja War to a swift conclusion, he suggested. The other young ones can wait until we have fully unified the ninja world before we bring them back to witness the world we have conquered. What do you think? Seeing Uchiha Madara beside him, Chen Yiban proposed this idea. After a few moments of contemplation, Uchiha Madara ultimately agreed, nodding once more. Very well. Chen Yiban replied with a faint smile. You may proceed. With his black pupils fixed upon the original body of white Zetsu, standing with the Akatsuki members, he commanded, Yes. Lord Madara. White Zetsu's original body immediately stepped forward. Then, he directly commanded 10 other white Zetsu. Ninjutsu. Life Transfer Technique. 10 white Zetsu simultaneously executed the top-tier forbidden technique to transfer life force. In an instant, their life forces began to converge, forming a massive green radiance that rapidly concentrated into one of the coffins. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed intently on the scene, as if fearing any misstep. It felt as though he could burst forth with his Sharingan or even Rinnegan from sheer tension. As the 10 white Zetsu began to struggle, they continued, Ninjutsu, Life Transfer Technique. 20 additional white Zetsu were commanded to assist in transferring life force. Thus, the original 10 white Zetsu found their burden significantly lightened. All done, Lord Madara. The white Zetsu who had performed the life transfer technique were utterly exhausted, ceasing their actions, while the original body of white Zetsu gazed expectantly at the 2 Uchiha Madara. Izuna Uchiha's face lit up with anticipation, taking a step forward involuntarily. Yet, the coffin remained eerily still for the moment. However, soon after, bang, boom, as if someone had violently kicked the coffin lid open, someone inside emerged with force. Uchiha Madara could no longer contain himself and leaped forward. Izuna, you are revived. Your voice and chakra, is it you, brother? The individual inside the coffin seemed incredulous. Izuna. At this moment, Chen Yiban also approached. Your voice and chakra, is it also you, brother? The individual questioned, bewildered. Is it truly possible to resurrect the dead? The members of Akatsuki, including Deidara, Kisame Hashigaki, and Haiden, wore expressions of astonishment. Izuna, it's me. Uchiha Madara could not help but want to embrace the individual. However, Chen Yiban pulled Uchiha Madara back, having noticed that Uchiha Izuna lacked eyes. In fact, his clothing was nearly in tatters. White Zetsu, Chen Yiban called out. Understanding, White Zetsu responded, Understood, Lord Madara. One among the countless white Zetsu stepped forward. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed in a manner reminiscent of Vortex White Zetsu, merging with Uchiha Izuna. Izuna, there is no danger. Uchiha Madara immediately reassured him. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban had already retrieved 3 Tomo Sharingan from the internal system space. Then, green chakra began to emanate from his hands as he employed rudimentary medical techniques to implant 2 Manjiki Sharingan into Uchiha Izuna's eyes. In this manner, Uchiha Izuna slowly opened his eyes and beheld the 2 Uchiha Madaras before him. Brother! In the next moment, Izuna rushed forward, embracing both Uchiha Madaras. Izuna. Chapter 58. 2 Brothers, Happy Izuna. Kenoha. Outside the hospital operating room, it is truly possible to resurrect the deceased, and yet another Uchiha appears. This is quite troublesome. Jiraiya, gazing at the illuminated operating room, couldn't help but exclaim in contemplation. Beside him stood Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and Uzumaki Naruto, all present. Resurrection? Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's words. Kakashi glanced at Naruto before explaining, I heard that just now, at the back mountain of Kenoha. 2 Uchiha Madaras used a forbidden technique to resurrect their deceased brother, Uchiha Izuna. What? Naruto's face reflected astonishment. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku exhibited a complex expression. Shikamaru, why don't we let Madara resurrect all those who were killed in Kenoha? Tsunade, standing outside the operating room, suddenly interjected with a tone of reproach. This kind of forbidden technique likely cannot be casually employed, even by the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, Kakashi analyzed. But he also killed Asuma, didn't he? And Guy Kurenai? And Tsunade, all of whom perished because of Madara. Kurenai, standing beside Tsunade, interjected sharply. It was evident that Kurenai harbored considerable resentment towards Madara, or rather, towards Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Nara Shikaku fell silent. This matter appears to be quite complicated. During this time, Naruto, upon hearing of the possibility of resurrecting the dead, felt an inexplicable glimmer of hope arise within him. He wondered, who were my parents? Are they no longer in this world? Could they also be resurrected? The question that lingered was, how could one achieve such a resurrection? At that moment, inside the operating room. So, you are Hashirama's descendant. You had better not attempt anything foolish, or else. Uchiha Madara regarded Tsunade, who was preparing to correct Izuna's Sharingan, with a threatening expression. Since the medical ninjutsu employed by Chen Yiban was insufficient, Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan could not yet freely open and close. Thus, Tsunade was required to make adjustments. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban were both present in the operating room, observing the imminent surgery. If you are not at ease, you need not seek me for the operation. Tsunade shot a displeased glance at Madara. Well, with us here, she wouldn't dare act recklessly, Chen Yiban remarked, directing his gaze toward Uchiha Madara. The previous Goto Amatsukami was a temporary control. According to Chen Yiban, the recovery period is merely 3 months. However, that time has yet to arrive, and it cannot be utilized again at present. The other one is even more intense, even if Chen Yiban's ocular power were to be used. It seems it would require nearly a year to recover. Furthermore, applying it to Tsunade seems unnecessary at this time. With both Uchiha Madara's present, how could she possibly act against us? Just obediently adjust Izuna's ocular pathways. Meanwhile, Izuna lay on the operating table, gazing at his 2 brothers by his side. An involuntary smile of happiness gracing his lips. Izuna, do not resist, Chen Yiban instructed, his Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. All right, brother. Izuna understood and nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Chen Yiban cast a Genjutsu to hypnotize Izuna, inducing a deep slumber akin to anesthesia as the surgery was about to commence. Once you have properly adjusted Izuna's eyes, I can assist you in resurrecting someone afterward, Chen Yiban remarked, casting a glance at Tsunade as he began to weave a promise. Is that true? Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement causing her to instinctively grasp Uchiha Madara's arm. However, given that both Uchiha Madara's bore identical appearances, she mistakenly grabbed the wrong one. It was him who said it. Uchiha Madara shrugged off Tsunade's delicate hand, displaying an expression of indifference. First, let's rectify the eyes. Chen Yiban crossed his arms and wore a calm smile. That's a promise. Tsunade suddenly revealed a radiant smile. The procedure that followed was straightforward, merely the adjustment of the ocular pathways. To Tsunade, it was a trivial matter, and she swiftly completed the surgery with perfection. Afterward, Uchiha Madara remained in the ward alongside Izuna, while Chen Yiban was pulled out of the room by Tsunade. All right, I've done it. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Upon exiting the ward, Tsunade gazed at Chen Yiban with her beautiful, expectant eyes. You wish to resurrect your brother? Chen Yiban surmised. Yes, my brother, S.H. Mitsu. Tsunade immediately nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with palpable hope and anticipation. Very well. Find the coffin that contains his body, and leave the rest to me, Chen Yiban stated resolutely. Really? Thank you. Tsunade, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively grasped Chen Yiban's hands. While understanding her emotional state, Chen Yiban, not wishing to be pulled and tugged at, gently pushed away the exuberantly ecstatic Tsunade. Ah, my apologies, Tsunade faltered as she regained her composure, feeling somewhat awkward. Previously, they had been adversaries, and Tsunade had even cursed Chen Yiban to choke on his food. Yet now, she stood before him joyfully expressing her gratitude. This shift felt rather unsettling. We tasked you with assembling the Kenoha ninja. You have taken nearly 3 days to do so. At this moment, Chen Yiban shot a cold glance at Tsunade. We're nearly there. Some are out on missions. Calling them back requires time, does it not? Tsunade sought to justify herself. You had better be quick. Tomorrow is the final deadline we can accept, Chen Yiban declared. Understood. We should be able to gather everyone by tomorrow. Tsunade nodded with a smile. In truth, they could have assembled sooner. It was simply that she was reluctant to be overly proactive regarding his orders. However, now, in light of resurrecting Mitsu, she felt compelled to put in extra effort to appease him. That will suffice. Chen Yiban nodded once more. Not acceptable. After Tsunade's departure, Chen Yiban returned to the ward and relayed his conversation with Tsunade to Uchiha Madara, only to be met with Madara's firm refusal. What do you mean not acceptable? Chen Yiban was taken aback. Izuna's body is still in recovery. He just underwent surgery and requires rest. Uchiha Madara glanced at Izuna on the hospital bed and stated. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban wore a bemused yet amused expression. Just a short while ago, at the barbecue restaurant, Uchiha Madara himself had proclaimed, tomorrow is the final deadline. And now, no, Izuna just had surgery. His body is not ready. Sighing, Chen Yiban couldn't help but shake his head. What are you thinking? Uchiha Madara seemed to sense Chen Yiban's thoughts, casting a cold glance at him. None of your concern. Chen Yiban crossed his arms, maintaining eye contact with Uchiha Madara. In that instant, the air felt as though it had ignited with sparks. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Izuna, whose eyes were covered with a white cloth, had unknowingly awoken and, hearing the banter between his two brothers, felt a faint smile form on his lips. Chapter 59. The Astonishing Resurrection, Tsunade's Grateful Bow. Time passed, and another day went by. Initially, they could have set out yesterday to confront the other 4 great ninja villages. However, Uchiha Madara, considering his brother Uchiha Izuna, decided to postpone their departure for several more days. In this regard, Chen Yiban was not in a hurry. Due to his unique memory, Chen Yiban was willing to grant Izuna the time to recuperate to a better state. However, it was regrettable that Izuna's Meingeki Sharingan no longer existed. He could only rely on the transplanted and modified 3-Tomo Sharingan that Tsunade had adjusted. Without the Meingeki Sharingan, Izuna's combat prowess was, understandably, considerably diminished compared to his former self during the Warring States period. Chen Yiban contemplated whether he could draw something from the system that might assist Izuna in regaining his Meingeki Sharingan. For the time being, Izuna had no choice but to use the 3-Tomo Sharingan bestowed by Chen Yiban. Moreover, after a mere day of rest in the hospital, Izuna insisted on being discharged. Now, the time had advanced to the afternoon of the following day, and the location shifted back to the back mountains of Kenoha. The area remained bustling, with not only Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and members of the Akatsuki, but also Izuna, who had removed the white cloth covering his eyes, accompanying his 2 elder brothers. In addition, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, Waihai Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, and many other elite shinobi from Kenoha had gathered, having received word of the event. The reason was clear. Is this your brother's coffin? Chen Yiban murmured, gazing at the coffin before him. Tsunade's eyes were fixed intently on the coffin she had spent all day locating, within which lay her brother, Senju Rope Tree. Very well, I shall fulfill my promise. White Zetsu, Chen Yiban commanded, casting a glance at Tsunade beside him. Understanding, Madara replied, understood. The original white Zetsu along with many others immediately emerged from the ground. After many days, over 50,000 white Zetsu had accumulated beneath Kenoha's back mountains. As the peculiar figures of the white Zetsu surfaced, Izuna, Tsunade, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Kurenai, and Shizune watched with keen curiosity, eager to witness the extraordinary feat of resurrecting the deceased. In the next moment, Chen Yiban signaled to the original white Zetsu, who promptly understood and commanded the others. Ninjutsu, Rebirth Technique. 50 white Zetsu executed the forbidden technique simultaneously. Previously, when reviving Nagato, 10 white Zetsu had attempted the technique, resulting in the near depletion of their life force. A few days prior, when resurrecting Uchiha Izuna, 30 white Zetsu had performed the technique, and only 5 or 6 had perished due to the ample life force provided by the caster. This time, the original white Zetsu commanded 50 others to perform the technique, hoping to minimize the number of casualties even further. With a resonating sound, the 50 white Zetsu simultaneously invoked the rebirth technique, their life force coalescing into a brilliant light that surged into the coffin Tsunade had procured. Rope Tree's gaze was filled with anticipation. The state of the coffin appeared strikingly similar to that of Uchiha Madara just days prior. This was indeed the super forbidden technique capable of resurrecting the dead. Observing the process, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and the others began to grasp the essence of the technique. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura had also arrived, their eyes wide with astonishment, particularly Naruto, whose expression grew complex as he pondered the possibility of reuniting with his parents. Unfortunately, Chen Yiban would not resurrect others unconditionally. I was also revived in this manner? Uchiha Izuna marveled at the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. Such occurrences were indeed unfathomable, especially for someone who had recently returned from the dead. Izuna, I will not allow anyone to harm you again, Madara declared, placing a reassuring hand on Izuna's shoulder. Grateful. Izuna looked at his brother with appreciation, then turned that same grateful gaze toward Chen Yiban. Moments later, a series of knocking sounds emanated from within the coffin, as if someone inside was urgently attempting to break free. The 50 white Zetsu ceased their actions, revealing that only 2 had perished, while the others appeared fatigued yet not critically harmed. With the aid of the outer path, their life force could be replenished entirely. At that moment, Tsunade, holding a bundle of items, could no longer contain her tears upon hearing the sounds from the coffin. Instantly reacting, she sprang forward and struck the coffin lid with a powerful punch, revealing a bewildered face of a boy who appeared somewhat disoriented from being confined within. Sister? He called out, gradually realizing the situation as he felt Tsunade's warm embrace. Is it true? I have returned to life. The reality of resurrecting the once deceased struck Izuna's companions, including Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, and Kakashi, who were utterly astonished yet filled with a glimmer of hope. If resurrecting the dead was indeed possible, perhaps those lost in the past, such as Asuma, Kurenai, Nara Shikamaru, and Hyuga, could also be brought back. Kakashi couldn't help but think of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. Naruto shared similar sentiments, alongside others like Nara Shikaku and Jiraiya, each pondering the possibility of reuniting with lost loved ones. Rope Tree, change your clothes. Tsunade, suppressing her overwhelming emotions, handed the bundle of clothing to her brother. Chen Yiban had previously mentioned that clothing belonging to those long deceased might exhibit signs of decay. Thus, Tsunade's bundle contained garments for Rope Tree. Rope Tree smiled, nodding in appreciation before beginning to don the new attire within the coffin. Meanwhile, Tsunade unexpectedly approached Chen Yiban, wiping her tears away, and under the gaze of the crowd, bowed deeply to him. No matter the circumstances, she was grateful for Rope Tree's revival. Witnessing Tsunade's gratitude, Jiraiya felt a complex mixture of emotions, tinged with a sense of loss. Madara, on the other hand, merely scoffed disdainfully. Izuna, there's nothing more to see here. Come. I will accompany you in training to help you familiarize yourself with your new eyes. He took Izuna by the arm and turned to leave, clearly uninterested in lingering any longer. Brother, let us wait for the other brother. Izuna hesitated. No need, Madara asserted, pulling Izuna along, not even allowing him a moment to bid farewell to Chen Yiban. Amidst the commotion, Chen Yiban couldn't help but notice the sight of Tsunade bowing, revealing a generous expanse of white fabric before him. After a moment of surprise, Chen Yiban quickly diverted his gaze. I am merely fulfilling a promise. With that nonchalant remark, he turned on his heel and left. Well then, with both leaders gone, we shall take our leave as well. Deidara regarded the departing Uchiha Madara with a sense of respect before inevitably following suit. It's not like we're going to kill anyone. How dull. Haiden, fixated on sacrificing to his dark deity, lamented. At that moment, Nagato and Konan exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts brimming with hope. Having witnessed Nagato resurrect the deceased on 2 occasions, and Konan having seen his revival 3 times, they were filled with anticipation for Yahiko's eventual return. They eagerly awaited the unification of the ninja world, envisioning a peaceful existence together in a harmonious realm. Such a prospect was undeniably beautiful. Primarily, the 2 Uchiha possessed such supreme power that they could genuinely achieve the unification of the entire ninja world. That, indeed, was true hope. Soon after, Nagato and Konan nodded at each other. It seemed that from this moment onward, they genuinely wished to obey and heed the commands of the 2 Uchiha. Chen Yiban likely did not anticipate that reviving Senju Rope Tree would indirectly win the hearts of the people. However, trouble was not far behind. Halt. Just as Chen Yiban had distanced himself from the mountains and was nearing the bustling streets of Kenoha, 2 graceful figures obstructed his path. It was none other than Kurenai Yuhi and Mitarashi Anko. In response, Chen Yiban remained silent, casting a cold glance their way. Hey, dare to block our path? Do you believe I 1T sacrifice you 2 to my dark deity? Haiden stepped forward, brandishing his weapon, followed by members of the Akatsuki, including Kakazu, Sasori, Nagato, and Konan. In an instant, an invisible aura of menace descended upon Kurenai and Anko, prompting them to instinctively take a couple of steps back while maintaining their resolve. Madara, you've killed so many in Kenoha. Shouldn't you resurrect them as well? Kurenai confronted the pressure from the Akatsuki, her red eyes fixed intently on the figure cloaked in black, Chen Yiban, whose long hair cascaded down to his waist. Asuma, Gai Yahiko, and Shikamaru, they all perished because of you. Anko echoed her sentiments. Enough with the chatter. Madara interjected, stepping forward. Step aside, or I'll blow you two Kenoha women to smithereens. As he spoke, he prepared his explosive clay. Yet, Chen Yiban suddenly cast a glance at Madara and remarked, Didn't we agree there would be no more Kenoha or Hokage? Understood, boss. Madara replied with a nervous chuckle, promptly making way for Chen Yiban. Haiden swallowed hard and also stepped aside. Thus, Chen Yiban faced Kurenai and Anko, stating, You two as well, do not mention Kenoha again, for it will no longer exist. Soon, the entire ninja world would consist of a single nation. With that proclamation, Chen Yiban revealed his Rinnegan with 6 tomo. The terrifying aura emanating from his eyes instantly intimidated Kurenai and Anko, causing them to retreat several steps. The two women gazed in bewilderment at Chen Yiban's eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to both the Rinnegan and Sharingan, their hearts racing with a mix of astonishment and fear. The profound power radiating from his gaze was utterly terrifying. After instilling fear, Chen Yiban, with his 6 tomo Rinnegan, addressed Kurenai and Anko. You wish to resurrect the dead? Very well. During the 4th Great Ninja War in a few days, demonstrate your capabilities. If you can satisfactorily resurrect 1 or 2 individuals, it may be possible. Chen Yiban began to weave a tantalizing promise. Are you serious? The two women's eyes lit up. Kurenai's initial fear transformed into sheer joy. Was there hope not only for Asuma, who had recently perished, but also for her long-lost father and mother? As these thoughts crossed their minds, smiles broke across their faces as they looked at Chen Yiban, clad in black, whose long hair flowed down his back. They found themselves unwittingly reassessing him, realizing he might not be the demon they had imagined. Beneath his long bangs lay a strikingly handsome face. So handsome, Kurenai might have felt a twinge of reluctance, while Anko found herself captivated by Chen Yiban's formidable presence and the hope he had just offered. The legendary powerhouse Uchiha Madara was indeed enchanting. Had she not approached him with a heart full of hatred, she might have recognized his merits sooner. You must keep your word. Kurenai's red eyes bore into Chen Yiban. Enough with the trivialities. Chen Yiban dismissed his Rinnegan and turned to leave. Behind him, Konan, Nagato, Kakazu, and the rest of the Akatsuki members promptly followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the former Uchiha clan's territory. In recent days, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, and the Akatsuki had taken residence in this long-abandoned Uchiha domain. Plenty of vacant houses remained, and if any were damaged, a simple wood-release technique from Chen Yiban or Uchiha Madara could restore them swiftly. Thus, their living conditions were quite comfortable. Upon their return, the unmistakable sounds of clashing metal echoed as Chen Yiban and the Akatsuki members arrived. Nearby, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were fiercely sparring, each wielding a blade, their Sharingan activated, creating sparks akin to a life-and-death battle. Madara and Haiden looked on in astonishment. No wonder they are so formidable. They train with such intensity. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, dragon flame jutsu. The sheer power of their fire techniques left the Akatsuki members in awe, making it seem as though the brothers harbored a deep-seated rivalry. Chapter 61. The 4th Great Ninja War commences. Time passed, and after several days of concern over Uchiha Izuna's condition, it was finally day 7. Kenoha, under Tsunade's decisive leadership, successfully mobilized over 500 elite shinobi. This figure did not even account for the root ninjas. If included, Kenoha's total ninja count exceeded 2,000. The civilian populace of Kenoha had become acutely aware that the 4th Great Ninja War was imminent. This conflict would be unprecedented, involving all 5 great nations and numerous smaller nations, instigated by the shinobi of the Land of Fire, Kenoha. During this time, many nations had already received word of the impending war. Particularly, the earth, wind, water, and lightning countries were reportedly considering a united front against the largest-scale conflict in ninja history, ignited by Uchiha Madara's resurrection. Rumor had it that Uchiha Madara possessed a divine technique that allowed him to split himself into two. Thus, the existence of two Uchiha Madaras in the world has plunged the shinobi nations into chaos. The mere presence of one Uchiha Madara was already a source of fear. Now, there are two? Truly, let destruction ensue. I am weary indeed. At this moment, atop the towering walls of Kenoha, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna, three formidable powerhouses, stand high above the gates of Kenoha. The three brothers embrace their arms before them, gazing down upon the unfolding scene below. At that moment, a throng of Kenoha ninjas, accompanied by countless white Zetsus, continuously stream out of the village, charging toward the battlefield. Thus, Madara, Izuna, and Chen Yiban remain steadfast atop the lofty walls, surveying the endless line of ninjas exiting the village. The unification of the shinobi world begins today. Looking down upon the lengthy procession of ninjas, Uchiha Madara boldly proclaims, "With the power of myself and my two elder brothers." Uchiha Izuna's gaze is resolute. Beside him, Chen Yiban reveals a subtle smile. "I have heard that the remaining four great nations have begun to unite in resistance against us. Do you think they stand a chance?" With that, a proud smirk graces Chen Yiban's lips. "You need not intervene, my two elder brothers. I alone can vanquish this so-called alliance of ninjas." Uchiha Izuna's eyes shimmer with a crimson glow. With a flash, his Manjiki Sharingan manifests in his gaze. "Izuna, your eyes." Uchiha Madara gazes at his younger brother's eyes with surprise. Uchiha Izuna has unexpectedly awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Both Izuna and Chen Yiban express mild astonishment. "I am your younger brother, Uchiha Izuna," he exclaims, his crimson Manjiki eyes shining brightly as he reveals a radiant smile. Then, a surge of azure chakra erupts. The next moment, a colossal Susanoo, towering even above the Kenoha walls, stands beside the gates, eliciting gasps of awe from the Kenoha ninjas below. The fear instilled by Chen Yiban's earlier shadow clone Susanoo resurfaces. Many white Zetsus, bewildered, instinctively retreat several steps. The procession halts abruptly, descending into chaos. "Do not fear. Continue onward. I shall ensure the two of you remain on course." Within the massive azure Susanoo, Uchiha Izuna commands the uncertain Kenoha ninjas and white Zetsus. "Advance," he urges, his eyes flashing with a terrifying crimson light. The Kenoha ninjas, though filled with doubt, dare not resist and continue to march in formation. Uchiha Izuna propels the massive Susanoo, moving in sync with the advancing troops, exerting immense pressure upon the entire ninja line while simultaneously inspiring them. After all, the power that Uchiha Izuna displays now will ultimately contribute to their battle against ninjas from other nations. Uchiha Izuna is on their side. The stronger their ally, the lighter their burden on the battlefield, is it not? "Who is he? How does he possess Susanoo and even the Sharingan?" murmurs a ninja. "I heard he is the younger brother of Madara." Another replies, "Indeed, he appears quite formidable. I still believe Madara and his brothers are the most powerful. It is said that the meteor that appeared in our Kenoha skies was summoned by Madara." A third ninja exclaims, "With the strength displayed by Madara and his brothers, no one in the shinobi world can rival them. Although this fourth shinobi world war is unprecedented, it shall surely conclude swiftly." I concur. There is simply no one capable of opposing Madara and Izuna. "Hey, I heard that Madara and his brothers have awakened the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths." Indeed, many Kenoha ninjas, unable to contain their astonishment, whisper amongst themselves while glancing at the immense azure Susanoo beside them. "Silence your whispers," Uchiha Izuna commands with a solemn gaze. "Yes, Izuna," the ninjas respond, standing tall. Witnessing this scene, the two Uchiha Madaras on the distant wall cannot help but smile. Just then, numerous figures leap onto the wall. It is Pain, Konan, and Kisame from the Akatsuki organization. Madara. Upon landing, they bow in respect. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara nod lightly in acknowledgement. "Excellent. The time to unleash our wrath has finally arrived. It has been far too long since I offered worthy sacrifices to our Dark Lord," exclaims Haiden, his excitement palpable as he gazes at the long line of shinobi troops ahead. The leader's intention is to unify the shinobi world, not to provide sacrifices to your dark god, retorts Sasori, his voice low. "This is an opportunity for immense profit. The treasury of Kenoha is quite bountiful. I wonder how other nations fare." Kakuzu smirks coldly. "Nagato and I will heed Madara's command." Conan remarks, glancing at Nagato. Likewise, Kisame lifts his wrapped sword, revealing his sharp teeth. With a knowing glance exchanged between Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, they nod in agreement. Very well, let us depart. Chen Yiban concludes with a soft smile. In unison, they leap from the towering wall, landing steadily on the ground. At this moment, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and the Akatsuki members turn to see Tsunade, Kakashi Hitaki, Shikaka Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Kurenai Yuhi, and many other renowned Kenoha ninjas awaiting their descent at the gates. Shall we set forth? Tsunade steps forward, casting a smile at the two Uchiha Madaras. In response, Madara remains silent, turning away without a word. Onward. Chen Yiban gently gestures forward, smiling. Meanwhile, the four great nations have gathered, forming a massive ninja coalition in the desert near the Land of Wind, ready to resist the might of the two Uchiha Madaras. Thus, the Fourth Shinobi World War commences. Chapter 62. To dance to death or submit. Choose. 2 days later. In the vast desert near the Land of Wind, countless tents, the landscape, stretching for miles. This temporary encampment, established by the four great nations, now hosts nearly all ninja countries from across the shinobi realm. The number of ninjas gathered exceeds a staggering 100,000. In addition to the earth, water, lightning, and wind countries, smaller nations such as Star, Waterfall, Snow, Iron, and Grass have answered the call, assembling within this desert. A colossal coalition of over 100,000 shinobi now stands united. At this moment, within the command tent, damn it, Madara! He dares to engage us in battle? Before them stood the irascible Reikage AI, his gaze fixed furiously upon the information laid out before him on the desk. The source of his ire. News had just reached him that the two Uchiha Madara had already deployed their forces from Kenoha 2 days prior, and they were likely nearing the battlefield. Did Uchiha Madara truly believe that his faction could contend against the entirety of the ninja world? Even if he was a legendary ninja. Beside him, sitting at the table, Mizukage Terumi Mei, who had recently ascended to her position following the death of the fourth Mizukage, murmured in agreement. At this moment, she appeared younger by 4 or 5 years compared to her original portrayal. A similar situation could be observed with the current Kazekage Gaara. Even though the fourth Kazekage had perished, the likes of Maki and others had intended to allow Gaara, who had undergone significant changes, to take on the fifth Kazekage role. Yet they should have waited for him to mature further. However, due to the urgent circumstances, the actions of the two Uchiha Madara had essentially declared war on the entire ninja world. Both Gaara and Terumi Mei found themselves thrust into leadership roles under duress. Among them, Gaara was the youngest, nearly the most juvenile among the leaders of the various nations gathered around the table. That scoundrel Madara has always been so arrogant, muttered Inoki, that Tsuchikage, as he reminisced. No matter how powerful Uchiha Madara may be, can he truly rival the combined strength of nearly all the ninja in our world? The shadow of the Star Country, who was not recognized by the leaders of the great nations, chimed in. Surrounding the table were also the leaders of the Snow, Grass, Iron, and other nations, some deep in thought, refraining from voicing their opinions. We must devise a strategy to confront these so-called two Uchiha Madara, spoke Gaara, glancing at the youthful figure of himself at the Kazekage's seat. At this remark, the other Kage and leaders of smaller nations turned their eyes toward Gaara, noting his youth. Is the purpose of our meeting to discuss my age? Gaara replied calmly. Humph. Reikage AI grunted, choosing not to retort. Just then, Inoki, having emerged from his reverie, combined recent intel with his thoughts. Kenoha is now under the control of the two Uchiha Madara, and the Nine Tails has also fallen under their command. Our best course of action is to persuade Kenoha to turn against them. Otherwise, we may be left with no choice but to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Hearing this, the assembly fell into contemplative silence. Rumors suggested that Uchiha Madara had acquired the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, granting him even more formidable power. I wonder if that is true. Terumi Mei mused with a smile. It is said that the Rinnegan possesses the power to control life and death. A terrifying ocular jutsu of creation and destruction, added Mifune of the Land of Iron, deep in thought. Suddenly, Reikage AI slammed his fist down onto the desk, exclaiming, "Let us not bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing our own. We are nearly the entirety of the ninja world's super coalition, even if there were 10 Madara. What is there to fear?" He stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. Inoki chuckled at this display. "Reikage, your morale is commendable. Our water country has no intention of surrendering without a fight. Terumi May added with a hint of determination. So, our first strategic step will be to persuade the ninja of Kenoha to stand with us against Uchiha Madara, Gaara declared slowly. In the midst of this discussion, a familiar figure with blonde hair flashed through Gaara's mind. Naruto Uzumaki. I hope we do not meet again on the battlefield, he thought. Just then, a coalition ninja burst into the main tent, announcing, My lords, Konoha's Madara and his forces have arrived. Already. The urgency in the air was palpable as everyone's eyes widened. I wonder how Uchiha Madara will fare against us, Terumi May mused, a playful smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in the desert, mere miles from the ninja coalition, a legion composed of Kenoha ninjas and over 50,000 white Zetsu was advancing steadily. Suddenly, 3 formidable figures descended from the sky, landing about a kilometer from the coalition's camp. Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna had arrived. The 3 commanders had reached the front lines first, their Sharingan activated, their arms crossed defiantly as they gazed at the vast coalition camp with fierce determination. As the white Zetsu and Kenoha forces caught up, thousands of ninjas poured forth from the coalition camp, resembling an army of ants. Thus, a tense standoff was established between the 3 leaders, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna, and the immense ninja coalition. At that moment, all 8 of the tailed beast Jinchuriki emerged on the battlefield alongside the ninja coalition. I hereby declare the 4th Great Ninja War to have begun. Choose your fate. Whether to dance with me to your demise, or to submit willingly, you rabble, Madara proclaimed, activating his eternal Manjiki Sharingan as he stepped onto a massive rock, his voice echoing with arrogance. Choose, you rabble, he repeated, stepping forward alone to confront the thousands of coalition ninjas. His presence radiated an overwhelming arrogance and dominance. The sight of his blood-red, mesmerizing eternal Manjiki Sharingan instilled an inexplicable dread among the countless ninjas of the coalition as they sensed the oppressive chakra emanating from him. Is that truly the legendary Uchiha Madara? Are there really 2? The leaders at the forefront of the coalition, including Gaara and Terumi May, exchanged curious glances at the sight of the red-armored Madara with his long hair cascading to his waist. Rabble, we shall see if you can withstand the heat of battle, Terumi May retorted, stepping forward to challenge Madara's arrogance. Indeed, Madara, no matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly contend with the united strength of so many of us. We stand here with over 100,000 brave ninjas, Inoki declared, raising the spirits of the coalition. Indeed, it is true that we now have more than 100,000 ninjas. What does it matter if they are legendary ninjas? We shall fight to the death alongside our esteemed leaders. Come on, we fear you not. In the midst of the allied forces, countless ninjas were rallied by Naka's fervent spirit. Witnessing this scene, it was clear they were but a disorganized rabble. You have made the gravest of errors. Uchiha Madara slowly clenched his fists, his expression chillingly cold. His eternal Manjiki Sharingan radiated an aura of boundless murderous intent. Unification of the ninja world is my objective. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chen Yiban, under the watchful eyes of Tsunade, Kakashi, and Yuhi Karina, began to step forward. Since words have proven ineffective, we shall resort to slaughter, fear, dread, submission. However, just as Chen Yiban approached Uchiha Madara, a hand suddenly grasped both of them. Izuna? Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara turned, perplexed, to the figure behind them. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna said, Elder brothers, do not allow anyone from our side to engage. I wish to challenge the entire allied ninja force alone. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Izuna addressed her 2 elder brothers. Is that so? Chen Yiban nodded in understanding, a faint smile crossing his lips. Izuna, you have just been resurrected, and your new Manjiki Sharingan has only just awakened. I am still quite concerned, Uchiha Madara remarked. Elder brothers, I am not so weak. Uchiha Izuna's gaze was resolute. Very well, I comprehend. Uchiha Madara finally nodded. Be cautious, Izuna. Both Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara cautioned in unison. Izuna smiled lightly, and, in the next moment, as she stepped past her elder brothers, her expression turned icy, filled with combativeness and murderous intent. Come forth, you weaklings who huddle together for warmth. In the next instant, Uchiha Izuna stood alone, facing the vast army of 100,000 ninjas. How audacious, roared Raikage in fury. What a handsome man. Is he also of the Uchiha clan? Tsuchikage Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, mused to herself. Impolite boys often find themselves devoid of admirers, she added. Suddenly, Kuratsuchi formed hand seals, calling forth, Earth Release, Earth Dome. In the next moment, Chakra sought out a sharp rock beneath the sand, hurling it toward Uchiha Izuna, who stood at the forefront. Uchiha Izuna merely tilted her head slightly, evading the blow aimed at her face. Boss, should I assist him? Deidara approached Chen Yiban and Madara, eager to join the fray. Wait a moment. Since Izuna wishes to engage alone, let her do so for a while. Chen Yiban waved his hand, declining Deidara's eagerness. All right then. Deidara sighed in disappointment. He too longed to be the first to make his mark. Meanwhile, she, eliminate him. Reikage commanded a nearby ninja. Yes, Reikage-sama. The ninja named Shi immediately charged forward, brandishing his blade. How could my brother not let me take the lead? Fool idiot. The exuberant Karabi, having practiced for 2.5 years, sang and danced. Quiet down, Karabi. Reikage delivered a swift reprimand. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna slowly revealed her blood-red Meijiki Sharingan. As the ninja named Shi approached within 30 meters of Uchiha Izuna, she activated her ocular technique. In an instant, she halted abruptly. Then bang! He collapsed, lifeless. The remaining ninjas from the Cloud Village, including Darui and Omoi, gasped in shock. Reikage was both astonished and enraged. You bastard! What have you done? The multitude of ninjas from the allied forces felt a chilling sensation upon observing Uchiha Izuna. For the ninja named Shi, no one understood how he had perished. They only knew that he had fallen the moment he entered the 30-meter radius of the enemy. On the Leaf Village's side, Kakashi, Tsunade, Yui Karina, and all the other Leaf ninjas stared in disbelief at Uchiha Izuna's silhouette. What had just transpired? The ocular technique of the Meijiki Sharingan is a certain art. With a radius of 30 meters. Everyone, remember to maintain a distance of at least 30 meters from this enemy. Do not venture within that range, or you shall die. Tsuchikage Inoki, the elder statesman, quickly analyzed and cautioned the allied ninjas. The legendary ocular technique of the Meijiki Sharingan was indeed terrifying. The morale that had recently surged among the allied forces was now replaced by astonishment and dread toward Uchiha Izuna. On the other side, Uchiha Madara mused. Is this the ocular technique of Izuna's current Meijiki Sharingan? Is it the technique that controls the blood temperature within a person's body? Fascinating. Chen Yiban remarked. That Shi's blood was entirely frozen in an instant. Blood freezing? That is truly a fearsome ocular technique. Chapter 64. Uchiha Izuna versus Allied Ninjas. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara gazed through their blood-red Sharingan, utilizing their formidable insight to witness the internal state of the fallen ninja named Shi. They discerned that upon entering the 30-meter range of Izuna, Shi's blood had frozen almost instantaneously. The result was immediate death. As the blood in his vital organs and even within his brain had solidified, how could one possibly survive such a fate? His blood had been frozen in a mere moment. At that time, beside Mizukage Terumi Mei, the Jonin Ao of the Mist Village, possessing the Byakugan, observed everything with clarity surpassing even that of Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara. He witnessed nearly every detail of Shi's charge and subsequent demise. The blood-freezing ocular technique of the Meijiki Sharingan? Such a terrifying clan. Terumi Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone, be cautious. Remember, his ocular technique has a range of 30 meters. Inoki reiterated. Then we shall engage him from a distance, correct? Gaara remarked. During this time, Gaara glanced over at the Leaf team, noting the absence of Naruto Uzumaki. Was he not participating in this battle? He silently lamented, feeling a tinge of regret but more relief, wishing to avoid encountering that individual on the battlefield again. Indeed, upon hearing Gaara's words, Inoki nodded in agreement. Let us maintain our distance from him and focus on long-range ninjutsu. But be wary not to engage in jinjutsu against those of the Uchiha clan. Drawing from his experience, Inoki cautioned the allied ninjas. Simultaneously, he activated the earth release technique his granddaughter had employed earlier. In the next moment, his chakra unearthed sharp, massive rocks from beneath the earth, launching them toward Uchiha Izuna, who stood 100 meters away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Uchiha Izuna leaped gracefully, deftly evading the sharp stones. After evading all sharp rocks and debris, Uchiha Izuna unsheathed the ninja blade from his back. With unparalleled speed, he charged alone towards the vast army of allied ninjas. Behind him, Uchiha Madara, with his Sharingan fixated, was constantly worried about Izuna's safety, prepared to intervene at any moment. Izuna's awakened Mangekyou Sharingan abilities were formidable. He should be fine. Observing Madara beside him, Chen Yiban smiled faintly, stating that with Izuna's current Mangekyou Sharingan, even a 6 level warrior could find themselves in dire straits if they were not cautious. The ability to instantaneously freeze the blood within others was indeed terrifying. Madara remained silent, his eyes glued to Izuna as he charged headlong into the massive coalition of ninjas. Meanwhile, on the other side, Noki bellowed, "Stop him. We cannot allow him to get close." As Uchiha Izuna approached with alarming speed, many ninjas within the allied forces felt a wave of fear wash over them, instinctively retreating. It was absurd that they, a force of over 100,000, could be intimidated by a single individual. Yet, the thought of Izuna's eerie and terrifying Mangekyou abilities, capable of freezing the blood of others, instilled dread in countless ninjas. Earth release. Noki was the first to unleash his chakra, condensing the surrounding sand and earth into enormous walls of stone, all of which bore down upon Uchiha Izuna with the intent of turning him into a mere smear. In response, Izuna, moving with lightning speed, focused his Mangekyou Sharingan. A powerful surge of azure chakra erupted forth, quickly coalescing into a massive Susanoo. The towering azure Susanoo immediately began to pummel the incoming walls of earth with devastating force. Susanoo. Noki furrowed his brow. The sheer strength and chilling aura of the chakra caught Kuratsuchi's attention, her eyes wide with surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure. Liquid release, dissolving technique. Reacting swiftly, Kuratsuchi activated her Kekkei Genkai. In retaliation, Izuna unleashed a fire release technique from within the massive Susanoo. The overwhelming combination of the explosive fire release and the corrosive liquid release generated a cloud of steam that rapidly corroded the ground beneath. Witnessing the spectacle, many ninjas could not help but gasp in astonishment. On the side of Kenoha, Senju Rope Tree, who had only recently been revived and arrived on the battlefield, expressed his awe at Izuna's Susanoo and fire release. He admired Izuna's strength and the audacity to confront such a vast army alone. Just then, a multitude of sand began to gather, swiftly wrapping around Izuna's Susanoo. This was the power of Gaara, with the sand rising from the ground. Izuna found himself momentarily caught off guard as the grains coiled around his Susanoo like a gigantic serpent. Now, Gaara shouted triumphantly as he ensnared Izuna's Susanoo. In response, the beastly killer bee, having transformed partially, began to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. Boom! The massive sphere hurtled towards the ensnared azure Susanoo. In a blink of an eye, the situation escalated. Izuna barely registered the imminent threat before a colossal tailed beast bomb was upon him. "Izuna!" Madara exclaimed anxiously. Chen Yiban's brow furrowed in concern as well. At that critical moment, Izuna activated his Mangekyou Sharingan once more. A powerful force surged forth, causing the tailed beast bomb to abruptly lose its size and momentum. In that instant, Izuna commanded his Susanoo to break free from Gaara's sand, summoning a massive chakra blade that cleaved through the weakened tailed beast bomb, resulting in a tremendous explosion. How is this possible? Why can his Mangekyou Sharingan influence the power of a tailed beast? Noki questioned in disbelief. Chapter 65. Izuna injured. Madara enters in anger. "Oh," Chen Yiban remarked, surprised by Izuna's timely use of his ocular technique. Uchiha Madara transitioned from worry to a slow smile, saying, "It seems Izuna has acquired quite remarkable eyes." Madara felt a swell of pride for his younger brother. Indeed, Chen Yiban nodded in agreement, analyzing. Izuna's Mangekyou must not only control the temperature of blood, but accurately manipulate all forms of energy and thermal activity. His technique can diminish the energy and heat fluctuations of all entities, including blood. Such eyes are indeed exceptional. Chen Yiban became increasingly intrigued by Uchiha Izuna's unique Mangekyou Sharingan technique, recognizing its potential to bring even 6 level warriors to their knees if they remained unaware. Though it has a range limitation of 30 meters, it is still incredibly powerful. If it were anyone but Uchiha Izuna, I would consider taking those eyes for myself. How shameless! Killer Bee exclaimed, witnessing his tailed beast bomb neutralized, returning to his playful banter. Just then, as the ninja coalition remained in disbelief, a barrage of 8-pointed shuriken flew forth from the dissipating smoke, aimed directly at Killer Bee. Startled, Killer Bee instinctively reacted, only to see a massive tail, armored and powerful, sweep away the shuriken. It was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Unlike the fourth Mizukage from the original storyline, the Three Tails Jinchuriki was an unfamiliar ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. The arrival of Chen Yiban had indeed altered the course of this world. Hey, thanks, my good buddy. Killer Bee expressed his gratitude in his characteristic rap style. No problem, the Three Tails Jinchuriki replied nonchalantly. Focus, Reikage A interjected. At that moment, a flurry of 8-pointed shuriken continued to rain down from the dissipating smoke towards the allied forces. Too many. So fast. Block those. Earth release. Boom. Despite the quick response of countless ninjas who attempted to form earthen barriers with their chakra, they were still too late. The 8-pointed shuriken detonated like explosives, wreaking havoc among the allied forces, resulting in significant casualties, all while Izuna relentlessly commanded his Susanoo to hurl them forth. Damn it! The Reikage unleashed the lightning release chakra mode, resembling a bolt of blue lightning as he swiftly appeared beside the incoming 8-tails chakra sphere, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. The sheer strength of this entity astonished even the Reikage, who was in the lightning release chakra mode. Wind release, ninjas. At that moment, Noki bellowed. Here. Instantly, numerous wind country ninjas, including Temari of Sunagakure, began forming hand seals to unleash their jutsu. Wind release, Kamaitachi. Wind release, wind blades. A multitude of ninjas simultaneously unleashed various wind release techniques. With a deafening roar, a fierce storm surged forth, clearing the dust and debris ahead. Simultaneously, the powerful winds pushed back Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo, forcing it to stagger as it blocked the wind blades with its hands. Good opportunity. At that moment, the 8-tails Jinchuriki seized the chance, swiftly entering a semi-tailed beast transformation to gather the tailed beast ball. The 8-tails, in a bid to counter Uchiha Madara, chose to assist the Jinchuriki. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous tailed beast balls were launched relentlessly towards Uchiha Izuna's blue Susanoo. Even Gaara intervened, manipulating sand to bind the azure Susanoo. Damn it! Uchiha Izuna's expression turned furious. Blood prison. He activated the ocular technique of the Mangeki Sharingan once more. However, the sheer quantity of tailed beast balls overwhelmed him, resulting in a backlash that caused blood to flow from his eyes. Unimpeded, the tailed beast balls collided with the blue Susanoo. Boom, boom. The onslaught continued until the Susanoo lay in ruins. Uchiha Izuna, now half encased in Susanoo, clutched his bleeding eyes, gasping for breath. Did you witness that? This is the strength of our ninja allied forces. Noki, that Tsuchikage, soared into the sky. Dust release, original world destruction technique. He unleashed his ultimate move upon the bloodied Uchiha Izuna below. A colossal pillar of dust energy surged downward toward him. Boom. A massive crater was created where the dust energy struck. However, I'm sorry, brother, I still lack strength. In front of the Kenoha ninjas, Uchiha Izuna, supported by Uchiha Madara, expressed his unwillingness to accept defeat. This scene left everyone present, including Tsunade, Kakashi, Noki, Gaara, and the Reikage, in shock. What just happened? How did Uchiha Izuna return there? What transpired? Noki, hovering in midair, gradually retracted his dust power, his expression filled with uncertainty. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? Reikage AI exclaimed, gazing at Uchiha Madara in astonishment. What? The words stunned Noki, Terumi Mei, Ao, Temari, Darui, and countless other allied ninjas. The legendary space-time ninjutsu developed by Kenoha's second Hokage, which brought fame to the fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God. Gaara murmured, how could Madara possess the Flying Thunder God technique? Noki expressed disbelief. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, ensuring Izuna was unharmed, entrusted him to Chen Yi, then stepped forward, striding toward the 100,000 ninja allied forces. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan radiated an unmistakable aura of murderous intent and rage. Now, it is my turn to fight you. Chapter 66, Uchiha Madara vs. the Ninja Allied Forces. At this moment, Uchiha Madara stood alone before the vast array of allied ninjas, hundreds of meters away. Yet, a formidable pressure and presence loomed, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, imposing an indescribable weight upon the 100,000 ninjas. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, emerged clad in his crimson armor, causing an inexplicable tension among the allied forces. It was common knowledge that the strongest in this war were the two Uchiha Madara. To halt this conflict, one would need to defeat them. However, only one Madara had stepped forward. Before the battle commenced, the allied forces felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, inciting fear among countless ninjas, some even clasping their hands in prayer. Madara, you truly still live? Noki recalled unsettling memories as he gazed at the lone figure of Uchiha Madara, his expression darkening with gravity. What an astonishing aura, Terumi May remarked, unable to suppress her astonishment. Is this the legendary ninja? Gaara whispered to himself. Humph, do you truly believe you can stand against our 100,000 allied ninjas alone? It will be just like before, Hokage AI declared resolutely. Before? Uchiha Madara snapped back, his eyes blazing with fury. The power of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan erupted, unleashing an overwhelming terror. Susanoo. The initial form of Susanoo emerged, letting out a fearsome roar. Then, under the violent eruption of his chakra and ocular power, Susanoo expanded dramatically. In mere seconds, a colossal form of complete Susanoo, towering over 200 meters, stood on the battlefield. Witnessing the blue energy giant now dominating the battlefield, the allied forces were left astounded. The rumors were true. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is indeed this immense. How is it possible? How can we overcome such a monster? The 100,000 ninjas stood in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Although rumors circulated, none had witnessed it firsthand until now. This is the same as what we saw in the village. It's truly enormous. Konoha's ninjas echoed their shock. Brother, Uchiha Izuna, is this your first time witnessing the complete Susanoo? He gazed in awe at the towering figure. Completely different, Terumi May remarked, as the allied forces were collectively stunned. Noki felt as though he had returned to a time of overwhelming weakness, facing Madara during Konoha's inception. The strength of this man was insurmountable. Even the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails feels the same way, one said in astonishment. I cannot believe this power, the Hokage admitted, his heart racing. It seems the game will soon reach its conclusion, Chen Yiban remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, the next moment, within the crystal of Susanoo's head, Uchiha Madara willed it. And Susanoo raised a hand to grasp the hilt of Susanoo's blade, preparing to draw it. Not good. All-tailed beast Jinchuriki, quickly stop him. Noki shouted in alarm as he witnessed Susanoo's stance. Rumor has it that Uchiha Madara, not long ago, wielded a Susanoo towering over 200 meters, cleaving the very village of Kenoha in two with a single stroke. The might of his attack was nothing short of terrifying. Should he unleash such power amidst the ninja allied forces, the consequences would be catastrophic. Given the immense stature of the complete Susanoo, dust release techniques would be rendered nearly ineffective. In such dire circumstances, it would require the combined might of all tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki to unleash the tailed beast bombs. Consequently, Gaara, along with Killer Bee and the 8 Jinchuriki who had fully transformed into their tailed beast forms, swiftly began to gather their tailed beast bombs. Then, a chilling voice echoed. Perish, Uchiha Madara. In the blink of an eye, he swung his blade. The terrifying force carved an extraordinary chasm into the ground before him. The unleashed blade radiating an unimaginable power, hurtling towards the 100,000-strong ninja allied forces. Fortunately, at that moment, the 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki succeeded in coalescing their massive tailed beast bombs and unleashed them in unison, bracing against the onslaught of the complete Susanoo's formidable blade. Yet, in an instant, the 8 colossal tailed beast bombs were cleaved apart. The blade of Susanoo then descended mercilessly upon the countless ninja allied forces, decimating them before they could utter a single cry of despair. Even those nearby were thrown back by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki, the 4 Kages, and the leaders of various smaller nations were all sent reeling, bloodied and battered by the sheer force of Madara's strike. In a single blow, countless lives were extinguished among the enemy ranks. A vast chasm now lay before them, a testament to the destructive power of Susanoo. Tsunade, having just recently revived her sister, found herself grasping her hand in disbelief. Was this truly the opponent her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, once faced? Was this the extent of human power? And how many lives had been lost in that moment? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade could not suppress a bitter smile. Though she had witnessed the devastating power before in Kenoha, the sheer magnitude of it still left her in shock. It was terrifying. Even the combined might of the 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki's formidable attack had been effortlessly sliced apart. The complete Susanoo transcended the tailed beasts, wielding the power to obliterate all existence. Is this the strength of your ninja alliance? Can you still dance in the face of such power? Madara's voice rang coldly from within the crystalline head of his Susanoo. In response, the eight-tailed beast Jinchuriki and the Kages struggled to rise from the ground. Their gazes filled with uncertainty as they beheld the colossal Susanoo towering over them. Chapter 67. The Summoning Technique and the Outer Path S. Golem. Damn it, fool. Killer Bee, transformed into the Eight Tails, sprang to his feet and hurled another tailed beast bomb at the arrogant Uchiha Madara and his Susanoo. However, with a mere thought, Madara commanded his Susanoo to dismissively wave its blade. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb was cleaved, exploding mid-flight. Cursed be this invincible Susanoo. Onlookers such as Anoki, Meiterumi, and Reikage were filled with fury and indignation. Especially Reikage and Anoki, one adept in dust release, and the other a master of lightning release chakra modes. Yet, against the complete Susanoo before them, they found themselves utterly powerless. Were they truly Kages? How could they feel so weak? In that moment, the assembled ninjas began to doubt the significance of their past efforts when faced with the overwhelming might of the complete Susanoo. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Anoki, refusing to concede, soared into the sky and unleashed his ultimate technique against the massive Susanoo. However, as the brilliance of his dust release surged forth, Madara's Susanoo swung its blade once more, effortlessly shattering Anoki's dust release. Had it not been for Gaara's timely intervention with sand, Anoki would have been obliterated mid-air. As the blade of Susanoo sliced through the air above, countless ninjas felt as though a colossal beast had soared overhead, the gusts of wind stinging their faces. This power is unreal. Some ninjas within the allied forces began to question the reality of the situation. As the complete Susanoo advanced, each step it took deepened the despair in the hearts of the ninjas. The shinobi and samurai from the four great nations and smaller countries alike looked upon the steadily advancing Susanoo with expressions of hopelessness and helplessness. Against a force capable of effortlessly cleaving through tailed beast bombs, what could they possibly achieve? All that remained was a sense of powerlessness and despair. Behold my tailed beast bomb. At that moment, Killer Bee, or rather the Eight Tails, unleashed a technique, wrapping himself in multiple tendrils and beginning to spin rapidly. A massive storm akin to a sandstorm surged forth toward the Susanoo, momentarily catching Madara off guard. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Iwagakure, led by Karatsuchi, simultaneously unleashed their Kekkei Genkai techniques, summoning a torrent of grayish-white substances. Water release. Following suit, Meiterumi and the Mist Ninjas unleashed their water techniques. The combination of water and the grayish substance surged through the massive Susanoo, now obscured by the sandstorm. Fire release. They quickly intensified the attack, attempting to immobilize the Susanoo. In a climactic moment, the seven-tailed beasts united their strength to form an enormous tailed beast bomb, launching it toward the Susanoo, which now appeared as large as a descending moon, an awe-inspiring sight. Humph! Uchiha Madara scoffed. He then commanded one of Susanoo's hands to break free from the binding of the gray substance and swung the blade toward the approaching tailed beast bomb. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world. In a critical moment, Anoki ascended once more, directing his dust release against the blade's light to counteract the impending strike. Simultaneously, Gaara maneuvered vast amounts of sand to intercept the attack. Though ultimately they could not entirely negate the blade's power, they managed to redirect its trajectory. The colossal tailed beast bomb came barreling toward the Susanoo. Despite having numerous means to evade, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan glimmered with excitement as he raised both arms of the Susanoo, bracing himself against the attack. Then, amidst the watchful eyes of all, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the very foundations of the desert. Brother, Uchiha Izuna voiced his concern. Fear not, Izuna. That adversary will not perish under such an attack. He won't even sustain injuries, Chen Yi remarked, giving Izuna a reassuring pat on the shoulder and smiling. Nonsense. That Uchiha Madara fellow hasn't even utilized the Rinnegan yet. He's merely toying around. However, it's likely that he will soon adopt a more serious demeanor. Nearby, Tsunade, Kakashi, Yugao Yuzuki, and Nara Shikaku, along with many other Leaf Village shinobi, found themselves in a perplexing predicament. They wished for Madara's demise, but simultaneously hoped he wouldn't perish just yet. After all, the death of one Madara could potentially lead to the demise of another. Asuma, Yuzuki Yueying, Kakashi, and the others had not yet been resurrected. Madara must not die at this juncture. Thus, the emotions of the Leaf Shinobi were exceedingly complex. Furthermore, the power of this attack was truly terrifying. A mushroom cloud loomed, and the entire desert quaked violently. Surely, Uchiha Madara would not survive this. Wind release. As the ninja on both sides utilized wind release to disperse the dust, they indeed beheld a colossal blue figure at the center of a gigantic crater. It was the complete form of Susanoo. Yet, this immense form bore signs of battle damage. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara within Susanoo was unharmed. Huh, you all are quite capable. Uchiha Madara, eyes closed, let out a cold laugh amidst the damaged Susanoo. Gradually, Susanoo was retracted by Madara, fading away piece by piece. However, this game can come to an end. Following this declaration, a pair of pale violet Rinnegan appeared in his eyes. It was the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. That scoundrel Madara truly possesses such a fabled eye. Noki, observing Madara's current eyes from afar, could not help but express his incredulity. The Rinnegan, could he be contemplating Tsunade's fate? But then, summoning technique, outer path, Geto statue. Chapter 68. The Eight Tails enter the Geto statue's maw. With a hand slamming onto the ground, Uchiha Madara exclaimed. Instantly, summoning runes emanated from his palm, swiftly extending until, clang, a massive cloud of white mist suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Roar. Following this, a horrifying roar reverberated throughout the desert. As the mist cleared, the shinobi from both factions witnessed a colossal, humanoid figure resembling Deadwood, summoned by Uchiha Madara. Howling towards the sky, it was indeed the Geto statue. The empty shell of the 10 tails. The game was about to officially conclude. Seeing the Geto statue summoned by Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile faintly, knowing that everything would soon reach a swift resolution. This was the moment when, regardless of whether it was the Leaf's Uzumaki, Tsunade, Kakashi, Yugao, or the Ninja Coalition's Noki, Terumi Mei, and Reikage, all gazed at the emergence of the Geto statue with expressions of astonished uncertainty. What kind of monster was this? Uchiha Madara, a being of such caliber, must have summoned something formidable. Moreover, this giant, resembling dead wood, exuded an aura of sheer terror. In response, this is bad. It's that thing. Damn Madara. He actually summoned that monstrosity. With the Rinnegan, possessing the Rinnegan, Madara can indeed summon that ghastly entity. Damn it. I do not wish to be taken back. At that moment, all 8 tails roared in unison, recognizing the Geto statue as the shell of the 10 tails. They could almost predict Uchiha Madara's next move. He intended to capture all their tailed beasts and potentially become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. So, did the 8 tails comprehend what kind of monster that scoundrel Madara had summoned? At this time, the Reikage glanced at the tailed beast-infused killer bee, then asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Noki, Terumi Mei, and the others also turned their attention, eager to learn more. Fool. That rascal Kaiba mentioned that the tailed beasts are merely temporary manifestations of chakra. Now, I, Madara, shall reunite you into a singular entity. Uchiha Madara stood before the Geto statue, speaking with an arrogant smirk. How delightful. In the midst of his tailed beast transformation, Gaara's Shikaku roared at Uchiha Madara. During this time, all 8 tailed beasts remained on high alert, watching Uchiha Madara and the Geto statue intently. Huh. Madara's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a sudden leap onto the Geto statue's head, Rinne rebirth. With a pair of pale violet Rinnegan radiating their ocular prowess, what was he preparing to do? The coalition of ninja and the 8 tails dared not act rashly, uncertain of Uchiha Madara's intentions. Until, boom, the first strike. 1 tail Shikaku fell. Boom boom. The second. Third strikes. 4 tails Son Goku and 7 tails Ch Mei succumbed. Finally, boom 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 boom. The 8 tails were all felled by an unseen force, unable even to rise. Old Purple, Gaara, B, Noki, the Reikage, Temari, and Kankuro gazed in astonishment at the 8 tails, who suddenly collapsed. What had transpired? Terumi Mei sensed an indescribable dread. The enemy had launched an attack. Yet, their side's shinobi had fallen without even sensing it. This legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. What manner of being are you? And Madara, well, it seems it's time to don the collars, beasts. With his Rinnegan eyes gleaming with excitement, Uchiha Madara declared. In the next moment, clang, from the Geto statue's mouth, 8 chakra chains shot forth, ensnaring the necks of the fallen-tailed beasts without exception. Moreover, the motion did not cease, it pulled them indirectly. As the coalition of ninja barely grasped what had just transpired, whoosh. The first-tailed beast was extracted from its Jinchuriki's body and swallowed by the Gedo statue. As Gaara, now devoid of Shikaku, hovered in midair, his heartbeat faltered, and his vitality waned. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro cried out. The current Gaara was no longer the bloodthirsty individual he once was. He was now the Kazekage, their brother. Yet at this moment, Gaara had lost his tailed beast. For a Jinchuriki, this signified death. However, the action of the chakra chains did not cease. The second target was the two tails. The Reikage, attempted to intervene. But boom, under the lightning release chakra mode. The Reikage was sent hurtling back, blood spewing forth from a sudden, unseen attack. Brother, Killer Bee gasped in astonishment, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Reikage. Omoi and the others rushed forward to rescue Reikage AI. Meanwhile, the two tails was forcibly extracted from the Jinchuriki's wooden body, only to be promptly swallowed by the golem. Bloodied, Reikage's face was a mask of fury. Next came the three tails, lava release, lava monster technique. Terumi Mei unleashed her Kekiai Jinkai, attempting to dissolve the golem's chakra chains, yet found it nearly futile. Wind release. Darui also activated his Kekiai Jinkai, striving to break the chakra chains binding the eight tails, only to discover the same inability. As other ninjas converged for a counterattack, an unseen force nullified all their assaults, rendering them ineffective. Thus, one after another, the 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails were devoured by the golem, leaving all Jinchuriki devoid of life. Until the final 8 tails. Reikage bellowed in rage. The foolish, reckless Killer Bee was on the verge of being completely consumed by the golem. Dust release, primitive world decay technique. Inoki summoned his greatest chakra to coalesce the forbidden technique. However, a certain unseen presence effortlessly obstructed and absorbed the dust release. Ultimately, the 8 tails too was engulfed within the golem's belly. Very smoothly done. Now, we can begin. Another me. Uchiha Madara turned to Chen Yiban. They exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a smile. Then, summoning technique. In Chapter 69, the 10 tails. Subsequently, Chen Yiban leaped to Madara's side, adjacent to the golem, and executed the summoning once more. A massive cloud of white mist erupted upon the battlefield. What had he done? With the 8 tails captured, the ninja coalition was in a state of panic. Witnessing Chen Yiban perform the summoning technique again, countless ninjas felt a mixture of awe and terror. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara was extraordinarily powerful. He stood in stark contrast to Uchiha Azuna, who had initially emerged to engage in battle. Although Azuna was formidable in his own right, particularly with his unique ocular techniques, he was no match for Madara. The limbo technique effectively thwarted the coalition's attempts to rescue the tailed beasts, leaving them oblivious to the nature of the obstruction. Without the Rinnegan or Six Paths power, they could neither see nor sense the limbo, and thus could not retaliate. However, the shadows of limbo could strike at them. This created an overwhelming sense of dread among the coalition's ninjas. The morale initially instigated by Inoki and others had dwindled to almost nothing. Just then, the white mist was dispersed, followed by a piercing howl. Multiple tails swung through the dust. Was it the 9 tails? The sight of the massive beast summoned by Chen Yiban, revealed to be the 9 tails, left Inoki and many other coalition ninjas in disbelief. The 9 tails had become the enemy's summoning beast. Moreover, if the 9 tails were included, did this mean that all 9-tailed beasts were gathered? The earlier mention of the 10 tails by the 8 tails, could it truly manifest in the ninja world? Madara. The 9 tails roared, ready to attack Chen Yiban. With a flicker of his crimson Sharingan, Chen Yiban immobilized the 9 tails impulse, preventing its claws from striking down. You fool, Madara. The 9 tails seethed. Soon enough, the 9 tails noticed the golem beside Madara, and alarmed, exclaimed, Madara, what are you planning? Chen Yiban remained silent, while Madara atop the golem coldly smirked. 9 tails. You are merely a fragment of chakra. Now, we shall unify you 9-tailed beasts into one, forming the 10 tails. Madara's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. You must be joking. You madman, Madara. The 9 tails glared wide-eyed. Hee. Madara's haughty laughter filled the air. Then, with a mere thought, he began forming seals, prompting the golem to unleash chakra chains once more. In an instant, they ensnared the Nine-Tails' neck. The golem then attempted to consume the Nine-Tails, just as it had done with the other 8-tailed beasts. Upon witnessing this, "Hurry, stop it. We cannot allow it to devour the Nine-Tails, for who knows what calamity will ensue." Inoki shouted in alarm. Uncertain of the true nature of the 10 tails, he was determined to prevent its emergence in this world. Suddenly, 2 colossal hands made of sand grasped the chakra chains that were about to claim the 9 tails. It was Gaara. Both Chen Yiban and Madara frowned in unison. The one tail, Shikaku, had been consumed by the golem. How was it that Gaara, the Jinchuriki, still lived? It was only when Chen Yiban noticed the aged figure among the coalition, devoid of life, that he understood. Chiyo. It appeared that just as in the original storyline, Chiyo had executed a forbidden technique to save Gaara, sacrificing her own life in the process. Fire release, lightning release, wind release. Countless ninjas from the coalition unleashed a barrage of techniques against the 2 Uchiha. They sought to prevent the 9 tails from being devoured. In the midst of this, haha, futile. Chen Yiban coldly chuckled. He then performed wood release, birth of the tree world. After forming seals, he unleashed his ninjutsu. The ground trembled as immense trees erupted from the soil, sweeping toward the multitude of coalition ninjas like colossal serpents. How can this be wood release? Inoki gasped in disbelief. Could it be that he possesses the same wood release as my grandfather? Tsunade wondered, recalling that some of the flesh within Chen Yiban had been transplanted from her own lineage. Among those was indeed a portion of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju's, flesh. This guy? Tsunade felt a mixture of anger and helplessness as she watched Chen Yiban, already an unmatched force, now wielding the power of the legendary first Hokage. Countless coalition ninjas stood in shocked disbelief as they witnessed the gargantuan wood release effortlessly shatter their ninjutsu. The wood release first crushed the ninjas in front, reducing them to mere fragments. Then, through an inherent property of the wood release, it absorbed their chakra, growing ever larger, and continued its relentless assault on the coalition's ranks. Slain 564 coalition ninjas, obtained basic achievement reward, 356 draws. Slain Mist Village Ninja AO, obtained intermediate achievement reward. Slain Cloud Village Ninja Omoi, and others, slain Sand Village Ninja Kankuro, and others. The coalition suffered tremendous casualties. Gaara and Temari, witnessing Kankuro's demise beneath the wood release, were in disbelief. "Old man, don't scare me," Kuratsuchi exclaimed, pulling Inoki from the ruins. The elderly man was remarkably resilient, though barely clinging to life. Earlier, Inoki had utilized his last remaining chakra to execute dust release. However, it was futile. The sheer volume of the wood release overwhelmed him, especially with his chakra nearly depleted. On another front, the 9 tails had vanished. The 10 tails opened all its eyes and let out a furious roar toward the heavens. The sound was utterly piercing and terrifying. The 9 tails had already risen from the ground, gazing despondently at the howling outer path golem, alongside Noki, Terumi Mei, Reikage AI, and Gaara. Chapter 70. The 10 Tails God Tree Bud Sage Mode. The battlefield, at this moment, saw the outer path golem open all its eyes, emitting a mournful wail akin to a beast from hell, instilling an inexplicable fear within the hearts of all who heard it. Simultaneously, it was evident that the outer path golem was undergoing rapid evolution, transforming swiftly into its original 10 Tails form, or rather, into the form of the God Tree. "Oh, it has begun." Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara wore expressions of anticipation and excitement. Finally, roar. Amidst the billowing dust, the colossal creature of 10 tails made its first appearance, brandishing 10 massive tails. Is that truly the 10 tails? On the battlefield, everyone was left speechless. Whether it was Tsunade, Kakashi from Kenoha, or Noki, Gaara, and Reikage from the opposing ninja alliance, all were gripped by fear at that moment. The chakra emanating from the now manifested 10 tails was enough to intimidate countless ninjas. It was utterly formidable. This chakra was simply unbelievable. At that moment, the 2 Uchiha Madara exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they leaped simultaneously onto the head of the 10 tails in its initial state. With the power of the Rinnegan activated, they began to exert control over the initial form of the 10 tails. Instantly, 2 tree-like appendages from the 10 tails connected to the backs of Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara. Thus, the 10 tails was completely under the control of the 2 Uchiha. Brother, Uchiha Izuna, among the Kenoha crowd, looked at his two elder brothers with admiration and anticipation. What are they planning to do? Tsunade, Kakashi, Noki, Terumi Mei, and everyone present fixated their eyes on the two Uchiha atop the Ten Tails. At this moment, who could still focus on the battle? Even a single Uchiha Madara was more than they could handle, let alone the combined might of the Ten Tails and both Uchiha. Reikage recalled his earlier brash claim that with so many ninjas in the alliance, even 10 Uchiha Madara would pose no threat. Now, the thought made him blush with embarrassment. Dreadful. Reikage felt a deep sense of frustration. The enemy's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Killer Bee, the wooden constructs, and the countless Cloud Village ninjas who had perished beneath the wood techniques. Reikage could do nothing to avenge them. The enemy was monstrous beyond belief. Others, like Gaara and Temari, felt the same. Although they yearned for vengeance for their fallen comrades, they hesitated to act, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the colossal beast brandishing its 10 tails. Meanwhile, the two Uchiha were channeling their power into the 10 tails' initial form. Soon, the 10 tails underwent further evolution. Swoosh. A massive tree trunk surged from the back of the 10 tails, rising dramatically. Subsequently, a bud slowly manifested at the pinnacle. Yet, it did not bloom immediately. What on earth is happening? Noki observed the continuously evolving 10 tails, his heart pounding with fear. Everyone must have felt the same. Anxiety. An overwhelming sense of unease. Almost no one, aside from the two Uchiha, understood what would transpire next. This was the source of countless ninjas' greatest trepidation. Primarily, the aura of power radiating from the Ten Tails' massive form grew increasingly terrifying. Yet, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara noted that the bud had yet to bloom. It appears the incomplete Nine Tails cannot prompt the flower to blossom immediately. Chen Yiban discerned the issue at hand. This is your oversight. Uchiha Madara glanced at Chen Yiban, seemingly seizing the opportunity to tease his counterpart, whose strength still surpassed his own. Especially upon noticing the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo in Chen Yiban's eyes, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but grimace in annoyance. However, it's of little concern. We shall merely wait a while longer. After all, it will bloom eventually. Chen Yiban, however, merely smiled lightly. The so-called Ninja Alliance cannot disrupt our plan. With that, Chen Yiban cast a disdainful glance at the assembly of Ninja Alliance members ahead, clearly unimpressed. We can still do something. Let us use our power to hasten its blooming. Uchiha Madara sought to accelerate the blossoming of the God Tree. Our power. Initially startled, Chen Yiban soon smiled knowingly. If we exhaust too much energy, we may not be able to suppress the 10 tails later. Wait, could it be that you mean natural energy? Chen Yiban suddenly realized something, looking at Uchiha Madara with surprise. Sage mode. Beside him, Uchiha Madara had already clasped his hands together. With a flash, he entered Sage mode almost instantaneously. A golden sage visage appeared on his face. Then boom, he began to draw in natural energy, which flowed through the tree-like conduits linking him to the 10 tails, supplying it with natural energy. Ah, you truly are remarkable. Chen Yiban praised him. Following suit, he too entered Sage mode in an instant. Thus, the two Uchiha continuously drew natural power from the earth and air, simultaneously feeding the 10 tails, the God Tree. As a result, with the colossal influx of natural energy from the two Uchiha, the 10 tails began to swell in size. Evolution. Moreover, the bud atop was gradually unfurling. The Eye of the Moon was also being slowly unleashed. In this manner, the two Uchiha expended little of their own chakra, merely nourishing the 10 tails with the abundant natural energy they were continuously absorbing. Observing this scene, shouldn't we do something? Gaara, gazing at the evolving 10 tails and the budding God Tree, could not help but voice his uncertainty. Its chakra, much like its form, continued to swell with power. Terumi Mei was utterly astonished. The so-called strength of Akage pales in comparison before this legendary 10 tails. Everyone, we must halt the actions of those two Uchiha. Noki shouted sternly to the numerous ninjas behind him. The power of the 10 tails is far too terrifying. We must not allow it to fully evolve. That would be catastrophic. With his chakra nearly depleted, Noki could only muster a few words at this moment. In response, swoosh. After a brief respite, Uchiha Izuna stepped forward, positioning himself before the 10 tails and the 10,000 ninjas of the alliance. Do not disturb the actions of my two brothers. With that, Uchiha Izuna activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan once more. Do you think you can stand against our 10,000 ninjas alone? Reikage stepped forward, bellowing in anger. The deaths of Killer Bee and countless Cloud Village ninjas still burned in his heart. However, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as Reikage finished speaking, numerous figures leaped forward. Standing beside Uchiha Azuna, they were none other than Tsunade, Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, as well as several powerful members of the Akatsuki, including Nagato, Konan, and Deidara. If you wish to interrupt our leaders, you must first pass through me. Humph. Deidara grinned as he pulled out his explosive clay. You little brat. Noki glared at Deidara, grinding his teeth in frustration. Chapter 71. The Ten-Tail Seal and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara, you insufferable brat, step aside. Noki glared at his former disciple, his face flushed with anger. Deidara, do you even realize what you are doing? Kuratsuchi, equally exasperated, glared at Deidara, who stood alongside the ninjas from Kenoha. To this, Deidara responded, my apologies, old man and Kuratsuchi, but I must assist my leader in achieving the grand objective of unifying the ninja world. With a beaming smile, Deidara brandished his explosive clay, resolutely blocking the advance of the entire ninja coalition. At that moment, thousands of elite ninjas from Kenoha began to arrive, following Tsunade, Kakashi, and others. Gathering before the Ten-Tails Divine Tree, they stood against the formidable force of the coalition, which numbered over 100,000. Despite suffering losses at the hands of Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and the three brothers of the Senju clan, the coalition still boasted an overwhelming strength of around 100,000. Meanwhile, Noki was secretly gathering chakra to regain his strength, preparing to unleash dust release once more. The combined forces of Kenoha, alongside Akatsuki's Pain, Konan, Deidara, and Haiden, amounted to merely 3,000, an inconceivable disparity against the coalition's might. Suddenly, countless white Zetsu erupted from the ground, their numbers nearly matching that of the coalition. With this influx, the forces of Kenoha were bolstered significantly, leveling the battlefield. The area around the Ten-Tails Divine Tree became a chaotic sea of white Zetsu and Kenoha ninjas, while the opposing coalition stood firm at 100,000 strong. In the midst of this, the two Uchiha Madaras were entirely focused on gathering natural energy from the earth and air, channeling it through the wooden pipes connected to the divine tree. As a result, a massive eye of the moon was visibly blooming at the top of the tree, its crimson hue beginning to manifest. Damn it, we can wait no longer. Attack. Reikage, seething with fury, charged forward. Reikage, you're injured, Darui exclaimed, concerned for his leader's reckless advance. He quickly rallied the Cloud Village forces to follow suit. Let us go, everyone. In unison, Noki, Tsunade, Gaara, and others commanded their respective ninja villages to charge forward, undeterred by the prospect of death. The ninja coalition, though vast, was equally resolute, surging forward into battle. Haha, allow me to offer you all as sacrifices to our Dark Lord. Haiden of the Akatsuki, faced with the advancing coalition, displayed not fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Then let us begin. Kisame, unwrapping the bandages from his sword, revealed a chilling grin filled with sharp teeth. For Yahiko, Pain declared, forming hand seals, while Konan prepared her paper jutsu. Among Kenoha's ranks, Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to unleash her immense strength. Kakashi slowly raised his right hand, gathering chakra for a lightning blade. Kurenai began to weave illusions, while Yugao summoned countless venomous snakes towards the enemy. Nara Shikaku activated his shadow manipulation, and the Hyuga clan members opened their Byakugan, preparing to unleash their Bagua techniques. In a cacophony of explosions and jutsu, the battlefield erupted into chaos as thousands clashed. Various techniques and bloodline abilities were unleashed, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Among the most peculiar were the white Zetsu, who infiltrated the coalition, disguising themselves as members of the four great shinobi countries or other small nations, launching surprise attacks and sowing discord among the ranks. As suspicion spread like wildfire, the Reikage watched in frustration as his comrades began to doubt one another. The white Zetsu's transformation abilities were formidable, perfectly mimicking chakra, aura, and scent. If not for the intervention of Kinmyun, the coalition would surely have descended into chaos. With the coalition's resolve faltering amidst mutual suspicion, the Kenoha ninjas, including Tsunade, Kakashi, and Kurenai, dedicated themselves to shielding the two Uchiha Madaras from disturbances, allowing them to focus entirely on gathering natural energy for the blooming of the divine tree. You will not interfere with my brothers. Uchiha Izuna unleashed his Manjiki Sharingan, fiercely defending against the coalition's advances. The eerie, blood prison technique immobilized any enemy ninja who approached him, causing them to collapse one after another. In due course, the divine tree blossomed fully, revealing the eye of the moon. The sky transformed as the moon turned a deep crimson hue. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's excitement was palpable as he gazed upon the blooming tree. "Now, you may begin," he said, turning to Chen Yiban, who smiled in return. "Are you truly willing to entrust this opportunity to me?" Madara questioned, to which Chen Yiban urged, "Enough with the pleasantries." With a final glance at Chen Yiban, Madara prepared for action. "I shall not delay further," he declared, his expression resolute. In unison, Madara and Chen Yiban leaped away from the Ten Tails, their mission clear. "Nisan," Uchiha Izuna called out, observing Chen Yiban returning alone to the Kenoha forces. "Where is the other Nisan?" he inquired, noticing Madara's absence. "He seeks the ultimate power to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki," Chen Yiban explained, a smile gracing his face. As the two Uchiha Madaras made their respective moves, both armies halted their conflicts, sensing the impending doom. The sight of the divine tree fully blooming and the moon inexplicably reddening filled Noki, Gaara, Tsunade, Reikage, and others with an escalating dread. Before the colossal divine tree, Uchiha Madara began to form the Ten Tails sealing technique. In the next moment, the tree reacted violently, its immense form contracting towards Madara, ultimately merging with him. As the Ten Tails fully entered Madara's body, a grayish-white aura began to manifest, altering his once black hair to a flowing white. His hands and feet transformed into a dark hue, while 9 black Tomo symbols appeared on his garments. Simultaneously, 9 black orbs known as the truth-seeking balls materialized behind him, closely adhering to his form. In that instant, Uchiha Madara had transformed into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, adopting the Ten Tails mode. At this moment, the area surrounding the eyes of Uchiha Madara was adorned with a faint golden eyeshadow, indicative of the Sage mode. The visage of a sage. Uchiha Madara was currently in the Six Paths Sage mode, or rather, the Ten Tails Sage mode. This was undoubtedly a manifestation that transcended the original depiction of the Six Paths Sage mode possessed by Naruto Uzumaki. Countless ninjas on the battlefield stared in awe at the Ten Tails Sage mode Madara, unable to regain their composure. Only one voice broke the silence. Such formidable and perfect power. Chen Yiban, with his pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, murmured with an elated grin. The energy radiating from the Ten Tails Sage mode was so astonishing that even Chen Yiban, who wielded the Tomo Rinnegan beneath Sage mode, could not help but feel awestruck. The sheer might exhibited in this state was beyond imagination. However, the Rinnegan had yet to awaken, and Chen Yiban decided to hold back his impulses for a moment longer. "Madara, you can continue," he urged, observing that the Ten Tails Sage mode Madara seemed equally captivated by his own power. Madara nodded in excitement, then soared high into the sky, facing the blood-red moon. With a swift motion, he peeled back the white, keratinous shell of the Ten Tails from his forehead. In an instant, his 9 Tomo Rinnegan opened. Now is the time. Chen Yiban fixed his gaze upon the Ten Tails Sage mode Madara above. Resonance. Chen Yiban activated a certain ability, or perhaps employed a specific item. In the next moment, a transformation identical to that of Ten Tails Sage mode Madara occurred within Chen Yiban. He donned the 6 Paths attire, bore the 9 truth-seeking balls, wielded the 6 Paths staff, and the black 9 Tomo symbols appeared on his sleeves and behind him, while his hair gradually transformed into a flowing white mane. Even on his forehead, a 9 Tomo Rinnegan began to bloom. The golden eyeshadow of Sage mode also manifested around his eyes, accentuating his own 6 Tomo Rinnegan. At this moment, Chen Yiban had wondrously transformed into the Ten Tails Sage mode, even surpassing Uchiha Madara, as he possessed the Rinnegan that Madara lacked. With a resounding clang, he planted the 6 Paths staff firmly into the ground. Chen Yiban, in his Ten Tails Sage mode, laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, in a similar stance, felt a peculiar sensation and turned his gaze towards Chen Yiban. How is this possible? Madara, now evolved into the Ten Tails Sage mode, was astounded and confused. How had this occurred? He gazed down at Chen Yiban, who was laughing with a demeanor nearly identical to his own 6 Paths form, and he began to question his own existence. All around them, the likes of Noki, Tsunade, Gaara, Kakashi, Meiterumi, and the Reikage, as well as all present, were left utterly flabbergasted at the sight of Chen Yiban transforming into a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. They were left bewildered, considering that the Ten-Tails had just been absorbed by Uchiha Madara. Why could this other Madara also achieve such a state? Not to mention the tens of thousands of ninjas present, even nearly 100,000 white Zetsu were left astounded. One Ten-Tails had seemingly given rise to two Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. What on earth was happening? Uchiha Izuna, observing from afar, could hardly comprehend the actions of his two elder brothers. Nevertheless, he acknowledged, "Brother, you have grown so powerful." Regardless, he felt that this was the most crucial aspect. His brother had indeed attained the strongest power. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, in Six Paths form, surged downwards with great force. How infuriating! You possessed the power of the Ten-Tails all along and concealed it from me. You deceived me. Madara felt an inexplicable rage, realizing that he had only just transcended a version of himself for a fleeting moment. Cursed, unforgivable. Haha. Chen Yiban chuckled helplessly. Enough with the theatrics. I did not conceal anything from you. This is merely a unique ocular technique I possess called temporal resonance. In essence, it allows me to resonate with your power in this time frame, granting me what you possess. However, once activated, it cannot be used again for 3 years. Nor can it be employed on the same individual twice. The surrounding ninjas were left in shock at the revelation of such a technique. In truth, this was a reward Chen Yiban had obtained from the system's daily draws over the past few days. The daily draws had no tier restrictions. One could either achieve instant greatness or merely win a pack of tissues. The so-called temporal resonance was, in fact, a template resonance. Since Chen Yiban possessed Uchiha Madara's combat template, he was able to resonate with it. However, the same Uchiha Madara could only allow Chen Yiban to resonate with his power once, and utilizing it would incur a 3-year cooldown. So you have exploited me. Madara pointed his six-path staff at Chen Yiban, visibly displeased. Come now, don't be childish. I am you, and you are me. Do we really need to differentiate between us? Chen Yiban chuckled, attempting to placate him. Only we can truly be candid with each other and understand one another. Can we not? As their dialogue unfolded, the Ninja Alliance found themselves facing two Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, both wielding the power of the Ten-Tails Sage Mode. Despite Chen Yiban's coaxing, Uchiha Madara, also in Ten-Tails Sage Mode, remained visibly dissatisfied. Such power, doesn't it feel exhilarating? Chen Yiban, brimming with excitement, observed himself clad in the Six Paths attire. His strength had multiplied beyond comprehension. This was not merely the state of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but rather the Ten-Tails Sage Mode, a manifestation of resolute determination and tyrannical will to unify the ninja world, imbued with the collective power of all tailed beasts. This state, an echo of the original Naruto's Six Paths Sage Mode, was a formidable form that could not be cultivated but chose its master. Chen Yiban felt that in the heat of battle, he could effortlessly vanquish his former self. This power intoxicated him. However, Uchiha Madara, still harboring resentment, remarked, "While it is indeed pleasing, your presence diminishes that pleasure." Yet, as Chen Yiban prepared to continue his persuasion, Madara suddenly came to a realization. After all, Chen Yiban had given him the opportunity to absorb the Ten-Tails. Chen Yiban had merely performed a template resonance at the last moment of Madara's success, without usurping any of his power. It was indeed a win-win situation. Thus, despite a momentary surge of resentment, Six Paths Abito swiftly came to an understanding. As you mentioned, only you and I can engage in genuine honesty and mutual comprehension. Observing Chen Yi, who mirrored his own Six Paths demeanor, Uchiha Abito allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. At this moment, Chen Yi could not help but smile in return. He then extended his hand towards Abito. Now, in the next instant, as both Six Paths Abitos fully grasped each other's intentions, they genuinely clasped hands. Meanwhile, the countless members of the Ninja Alliance found themselves in deep distress. What are we to do now? Mizukage Terumi may wore a bittersweet smile. Over there, two Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails had emerged. The original Uchiha Abito was already a formidable opponent for the Ninja Alliance. Now, he had ascended to the status of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and they had two of them. What is this madness? Beside her, Gaara, Inoki, and even the hot-tempered Reikage stood silently, gazing at the two Six Paths Abitos, each rendered speechless. The remaining 80,000 members of the Ninja Alliance stood in astonishment, helplessness, bitterness, and despair, all equally silent. Silence among the Leaf Village members. Tsunade watched the nearly identical Chun-Yi and Uchiha Obito, unable to suppress a grimace of bitterness. Especially Chen-Yi, whose rapid ascension in power left Tsunade both astonished and numb. Initially, his strength had instilled despair in all of Kenoha's shinobi. Subsequently, her assistance in transplanting the flesh of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, along with another unknown individual, allowed him to grow even stronger, seemingly acquiring the wood-release powers once held by her grandfather. Eventually, he even gained the Rinnegan. At this moment, he had absorbed the god tree of the Ten Tails, rendering his chakra undetectable. Tsunade was now utterly oblivious to the extent of his power. Yet, gazing upon the two identical Uchiha Obitos, adorned in Six Paths attire, with flowing white hair, wielding the Six Paths staff, and the 9 mysterious black orbs suspended behind them, she felt a chilling sense of dread. Most importantly, the 9 Tomo Rinnegan embedded in their foreheads hinted at unimaginable terror. In their current state, Tsunade felt utterly incapable of resisting. It appeared that the ninja world was truly on the brink of unification. No one could contend with the two Uchiha Obitos in this form. Such was Tsunade's contemplation. Nisan. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna leaped before his two brothers, his face alight with surprise. Nisan you. He gazed with excitement at the two Six Paths Obitos, overwhelmed and at a loss for words. Primarily, he could not perceive the true extent of their powers, as he was unable to sense their chakra. Stay back for now. Izuna, we will handle the rest. Six Paths Obito stepped forward, gently patting Izuna's shoulder. He then glanced back at Chun-Yi, who nodded in agreement. The next moment, before Izuna's astonished gaze, the two Six Paths Obitos gradually ascended into the sky. They arrived before the remaining 80,000 members of the Ninja Alliance, their 3 eyes surveying the gathered shinobi and their respective Kage. So, are you truly intent on confronting us in this form? Six Paths Chen-Yi, with his pale purple 6 Tomo Rinnegan and the red 9 Tomo Rinnegan on his forehead, looked down upon all the ninja below with a cold smile. He genuinely questioned what strength the Ninja Alliance believed they possessed to challenge him and Uchiha Obito at this moment. Was it sheer folly to stubbornly resist in the face of inevitable demise? Damn it! Reikage clenched his teeth, glaring at the two figures high above. Are we really going to continue? Terumi Mei, appearing 4 to 5 years younger than in the original timeline, had entirely lost her fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Gaara, Inoki, and Reikage remained voiceless, unable to respond. If it were solely up to them, they would fight to the bitter end. But what about the 80,000 shinobi of the Alliance, the ninjas from their respective villages? Would they forsake the lives of their comrades, continuing to resist? Who could say how many would perish? Just moments ago, a single Uchiha Obito, without the powers of the Ten Tails, wielding a Susanoo and would release, had already inflicted severe losses upon the entire alliance. Now, with 2 Uchiha Obitos, both in the form of Ten Tails Jinchuriki, what chance did they have to continue resisting? The Kage could not help but ponder. How could they oppose this? Choose now. Will you continue to dance until death, or will you submit to us? Tell me your decision. Six Paths Obito, staff in hand, pointed at the 80,000 members of the Ninja Alliance as he spoke coldly. Chapter 74, The Nations Submit. The ninja world will be unified. In response to the ultimatum from the Uchiha Obitos in Ten Tails Sage Mode, the 80,000 shinobi of the Alliance exchanged looks of uncertainty. The Kage present, including Inoki, Terumi Mei, and Gaara, were at a loss for words, seemingly clinging to a final flicker of hope. Still harboring a glimmer of luck. Are we? Then allow me, Uchiha Madara, to thoroughly acquaint you with the meaning of absolute despair. Six Paths Obito displayed a proud, cold smile. Then, under the watchful gaze of Six Paths Chen-Yi, he began to weave hand signs. Chen-Yi, aware of Obito's intentions, could not help but chuckle, eagerly anticipating the reaction of the Ninja Alliance. He was forming seals. What was his plan? Yet, even before anything occurred, the countless shinobi within the Alliance began to panic. Damn it! Inoki gazed up at the 2 identical figures in the sky, shock rendering him incapable of flying up to meet their gaze. Everyone, prepare your defenses. Gaara shouted to the Alliance's shinobi. Just then, the sky began to darken ominously. Why is the sky suddenly darkening? Members of the Ninja Alliance instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, a colossal meteor, exceeding 10,000 meters in size, broke through the clouds, looming ominously above them. This was larger than the one previously summoned in Kenoha. The members of Kenoha, including Tsunade, Kakashi, Hinata, and Ino, stared in disbelief at the meteor. Its size nearly beyond comprehension, dwarfing anything they had ever witnessed before. However, at that time, the meteorite, several hundred meters in size, had already alarmed nearly all the residents of Kenoha, causing widespread panic. Yet, when compared to the colossal meteorite currently suspended in the sky, the earlier one in Kenoha seemed insignificant. Our strength is simply not on the same scale. At this moment, Temari from Sunagakure gazed in utter shock at the enormous meteorite blocking out the sun, then uttered a classic line from the original story. Inoki, Reikage, Gaara, and Meiterumi, among others, widened their eyes in disbelief, rendered speechless. Within the ranks of the 80,000 ninja alliance, countless ninjas struggled to keep their weapons steady as they fell to the ground. Laughter erupted among the ninja alliance as they looked up at the overwhelming meteorite, each emitting a desperate, bitter smile. The thunderous roar of the meteorite, over 10,000 meters in size, continued to descend slowly. Even before it fully crashed, the terrifying pressure had already made it difficult for the 80,000 ninjas to stand firm. "Enough, Madara," shouted Inoki, stepping forward and addressing the two figures of Rinnegan Madara in midair. He then uttered the final concession, "We surrender." After speaking, Inoki seemed to lose all his strength, his head hanging low in resignation. It was indeed a choice to submit to the two Rinnegan wielders. What appeared to be a choice was, in fact, no choice at all for Inoki. It was impossible to expect the 80,000 ninjas to withstand the two Jinchuriki who had absorbed the Ten Tails, their power beyond comprehension. Beside him, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki exchanged glances, astonished that Inoki had truly opted for compromise. Yet, the father and daughter could understand. After all, those two Uchiha had become so powerful that they could not be deemed human anymore. Observing the meteorite still overshadowing the sky, they shared this sentiment. "Congratulations. You have conquered the rock ninja village of the land of Earth, achieving a superlative accomplishment. You have received one superlative accomplishment lottery draw. Current lottery draw counts. Beginner achievement draw, 356 times. Intermediate achievement draw, 17 times. Superlative achievement draw, 1 time." As Inoki bowed his head, Chen Yiban noticed a system prompt visible only to him. Much like when Tsunade chose submission in Kenoha, once the village leader lowered their head, the system would directly declare the conquest a success. Madara and the Rinnegan wielders smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Inoki bow. Instantly, countless ninjas from Awagakure dropped their weapons in surrender. The village had completely submitted. Seeing the ninjas of Awagakure laid down their arms, the ninjas from the other 3 great ninja villages and smaller nations turned their gazes toward Gaara, Mei, Reikage, and others. "Shinobi of Kirigakure, lay down your weapons," Meiterumi said with a resigned smile, signaling her choice. Reikage Darui exchanged a glance with Mei but ultimately followed suit, lowering his weapon. Soon, nearly all the ninjas of Kirigakure complied and dropped their arms. Then, Gaara bowed his head, prompting countless ninjas from Sunagakure to follow suit, discarding their weapons and tools. Many from Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the enormous meteorite had stopped descending, remaining suspended in the sky. Subsequently, the leaders of smaller nations like Kusagakure, Awagakure, and Takigakure wisely chose to submit as well. Chen Yiban continuously received system prompts. It is worth noting that the rewards for smaller nation submission were only for intermediate achievements, while the 5 great nations received superlative rewards. In the end, the once dominant 4 great nations leading the Ninja Alliance were reduced to just one, the Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. The Reikage's reluctance was evident. Thus, Kumogakure faced a fateful choice, surrender or die? Chen Yiban, holding the Rinnegan staff, looked down with a cold smile at Reikage. Chapter 75, The Unification of the Ninja World. With a gaze filled with cold disdain, Chen Yiban surveyed the Reikage among the gathered ninjas of Kumogakure. The massive meteorite summoned by Madara hovered ominously above, imposing immense psychological pressure on the Ninja Alliance. If that meteorite were to fall, who could escape its wrath? After a prolonged silence, Reikage, filled with reluctance, finally raised his hand, signaling the ninjas of Kumogakure to lower their weapons. Many ninjas from Kumogakure could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They genuinely feared that their Reikage would lead them into a confrontation with the 2 Ten Tails Jinchuriki. How could they possibly win? Just one Uchiha, who was not even a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, had nearly overwhelmed the entire ninja alliance. Now, there were two, both possessing the power of the Ten Tails. It was either surrender or face annihilation. While some in Kumogakure were unafraid of death, it did not mean every ninja shared that sentiment. Most hoped their Reikage would choose to yield. After all, leading nearly the entire village of elite ninjas to their demise was not a viable option. Engaging the two Ten Tails Jinchuriki was tantamount to seeking death. Reikage Darui and Omoi, despite their inner resolve, ultimately chose to rationally lay down their weapons and tools. Surrender. At that moment. Congratulations, you have conquered Kumogakure, achieving a superlative accomplishment. You have received one superlative accomplishment lottery draw. Congratulations, you have conquered the 5 great nations and their hidden villages, achieving a special celestial level accomplishment. You have received one celestial level accomplishment lottery draw. Congratulations, you have conquered the Ninja Alliance, achieving a superlative accomplishment. You have received one superlative accomplishment lottery draw. Current lottery draw counts. Beginner achievement draw, 356 times. Intermediate achievement draw, 17 times. Advanced achievement draw, 8 times. Superlative achievement draw, 5 times. Celestial level achievement draw, 1 time. The system prompts continue to appear. Excellent. Chen Yiban smiled wider upon seeing these notifications, leading others to mistakenly believe his satisfaction stemmed solely from Kumogakure's eventual submission. Wise choice. Madara also smiled slightly. But then, Reikage A unexpectedly pointed toward the two Uchiha in the sky. Kumogakure surrenders. However, I am still the Reikage. And I will fight you, even if it meant death. Reikage A expressed his intent to challenge the two Rinnegan wielders, fully aware that the likely outcome would be his demise. Yet, Karabi and the many fallen ninjas from Kumogakure understood, while the village could surrender as Reikage, he had only one path, to fight to the death. To this, the Rinnegan wielders deemed it a foolish choice. Just moments ago, they had praised Reikage, yet now they labeled his decision as such. Yet, they also acknowledged his bravery. Chen Yiban merely smiled lightly, finding the situation amusing. Lord Reikage, along with Gaara and Mei Terumi, regarded the situation with expressions that seemed to implore him to reconsider his decision. They hoped he would alter his course, believing there was no need to face certain death so stubbornly. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Kumogakure looked on in astonishment at Reikage A's resolve. I have made up my mind. Reikage declared, resolute. All of you from Kumogakure must listen. Even if I perish in battle, there shall be no resistance from you. Do not let our village suffer total annihilation. He turned to the gathered ninjas of Kumogakure, issuing his command. Without waiting for a response, he shouted, Matter. Who dares to challenge me? He leaped forward, pointing at the two Uchiha Madaras in the sky. Witnessing this, some ninjas could not help but admire Reikage's bravery. Though they lamented, such courage, yet it is futile. In the air, under the Sage of Six Paths mode, Chen Yiban's 3 eyes gleamed with disdain. In the next moment, he declared, Tsuki no Mi, Kami no Ashi. The power of the Rinnegan surged from Chen Yiban's forehead, and in an instant, Reikage vanished from his spot. What just happened? How could Reikage? The shock rippled through the gathered ninjas as they realized he had been transported to another dimension by Chen Yiban's Rinnegan. Damn it, Matter. Noki, filled with uncertainty, marveled at the strength of the two Uchiha, simultaneously relieved that he had not brought the entirety of a Wagakure to confront them. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as Reikage, unaware of their impending doom. Kankure and Temari lowered their heads in despair. Their opponents had grown so powerful that they were no longer human. The grievances of Kankure and the deceased Sand Ninjas were beyond their capacity to avenge. Eliminate Reikage A to gain a high-level achievement reward. Chen Yiban's voice was cold. Hashirama, my dream can now be realized. The Sage of Six Paths Madara murmured, glancing at the colossal meteor hovering in the sky. The next moment, wielding the Six Paths staff, he waved it with tremendous force, sending the meteor back into outer space. At the same time, he proclaimed, 3 months. I grant you 3 months to gather all ninjas and civilians from your respective nations and villages to the Land of Fire. Kenoha, to achieve total unification of the shinobi world. After 3 months, any nation or village that fails to comply shall face annihilation. In the Sage of Six Paths mode, Chen Yiban, with his Rinnegan eyes filled with cold determination, surveyed the multitude of ninjas below, issuing a decree imbued with lethal intent. Thus, in the ensuing 3 months, the entire shinobi world underwent a profound transformation. The former 5 great nations and any other villages ceased to exist, culminating in a singular nation, a superpower governed by 2 of the most formidable beings, the Uchiha Madaras. Chapter 76. The Convergence of All 3 months later. The major forces of the shinobi world, now aware of the futility of resistance against the 2 Tintails Jinchuriki, converged upon the land of fire, Kenoha, submitting to their rule. Among them were ninjas and civilians from the land of waves and the Rain Village, who had never been seen in the allied forces. Almost the entirety of the shinobi world congregated in the land of fire, transforming it into a bustling hub within a mere 3 months. During this time, any ninja or civilian unwilling to accept unification faced annihilation at the hands of Uchiha Izuna or the Akatsuki, or directly from the 2 Madaras themselves. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara were unwavering in their goal of unifying the shinobi world. Anyone who dared oppose or obstruct this vision would be met with immediate retribution. No negotiations would be entertained. Thus, 3 months later, the shinobi world achieved true unification. All nations and villages converged in the land of fire, establishing it as the center of a newly formed superstate. This unprecedented nation was governed by the 2 identical Uchiha Madaras. Standing atop the Hokage building in the original Kenoha, Chen Yiban gazed down at the superstate he had created, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The next moment, he received a notification. Congratulations. You have achieved complete unification of the shinobi world, attaining a heavenly level achievement. You have earned 1 heavenly level achievement lottery. Current lottery attempts. Basic achievement lottery, 725 times. Intermediate achievement lottery, 33 times. Advanced achievement lottery, 14 times. Super achievement lottery, 6 times. Heavenly level achievement lottery, 2 times. Seeing the system notification that only he could perceive, Chen Yiban's smile widened. The prospect of a heavenly level achievement lottery filled him with anticipation. Now, system, let me see what surprises the so-called heavenly level achievement lottery will bring me, he mused, initiating the heavenly level lottery. Beginning heavenly level achievement lottery. In progress. Congratulations. You have drawn the origin sphere space of the shinobi world. Transform the entire shinobi world into your personal moon eyes origin sphere space, allowing you to extract chakra from every individual within the shinobi world. With system assistance, even from another realm, you can still draw upon the chakra of the shinobi world. Congratulations. You have drawn the convergence of all. Purify, optimize, and unify your various powers, thoroughly integrating them into your own strength. Oh, Chen Yiban expressed surprise upon seeing the results of the lottery. He had not anticipated acquiring these 2 powers. With the system's assistance, he could transform the entire shinobi world into his unique origin sphere space, enabling him to draw chakra from everyone, even from another realm. This was akin to turning the entire shinobi world into his personal reservoir. As for the ability to purify and unify his various powers, making them genuinely his own, it was precisely what he needed at this moment. Not to mention, the Tintails' power, while he was its Jinchuriki, did not truly belong to him. The will of the Tintails and the other tailed beasts still lingered within him. Chen Yiban recalled how Kagaya Tsutsuki, after being struck by Naruto's Raisin Shuriken infused with the chakra of the tailed beasts, resonated with their power, resulting in a significant impact. Chen Yiban, it is highly probable that such a situation may arise in the future. Furthermore, Chen Yiban possesses the formidable powers of Akatsuki Indra, Akatsuki Azura, and Senju Hashirama within him. During this time, Azura and Senju Hashirama retained 2 faces transplanted from cells, which remained on Chen Yiban's chest. If he were to completely purify these powers to become his own, he might be able to erase their faces from his body. Most importantly, after the unification of all things, Chen Yiban's power would be devoid of any hidden dangers, entirely transforming into his own. Contemplating this, Chen Yiban nearly uttered the command to merge immediately. However, he quickly realized that he still had numerous draws to complete. It would be prudent to finish all the draws before utilizing unity of all things. After all, what treasures could he potentially draw that could be fused into his body? Therefore, unity of all things should be reserved until the very end to maximize benefits. Thus, gazing down at the countless ninjas and civilians within his super kingdom, Chen Yiban began to instruct the system to merge, starting sphere of the ninja world. In the next instant, while in the state of Tintails Jinchuriki, the The moon eye on Chen Yiban's forehead reacted with extreme intensity. It was forming some sort of covenant with the entire ninja world. Ultimately, at the moment this covenant was established, Chen Yiban, in his six paths form, laughed maniacally towards the heavens. This sensation was exhilarating. In that moment, Chen Yiban felt as if he had become a deity within this world. He could freely command the existence of life and death in this ninja world and could instantly seize anyone's powers. As long as the individual was within this ninja world and on this planet, their fate lay firmly in Chen Yiban's hands. Just then, a figure rushed behind the six paths Chen Yiban. It was Orochimaru, who greeted him with, "Greetings, Lord Madara." The newcomer was none other than the cold and formidable Orochimaru, once renowned alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya as the legendary three ninjas. At this moment, he appeared behind Chen Yiban and immediately bowed respectfully. Simultaneously, he declared, "Lord Madara, I have completed the tasks you assigned. We can now retrieve the souls of those from the Shinigami at any time." Orochimaru, whose hands were nearly incapacitated, spoke with a smile to Chen Yiban. In response, the six paths Chen Yiban cast a mild glance at Orochimaru with his 6-tomo Rinnegan and the 9-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead. The aura emanating from his three eyes instantly left Orochimaru speechless, freezing his smile. Gazing at those three eyes brimming with terrifying power, Orochimaru felt a chill of trepidation. "Go find the other me. At that time, let the In-Kyubi merge as well." The six paths Chen Yiban stated coldly, retracting his gaze. As all major nations and villages in the ninja world submitted to him, he had naturally included Orochimaru's Sound Village within the Land of Fire, Konoha. Orochimaru himself remained within this super kingdom led by the two Uchiha Madaras. Chapter 77, The Kingdom of Two Uchiha Madaras. Half a month later, the super kingdom belonging to the two Uchiha Madaras had grown increasingly vast, and the situation had stabilized. The super kingdom was taking on a more tangible form. Utilizing some method, Orochimaru had seized the souls of all past Hokages from the Shinigami. Among them was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who bore the other half of the In-Kyubi. The moment Minato was reincarnated using impure world reincarnation, Six Paths Madara swiftly controlled him with a black rod. Without even a moment to reminisce with Senju Hashirama beside him, he shattered the seal within Minato's body, extracted the In-Kyubi, and ultimately fused it into himself. Thus, Madara had completely gathered the powers of all tailed beasts. Hashirama. Afterward, Madara turned his ecstatic gaze towards Senju Hashirama, who had also been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. "Is that you, Madara?" exclaimed Senju Hashirama, alongside Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the reincarnated Minato, all stunned by the current Ten Tails Jinchuriki form of Madara. "Madara." Senju Hashirama gazed in astonishment at the current form of Uchiha Madara. To this, Madara replied, "Hashirama, my once-dreamt ambition has been realized." In the underground shrine of the Uchiha clan, Six Paths Madara grinned ominously. The power emanating from his three eyes and his own presence left the four former Hokages in awe. Another month passed. Chen Yiban had nearly exhausted his higher-tier draw opportunities. He had even exchanged most of his basic draw chances for higher-tier ones. Subsequently, he used them one by one to draw. Among them, basic achievement draws, 725 times. Chen Yiban exchanged them for 7 higher-tier draws. Intermediate achievement draws, 33 times. He also exchanged these for 3 higher-tier draws. Thus, the higher-tier achievement draws reached 24 times, which Chen Yiban then exchanged for 2 super-tier draws. Finally, Chen Yiban utilized his draws, resulting in 8 super-tier achievement draws. The items drawn from the 8 super-tier draws included Tailed Beast Kurama, Mangeki Sharingan Dojutsu, Dual Kamui, a pair of Mangeki Sharingan from Uchiha Madara, Tailed Beast Kurama, Outer Path, Geto Mazo, Partial Powers of Indra and Azura, Sealing Power in the Hokage World, Absolute Immunity to Sealing Techniques, Tailed Beast Shikaku. Thus, with the 8 super-tier draws, Chen Yiban swiftly utilized them all. Yet, the items he obtained were not particularly useful for him at this stage. First, Chen Yiban fused the drawn Kurama, granting his 10 tails a complete and even super-complete form. For Chen Yiban now possessed the complete power of the 9 tails, with half derived from the In-Kyubi draw. Next, he fused the sealing power of the Hokage world and absolute immunity to sealing techniques. From henceforth, Chen Yiban would fear no sealing techniques in any timeline of the Hokage world. Instead, he could seal others. After this, Chen Yiban looked down upon the remaining items with disdain. He already possessed Kamui from the Meijiki Sharingan. He had also attained Madara's Meijiki Sharingan, as well as the 6 Tomo Rinnegan and even the 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Outer Path, Geto Mazo. There was also another Kurama, Shikaku, partial powers of Indra and Azura. Chen Yiban thought, tasteless. Thus, he chose not to use the remaining items. Instead, he later gifted them to Uchiha Izuna. The Dojutsu Kamui and Uchiha Madara's Meijiki Sharingan were all bestowed upon Izuna, as Chen Yiban had no need for them. To this end, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara summoned Tsunade once more to perform eye surgery on Izuna, this time for an eye transplant. They transplanted the Uchiha Madara's Meijiki Sharingan, obtained from the draw, into Uchiha Izuna's eyes for the fusion of Dojutsu and power. After several days, Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan awakened. At that moment, Uchiha Madara inquired of Chen Yiban, "Why does it feel like the transplanted Sharingan for Izuna possesses my Dojutsu's reaction?" To this, Chen Yiban could only think, "Obviously, it is the other pair of your Meijiki Sharingan obtained from the draw. However, it was simply transplanted into Izuna in the form of 3 Tomo. Is that so? Just a coincidence." Chen Yiban dismissively replied to Uchiha Madara, "You bastard. If you don't want to say, then forget it." Uchiha Madara held a lingering resentment towards Chen Yiban. Moreover, it must be noted that Tsunade has been wholeheartedly assisting with surgeries. After all, Chen Yiban resurrected the Senju ropes. Shortly after Uchiha Madara acquired the Nine Tails, Senju Hashirama was also resurrected after being attacked by hundreds of white Zetsu simultaneously, at the cost of losing several white Zetsu. When switching Izuna's eyes, Senju Hashirama was present as well. During the Ninja Alliance incident, the ninjas of the Land of Fire, specifically from Konoha, displayed commendable performance. Thus, after the establishment of the nation, Chen Yiban honored his promise and gradually allowed the original white Zetsu to control the resurrection of many deceased ninjas from Kenoha, such as Asuma Saratobi, Might Guy, and Moonlight Breeze, among others. Consequently, Tsunade's grievances towards the 2 Uchiha have diminished considerably, if not entirely vanished. Therefore, her assistance during surgeries can be deemed as truly devoted. Later, Chen Yiban contemplated whether to cultivate some low-level white Zetsu devoid of self-awareness, using his newly acquired Outer Path Golem, specifically for the purpose of resurrecting the deceased. Upon formulating this idea, he promptly initiated action. Combining the Outer Path Golem with Senju Hashirama's cells, Chen Yiban began to manufacture low-level, self-awareness lacking white Zetsu solely for the purpose of resurrecting the dead. Subsequently, the deceased were brought back to the ninja world to serve as his necessary resources. During this period, Chen Yiban also activated all techniques unified, instantly acquiring a plethora of abilities, all of which coalesced into his true power. Within him, the will of the 10-tailed beasts was obliterated. Chen Yiban could no longer be considered a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, as everything had transformed into his genuine strength. In the original storyline, the incident where Kaguya Otsutsuki was attacked by 6 Paths Naruto, causing a resonance of tailed beast power, would not occur with Chen Yiban. The faces of Senju Hashirama and Ashura on Chen Yiban's chest had also vanished, becoming purely his own strength, devoid of any lingering issues. 6 months later, Chen Yiban's so-called disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, returned with a pair of Sharingan, identical to Izuna's, seeking out Chen Yiban. Consequently, Chen Yiban officially accepted Uchiha Sasuke as his student. Subsequently, he bestowed portions of Ashura Indra's power, obtained from his lottery, to both Sasuke and Izuna. With the assistance of the 2 Uchiha, over the next 3 years, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Sasuke gradually awakened their Rinnegan. During these 3 years, the nation under the 2 Uchiha grew increasingly stable and vast, to the point where the Land of Fire could no longer accommodate such a multitude of citizens. Chen Yiban harnessed the power of 6 Paths Madara, extracting a significant portion of chakra from the majority of the ninja world, transforming the original desert landscape of the Wind Country into lush green mountains and rivers, akin to a paradise. Due to the origin sphere space ninja world, as long as Chen Yiban possessed sufficient chakra and ocular power, he could freely alter everything within the ninja world. Thus, the desolate desert was miraculously transformed, with the aid of 6 Paths Madara and the chakra of the entire ninja world, into an idyllic dwelling. Instantly, The nation began to expand towards the original Valley of the Wind. The citizens within the nation were no longer deprived of housing. As the ninjas of the entire ninja world gazed in astonishment at Chen Yiban's power, they grew increasingly in awe of the two Uchiha leaders. The peace and prosperity of the nation gradually unfolded before the entire world. Observing Chen Yiban's might, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of rivalry, yet was compelled to concede. Chen Yiban merely smiled in response. Subsequently, the two stood atop the highest building in the nation, surveying the multitude of citizens beneath their dominion. Shall we bestow a name upon this nation under our control? Madara suddenly glanced at Chen Yiban. A name? Chen Yiban had not considered this. Eternity, Madara pronounced. Smiling at Chen Yiban. What do you think? Oh, I quite like it. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Hashirama. Madara turned to glance at the newcomer. And Tobirama. Suddenly, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama approached them. Ever since Senju Tobirama's resurrection, he and Uchiha Izuna had been at odds. Naturally, Senju Tobirama could not contend with Uchiha Izuna. Not to mention the Sharingan and Rinnegan, Madara had taught Tobirama Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode. And Izuna had mastered them as well. Madara even bestowed a portion of Six Paths power upon Izuna. Indeed, upon seeing Senju Tobirama, Chen Yiban noticed his bruised visage. Izuna, do not go too far. Senju Tobirama exclaimed angrily. Huh? Uchiha Izuna chuckled coldly. So, brother, what are you discussing? She turned to Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, her expression instantly brightening with warmth and sunshine. This left Senju Tobirama visibly vexed. Oh, he suggested naming the nation Eternity. Izuna, what do you think? Chen Yiban replied with a faint smile. Eternity? I quite like it. Izuna nodded with a smile. Is that so? Chen Yiban stroked his chin, then turned to Uchiha Madara. Izuna, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama. Then let it be called Eternity. Subsequently, the group approached the edge of the building's railing, witnessing countless citizens below rejoicing and raising their hands upon seeing their leaders atop the building. Congratulations to you all. At that moment, Senju Hashirama turned to Uchiha Madara with a knowing smile. I will eternally protect this nation, the eternal nation. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan glimmered with unwavering resolve. Thus, within the eternal nation, under the guidance of several supreme beings, the past animosities of the ninjas gradually faded, and their grievances became increasingly insignificant. Until, in the blink of an eye, a decade passed. Chen Yiban departed from the ninja world, venturing into another realm of the Naruto timeline. Chapter 1. Answer me. Are you content? In another Naruto timeline, the world of Naruto, ninja art summoning technique. The former 5 Kages of the ninja world, dozens of them, simultaneously performed the summoning technique at this moment. They were summoned by the Six Paths Sage from the spirit realm, appearing in the human realm in spiritual form. In order for Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Kakashi to return to their original world after successfully sealing Kagaya Akatsuki within the origin sphere space, the Six Paths Sage called upon them for assistance, thus combining the chakra of the powerful Kages. Poof. In the next instant, just as in the original story, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi, and Sakura Haruno all returned to their original ninja world space, even including Uchiha Madara, who had just been on the brink of being sealed in the origin sphere space by Kagaya. However, at this moment, the Uchiha Madara of this timeline had lost the 10 tails, was on the verge of death, and lay in a feeble state, his hair disheveled upon the filthy ground. This Uchiha Madara, on the brink of death, exuded a strangely poignant aura. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was joyfully sharing his delight with Kakashi, the reanimated Minato, and even the 9-tailed beasts after the successful sealing of Kagaya Akatsuki. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha remained silent, preparing to echo the so-called revolution. Much like in the original story, in this moment, he inadvertently overlooked the feeble Uchiha Madara, until the sound of footsteps echoed as Senju Hashirama slowly approached the frail and barely breathing figure of Uchiha Madara, whose disheveled hair lay strewn about. Hashirama. Madara managed to utter weakly. Yes. Hashirama nodded slowly, gazing at his former dear friend, who was on the brink of death. My dream has shattered, Madara lamented. His eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and weakness, yet imbued with a tragic beauty. At that moment, Naruto, Uzumaki, Kakashi, and the various Kage finally recognized that Madara had not yet succumbed entirely to death. Immediately, Uchiha Sasuke moved to put an end to Madara's life once and for all. However, The Sage of Six Paths raised his staff, preventing Sasuke from proceeding. Sasuke, with one Sharingan and one Rinnegan, cast a glance at the sage, ultimately deciding to halt his advance. Meanwhile, Hashirama regarded the dying Madara with a complex expression. Madara, you are too hasty. Matters of the future should be entrusted to the younger generation. I believe that the future will only improve. Hearing this, Madara, on the verge of death, managed a faint smile. Hashirama, you remain so naive. Yet perhaps this is the right way. As he spoke, Madara's fatigue intensified, and his eyelids drooped heavily, as if he were on the brink of unconsciousness. Perhaps in another world, we can unabashedly share a drink as friends, Hashirama suggested with a smile. Around them, the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto, Sasuke, the reanimated Kage, and even the spirits of past Kage, along with the nine-tailed beasts recently freed from Kage's grasp, observed the final exchange between Hashirama and Madara in this world. It seemed that Madara truly had but a breath left, his eyes almost closed in finality. Are you at peace? Just then, a voice, seemingly from another realm, resonated through the air. Everyone was taken aback. The Sage of Six Paths could not help but furrow his brow slightly. The next moment, bang! The reanimated Hashirama was sent flying, his body breaking apart as he soared several hundred meters before crashing into a massive tree. Then, a figure clad in a black robe, with hair resembling that of the fallen Madara, slowly approached the dying Uchiha. Upon seeing the newcomer, Madara's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the shock had revived him momentarily. Though still weak and teetering on the edge of death, he could not help but wonder, how is this possible? Around them, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, the nine-tailed beasts, the previous Kage, and even the Sage of Six Paths were equally astonished. Another Madara. In sage mode, Naruto exclaimed in bewilderment, gazing at the figure next to the ailing Madara. The one who stood beside the dying Uchiha was none other than the embodiment of the original Madara. He had departed from the Eternal Kingdom and unexpectedly arrived in a different dimension of the Hokage's world, perhaps a parallel universe? What? Who are you? Madara struggled to ask, but his near-death state rendered him incapable of completing his thoughts. His gaze, filled with astonishment and disbelief, remained fixed on the embodiment of the original Madara beside him. I ask you, are you at peace? The embodiment of Madara, Chen Yiban, coldly addressed the ailing Uchiha. Madara's fading eyes met the gaze of Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, the reanimated Hashirama, having regained his form, returned to the scene, shocked to see two Madaras. Madara. Hashirama's mind raced with various speculations. Others, too, were filled with questions. Was the Madara possessed by Kage and not the true one? But that didn't tee add up. Could a mere clone enable Kage's true resurrection? What was actually happening? I ask you, are you at peace? Answer me. Chen Yiban's voice was icy, yet his crimson Sharingan flared to life. Madara, summoning the last remnants of his strength, declared, I, Uchiha Madara, will never be at peace. With the final ounce of energy, he shouted what seemed to be the last words of his life. In the next moment, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Very well. Chen Yiban sneered, his voice booming. He slammed his left hand onto Madara's heart, while his right hand formed the Six Paths 10 Tails sealing technique. Boom. Madara's anguished cry echoed through the air. Chapter 2. The main characters of the original story breakthrough. So can we. Chen Yiban, with his right hand grasping Madara's left, declared, Six Paths 10 Tails sealing technique. His left hand pressed firmly against Madara's heart. 10 Tails divine tree attached. System grid, number 77. 10 Tails divine tree 4. Now, system grid 77. 10 Tails divine tree 3. Madara's agonized screams intensified. Chen Yiban's right hand worked in tandem with Madara's to execute the 10 Tails sealing technique, while his left hand channeled the immense power of the 10 Tails divine tree into Madara's heart and throughout his entire being. Due to the near-death state, Madara felt immense pain. Boom. Madara's fury erupted, unleashing an overwhelming surge of chakra. The onlookers, including Naruto and others, were astonished. Stop this, you bastard. Sasuke utilized heavenly hand power, appearing beside Chen Yiban and preparing to unleash shadow power Chidori upon him. However, bang! An unseen force instantaneously sent Sasuke flying back, blood spilling from his mouth. In that moment, he was shocked to see numerous shadows, resembling the former Madara, guarding Chen Yiban and Madara. Were these the shadows from Madara's limbo? The Sage of Six Paths also sensed this. No, this is different. Why do there seem to be so many more shadows than Madara's? The sage realized that the shadows numbered over 10, 16 in total. Meanwhile, the sage, with his Rinnegan, observed with increasing gravity. The nine-tailed beasts felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The next moment, clang, Madara donned the six paths cloak once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 dark orbs of chakra materialized behind Madara. In his grasp was the staff of the Sage of Six Paths. His pale purple Rinnegan and the crimson three-tomo Sharingan radiated boundless power. As the man stood tall once more, boom, the formidable power of the 10 tails erupted. He transformed once more into Uchiha Madara, the 10 tails Jinchuriki, awakening the Eye of the Moon. Haruno Sakura's expression was one of sheer terror. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi, and the others gazed in astonishment. Even the Sage of Six Paths found it hard to believe. The 10 tails divine tree, his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, had been sealed once more. Why, oh why could Uchiha Madara once again become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? It seemed that another Uchiha Madara had just exuded the aura of the second 10 tails divine tree from his left hand. How could this be possible? At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. On the other side, I am not dead. Instead, I have become the 10 tails Jinchuriki once again. Possessing such formidable power, Uchiha Madara thought, somewhat incredulously. Moreover, the 16 Chen Yiban Luin tombs surrounding him made Madara gaze in astonishment at Chen Yiban, an entity almost identical to himself. But that was not all. At this moment, Chen Yiban, with his pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, extended his right fist towards the reformed 10 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing this scene, the newly transformed Madara first glanced in surprise at Chen Yiban's 6 Tomo Rinnegan, contemplating for several seconds. Subsequently, he cast a deep look at this other self, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. In the end, he chose to extend his fist. Thud! The two Uchiha Madaras met in a fist bump. Chen Yiban smiled. In his heart, information and items are being transferred. Selected information, mastery of Sage Mode. Creation of the truth-seeking orbs. Mastery of Flying Thunder God Technique, Underworld Plate, Mastery of Spiral Sphere Series, Proficiency in the abilities of the 9 tails beasts. Partial memories of the Eternal Kingdom. Selected items. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Bloodline, Kaleidoscope Sharingan God S Might, optimized. Rinnegan Technique Heavenly Hand Power, optimized. Eye Power Elevation. Absolute Immunity to Sealing Power. Items and information selection successful. Beginning transfer. To the outside world. It seemed as if only an instant had passed. Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban had bumped fists, and then Madara, with a face full of suspicion, looked once more at this other self. Chen Yiban, is this another version of me from a different world? The Eternal Kingdom. Could other worlds be so beautiful? Holding the six-path staff, Uchiha Madara wore a bittersweet smile. Then, in the next moment, whoosh, he instantly entered Sage Mode. A vast source of natural energy surged continuously into the body of Six Paths Madara. Golden shadows appeared around his Rinnegan, resembling the visage of a sage. The 10 tails Sage Mode. Unfortunately, the will of this world chose Naruto Uzumaki, and the Six Paths Sage Mode belonged solely to him. Thus, Uchiha Madara lacked a fraction of the world's will's enhancement. However, his complete 10 tails form possessed Sage Mode, which was sufficient to compensate for the disparity. Madara, do not make another mistake. Meanwhile, the reanimated Tobirama Senju momentarily ignored Chen Yiban, aiming to counsel the original Uchiha Madara. To think, Hashirama, I remain unwilling to accept this. Six Paths Madara turned to glance at the distant Senju Hashirama, a cold, sinister smile gracing his lips. In that instant, clang, his ordinary Rinnegan evolved into 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Simultaneously, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 Six Paths Madara tomb shadows appeared beside him. Along with Chen Yiban 16, there were a total of 24 tomb shadows. Upon witnessing this scene, Sasuke, imbued with the power of darkness, wore a shocked expression. The Six Paths Naruto could not see them but sensed the number of tombs, his eyes wide with disbelief. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. The Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Thank you, another me. Six Paths Madara gazed at Chen Yiban. Let me see your next choice, Chen Yiban replied with a cold smile. In response, bang. Utilizing the heavenly hand power, he summoned Sasuke, who was then swiftly kicked away by Six Paths Madara. Cough. Sasuke immediately spat blood as he was sent flying. Madara. Madara. Watching Sasuke being inexplicably moved and then struck by six paths, Madara, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi, and the others exclaimed in alarm. In the next moment, under the six paths Sage mode, six paths Naruto rushed over at incredible speed, catching the bloodied Sasuke. Then, the power of the six paths began to flow, healing Sasuke's wounds. During this time, Sasuke, that must have been, six paths Naruto began, surprised, yet hesitated. It's my heavenly hand power. Sasuke, recovering, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then fixed his gaze on six paths Madara and Chen Yiban with his Rinnegan and Sharingan. Why? Why does he possess your left eye's ability? Six paths Naruto asked, astonished and perplexed. I do not know. However, Naruto, you should be cautious. I sense that Madara's heavenly hand power has a greater range than mine. Sasuke frowned, somewhat displeased. Nani? Six paths Naruto was even more surprised. Madara is indeed a calamity. Tobirama Senju, at this moment, was filled with shock and regret. Regret that he did not immediately eliminate Madara when he had spoken his last words to his brother, Hashirama Senju. Now look. The other Madara had inexplicably gained something formidable from his counterpart, becoming stronger than ever before. Moreover, the expression on six paths Madara's face revealed the visage of a sage, indicating he had autonomously entered sage mode and acquired the ability to absorb natural energy. Such a Madara, even without the Rinnegan or the power of the Ten Tails, with the might of his former Kaleidoscope Sharingan combined with his current sage mode, would likely not be weaker than his brother, Hashirama Senju. This is truly disastrous. Tobirama Senju regretted not having directly killed Uchiha Madara earlier. Yet, what he did not know was that even if he had indeed dispatched Madara then, the so-called other Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban, could still resurrect him. Thus, it would have been in vain. At this moment, six paths Madara, with his 6 Tomo Rinnegan and a 9 Tomo Rinnegan, emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Holding the six paths staff, he fixed his gaze on six paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke. I will handle these two, six paths Madara declared. Casting a fleeting glance at Chen Yiban, who also possessed a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, before hesitating. Leave it to me, Chen Yiban replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Then I shall act without reservation. In the next instant, six paths Madara surged forward at great speed towards Naruto and Sasuke. Madara, have you not awakened after being absorbed by Kaguya? Naruto shouted as he watched six paths Madara charge at them. It is not your place to lecture me. Six paths Madara replied coldly. Moreover, whoosh whoosh. Several truth-seeking orbs were hurled forward towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, be careful of his heavenly hand power, Sasuke warned, his 6 Tomo Rinnegan wide open, anxious that six paths Madara would switch places with the flying truth-seeking orbs, catching them off guard. I know. Thus, do not let them approach. The six paths Naruto's gaze was resolute. Boiling release, unparalleled strength. In the next moment, the six paths Naruto harnessed the power of the 5 Tails Mu King. With a thunderous roar, a formidable steam infused with potent six paths chakra surged forth to strike at the several flying truth-seeking orbs. However, in a split second, six paths Madara had already activated heavenly hand power to exchange positions with one of the launched truth-seeking orbs. Moreover, boiling release, unparalleled strength. Following the spatial exchange, the six paths Madara, in his Ten Tails Sage mode, unleashed a powerful punch, mirroring the actions of six paths Naruto. The clash of their immense forces nearly neutralized each other's power. How could it be that Madara now possessed the abilities of the Mu King? Six paths Naruto could hardly believe it. The previous Uchiha Madara, even when he was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, did not command the powers of the nine-tailed beasts. Why was it different now? It must be due to another Madara's influence. With a Rinnegan gaze, Sasuke glanced at the nearby Chen Yiban. Simultaneously, sensing that this Madara was within the range of his heavenly hand power, and with the Rinnegan's shadow still at a distance, Sasuke swiftly decided to take the initiative. He activated heavenly hand power to exchange positions with a stone behind six paths Madara. In an instant, he materialized behind Madara, condensing the lightning release, Chidori in his hand, ready to launch a surprise attack. Just at that moment, a Rinnegan Madara suddenly appeared, positioned closely behind six paths Madara, right before Sasuke's eyes. Clang! The Chidori was effortlessly blocked by the black rod in the Rinnegan's hand. In that fleeting moment, bloodline, Under the state of the 6th Tomo Rinnegan, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan-S ability was activated. Sasuke felt as if he had plunged into an endless ice cavern, his body freezing in excruciating pain. It then struck him with shock. Sasuke realized that his blood felt as though it was being frozen solid, rendering him nearly lifeless. Had it not been for the lingering power of the 6 Paths Yin, he might have turned into an ice corpse in that instant. Although he did not immediately succumb to frostbite, Sasuke's bodily functions were inevitably slowed due to the chilling blood. In response, thud. 6 Paths Madara, twirling the 6 Paths scepter in his hand, thrust the sharp end directly into Sasuke's heart. Instantly, Sasuke coughed up blood mixed with ice shards. This scene elicited gasps of horror from Sakura, Kakashi, and others nearby. Madara, Hashirama, and even the Sage of 6 Paths contemplated intervening. Yet thud. With his 6 Tomo Rinnegan eyes wide open, Chen Yiban positioned himself before the Sage of 6 Paths and Hashirama. Your opponent is me. Chen Yiban grinned malevolently. Whoosh. At the same moment, numerous Rinnegan shadows emerged around Chen Yiban. The Sage of 6 Paths regarded the 16 Rinnegan shadows with apprehension. I, Madara, can kill you once, and I can kill you twice. Sasuke. At this moment, with a sharp tip of the 6 Paths scepter piercing the heart of the second pillar, 6 Paths Madara turned to regard the dying second pillar, his voice cold. Chapter 4. In the realm of heaven, Hades' judgment. The Sage of 6 Paths Naruto wondered about life. Gazing at the near-death Uchiha Sasuke, 6 Paths Madara looked at his Rinnegan. Your eye's abilities are indeed impressive. Therefore, he prepared to extract the Rinnegan, despite Uchiha Madara already possessing heavenly hand power. Sasuke. However, at that moment, the 6 Paths Sage Mode Naruto surged forward, unleashing the power of the 9 tails, blending golden chakra with the 6 Paths power, forming a colossal chakra hand aimed at the second pillar. Clearly, he intended to rescue the second pillar. But whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 Rinnegan shadows suddenly appeared, blocking and repelling 6 Paths Naruto. Indeed, the Rinnegan could utilize heavenly hand power, allowing for effortless spatial movement. Ugh. 6 Paths Naruto was easily sent flying by several Rinnegan shadows. Yet, it was merely a shadow clone. The true Naruto Uzumaki unleashed the magnetic release, Rasengan. The authentic 6 Paths Naruto dashed at an astonishing speed to the side of 6 Paths Madara, once more invoking the sealing power of the one-tail Shikaku in his hand. A Rasengan not only possessed the magnetic pulling force, but also the sealing power and tremendous destructive capability. In response, magnetic release Rasen Shuriken. In an instant, 6 Paths Madara turned to face 6 Paths Naruto, producing a Rasen Shuriken of his own that shared the magnetic nature but with greater potency. What? 6 Paths Naruto was once again taken aback. Could he truly command the power of Shikaku as well? Was it possible that Madara had mastered all the tailed beast's abilities? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a collision ensued. Boom. The Rasen Shuriken and the Rasengan clashed. Could the Rasengan withstand the Rasen Shuriken? Though the 6 Paths Sage Mode Naruto bore the blessings of the world's will, 6 Paths Madara, wielding the complete power of the 10 tails, sufficiently compensated for any disparities. Thus, ultimately, it was 6 Paths Naruto who was sent flying. Even though he protected himself with the truth-seeking orb, he was still propelled backward by Madara's strength, crashing into the colossal trunk of the divine tree. Whoosh. Just then, a kunai bearing unique runes shot forth. Following that, whoosh. A golden figure appeared using the flying thunder god technique to teleport. It was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His objective also appeared to be rescuing Uchiha Sasuke. Swiftly, as Minato arrived, he seized the shoulder of the controlled Uchiha Sasuke, and without hesitation, activated the flying thunder god technique once more, intending to return to Hashirama and the others. Clang. Indeed, Minato and Sasuke vanished from beside 6 Paths Madara. As for Naruto, who had just risen from the dented tree, he clutched his slightly aching chest, poised to praise his father. Yet, as the words formed, he hesitated. What? In 6 Paths Sage Mode, the highly attuned Naruto suddenly sensed that he could no longer detect the presence of his father, Minato, or Uchiha Sasuke on the battlefield. The vanished Minato and Sasuke had not returned to the Sage of 6 Paths or to Hashirama. What was happening? Wait, could it be? 6 Paths Naruto, filled with uncertainty and concern, suddenly realized something. His gaze widened in astonishment as he turned towards 6 Paths Madara. The situation was dire. It was my mother. Kagaya Akatsuki's ability, the realm of heaven. Both Six Paths Madara and the Sage of Six Paths spoke simultaneously. At this moment, a 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan glimmered with an extraordinary light upon Six Paths Madara's forehead. Clearly, just at the last moment, Minato had failed to execute the Flying Thunder God technique to save Uchiha Sasuke. Instead, Six Paths Madara had directly transported both of them to a certain space within the realm of heaven. While Sasuke's eye abilities are commendable, due to the influence of another me, I, Madara, have already acquired heavenly hand power. Thus, Sasuke's Rinnegan is unnecessary. Furthermore, Sasuke is likely to perish as well. Six Paths Madara cast a cold smile towards Six Paths Naruto as he spoke. The gleaming figure of Six Paths Naruto, adorned with 6 radiant runes, clenched his fists tightly. His gaze filled with sorrow and rage as he stared into the distance at Six Paths Obito. Naruto, it's your turn now. Obito, with 3 eyes wide open, wore a cold, sinister smile. Simultaneously, he declared, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan will continue. I merely need to utilize a technique bestowed upon me by another version of myself, the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. Observing the multitude of ninjas bound like mummies atop the colossal tree, Obito spoke again. I will undoubtedly stop you. Six Paths Naruto's resolute eyes reflected his determination. Is that so? Obito's voice eerily echoed behind Six Paths Naruto. Zuki. In an instant, Naruto felt every hair on his body stand on end. In the next moment, a torrent of lightning struck towards him. Naruto almost reached the pinnacle of his reflexes and agility under the Six Paths Sage mode, barely managing to evade a decapitating strike. He was astonished to realize that this Obito not only possessed Kagaya's heavenly sovereign ability, but also the capacity for spatial manipulation with Zuki. Could it be that the powers Kagaya wielded have now been inherited by this Obito? At that moment, swish, 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 without granting Naruto any respite, 8 Six Paths Obito's tombs surged towards him. Melted Spiral Shuriken. Naruto rapidly infused the power of the four-tailed sun Wukong into his shuriken, causing a blazing, fiery melted spiral shuriken to coalesce in his hand. He hurled it at the approaching shadows of the tombs. However, Kimui, Obito's eyes, adorned with the 6-tomo Rinnegan, suddenly focused. In an instant, Naruto's melted spiral shuriken was engulfed by a void of darkness. Is this the ability of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan? As the shuriken vanished, Naruto was left questioning his existence. What had the other Obito imparted to this version of himself that rendered him so extraordinarily powerful? Moreover, it was not merely the type of abilities. Naruto sensed a significant enhancement in Obito's strength, speed, and agility. Is it because of Sage Mode? Observing the golden sage visage on Obito's face, Naruto's eyes widened. Summoning technique. At this moment, the Six Paths Sage made seals again to activate the summoning jutsu. Was he about to recall Uchiha Sasuke and Minato Namikaze from the alternate dimension? Chapter 5. The Resolution of Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Summoning Technique. The sage once again harnessed the chakra of the previous 5 Kage to execute the summoning. With his 6-tomo Rinnegan wide open, Obito watched, but did not intervene. In the next instant, amidst a burst of white mist, Uchiha Sasuke and Minato Namikaze were summoned back to the ninja world. Dad Sasuke. Naruto, choosing to temporarily distance himself from Obito and his 8 tombs, couldn't help but feel elated upon seeing Minato and Sasuke had returned. Simultaneously, under the Six Paths Sage mode, Naruto's heightened sensory perception remained vigilant towards Obito and the tombs. At that moment, Obito, with his 6-tomo Rinnegan and a 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on his forehead, slightly turned to observe the situation concerning the sage. He noticed that the 4th Hokage and Sasuke, who had just been ensnared in the Heavenly Sovereign, had been summoned back by the sage using the chakra of the previous Kage. What is the other me contemplating? Obito mused, noting that the sage showed no signs of stopping the summoning. Well, it doesn't matter. It's your affair now. Soon, Obito wore a nonchalant smile, then turned his full attention to the Six Paths Naruto before him. Regardless of the path taken, this war will conclude with one outcome. Either you perish, or I, Madara, shall emerge victorious. Let us engage once more. Raising the Six Paths staff, Ten-Tails Sage Mode Obito pointed at Six Paths Sage Naruto. How infuriating! Observing Obito, who had regained his strength and become even more formidable, Naruto felt a surge of indignation. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared in the palm of one of Naruto's hands. It was fleeting. He lifted his hand to examine it. Is this the Six Paths power just reclaimed by the sage? Naruto gazed in astonishment at the manifestation of the Six Paths Yang power seal on his palm. Sasuke, remembering something, Naruto glanced towards the sage. Indeed, there Sasuke, who had just been pierced through the heart by Obito, stood restored, mirroring Naruto's position as he looked at his own palm. It was confirmed. Uchiha Sasuke had also regained the Six Paths Yin power, the seal reappearing on his hand. Sasuke, nearby, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi, and others smiled at the revival of the Uchiha. Six Paths Sage, are you going to continue to observe? At this moment, Sasuke, having just been resurrected, suddenly questioned the sage without expressing gratitude. Hearing this, the sage sighed, saying, as I was once a deceased, I should not interfere in your conflict, but given the circumstances, I can no longer remain uninvolved. Wonderful. With your presence, even if Madara grows stronger, he can still be countered, exclaimed Senju Tobirama, filled with joy upon hearing the sage's words. Sasuke joined forces with Naruto, the reincarnated vessel of Ashura's chakra, to release the people ensnared in the ninja world. The sage instructed, glancing at Sasuke. Facing two wielders of the moon, I and Rinnegan, even I, in my old age, may find it challenging to prevail. We must unite our strengths. Seeing the inquisitive look on Sasuke's face, the sage elaborated, it is essential for everyone to come together. Having been restored, Sasuke did not hesitate. Rushing towards Naruto. With a swift motion, Sasuke activated the Heavenly Hand power to teleport beside Naruto. During this time, Obito could have intervened, but chose to allow the two to reunite. What do you think, other me? Obito momentarily ignored the duo, instead glancing back at the sage. The sage remained unperturbed, even allowing Sasuke and the fourth Hokage to be summoned without opposition. Obito found himself puzzled by the sage's intentions, unaware that the sage displayed a disdainful indifference, much like Obito's own regarding Sasuke and Naruto's reunion. Earlier, the sage had shown no inclination to thwart the summoning technique. Even upon realizing that the sage was facilitating Sasuke's union with Naruto to liberate those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, he merely wore a sinister smile, arms crossed before him, observing with calm detachment. In this manner, he appeared utterly unafraid, regardless of how many adversaries approached. The resolution of infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto and Sasuke had just reunited, and the two almost immediately formed a series of seals. Then, they unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi. Instantly, the entire shinobi world witnessed a cacophony as countless individuals previously bound to colossal trees were released one by one. Soon, innumerable ninjas emerged from the infinite Tsukuyomi, including prominent figures like Tsunade, Orochimaru, Raikage, Killer Bee, Meiterumi, and Gaara, among many others. However, many of them appeared dazed and disoriented, with a significant number feeling a lingering reluctance to part from the dreamlike state of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only those who had experienced the enchantment of the infinite Tsukuyomi could fully comprehend its allure. Therefore, as they awakened, one could only ponder how many were genuinely elated, and how many felt a profound sense of loss and longing. Tsunade, Gaara, Raikage, and Inoki, please gather your spirits. The war is not over. We must unite against the impending threat. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths flew before Tsunade, Mei, and Inoki, calling out emphatically. As Naruto and Sasuke concluded their release of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Tsunade, Gaara, and others gradually regained their senses. They slowly rose, surveying the battlefield. Suddenly, two Madara's clones. Gaara was momentarily taken aback upon seeing both Shin Uchiha and the Sage Madara. He quickly deduced that one was merely a clone. During this interval, seeing the attire of Shin Uchiha, a buried memory stirred within Inoki. It was not a clone. Two genuine Madaras had indeed manifested, both possessing the Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke also approached the assembled ninjas. Nani. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of skepticism. Meanwhile, as the Sage of Six Paths remained vigilant against Shin Uchiha, Madara suddenly flew beside him. What are you thinking, another me? Madara inquired of Shin Uchiha. Chapter 6. The Summoning Technique of Shin Uchiha. Everyone was astonished. What are you contemplating, another me? Did we not agree that you would take charge here? Given Shin Uchiha's lack of action, Madara, though not displeased, was puzzled by his counterpart's thoughts. I am simply indifferent, Shin Uchiha replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Madara. Humph. You are indeed more audacious than I. But it makes sense. After all, You are a more powerful version of me from another realm. Madara chuckled, folding his arms. You suggest that dying together constitutes unity and teamwork? Interesting, isn't it? Shin Uchiha remarked suddenly. Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this alternate version of himself. I suppose it could be considered so? Both Uchiha Madaras shared a chilling smile, causing the recently awakened ninjas, who had just regained their composure, to feel a twinge of fear. The Sage of Six Paths, who had not intervened when Naruto and Sasuke released the infinite Tsukuyomi, glanced at his counterpart. Observing how the ancient figure seemed wary of Shin Uchiha. Do you have confidence in facing the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Madara inquired again, unable to suppress his curiosity. I had no intention of engaging just yet, Shin Uchiha replied. Do you expect me to confront the entire shinobi world, including the Sage of Six Paths? Madara looked at Shin Uchiha in astonishment. Indeed, with my current power as Madara, it is not impossible. Madara surprisingly did not refuse. Though you speak partially true. Shin Uchiha replied nonchalantly. Madara paused, intrigued. What do you mean? I will find a few allies for you. This way, it becomes more entertaining. Shin Uchiha smiled darkly. Allies? Fascinating. I, too, wish to know who could possibly assist Madara in this world. Madara mused, a hint of self-mockery in his tone, as the two Uchiha conversed. The Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and the spirits of past Hokages converged with Six Paths Naruto, the in-release Sasuke, and the Ninja Alliance. Thus, before them stood countless shinobi. The two Uchiha, at odds with the entire world, were poised to challenge it. Madara, relinquish your obsessions. I yearn for the version of you that once was. Hashirama implored, making a final effort to sway Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, the version of me you long for perished at your hands in the Valley of the End, did it not? Madara coldly retorted, pointing his six-path staff at Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Hashirama was momentarily speechless. Now, I face either death or the descent of the entire world into the infinite Tsukuyomi. There are no other options, Madara declared, his three eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve and madness. Hashirama understood. His once dear friend Uchiha Madara had indeed perished by his own hand in the Valley of the End. Madara, I must stop you, Hashirama proclaimed, determination etched across his face. Excellent. The Sage of Six Paths smiled slowly. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. The sage invoked the powerful technique of the Rinnegan, sacrificing his life to resurrect the fallen. In the next moment, clang, 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 Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the four past Hokages, were all revived. We, Hashirama, Tobirama, and the others gazed in astonishment at their revitalized forms. Their once decayed bodies had been restored to true life. Have we truly returned? Thank you, esteemed predecessors, Hashirama expressed, bowing deeply to the Sage of Six Paths' father. Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at Minato's revival. However, recalling the aftermath of Pain's use of samsara, Naruto cast a worried glance at the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, the sage appeared unharmed. There are still some gifts for you. Having just utilized the samsara technique, the Sage of Six Paths showed no adverse effects. On the contrary, he radiated the brilliance of Six Paths' power. With a swift motion, the power of Six Paths surged into the revived Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Hiruzen, and many other formidable beings, including Tsunade, Gaara, and Inoki. In an instant, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, numerous others temporarily wielding the power of Six Paths emerged. The strength coursing through Hashirama, Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, and the others was astonishing. Following the use of samsara, rather than experiencing the anticipated side effects, they had instead been granted the power of Six Paths. Truly, the legendary Sage of Six Paths was deserving of his renown. Observing the situation on the sage's side, Madara could not help but express his astonishment. With such power, we too can achieve this, Shin Uchiha remarked, a serene smile gracing his features. At this, Madara glanced at him, intrigued. Chen Yiban remarked, since the other party is prepared, it is time for me to summon my helper. He mused to himself, isn't that old man from the Six Paths fond of summoning others? Now, it is our turn to summon. As he spoke, a gentle radiance emanated from his hands. What will you do? Asked the nearby Six Paths Madara, casually inquiring. Do you need my assistance? No need. Chen Yiban responded, slowly forming hand seals. Then, with a sudden motion, He slammed his right hand down onto the ground. Summoning technique. A thick cloud of white mist erupted instantaneously. Witnessing this scene, everyone noticed that the Madara opposite them seemed to be up to something. Six Paths Naruto quickly alerted everyone about the massive cloud of mist that had appeared in the distance. The chakra emanating from it caught the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his face. At that moment, footsteps echoed softly from within the mist. A formidable figure emerged, stepping forth from the swirling white fog. How is this possible? Another Madara. Chapter 7. Long time no see, father. How can this be? Another Madara. Those who had just received the overwhelming power of the Six Paths from the sage, including Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Tsunade, and Gaara, were all struck with astonishment, gazing at the powerful silhouette that had just stepped out of the mist. It was none other than the third Uchiha Madara from the previous timeline of the Hokage. Indeed, after all, the entire ninja world from the previous Hokage timeline had transformed into Chen Yiban's initial sphere. Even when traversing to another realm, Chen Yiban could maintain a close connection with the entire ninja world of the Hokage timeline at any time and place. Moreover, if necessary, he could extract chakra and energy from all living beings within the sphere or summon powerful beings from the eternal kingdom to another world, just as he was doing now. Thus, the Uchiha Madara from the previous Hokage timeline had now arrived in this timeline, joining the existing Six Paths Madara and Chen Yiban. Consequently, there were now 3 Uchiha Madaras present in this world. The countless ninja coalition members, having just escaped from the infinite Tsukuyomi, stared in disbelief at the 3 Uchiha Madaras, who, despite their different appearances, were nearly identical in visage. Having witnessed 2 Uchiha Madaras already, their shock intensified with the emergence of yet another. The tailed beasts, too, could not contain their agitation at the sight of 3 Madaras coexisting. Even the Sage of Six Paths found himself questioning existence at this moment. Another me. Six Paths Madara, too, was taken aback, astonished that Chen Yiban had summoned another version of himself from another world. What could this mean? Explain this, another me. The timeline's Uchiha Madara looked at the countless ninja coalition members opposite him, his gaze particularly drawn to the Sage of Six Paths, revealing a hint of surprise and astonishment. This was his first encounter with the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Yet, for reasons unknown, he instantly recognized the old man as the legendary figure. Turning to glance at Chen Yiban, the moment their eyes met, a profound connection formed among the 3, Madara, and Chen Yiban. You. They all stared at one another. Just as Chen Yiban was about to speak, a gentle and slightly amused voice emerged from the dissipating mist. I didn't expect to gain another brother. At that instant, Six Paths Madara felt a thunderous resonance within his mind. Is that you, Izuna? In the next moment, the timeline's Madara, slightly losing composure, gazed excitedly toward the last remnants of the mist. As footsteps echoed softly, a striking figure clad in a black robe akin to Chen Yiban's emerged gradually from the fading mist, capturing the attention of all present. It was none other than Uchiha Izuna. Brother. Upon stepping out of the mist, Uchiha Izuna first glanced at Chen Yiban and the timeline's Madara before turning his gaze to the timeline's Madara, offering a gentle smile as he called out softly. In response, the timeline's Madara utilized heavenly hand power to pull Izuna instantly before him. Grasping his brother's arms, Madara's 3 eyes locked onto the Uchiha Izuna, who stood so close. Izuna is real. Brother. With the presence of 2 older brothers, Izuna felt no surprise, smiling brightly at the Madara before him. In the next moment, Madara enveloped Izuna in an embrace, declaring resolutely, "This time, I will not allow anyone to harm you, Izuna." The timeline's Madara began to grasp the situation unfolding in this world. Observing and hearing his counterpart's protective words for Izuna, a faint smile of understanding crossed his lips. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged puzzled and astonished glances upon seeing Uchiha Izuna, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke. That is Uchiha Izuna, the brother whom Madara once cherished. Hashirama and Tobirama voiced simultaneously, equally surprised by the resurrection of the supposedly deceased Uchiha Izuna. During this time, Uchiha Sasuke scrutinized Uchiha Izuna, who bore such a striking likeness to him, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths regarded the dissipating mist with a complex expression. Could the last person within that mist be? What's wrong, Sage of Six Paths? Naruto inquired upon sensing the sage's unusual demeanor. The Sage of Six Paths did not respond, but instead watched as the mist finally cleared, revealing a figure clad in white robes. How can there be another? Who is that person? Reikage A, who had just gained the power of the Six Paths alongside Hashirama, voiced his confusion regarding the man emerging from the mist. The Sage of Six Paths, unable to maintain his composure, felt a surge of emotions upon seeing the man appear. Madara, who had been excitedly embracing Izuna, sensed something and turned his gaze toward the figure that emerged as the mist dissipated completely. Long time no see, father. The man in white robes closed his eyes momentarily, a cold smile gracing his lips. As he opened his eyes, his Sharingan glowed a vibrant crimson, though his eyes appeared merely as 3 tomo. The power radiating from them surpassed that of any ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan, rivaling even the eternal Mangekyou. Upon his arrival, the Sage of Six Paths recognized him, exclaiming, "So it is truly you, Indra." The sage's brow furrowed, his expression a tapestry of emotions. At that moment, Chen Yiban chuckled. Now, this is getting interesting, is it not? Chapter 8. Father, may I kill you? Indra gazed at the figure emerging as the white mist dissipated, and the Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow with a sigh, his emotions exceedingly complex. To his astonishment, not only had you returned to life, but you had also gathered with your numerous reincarnations. The Sage of Six Paths lamented. At that moment, Indra, with a charming and gentle smile, posed a chilling question. Father, may I kill you? The atmosphere was thick with dread as countless ninjas heard his words. He was indeed the eldest son, as the sage had mentioned. Meanwhile, Naruto, the Sage of Six Paths, stared in disbelief at Indra, who stood afar with his trio of Tomo Sharingan, sensing an ominous chill from him. The smile appeared gentle, yet the aura he radiated was terrifying. Sage of Six Paths, did you not claim that this incarnation of Indra is me? What is happening now? Sasuke Uchiha questioned the sage, his expression a mix of confusion and concern as he looked at Indra. Indra, do you still harbor hatred for me? The Sage of Six Paths did not respond to Sasuke, but instead sighed again while observing Indra. Perhaps, Indra replied with a faint smile, adding, at this moment, if given the chance, I merely wish to end your life, father. His demeanor was exceedingly polite, exuding filial piety, yet his Sharingan displayed an insatiable thirst for blood. Nearby, the time-traveling Obito marveled at Indra's physical presence before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. He then cast an incredulous glance at Chen Yiban, unable to fathom that he had resurrected Indra and summoned him. So, how do you find the 3 allies I procured for you? Chen Yiban grinned wickedly at Obito. Well, I must admit, I cannot respond with dissatisfaction. Obito glanced at Izuna Uchiha beside him, a smile of delight gracing his face. I never agreed to assist. Suddenly, Obito crossed his arms, casting a disgruntled look at Chen Yiban. Is that so? Chen Yiban responded. Very well, you shall watch as your counterpart, along with Izuna and Indra, engage in battle. Once concluded, I shall return you to the Eternal Realm. He spoke without a hint of leniency. Obito, feeling increasingly displeased, retorted, I knew it. I simply cannot get along with you. With a huff of complaints, he activated his Ten Tails mode and Sage mode, entering the Ten Tails Sage mode. All of his powers, the Rinnegan, Six Paths attire, the 9 truth-seeking balls behind him, and the Six Paths staff in hand, manifested vividly. Moreover, his usual Rinnegan had evolved into the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. This signified his voluntary participation in the battle. Indeed, the thought of merely spectating while others fought was insufferable for someone as combative as Obito. Additionally, the time-traveling version of Obito possessed greater strength, having received the enhancement from the Eternal Realm. Like Naruto, who had attained the Sage of Six Paths mode, he was imbued with the power of the world's will, granting him a formidable boost. In an instant, Obito pointed his Six Paths staff at the adversaries and unleashed Shadow of the Rinnegan. 12 Rinnegan manifestations appeared around him, surpassing the previous numbers by 4. A glance at the time-traveling Obito revealed his growing irritation. He felt the vexation of being a version of Uchiha Obito who had fallen short. At that moment, across from them, Sasuke Uchiha observed that his own shadows had also multiplied from 4 to 12. With his 6 Tomo Rinnegan, he discerned all of Obito's Rinnegan manifestations. Though the numbers of the 2 Uchiha shadows could not individually compete with Chen Yiban's, collectively, they surpassed his by 16. Now, the Rinnegan manifestations wielded powerful ninjutsu and even Deva Path abilities exhibiting extraordinary strength. Is this what Madara's so-called shadows truly are? Kakashi mused, having received the sage's bestowed power, which allowed him to sense the shadows as well. It felt as though dozens of Madara had appeared. Damn it! Hashirama Senju, too, felt the presence of the shadows and exclaimed in frustration. We must thwart Madara and his allies. Hashirama declared, his eyes resolute. Having been revived and endowed with Six Paths power, his strength now exceeded any prior state. Indeed, with the Ninja Alliance's techniques, victory is within our grasp. Naruto, glowing with determination, exchanged a reassuring glance with Sasuke. Meanwhile, the time-traveling version of Minato, having activated Sage Mode, looked at Naruto with pride. Just then, Izuna Uchiha's eyes sparkled with this sixth Tomo Rinnegan, and golden chakra akin to Naruto's Kurama Mode enveloped him. The emblem of the Uchiha clan, marked by 9 black Tomo, shone brilliantly amid the golden aura. The Six Paths Sage arts emerged. Even the visage of Sage Mode began to manifest around Izuna's eyes. Sage Mode, Izuna! Exclaimed the time-traveling Obito, astonished and elated by the power Izuna now wielded. Suddenly, with an explosive roar, Indra, filled with an insatiable desire to kill, hurled a punch at the Sage of Six Paths. Though the sage managed to block the blow with his staff, the sheer force of Indra's power left him astounded. You too possess the Rinnegan. The sage's gaze met Indra's, revealing the faint purple Rinnegan within his eyes. In a flash, Indra, realizing his punch had been thwarted, activated his Rinnegan's ocular technique. The chapter unfolded with the declaration of his formidable power, the Rinnegan's moon god. In the next instant, an intangible force radiated in all directions. Simultaneously, within a 100-meter radius, including Naruto, Sasuke, and the formidable Senju brothers, all felt their bodies grow unbearably heavy, causing them to bend their knees and collapse to the ground. The truth-seeking balls behind Naruto fell from the air, mirroring the experience within Kagaya's gravity space. This is his ocular technique. Sasuke, with his 6th Tomo Rinnegan, gritted his teeth, struggling against the oppressive force as he analyzed the situation. Indra, embodying the moon god, conjured a diminutive gravitational realm within a 100-meter radius around himself. Within this sphere, nearly all life forms, save for himself, would be subjected to an overwhelming gravitational force. How infuriating! The Reikage, AI, who had just received the divine power of the Sage of Six Paths, intended to demonstrate his newfound strength, but was abruptly immobilized by an invisible, superlative gravity. However, while the Six Paths Sage's staff and the sacred orbs beneath him fell to the ground, the sage himself seemed unaffected by the moon god's formidable gravity. Was it due to his ethereal nature? Observing the spirits of several previous Kages within the same radius, who also remained largely unfazed by the supergravity, it became evident that spiritual entities could indeed evade the moon god's influence, akin to a maternal gravitational space. At this moment, the sage, gazing at the murderous intent radiating from Indra, murmured softly, "Humph." Indra disdainfully curled his lip. As he prepared to unleash another technique, a figure suddenly materialized behind him through space. Sasuke, wielding the Rinnegan. Within Kagaya Tsutsuki's gravitational expanse, Sasuke could utilize the heavenly hand power to launch a surprise attack, merely replicating a previous maneuver. In the next instant, Sasuke, brandishing a black Chidori imbued with the Een power of the Six Paths, aimed to pierce Indra's heart from behind. Just then, an unseen ninja, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, shifted positions and appeared behind Sasuke, poised to ambush him, a shadow of the Rinnegan Obito from this world. This shadow also wielded a black Chidori, intent on penetrating Sasuke's heart. Sasuke was taken aback. At that moment, the Six Paths Sage unleashed a tremendous surge of power, repelling both Indra and Obito. Sasuke, in a critical moment, was fortuitously rescued by the colossal chakra hand of the Six Paths Naruto, who pulled him back just in time. Thus, neither side could claim a definitive advantage. Simultaneously, as Indra was forced back by the sage's might, Naruto and his allies, including Hashirama Senju, managed to break free from the moon god's supergravity and regained their footing. Indra, glancing at the Six Paths Sage with a cold smirk through his Rinnegan, thought, unexpectedly, that even in death, one could wield such power. Father, after retreating, Indra, alongside Chen Yiban, regarded the Six Paths Sage with a mixture of scorn and intrigue. Would release, would dragon technique. At that moment, the resurrected Hashirama, cautiously unleashed a wood release technique. Instantly, a colossal wood dragon erupted from the earth, roaring as it charged towards several figures, including Obito and Uchiha Azuna. In response, Indra, with a dismissive expression, remarked, "Pathetic trick." The moon god's supergravity crushed Hashirama's wood dragon to the ground, rendering it nearly immobile. Swiftly following, a remarkably elongated black lightning blade, akin to Sasuke's Chidori, effortlessly cleaved the immobilized wood dragon into fragments. Witnessing this, Hashirama's eyes grew somber as he lowered his previously clasped hands. How formidable! The allied ninja forces gasped in awe at the display. Despite having received the legendary power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, the daunting presence of Indra left no room for confidence, even for Kagaya Tsutsuki, who had also acquired a fraction of that divine strength. Moreover, the three Uchiha brothers appeared to be the most formidable adversaries. Such sentiments were echoed by Tsunade, Inoki, Gaara, and others present in this realm. The enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, especially the three Uchiha, who have completely transcended normalcy. Kill. Indra, brimming with lethal intent, surged forward like a bolt of lightning after being momentarily repelled. Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto, channeling his Six Paths power, conjured a colossal spiraling shuriken and hurled it at the rapidly approaching Indra. In response, another figure overtook Indra, positioning itself ahead. Then, using the foundational ability of the Rinnegan, he activated the universal pull. With a resounding force, he deflected Naruto's spiraling shuriken back, nearly causing an explosion within the ranks of the allied ninja. Fortunately, Naruto swiftly extended the chakra hand of the Nine-Tails mode to retrieve the returning shuriken, allowing the collective sigh of relief from the assembled ninjas. Upon closer inspection, the figure who had overtaken Indra and executed the universal pull was none other than Uchiha Azuna, now adorned with the blooming powers of the Six Paths. I didn't request anyone's assistance. Indra glanced at Azuna. Well, I volunteered, Azuna replied with a gentle smile. Huh. Do as you wish, Indra replied with a proud smirk. Shall we proceed together? Azuna inquired. In response, Indra manifested 9 black tomo symbols behind him, signifying the awakening of the Six Paths technique. As you wish, Indra responded coolly. Observing this, Azuna smiled amiably once more. The two stood side by side, their Rinnegan gazes filled with cold arrogance, fixed upon the allied forces, including the Six Paths sage. Subsequently, both Indra and Azuna had 9 black truth-seeking orbs slowly materialized behind them. Azuna called out, Tobarama, prepare for battle. Chapter 10. This blade is for you. Hearing Izuna's call, Tobarama Senju's expression turned grave. Observing Izuna's stance, it was clear to all that the enemy was exceptionally formidable. With the power granted by the Sage of Six Paths, Tobarama could distinctly sense the overwhelming strength radiating from Izuna. Thus, as Izuna charged toward him, Tobarama felt an intense weight in his heart. The current Izuna was no longer the one he had previously severely injured with his Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone, be wary of Indra's Rinnegan eye techniques. Try not to let him get too close, the Six Paths sage cautioned. Naruto, let us employ the sealing technique we used against Kagaya, Sasuke suggested, directing his gaze at Naruto. Ah, Naruto nodded earnestly. I was thinking the same thing. However, there are 3 unbelievable Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. We can seal as many as we can, Sasuke remarked. At that moment, a shout echoed from the ranks of the allied ninja. They're coming. Naruto and Sasuke turned their attention forward, witnessing Indra and Izuna racing towards them. Furthermore, after the blooming of their Six Paths powers, they no longer ran, but soared swiftly toward the vast assembly of ninja forces. Tailed Beast Bomb. The 9 tails and the other 8 tailed beasts hastily formed their respective tailed beast balls, hurling 9 massive projectiles toward the swiftly advancing Indra and Izuna. In response, Indra and Izuna, with a mere thought, summoned one of their truth-seeking orbs to form a black shield before them, successfully absorbing the impact of the tailed beast balls and even dispersing their force. Nanny, the 9-tailed beasts gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the wood release, Tree World Birth was unleashed. Senju Hashirama infused the Six Paths power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths into his chakra and then activated the Tree World Birth. Soon, enormous trees, more resilient and colossal than ever before, surged forth from the surrounding earth like a multitude of giant serpents. They thunderously charged towards Indra and Shinra. Such clumsy tricks should not be attempted again, Indra scoffed. He then attempted to suppress the massive trees with the gravitational force of his moon god. The moon god was suddenly activated. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, the foremost giant tree fell instantly to the ground. However, the sheer number of trees summoned by the tree world birth was overwhelming. As those in the front were suppressed by gravity, more continued to surge forward. As long as Hashirama did not cease his chakra release, the onslaught of giant trees would remain relentless. Yet, Indra's moon god seemed to be time-limited. As soon as the time elapsed, the countless trees that had been suppressed by gravity revived, ensnaring Indra. At a critical moment, Uchiha Shinra, with a calm demeanor, raised his hand to unleash the fundamental ability of the Rinnegan. Instantly, a powerful repulsive force shattered many of the approaching giant trees. But at that moment, dust release, original world separation technique. The ethereal beings, along with Inoki, executed the dust release to strike Uchiha Shinra, who had just employed the Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Shinra, having just used Shinra Tensei, had no time to react when he saw Indra standing before him. Sealing technique. Absorption. In the next instant, both dust release attacks were entirely absorbed by Indra alone. Witnessing this scene, Inoki exclaimed in fury, "How can the absorption ability of the Rinnegan be so formidable?" He had not expected Shinra and Indra to cooperate so seamlessly. The temporal anomaly. Observing the synergy between Indra and Shinra, couldn't help but mutter in surprise. In the eternal realm, while we idly spar with each other, we occasionally form teams. Indra and Shinra have been teammates many times. Beside him, Chen Yiban, with arms crossed and a smile, elucidated. "Ah, I see." The temporal anomaly nodded in understanding, adding, "While feeling incredulous about the existence of other worlds, I truly envy your life in that realm." Reflecting on his own solitude in this world, he indeed envied the lives of these two versions of himself within the eternal realm. Chen Yiban chuckled, glancing at the two Six Paths versions of himself. "By the way, why don't you two join in the fun?" he inquired. "Let Shinra take the lead." Both Six Paths versions replied in unison. Hearing the same words as from another version of himself, they couldn't help but exchange glances before returning their focus to the battlefield, fully prepared to support Uchiha Shinra at any moment. "Very well, do as you please," Chen Yiban shrugged. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinra glanced at Indra, who had also assisted him. But before he could speak, a torrent of giant trees surged forth once again. In release, lightning style. Indra, with a hint of impatience in his Rinnegan eyes, unleashed a burst of black lightning, obliterating the last of Hashirama's giant trees. Amidst the splinters raining down, several specially crafted kunai descended slowly. Whoosh. In the next moment, two figures emerged from the shadows, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato. The two had seemingly embedded their specialized kunai into the giant trees, directing them towards Indra and Shinra. In that moment of vulnerability, they launched their surprise attack, each targeting Indra and Uchiha Shinra. Shinra's temporal counterpart instinctively prepared to charge in. However, "Tobarama, I've been waiting for you." Senju Tobarama lunged at the nearby Uchiha Shinra, only to be met not with panic but a cold smile. Instantly, Tobarama realized his ambush had backfired. Blood prison. Uchiha Shinra's eyes transformed into crimson orbs as he unleashed his Manjiki Sharingan technique. In an instant, Tobarama felt himself encased in an icy prison. The black rod of the truth-seeking ball pierced through Tobarama's heart. "Tobarama, this strike is a repayment." Chapter 11. Sage of Six Paths Planetary Devastation. "You think you know me?" Indra remarked, observing Minato, who was pinned to the ground by the black rod created from his own truth-seeking ball, his tone equally haughty. Indeed, the ambush by Tobarama and Minato had resulted in their swift defeat, especially Tobarama, who, like in the original story when he ambushed Uchiha Madara, aimed to deceive others but fell into a trap himself. Uchiha Shinra had previously suffered a severe blow from the Flying Thunder God technique. Would he fall prey to it again? Moreover, in the Eternal Realm, Shinra had often sparred with the temporal Tobarama, becoming quite familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. Did they truly think they could surprise him while he was relaxed? How naive. Tobarama and Minato coughed blood in that moment. Furthermore, had it not been for the Sage of Six Paths granting powerful beings a portion of the Six Paths' power, they would have been reduced to ashes under the assault of the truth-seeking ball. Yet, even with some Six Paths power, both Tobarama and Minato were on the brink of defeat, particularly Tobarama, who had first been struck by the blood prison and then pierced through the heart by the black rod of the truth-seeking ball. The meager six paths power granted to him could not save him. Tobirama, father, teacher, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, and Kakashi exclaimed in alarm. It seems I have failed alongside the second Hokage, Minato uttered weakly, blood staining his lips. Silence, Indra replied, his Rinnegan eyes filled with disdain. In the next moment, whoosh. Once more, he summoned a truth-seeking ball, transforming it into a black rod, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Minato. For this, the Six Paths Sage Mode Naruto, empowered by the will of the world, could not merely stand by. Whoosh. In an instant, Six Paths Naruto dashed forward with astonishing speed. Clang. At the last moment, he used the chakra-infused hand of Kurama to block Indra's lethal strike aimed at Minato. Do not harm my father. Six Paths Naruto glared furiously at Indra. Huh. With those Rinnegan eyes, Indra's scornful smile spread slowly. Foolish child, now that you are here, do not think of leaving. Rinnegan, moon god. Indra once again summoned the power of his Rinnegan. In an instant, supergravity returned. Sasuke. At this critical moment, Six Paths Naruto shouted loudly. It's done. Rinnegan Sasuke swiftly arrived within a certain range. Then, with a sound, Tenshin Ryoku, he finally managed to pull back Six Paths Naruto, Minato Namikaze, and Hashirama Senju from a distance at a crucial moment. Simultaneously, two black rods of the truth-seeking ball were thrust into the location where Minato and Six Paths Naruto had just been. It was indeed an attack from Indra. However, they had been relocated by Rinnegan Sasuke using Tenshin Ryoku. Indra's attack missed. Ha, Tenshin Ryoku. Such an annoying ability. Indra remarked coolly, though visibly displeased. Clearly, in the Eternal Kingdom, Indra had already clashed with Chen Yiban and Madara, and was aware of the troublesome nature of Tenshin Ryoku. Father, back on the other side. Six Paths Naruto began to assess Minato's condition. Hashirama Senju immediately leaped over to check on Tobirama Senju's wounds. Meanwhile, Rinnegan Sasuke seemed to be experiencing multi-person spatial displacement for the first time, covering his left eye with a hint of fatigue. He sensed a slight pain in his left eye from using the Rinnegan's power too intensely. Suddenly, just as Six Paths Naruto and the others had been retrieved, another figure emerged from Indra, floating through some incredible ability. It was the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths. Was it due to Indra being a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths? The sage was able to emerge from Indra's body even at a distance. Oh, Chen Yiban and the other two Madaras were slightly taken aback. Indra's expression turned to one of surprise and anger. In response, planetary devastation. As soon as the Sage of Six Paths emerged from Indra's body, he immediately clapped his hands on Indra's back, initiating a sealing technique. His intention was clearly to subdue Indra first, and then deal with the most troublesome Uchiha Madaras. This scene caught the attention of countless ninjas present, all eagerly anticipating the outcome. Even the Sage of Six Paths felt he was close to success. However, the three Uchiha Madaras nearby were all smiling. Father, kindly remove your filthy hands. Indra stood his ground, gazing mockingly at his so-called father, the Sage of Six Paths, who was attempting to seal him. The Sage of Six Paths was momentarily stunned. Planetary devastation. Ineffective? How could this be? The sage found it hard to believe. On the opposite side, the allied ninjas were all left speechless. Suddenly, Indra, with a look of disdain, waved his hand, unleashing a strike of black lightning. Fortunately, the Sage of Six Paths reacted swiftly, retreating just in time, even disappearing. In the next moment, the sage was seen emerging from Six Paths Naruto's body. It seemed that this ancient sage could indeed move within the bloodline of his descendants, including Indra and Naruto. He could also emerge from Sasuke's body, even from the two Uchiha Madaras. However, as for Chen Yiban, that was out of the question. After all things returned to one, all of Chen Yiban's power belonged solely to him. The Sage of Six Paths could not emerge from Chen Yiban's body. What just happened? Rinnegan Sasuke inquired while recovering the power of his left eye. The fact that the sage's planetary devastation had failed was perplexing. I am not entirely certain, but it may be that all sealing techniques are ineffective against the current Indra. The Sage of Six Paths replied gravely. Nani! Exclaimed Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura in shock. Chapter 12. Indra's Susanoo. Ineffective sealing techniques? What will we do next? Upon hearing the dialogue between the Sage of Six Paths and Sasuke, Minato Namikaze, who had just had a black rod removed by Six Paths Naruto, frowned. After all, dealing with the three Uchiha Madaras seemed to rely solely on sealing techniques. And if Indra was unable to perform seals, Wouldn't that mean the three Uchiha Madaras were equally unsealable? This was indeed a dire situation. Before the Sage of Six Paths, or Naruto and Sasuke, could respond, Tobirama Senju looked mournfully at his brother, Hashirama Senju, who had already breathed his last. Uchiha Azuna had previously used both the Blood Prison and the Truth-Seeking Ball on Hashirama. Thus, he could not have survived. Minato was alive only because Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke had intervened just in time during Indra's final strike. Otherwise, both would have perished in Azuna's ambush. The second Hokage, the ninjas of Kenoha, gazed in astonishment and sorrow as they witnessed Hashirama Senju, who had just been revived, meet his end once more. It seemed that I could no longer hold back. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yiban, his expression filled with caution. Initially, the sage had considered retaining some of his strategies before Chen Yiban made his move. However, it was now apparent that they had no room for such reservations. Summoning technique. With a puff, the Sage of Six Paths executed the summoning technique. Soon, 3 clouds of white mist appeared. "Father, you truly are sinister," Indra remarked coldly, brimming with unmasked hatred. What else did this old man intend to do? How interesting. Chen Yiban observed from afar, appearing relaxed and quite pleased. If the Sage of Six Paths were to speak, this old rascal might indeed be the source of all conflict. The 2 Uchiha Madaras, each possessing 3 eyes, displayed murderous intent towards the sage. Once the white mist dissipated, everyone beheld the Sage of Six Paths summoning 3 coffins. With a clap of his hands, the sage unleashed the outer path, Samsara technique. Once again, the Sage of Six Paths invoked the Rinnegan's Samsara. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yiban smirked. Unable to suppress a murmur, reviving oneself with Samsara, this scoundrel certainly knows how to play. Gathering his power, the sage shouted, and in an instant, his soul merged with one of the coffins. The coffin into which the sage's spirit entered began to glow, as did the one to its left. Six Paths Naruto felt a strange sensation coursing through his body. Suddenly, a spirit emerged from Naruto and merged with the final coffin. Ultimately, the 3 coffins radiated a brilliant light of resurrection. Soon, amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the coffins exploded. As the dust settled, 3 formidable figures stood tall at the scene. At that moment, the Rinnegan-wielding Indra clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury and battle intent. "Ashura!" Indra roared. For among the resurrected figures, one was indeed his brother Ashura. The other 2 were the Sage of Six Paths himself and the Akatsuki Kagaya. The final one, Akatsuki Yuki. Chen Yiban, possessing a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, gazed coldly at the last individual. Among the 3 resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths, besides himself, the other 2 were indeed Akatsuki Yuki and Ashura, the sage's brother and youngest son, Nisan. Upon his revival, Ashura immediately heard Indra's furious roar. "Tusan!" Simultaneously, Ashura spotted the Sage of Six Paths, along with Akatsuki Yuki. "Big brother, you chose to resurrect both yourself and me." At this moment, Yuki also looked at the Sage of Six Paths, surprised. "Who are you?" Ashura inquired, glancing at Akatsuki Yuki. "He is my brother, your uncle, Akatsuki Yuki." The Sage of Six Paths replied. "Uncle Yuki?" Ashura exclaimed, astonished. "Big brother, who exactly are those individuals over there?" Akatsuki Yuki had already noticed Chen Yiban and his companions. The power emanating from the 3 Uchiha brought astonishment to Akatsuki Yuki. Just like mother, Yuki observed the 3-eyed Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, reminiscent of the power once wielded by his mother, Akatsuki Kagaya. "Big brother, how could this be? All 3 are in a 3-eyed form, and although Chen Yiban lacks 3 eyes, his chakra is immense." At this moment, Akatsuki Yuki was utterly shocked. "Yuki, Ashura, the situation is urgent. We must find a way to seal the chakra reincarnations of Indra over there," the Sage of Six Paths urged succinctly. "It seems your world has indeed fallen into chaos, big brother," Yuki replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Naruto, could they possibly be Rinnegan Sasuke?" He glanced at the Six Paths Naruto beside him, then looked at the Sage of Six Paths, hesitating to speak. What just flew from my body should indeed be Ashura, the youngest son of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, the sage mentioned that his son's power resides within me. Six Paths Naruto voiced. "It seems we have gained a few more allies," Sasuke said, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. "Putting aside the 3 Uchiha, just Indra and Azuna are quite formidable. Without some additional help, we truly have no chance." Nissan. At this moment, Ashura cast a complex glance at his enraged brother Indra. Ashura. Indra could no longer contain the battle intent surging within him, letting out a final roar towards the sky. Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed as the purple Susanoo erupted forth, its height instantly surpassing 500 meters. With a slight clench of his fist, Indra stabilized the volatile energy of the purple Susanoo, which then expanded dramatically. Ultimately, the height of the purple Susanoo reached over 700 meters. Chapter 13. Indra, Ashura, and the Akatsuki brothers. The fierce battle begins. So immense. Observing the towering purple Susanoo exceeding 700 meters, countless ninjas within the allied shinobi forces gazed in astonishment. Ashura. At this moment, within the colossal purple Susanoo, Indra looked down upon the three individuals below, especially Ashura among them. Nissan. Gazing at the familiar power and figure, Ashura felt a complex mix of emotions. Must we truly battle, Nissan? Ashura pondered, feeling sentimental. Very well, father, Uncle Yuki, I shall proceed. Ashura declared, determination etched on his face. In the next moment, he slowly clenched his fists. A surge of golden chakra erupted forth, transforming into a colossal beastly figure, akin to the golden chakra of the Nine Tails. Its size nearly matched that of Indra's Susanoo, taking on a three-headed, six-armed form. Is that the Nine Tails? Six Paths Naruto expressed surprise. No, that is Ashura's power. Merely similar to mine, remarked the Nine Tails alongside him. It resembles Naruto's chakra form from before. Rinnegan Sasuke observed, captivated by Ashura's golden chakra. At this moment, Indra and Ashura, Nissan. The two brothers locked eyes, each commanding their own power. The Susanoo swiftly drew forth its colossal blade, striking towards Ashura's golden chakra. Ashura, in turn, focused his thoughts, and his three-headed, six-armed golden chakra beast immediately swung its massive claws. The collision unleashed an overwhelming force, creating shockwaves that sent countless ninjas from the allied shinobi forces flying. Even Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, and the shadows imbued with Six Paths power were pushed back by the immense impact. Such incredible strength. Kurenai couldn't help but exclaim. Even possessing a fraction of the Six Paths power, the disparity compared to true strength felt insurmountable. With a resounding boom, under the tremendous impact, the purple Susanoo delivered a powerful punch to Ashura's golden three-headed, six-armed beast chakra, forcing Ashura to stagger back a few steps. However, as he retreated, Ashura quickly condensed a sphere of energy akin to a tailed beast bomb. With a mighty explosion, it struck Indra's purple Susanoo, causing Indra to stagger back as well. Ashura. Nissan. The brothers roared as they charged towards one another once more, reigniting their fierce battle. The battlefield trembled beneath the weight of their immense clash, the ground fracturing under the pressure. Countless ninjas from the allied shinobi forces fled, desperately trying to distance themselves from the brothers' combat zone. These once mighty beings were truly fearsome. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Yuki and Akatsuki Yuki, united in purpose, leaped into the air, landing before the two three-eyed, six-path Sasuke. Chen Yiban, perched leisurely on a large rock, rested his chin on his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the unfolding scene. Oh, are you two challenging us? He mused. Fighting against the legendary sage of Six Paths and his brother seems rather intriguing. It certainly stirs my desire to dance. The two three-eyed Sasuke regarded the Six-Path brothers before them, their expressions filled with prideful disdain. Madara, it's not too late to turn back now. Don't make the same mistake again. The sage of Six Paths, sensing the pressure from the three eyes of the two Sasuke, felt compelled to offer one final counsel, though he suspected it might be futile. Spare us the pleasantries, one of the Sasuke retorted dismissively. Suddenly, the two Six-Path Sasuke, their six eyes glinting with murderous intent, directed their gaze upon the sage of Six Paths. The source of chaos in this world is not Akatsuki Kagaya, but you, Akatsuki Yuki, the time-altering Sasuke. Wielding the Six Paths staff, pointed across the distance at the sage of Six Paths, declaring, eliminate every soul daring to resist, and then let the world succumb to the infinite Tsukuyomi. At that moment, two figures resembling sage of Six Paths approached, engaging in an intense dialogue. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Madara. You should have known the truth behind it. Why remain so obstinately ignorant? Sighed the sage of Six Paths. In response, the two Madaras exclaimed in unison. We speak of the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. Simultaneously, with remarkable coordination, both Madaras unleashed the in-release, lightning style, striking towards the sage's brothers. A dense torrent of black lightning surged forth with unparalleled speed and ferocity. Yet, the Akatsuki brothers, Akatsuki Kinshiki and Akatsuki Mamashiki, remained unfazed, conjuring the seeking truth ball from behind them to serve as a shield, effectively blocking the onslaught of the two Madaras, in-release, lightning style. However, in an instant, the two Madaras executed a spatial maneuver using Tench and appeared right beside the sage's brothers. A surge of overwhelming ocular power erupted. Heavenly Eye of the Moon. The Sage of Six Paths gasped in alarm at the sudden appearance of the two Madaras. Before the manifestation of Heavenly Eye of the Moon, he swiftly abandoned his brother, Akatsuki Kinshiki, and vanished. Akatsuki Kinshiki, astonished, beheld the two Madaras, who possessed powers akin to his late mother, as they thrust him into the alternate dimension of the Heavenly Eye. Yet, employing the summoning technique, the Sage of Six Paths emerged from Sasuke's body and swiftly executed the summoning ritual. With a burst of white mist, Akatsuki Kinshiki was summoned back from the realm of the Heavenly Eye by Akatsuki Mamashiki. Observing this, the two Madaras wore maniacal grins, acknowledging their adversary's tenacity. The Sage of Six Paths' resilience against the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi must not be allowed to bloom. At this juncture, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves confronting Uchiha Izuna. As Indra and Ashura clashed in battle, the sage's brothers prepared to eliminate Uchiha Izuna first. However, Uchiha Izuna wore a relaxed and amused expression, jestingly remarking to Naruto and Sasuke, "Isn't it a bit unfair? 2 against 1? Chapter 14. The most terrifying and mysterious foe, Uchiha Izuna. Isn't it a bit unfair? 2 against 1? Uchiha Izuna said with a faint smile, half-jokingly addressing Naruto and Sasuke. There is no notion of fairness in battle. Sasuke, possessing a Rinnegan with 6 Tomo, coldly retorted as he faced Uchiha Izuna alongside Naruto. Is that so? Uchiha Izuna replied with a meaningful smile. Sasuke, do not underestimate him. It is best to maintain a safe distance. Naruto, wary, scrutinized Uchiha Izuna. Given the peculiar death of Tobirama Senju, although the specifics of Blood Chi Fei remained unknown, both Naruto and Sasuke prudently kept a distance of over 50 meters from Uchiha Izuna. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna smirked coldly. Then, with a swift motion, he gazed at Naruto and Sasuke from a distance. Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan gradually transformed into Rinnegan. As they observed the transformation of Uchiha Izuna's eyes, Naruto and Sasuke's vigilance intensified. Naruto, prepare to strike, Sasuke instructed, readying his Rinnegan technique, Tench. He aimed to pull Uchiha Izuna towards them, intending to deliver a decisive blow. However, Uchiha Izuna swiftly activated his Rinnegan technique, Chinjian. In an instant, it appeared as if a mirror reflected Naruto and Sasuke's forms, projecting them into reality. 2 azure energy forms emerged from the ripples of space. What is that? Naruto questioned, unable to contain his astonishment. Behind them, many ninjas from the allied forces, temporarily distanced from the battlefield, were equally bewildered. Sasuke, with 1 Rinnegan and 1 Sharingan, scrutinized the azure energy forms but struggled to discern their nature. Then, with a swift motion, the 2 azure energy forms morphed into figures. When they stood before everyone, Naruto and Sasuke, along with all the observing ninjas, were struck with shock. Uchiha Izuna's Rinnegan technique, Chinjian, revealed another Uchiha Sasuke and a 6 Paths Naruto, both identical to the originals. What ability is this? Tsunade, among the onlookers, furrowed her brow in concern. Now this feels fair, Uchiha Izuna boastfully declared, his Rinnegan gleaming with a faint purple hue as he gazed upon the reflections of Sasuke and Naruto. At that moment, Sasuke, initially startled by the appearance of his identical counterpart, glanced at the 6 Paths Naruto beside him. Realizing the situation, the once astonished Naruto clenched his fists, declaring, just imposters, Sasuke. We'll defeat them. With that, the 6 Paths Naruto swiftly conjured a magnetic Rasengan imbued with sealing power. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke manifested his black Chidori. Then, with a swift motion, Sasuke utilized Tench to draw the Chinjian body Naruto towards them. Naruto, Sasuke shouted. Coming, replied the 6 Paths Naruto. The black Chidori in Sasuke's hand and the magnetic Rasengan in Naruto's hand surged toward the Chinjian body Naruto. However, just as they were about to succeed, The Six Paths Naruto vanished. Then, with a clang, the Shinjin body Naruto blocked Sasuke's Black Chidori, empowered by the Six Paths negative energy. Meanwhile, the Six Paths Naruto abruptly appeared before the Shinjin body Sasuke, wielding a magnetic Rasengan to counter the Black Chidori strike. How could this be? Both Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers were equally flabbergasted. The two Shinjin bodies possessed abilities nearly identical to the true Naruto and Sasuke. Tench. The Seeking Truth Ball, the Black Chidori, whatever techniques Six Paths Naruto wielded, the Shinjin body Naruto likely possessed as well. Earlier, it was evident that Sasuke had used Tench to pull the Shinjin body Naruto, yet the opposing Shinjin body Sasuke could also employ Tench, drawing the real Naruto to their side. Curse it. Six Paths Naruto glowered at the Shinjin body Sasuke. Just then, Blood Chi Fei. The Six Paths Naruto had entered within 30 meters of Uchiha Izuna. Instantly, the Mangeki Sharingan activated. In that fleeting moment, even within the Sage of Six Paths mode, Naruto, unaware of the specifics of Blood Chi Fei, found himself ensnared, as if his very blood had turned to ice, reminiscent of Tobirama Senju's earlier demise. In an instant, one seemed to transform into a statue of ice. Although the power of Six Paths Naruto ensured his survival, at that moment, he found himself utterly immobilized. Such an opportunity could not be overlooked by the Susanoo-empowered Sasuke. The Black Chidori coalesced once more, surging directly towards the vulnerable Six Paths Naruto, aiming for a lethal strike. At this critical juncture, the Reincarnation Eye Sasuke, entangled with the Susanoo Naruto, had no choice but to unleash the Heavenly Hand power to rescue Six Paths Naruto, swiftly distancing himself from the Susanoo Naruto. However, in a flash, the Susanoo Sasuke reappeared at his previous location, continuing to wield the Black Chidori. Advancing aggressively towards the retreating Reincarnation Eye Sasuke, who was still protecting the immobilized Six Paths Naruto. Due to his protective hold on Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke was unable to match the speed of the Susanoo Naruto's assault. In such a perilous moment, Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world, the formidable Noki, now possessing a portion of Six Paths power, intervened from the rear. The overwhelming Dust Release surged towards the Susanoo duo, forcing them to halt their pursuit and retreat. In nearly the same breath, Minato Namikaze arrived just in time, employing Flying Thunder God to whisk away Naruto and Sasuke, safely returning them to the ninja allied forces. Tsunade immediately rushed forward to assess and treat Six Paths Naruto. Meanwhile, the Reincarnation Eye Sasuke, panting heavily, cast a wary gaze towards the distant figure of Uchiha Izuna, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Sasuke was utterly astonished to find that among the current enemies, the most enigmatic and potentially formidable was none other than Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 15. Reverse Infinite Tsukuyami. What? Is this the extent of the so-called ninja allied forces techniques? At that moment, Uchiha Izuna, mimicking the pose of his elder brothers, stood with his arms crossed in front of him, gazing down haughtily at the two Narutos and the myriad of ninja within the allied forces, who were imbued with a fraction of Six Paths power. Hence, the disdain in Uchiha Izuna's reincarnation eye intensified, overflowing with contempt towards the ninja allied forces. Witnessing this scene, damn it, bastard, don't get too cocky. The likes of Gaara, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, and Reikage were engulfed in fury. Reikage A, in particular, was so incensed that he nearly erupted into a lightning release chakra mode to charge at Uchiha Izuna. Reikage. At this critical moment, Six Paths Naruto, aided by Tsunade, regained his composure and urgently called out to the Reikage. Everyone, do not approach that individual recklessly. Otherwise, it could be fatal. Six Paths Naruto's expression was gravely serious as he regarded Uchiha Izuna. Moments ago, he had been struck by Izuna's kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, blood prison, and had come perilously close to death. In that instant, it felt as if his very blood had been frozen, a horror that only those who have not personally experienced it could fathom. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna's reincarnation eye technique, Susanoo, was equally inscrutable. Uchiha Izuna possessed immense strength and abilities that were extraordinarily bizarre. Subsequently, Six Paths Naruto briefly recounted his harrowing encounter with the blood prison to the others, allowing the Reikage and his companions to grasp the true terror and might of their adversary, Uchiha Izuna. Damn it! Reikage clenched his fists in frustration. They had only just obtained a portion of the Six Paths power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, yet they were rendered impotent by a single Uchiha Izuna, too fearful to even approach the enemy. This is a disgrace indeed. To this, Noki, that Tsuchikage, floated over and placed a reassuring hand on Reikage's shoulder, saying, "Although we cannot approach the enemy too closely, our ninja allied forces can still employ long-range ninjutsu to counter them." Indeed, Sasuke nodded in agreement. However, with two of our doppelgangers opposing us, it may not be easy to maintain distance. Six Paths Naruto frowned. "No matter, with everyone's strength combined, we fear no foe," Tsunade exclaimed, standing steadfastly beside Hashirama Senju. Hashirama cast a pleased glance at his granddaughter, Tsunade, before invoking a wood-release technique to envelop and protect the body of Tobirama Senju. Then, with a swift gesture, Hashirama entered Sage mode. "Everyone, please maintain your distance," he instructed, casting a glance back at Tsunade and the other ninjas. It was clear he was about to unleash something monumental. Tsunade nodded gravely, and in the next instant, countless ninjas within the allied forces began to retreat, creating space around Hashirama. Thus, the Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. Hashirama unleashed the vast chakra of natural energy, augmented by the fraction of Six Paths power he had received. The colossal, great Buddha of Thousand Hands instantly manifested, towering before them. Under the gaze of thousands, the great Buddha reached a staggering height of over 1,800 meters. Its immense form even caught the attention of the two Six Paths Madaras, the Akatsuki brothers, as well as Indra and Ashura, who could not help but turn their eyes towards the spectacle of the great Buddha erupting forth from Hashirama. Uchiha Izuna looked on in astonishment at the power Hashirama displayed. Is this truly the legendary power of the god of ninjas? The members of the ninja allied forces stood in awe, mesmerized by the sight. Tsunade gazed at her grandfather with astonished pride. Truly, his strength was breathtaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched with deep respect. In this manner, a single Hashirama Senju shocked the entire battlefield. The next moment, countless wooden hands surged towards Uchiha Izuna. In response, Izuna commanded the two, Susanoo Naruto, to counter the great Buddha's onslaught while he temporarily withdrew. The Susanoo Naruto unleashed their formidable attacks, Susanoo, various powerful Raizen Shurikens. Yet, beneath the unrelenting assault of the wooden hands, the two Susanoos faltered. Moreover, it seemed the duration of the reincarnation eye technique, Susanoo, had just expired, causing the doppelganger Narutos to vanish. Thus, the overwhelming torrent of wooden hands crashed relentlessly towards Uchiha Izuna. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Izuna, having retreated, unleashed the power of the reincarnation eye. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth, obliterating countless wooden hands. Yet, the continuous outpouring of power from Hashirama meant that the wooden hands were unceasing. Even Shinra Tensei could not annihilate them all. Ultimately, Uchiha Izuna summoned all the truth-seeking balls to form a series of circular shields for protection. Countless wooden hands collided with these shields, producing a thunderous cacophony. Simultaneously, at that very moment, dust release, storm release, Raizen Shuriken, lightning release, tailed beast bombs. The Susanoo duo, various Kages, and all-powerful beings, now imbued with a portion of Six Paths power, rushed to aid Hashirama. Amidst the tumultuous cacophony, the questing orbs could no longer withstand the onslaught. Cracks began to form layer by layer. During this interval, Hashirama could not help but remark, "Indeed, you possess only a fraction of the Six Paths power, yet can unleash such formidable might." Observing the overwhelming force emanating from Hashirama, Chen Yiban could not suppress a smile. However, the power of Izuna was far from limited. At that moment, the 9 shields formed by the questing orbs shattered, revealing Izuna Uchiha, who had been concealed within. Clad in the garb of the Six Paths, adorned with black tomo symbols at the collar and sleeves, wielding the Six Paths staff, and with his once ordinary Rinnegan now transcended into the 6 tomo Rinnegan, he stood resplendent. An additional 9 tomo Rinnegan manifested on his forehead, a sight that left everyone, including Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke, in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Another Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails? Simultaneously, a thunderous crash echoed as Ashura was sent hurtling into the mountains by Indra's might. "Ashura, our powers are no longer on the same level," Indra declared, donning the Six Paths attire and awakening his own 9 tomo Rinnegan. The Akatsuki brothers were astounded by the transformations of Izuna and Indra, but were swiftly struck by two six-paths Abitos, knocking them into the rocks. Consequently, the four ten-tails Jinchuriki, six paths Abito, six paths Izuna, and six paths Indra, converged, reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. Witnessing Indra and Izuna both becoming ten-tails Jinchuriki, Akatsuki Yui, six paths Naruto, Akatsuki Kinshiki, Rinnegan Sasuke, and the others had little time to process their shock before the four ten-tails Jinchuriki joined forces. Reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. The two six paths Abitos, six paths Indra, and six paths Izuna simultaneously formed seals directed at the moon. Instantly, the nine Tomo Rinnegan on their foreheads erupted with boundless ocular power, bathing the world in the crimson light of the moon. Oh, it seems the game is coming to an end. Chen Yiban, comfortably seated on a large flat stone, smiled slowly. Indeed, the very next moment, numerous ninjas from the coalition, who had recently escaped the infinite Tsukuyomi, found their eyes once again shimmering with the ripples of the Rinnegan, succumbing to the infinite Tsukuyomi once more. Moreover, countless roots of the god tree surged forth, ensnaring those entrapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi in a mummified state, hoisting them back onto the colossal tree, plunging them into the beautiful dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, the formidable warriors, including Kakashi, Tsunade, Hashirama, Inoki, and Terumi Mei, who had gained a portion of the Sage of Six Paths power, remained unaffected by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara, do you truly wish to obliterate this world? Six Paths Naruto questioned the two Abitos, his voice laced with anger as he observed the multitude of ninjas once again ensnared. Do not be mistaken. What we are unleashing is the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. Time-Space Abito coldly asserted. The Time-Space Abito added, simply put, it reverses the original program of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Instead of the god tree's roots absorbing the power of the people, they now draw energy ceaselessly from the earth and air, converting it into sustenance for everyone within the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hence, those entering the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi will not perish, nor will they transform into white Zetsu. They will eternally dwell in a beautiful dream, devoid of failure, war, and death, an existence free from suffering. With a maniacal grin, Time-Space Abito declared, I have achieved it. The world savior. Pointing with the six-path staff at the last remaining powerful warriors who had evaded the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi, he proclaimed, you too should join that beautiful dream, a world without death, war, or failures. Is that not desirable? And I, Madara, shall endure eternal solitude while safeguarding each one of you trapped within the infinite Tsukuyomi. The Akatsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, Kakashi, Tsunade, and other powerful figures were left aghast. Madara, you have completely lost your mind. Hashirama was taken aback by the choices made by the Six Paths Abito, even feeling a twinge of sympathy at the mention of enduring eternal solitude. Madara, no matter how beautiful the false dream may seem, it remains a lie. It is not real. At that moment, Six Paths Naruto stepped forward, addressing the Six Paths Abito with conviction. What constitutes falsehood? What defines reality? The Time-Space Abito inquired, his three eyes fixed intently on Naruto and the others. How can you ascertain what is real and what is an illusion? How can you be certain that the world you previously inhabited was indeed genuine? How do you know that you are not all currently ensnared within the infinite Tsukuyomi? Instantly, Six Paths Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Madara, this is futile. True peace cannot be sought within a dream. It must be realized in reality. Akatsuki Yui attempted to persuade. Enough. Father, your refusal to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi fills me with joy, for I yearn to slay you myself. Indra exclaimed, his three eyes brimming with murderous intent. Observing Indra in the form of the ten-tails Jinchuriki, Akatsuki Yui sighed. Brother, we must thwart them. The infinite Tsukuyomi will only lead to the world's destruction. We shall unite to defeat them and rescue those entrapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Reikage declared, clenching his fists. As for marriage, I would prefer it to occur in reality. Terumi Mei added with a relieved smile. The beauty of the infinite Tsukuyomi's dream was overwhelming, almost terrifying in its perfection. As they witnessed the resistance of these individuals, the two Six Paths Abitos revealed their murderous intent. Since you are so adamant about rejecting the infinite Tsukuyomi, then for the sake of ensuring the stability of the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi, you shall all perish. Just then, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed from behind the four Six Paths Abito, Six Paths Indra, and Six Paths Izuna. The four exchanged knowing glances and turned to see Chen Yiban, who had been observing from a distance, now steadily approaching. Could it be that he intends to intervene at this critical moment? As they beheld Chen Yiban advancing, a shared thought emerged in the minds of the four. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, and the others could not help but furrow their brows in anxious anticipation as they watched Chen Yiban step into the midst of the four Six Paths figures. As Chen Yiban approached, the four figures, Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Indra, and Six Paths Kwana, subconsciously parted to grant him the central position. Before they could utter a word of inquiry, Chen Yiban flashed a sinister smile and declared, "Next, it's time for a change." In an instant, the mystical symbols of the Six Paths emerged, manifested by the black Magatama markings adorning his outer garments and staff. Ultimately, a unique Rinnegan, adorned with 9 golden Magatama, appeared at the center of his forehead, distinct from those of Obito and Indra. His pair of 6 Magatama Rinnegan transformed into a stunning set of 9 Magatama Rinnegan, shimmering with hues of deep blue and faint purple. Chapter 17, Invincible. The overwhelming power radiating from him left Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, and other formidable ninjas like Tsunade, Meiteorumi, Gaara, and Kakashi utterly astonished as they beheld Chen Yiban's 10 Tails Jinchuriki form. The Akatsuki brothers, Kaguya and Hamura, gazed at the imposing figure of Six Paths Chen Yiban, their eyes filled with uncertainty. The magnitude of his power eclipsed even that of Kaguya Akatsuki. Six Paths Naruto, sensing the terrifying force within Chen Yiban, was left in profound astonishment. It wasn't just his chakra, his ocular prowess was unlike that of any other Madara. Rinnegan Sasuke felt an incredible intensity emanating from the 3 eyes of Chen Yiban. Particularly, the sight of his golden Magatama Rinnegan and 9 Magatama Rinnegan sent chills down Sasuke's spine. When comparing the chakra and ocular prowess of Kaguya Akatsuki and the current figures of Obito and Indra to that of Six Paths Chen Yiban, the disparity was staggering. Kakashi, Tsunade, Inoki, Reikage, Meiteorumi, Gaara, and other powerful ninjas, all endowed with fragments of sage of the Six Path strength, could also sense the terrifying chakra possessed by Chen Yiban. In a fleeting moment, they glanced at their own arms, feeling every hair stand on end. Fear. Before engaging in battle with Chen Yiban, a wave of terror washed over each one of them. The space-time Madara, astonished, gazed at the Six Paths Chen Yiban. Although he anticipated formidable strength, he never imagined that his counterpart from another realm would wield such overwhelming power. Just the sight of Chen Yiban's unique 9 golden Magatama Rinnegan and 9 Magatama Rinnegan was enough to leave Madara's mind in turmoil. The chakra radiating from Chen Yiban instilled dread in every conscious being on the battlefield. This guy, Nisan, has grown stronger again. The thoughts of Madara, Indra, and Kwana surfaced simultaneously. I can sense it. You are all filled with fear. At that moment, with his golden Magatama Rinnegan and 9 Magatama Rinnegan, Six Paths Chen Yiban looked down upon the Akatsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, and the remaining powerful warriors with a disdainful smirk. A power more terrifying than that of his mother. Akatsuki Hamura marveled at the chakra strength possessed by Chen Yiban. Let me offer you 2 choices. 1. Willingly enter the infinite Tsukuyomi. 2. Dance with me and meet your demise. Six Paths Chen Yiban continued to sneer, his 3 remarkable eyes gleaming with power. In an instant, dozens of truth-seeking orbs appeared, culminating in a total of 49 behind him. Alongside the Six Paths staff in his hand, this amounted to precisely 50 truth-seeking orbs. This signified that Chen Yiban harbored the strength of at least 5 Ten-Tails within him. It was no wonder that the Black Magatama Moon Eye had forcibly evolved into the Super Moon Eye, with 9 golden Magatama, absorbing the power of at least 5 Ten-Tails and amplifying the ocular prowess of 5 Moon Eyes, culminating in a singular golden Magatama Super Moon Eye. Six Paths Chen Yiban then concentrated, merging the 49 truth-seeking orbs into 9, as the abundance was somewhat excessive and disrupted the aesthetic. 9 felt just right. In the face of the 2 options presented by Six Paths Chen Yiban, Akatsuki Hamura stepped forward. Just as he was about to utter a word, suddenly, clang. Six Paths Chen Yiban's pair of 9 Magatama Rinnegan narrowed, unleashing a terrifying supergravity that pressed upon the entire battlefield. This was the same Rinnegan Moon God that Indra had previously wielded, and Chen Yiban possessed it as well. Moreover, the range and intensity of this gravity were far more formidable. The Akatsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, Kakashi, and Hashirama, everyone, was brought to their knees. The ground beneath them cracked and collapsed under the immense supergravity. They felt as though an entire mountain had descended upon them, rendering them utterly immobile. Meanwhile, if one were to glance at the areas where those ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi remained, they would find those individuals, resembling mummies, completely unaffected. Clearly, Chen Yiban's moon god was not only more potent than Indra's, but also demonstrated a greater degree of control. The supergravity targeted only the conscious Akatsuki brothers and the likes of Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Hashirama, leaving other areas entirely unscathed. Indra was somewhat displeased. It was originally his Rinnegan ocular technique, yet someone else utilized it to greater effect. Who would find such a situation agreeable? Chen Yiban remarked. Think carefully before you speak. Observing Himura, who had stepped forward to address him, the Akatsuki brothers, kneeling, struggled to rise. Simultaneously, the Sage of Six Paths, Akatsuki Himura, experienced the same predicament. The gravity exerted by Chen Yiban was exponentially heavier than when Indra had used it. Moreover, it seemed that Chen Yiban had placed a particular emphasis on the Akatsuki brothers, as the gravity they faced was doubled compared to everyone else. Witnessing the array of resentful yet defiant gazes, Chen Yiban declared, if that is the case, Rinnegan Heavenly Hand Power. In an instant, he summoned the most agitated Hokage A from a distance. Next, pop. Bloodline limit. Shared death ash bones. Instantly reduced Hokage A to ashes before he could even react to the pain. The first casualty. Six Paths Chen Yiban's three eyes glimmered with an endless chill. Chapter 18. Chen Yiban, let us eliminate them all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the power of shared death ash bones, Hokage A crumbled to the ground like a pile of ash, his life force extinguished by Chen Yiban's terrifying ability, surpassing even that of Kaguya Akatsuki. In an instant, those struck would turn to ashes. Lord Hokage, under the immense gravitational pressure of the Rinnegan moon god, Naruto, Uzumaki, Inoki, and Tsunade could only watch helplessly as Hokage AI met his swift demise. You scoundrel! Six Paths Naruto glared furiously at the three-eyed Six Paths Chen Yiban. Huh. In response, Six Paths Chen Yiban revealed a merciless smile. Since you refuse to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi, you are merely an obstacle, a being fraught with uncertainty. There is no other choice but to let you perish. Six Paths Chen Yiban's cold visage bore a chilling smile, causing the onlookers to shudder with trepidation. They sensed that this Uchiha Madara was far more terrifying than the previous two Six Paths Madara. It was not merely his power, but the malevolence he exuded. At that moment, congratulations, you have slain the Hokage AI, who possessed a fragment of Six Paths power, achieving a superlative feat reward, one superlative achievement lottery. Chen Yiban received a superlative achievement lottery for slaying Hokage AI. If it were not for Akatsuki Kinshiki granting Hokage AI a portion of Six Paths power, killing him would have merely resulted in a higher achievement, would it not? Thus, one could say in jest that Yiban ought to express gratitude to the Sage of Six Paths and Akatsuki Kinshiki. Simultaneously, the three-eyed Six Paths Chen Yiban contemplated merging the three Ten Tails divine trees within his system with Kakashi, Tsunade, and the others before striking them down. Would that not yield even greater achievements? Haha, never mind. What a hassle. Now, is there anyone willing to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi? Or rather, who desires to become the second fool to perish at my hands? The three eyes coldly surveyed the crowd pressed beneath the moon god, as supergravity, as Six Paths Chen Yiban, staff in hand, posed the chilling inquiry. In response, those suppressed by the supergravity fell into silence. They were unwilling and yearned to resist. However, Six Paths Chen Yiban was far too formidable. The previous Six Paths Madara, Uchiha Azuna, and Indra were already incredibly powerful. Chen Yiban surpassed them all. The overwhelming chakra emanating from his being instilled a sense of hopelessness, especially when Six Paths Chen Yiban effortlessly subdued everyone, including the Sage of Six Paths. With the Rinnegan moon god, Tsunade, Akatsuki, and Terumi, Mei could not help but feel shock and despair. In contrast, Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, and Akatsuki Kinshiki struggled to rise against the oppressive supergravity. Yet, before Akatsuki Kinshiki could finish speaking, clang, the Super Rinne Sharingan, on Chen Yiban's forehead, adorned with 9 golden tomo, suddenly focused. Heaven's authority directly transported Akatsuki Kinshiki and his brother Akatsuki Mamashiki away from this world. Simultaneously, whoosh, 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 10 Rinnegan shadows, each possessing a golden Tomo Rinne Sharingan and a pair of 9 Tomo Rinne rebirth eyes, appeared around Six Paths Chen Yiban, ready to resolve the fate of the two brothers. Six Paths Chen Yiban spoke coldly. Hearing this, the 10 Rinnegan shadows nodded in unison. Then, they all utilized their golden Tomo Rinne Sharingan to enter Heaven's authority. Indeed, they were going to eliminate the Akatsuki brothers. Thus, you have yet to answer my question. Who wishes to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi? Or who desires to be the second fool to perish at my hands? Six Paths Chen Yiban once more directed his gaze towards Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, Senju Hashirama, and others. Damn it! Six Paths Naruto clenched his fists in anger. He had been secretly gathering strength, attempting to break free from the moon god's supergravity. However, the gravitational force exerted by Six Paths Chen Yiban's moon god was far heavier than that released by Indra, even in Sage of Six Paths mode. Six Paths Naruto struggled against the dreadful supergravity. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze found it impossible to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique under the supergravity. Yet, Rinnegan Sasuke, Naruto. Sasuke. Six Paths Naruto was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, gathering his full strength to form the Raisen Shuriken. In the next instant, Rinnegan Sasuke utilized Rinnegan Heavenly Hand power to teleport himself and Six Paths Naruto behind Six Paths Chen Yiban. At that moment, Rinnegan Sasuke wielded the Black Chidori, while Six Paths Naruto readied the Magnet Release Raisen Shuriken, both prepared to strike Chen Yiban from behind. They likely thought that even if they could not eliminate Chen Yiban with a surprise attack, they could at least compel him to dispel the moon god. However, clang! The Rinnegan shadows reappeared out of nowhere, blocking their assault. Moreover, stab, shadows from Rinnegan Underworld suddenly emerged behind Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, and with shared killing ash, they pierced directly into their bodies. And then, stab, followed by 22 Rinnegan shadows, sequentially injecting the shared killing ash into the bodies of Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke. At this, Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Hiss, their bodies began to decay. I have already offered you a chance. Six Paths Chen Yiban, surrounded by 22 Rinnegan shadows, coldly observed as Naruto and Sasuke were pierced like a pincushion, their bodies rapidly deteriorating. In no more than a second or two, they could not utter a word before turning to ashes. Naruto, Sasuke, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Tsunade, Sakura, and others cried out in despair. Madara. Senju Hashirama glared furiously at Chen Yiban. At this moment, holding the Six Paths staff, Six Paths Chen Yiban slowly revealed a final smirk. So, you all choose to be the second, do you? Very well. Rinnegan shadows, eliminate them all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Chen Yiban's words fell, the 22 Rinnegan shadows activated Rinnegan Heavenly Hand power, pulling Senju Hashirama and the others into their grasp. Stab. Bloodline Net shared killing ash massacre. Chapter 19. A toast to you. Congratulations, you have slain the world's favorite Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, achieving 2 celestial level feats. Reward, 2 celestial level achievement lotteries. Congratulations, you have slain Senju Hashirama, who possessed part of the Six Paths power, achieving a superlative feat reward, 1 superlative achievement lottery. Congratulations, you have slain Inoki, who possessed part of the Six Paths power. Congratulations, you have slain Tsunade. Congratulations. Current lottery counts. Basic achievement lottery, 3 times. Intermediate achievement lottery, 2 times. Advanced achievement lottery, 7 times. Superlative achievement lottery, 17 times. Celestial level achievement lottery, 4 times. On the ground, ashes lay scattered everywhere. However, Chen Yiban reaped abundant rewards. For celestial level lotteries? Upon noticing the 4 celestial level lotteries, Chen Yiban's attention was piqued. At this moment, whoosh, 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 10 Rinnegan shadows returned from the realm of Heaven's authority. Upon their return, they all nodded towards Six Paths Chen Yiban. The Akatsuki brothers have resolved the matter. Thus, Chen Yiban fully comprehends the origins of the 4th heavenly lottery. The 2 favored ones of the worlds, the Akatsuki brothers. This fellow, The original space-time Abito of this world has now come to stand beside Chen Yiban, observing the astonishing number of Rinnegan surrounding Chen Yiban. It has reached an incredible 32. Indeed, it is due to the 10 that have just returned from the space of the Heavenly Sovereign, alongside the 22 at Chen Yiban's side, constituting a total of 32 Rinnegan. The space-time Abito of this world feels a twinge of envy, somewhat unsettled. This fellow Chen Yiban is rather exaggeratedly powerful. One day, I shall surpass you, the space-time Abito remarked with a smirk. Both Abitos expressed their slight displeasure towards the mightiest. Chen Yiban. You've been saying that for nearly a decade, Chen Yiban teased. Taken aback by the remark, Abito eventually turned away. Indeed, I find it difficult to get along with someone like you. Chen Yiban merely smiled and refrained from comment. Brother, you are truly formidable, Uchiha Izuna said. Smiling at Chen Yiban. What about that old one? Indra interjected, joining the conversation. Deceased, Chen Yiban replied with a casual smile. Is that so? Indra's expression turned complex. What a pity. I had hoped to personally eliminate my father. Furthermore, Ashura too. Gazing down at the pile of ashes left by Ashura, Indra's 3 eyes glinted with coldness. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling resonated through the heavens and the earth, as if the cosmos were in fury. The 2 Abitos, Indra, Izuna, and even Chen Yiban wore perplexed expressions. Until the original protagonist has perished, the heavenly path of this world is enraged. Commencing suppression complete. In the next moment, tranquility returned to the world. A smirk played on the lips of six-path Chen Yiban. His strength is ever-evolving, and the system grows stronger by the day. The mere heavenly path of Naruto, with a mere flick of his hand, it can be subdued. All is well. Subsequently, Chen Yiban withdrew from six-path mode. He turned to the 2 Abitos, Indra and Izuna. The reverse infinite Tsukuyomi has been perfectly realized. The responsibility now lies with you. Have you made up your mind? Restoring his founder Abito appearance, clad in a long black robe, Chen Yiban gazed at the original space-time Abito of this world. Of course, decades ago, I, Madara, prepared myself for this. The space-time Abito resolutely affirmed. Indeed, Chen Yiban nodded. At this moment, the space-time Abito cast an appreciative glance at Abito and remarked, Well, you are indeed the other version of me. I acknowledge you. Mutually so, Abito replied. Arms crossed before him, smiling faintly. Chen Yiban then burst into laughter, placing a hand on Izuna's shoulder, suddenly exclaiming, Let us find a place to have a drink. Upon hearing this, Izuna replied, Sure, brother. Abito remarked, When it comes to drinking, you may not necessarily win against me. Indra added, Whatever. Finally, the original space-time Abito cast a final glance at those suspended in the giant trees, trapped in the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. Let us go. He stepped forward, leading the way. During this time, six-path mode gradually receded, returning to normal. Let us go, Izuna. Chen Yiban patted Izuna's shoulder and leaped forth. Yes. Uchiha Izuna immediately responded with a smile, leaping after him. Brother. During this, Izuna turned back to call out to Abito behind them. Coming. Abito replied with a slow smile, then soared into the air. Ultimately, only Indra remained at the spot, Doton. With a thought, he executed the earth technique. A stone coffin formed from the earth encased the ashes of Ashura. Subsequently, it sank underground. Ashura, this is the end, Indra murmured softly. With a swift turn, he departed. Following this, through their ability to fly, Chen Yiban and his companions arrived at this world's Kenoha. Along the way, they observed that everyone in this world had succumbed to the beautiful dream of reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. Upon reaching Kenoha, the 5 of them found a tavern and began to drink heartily. Chen Yiban, Abito, Izuna, and Indra indulged in copious amounts of alcohol without much food. Thus, the 5 of them drank wildly for 7 days and nights. On the 7th night, after clinking cups with Indra, Chen Yiban felt a slight dizziness. Having not deliberately summoned chakra to resist the alcohol, after 7 days and nights, he found himself somewhat tipsy. The other me. It seems you're not much of a drinker, huh? The 2 Abitos burst into laughter nearby. Chen Yiban joined in the laughter. After all, they were not far from intoxication themselves, yet they still teased him. Meanwhile, Izuna had already fallen asleep at some point. At this moment, the original space-time Abito cradled a large jar of wine, wandering through the streets of Kenoha. He gazed at the current state of Kenoha, observing the countless individuals ensnared in the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi. He let out a raucous laugh, a sound both maniacal and sorrowful. Raising the jar of wine to his lips, he consumed the fiery liquor. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yiban, Obito, and Indra all understood his emotions. They could comprehend his solitude. In the end, the three of them remained silent, raising their jars of wine in unison. "Let us drink together,"